Chapter 113. Ron's POV. Nothing was coming right for him since the beginning of the school's year. It started out great. His summer vacation in Egypt was terrific. For the first time on his life he was in another country. For the first time in his life he didn't feel poor. Hell, he even got a new wand, and those things are expensive. He thought his life was changing. It felt they did, like for once he was the main character in the story, instead of just the sidekick. And then Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. Suddenly, his pet rat was sick. An escaped Death Eater was on the loose after his best mate, who not only had both parents at school to protect him, but also his uncle. And it's not that he hoped Marcus would get hurt, but after 2 years where Hermione was the smart friend, who was always studying, Neville the knowledgeable friend, who had years of preparation to be the heir of a noble, pure-blood family, and Marcus the hero who was the center of attention, the youngest seeker in the last century, and the one who saved the school not once, but twice, he really hoped to be more than the comical relief. It was why, when his brothers made the new game, he finally thought that would be his chance, get the best cards, become the best, be famous as more than just Marcus' best friend. But apparently his twin older brothers cares more about money than their family, even if their brother was almost murdered. Well, at least they are staying at school while he is going home for Christmas. Nothing went right this year. Neville's POV. Nothing was coming right for him since the beginning of the school's year. First were the Dementors on the train station and first Quidditch game. Those foul creatures, while making everybody miserable, had worse affects on him. No, not Marcus bad, but getting close. And then was the Bogart fiasco, having his parents lookalikes telling him that what he always knew, what his gran always told him, that he wasn't good enough to be their son, was bad enough, being told that in front the entire class. Even worse. Yet even this wasn't the worst, no, that reserved for what happened next, finding out his first true friend, before Marcus and Ron were considered one, before even Hermione was considered one, the one he stoked being friends with, who he and Hermione abandoned because he belittled them, was actually the one who tried to help the most, who, instead of just give unhelpful comfort, who just agreed with them, argued and fight for their benefit. He stayed friends with them even when he went to Slytherin. He stayed friends with them even as everyone else called them the squib and know-it-all. He even stayed friends with them as they were so prideful for their win against the troll, which, as they studied about the trolls this year, he knew was just a lucky win. He bought him a 7-galleon worth gift for Christmas, something he didn't even got from his gran, for the sole reason that he thought he needs it. And they bloody blew it. He truly didn't know how to fix it, and Hermione wasn't any help, convinced he's evil, just because he is Slytherin. It was the first time he noticed that the Gryffindors, especially his friends, treat Slytherin house same way blood supremacists were treating Muggleborn, but not the last. He was really glad Christmas was around the corner, as he really needed advice from his gran. Nothing went right this year. Hermione's POV. Nothing was coming right for her since the beginning of the school's year. Even if you forget about the Dementors and the fact that Death Eater was also her friend, nothing went right. Even summer vacation went wrong, with her not telling her parents why she didn't write for the last months of second year so they won't pull her away from school. They were angry with her, making the entire vacation to France awkward and filled with shouting, one where in the end they told her they want to pull her out of school, where in the end she had to tell them that if she didn't complete her education at Hogwarts the government would mess with all of their memories, something only half a lie as she could study somewhere else. Going back to school was a lot better, though not getting the time turner sucked, especially as the only reason for refusing was that they don't feel she's mature enough and that they can trust her after the Polyjuice disaster. Her. Not mature enough. Not trustworthy. If not her, then who? She was more mature than them, the entire class. And she was sure that the only reason she didn't get her time turner was Professor Snape. And if that wasn't bad enough, her best friend wanted to go and be friends again with that traitorous Slytherin. If she didn't promise her parents to go back home for Christmas, then she would stay and make him stay just to have more time to beat sense to him. Nothing went right this year. Harry's POV. Everything went great this year. Got his time turner, Guy the AI, Luna and the twins. Got to his goal in physics, blacksmithing, transfiguration, made partner in a future successful business, and created the first sellable product, which also dubs as a power source for our current and future factory. He even finished the second book in his books, which he keeps changing their names. Right now it's Beating Common Sense to Senseless Wizards and Witches Vol 1 and 2. And in 2 days he would show his current results in his DNA studies, and know which direction to go to for the cure. Christmas is coming, and with it, joy. Chapter 114. Harry's POV. He should have never opened his mouth. Saying it was a great year so far was just asking for a godly intervention, which came of course in the shape of a rainy Christmas. Yet, the mighty force up in the sky forgot one thing: he has magic, and he was not afraid to use it. Which was why, 2 hours after he woke up for his daily workout and opening his presents, he got a diamond watch from Luna, who a couple of weeks ago learnt that it was made from pressured coal and made it herself, candies from the twins, and a firebolt broom with no note, which felt like it means Sirius couldn't be original for him. He had to go take a nap to recharge, as he used his entire magical power to fill the castle with snow. After waking up to the screams of anger of the teachers and joy of the students, he quietly sneaked away to the room of requirements, where he used the vanishing cabinet to go to his apartment, before going to the leaky cauldron, and from there, in the FLU network, he shouted, "Greengrass Manor," before disappearing. Daphne's POV. Daphne was excited, not for the fact it was Christmas, no, that was just a Muggle holiday she truly didn't care about. She already celebrated the winter solstice a few days ago. No, it wasn't because she got presents, even though it was nice to get that diamond earrings from Lovegood, though why would she give her such expensive gift, and the candies she got from Tracy were yummy, even the microbiology book she got from Harry was thoughtful, but no, that wasn't her reason for excitement either. No, there was only one reason for her excitement, and that was that this day was the day when Harry would finally show the results of his research, and as much as her father told her not to have too much hope, he wasn't the one who had lessons with that guy once every 2 weeks, who listened to the marvels Muggles figured out about the human body, and the ways magic can be used with that knowledge to take healing to another level. It both amazed her and terrified her, as Muggles, who she thought were no better than monkeys, were actually in some ways equal or even better than magical people. Yes, it might terrify her, but it also brought her hope. Hope that her sister would get better, hope that none of her descendants would suffer, hope that this one guy who was her classmate, who was actually younger than her, would be able to do what countless wizards and witches tried to do and failed: cure blood malediction. With a knock on the door where they have their FLU network, Daphne knew he was here. "Father. Astoria. He is here." While her father and sister were rushing down the stairs, she went to open the door while looking at the clock only to see he arrived right on time, 10:15 exactly. "Hello Harry, good morning. Merry Christmas Daphne, hope you're enjoying your vacation at home. While we do not celebrate Christmas and the winter solstice has already passed, I really hope you also have a nice vacation with your family." "Oh, no, I stay in Hogwarts for my vacation, you see, no family." The awkwardness she felt, as she remembered how he was kicked out of his family for no reason but being a Slytherin, lasted until her father came, with her sister right behind him. "Hello Harry, good to see you, how are you?" "I'm fine, Basatil, thanks for asking, how are you?" "I'm doing just fine as well." "Well, I hope after our conversation you would feel even better." This sentence made Daphne's heart burst with joy, so much so, that she couldn't stop her mouth from going wild. "Did you do it? You did it, didn't you? You found a cure. What is it? Tell me." Usually, she wouldn't be so out of control, and even if she did, her father would admonish her, but this time her father didn't say anything, instead he only had an expecting look on his face. "Aw, no. I guess I shouldn't have said it like that. What I meant is that I found the exact cause for the illness, and directions of how to proceed to cure her." Daphne felt like her hopes were shattered. She wanted to yell at him for saying it like that, but she knew it wasn't a smart idea. Her father already reprimanded her last time she yelled at Harry that unless we didn't need his help we should never make him angry. "How about we sit?" her father said in his diplomatic voice. "Would you like some tea?" "No thank you, I just drank some." That couldn't be true. She noticed he disliked tea, hated pumpkin juice, and she even heard him call, just 2 weeks ago, Butterbear an abomination. The only hot beverage she saw him drink, without considering the occasional hot chocolate, was this foul-smelling thing he called coffee. So either he meant he drank some beverage, or he doesn't trust them enough to drink something they made. Something to think about. Let me start by saying it is a really good progress. We managed to identify the exact cause for the blood malediction, which means we are halfway to curing it. The encouraging words did nothing to her, nor her father, though her sister was a different story. "Really? That's good. Isn't it?" Changing her tone mid-sentence as she looked at Daphne and their father's faces. "It is," their father smiled at Astoria and said softly before looking back at Harry, "though I would like a deeper explanation about what your research found out." "Of course," Harry said before starting to explain. He explained how the DNA of Muggles shouldn't change, and when it does, even the slightest bit, it can cause something called cancer in Muggle bodies. He explained how this cancer works and how Muggles cure it after a request from Father, terrifying all three of them, as having your own body fight against you is bad enough, having to inject poison into it to survive was even worse. He then explained that wizards seem to have the ability to change their DNA for a period of time without known side effects, as they do in human transfiguration, animagus, polyjuice, and even metamorphomagus, yet only in one or two of them, you truly change your DNA, as in the others you just superposition a different DNA on top of yours, making your body think this is your DNA. He explained how Astoria's problem is that her DNA is at a constant need to change to an animal form, something that was caused probably by their ancestors, who might have done a ritual similar to the animagus potion before its creation, but passed only half of the results of it to their descendants, letting them change to an animal but not back. He explained that the physical changes Astoria is having is her body trying to change to an Arctic fox, while the weakness she always has is her magic fighting it. How the end result is either death, like her family always had, or full change to animal, as some of the other people who had it became. He explained the 5 paths they can take on his road to cure her. 1. They can make sure she always have polyjuice potion with her, as long as she never stop taking it she won't change to animal form, it's the quickest method, yet even if she never forgets to take it every hour, making her take it in sleep would be troubling, not to mention that he doesn't know how living in someone else's body would affect her mentally. 2. He can research a way to make the polyjuice last forever, or combine his research with already giving her the potion, yet the same problems are still there. 3. Do the same only with partial transfiguration. With the help of a transfiguration master they can make sure her body still look the same and has no problem, though she would still need constant care from the master and him being willing to sacrifice their magic to keep her in that state. 4. He can research in the direction of gene splicing, which would basically allow him to insert new genes into her sister as a way to fully cure her, but he did say it would take the most time, and he even said it doesn't have 100% chances of success. 5. He can research in the direction of animagus transformation and metamorphomagus, as a way to turn her into a full animagus, thus making it into a good thing, but he would need their help getting not only books on those subjects, or animagus and metamorphomagus volunteers to study them, but also to find other people like Astoria, and even some who might have already fully turned, making it the most expensive of them all, as even polyjuice, if you want big quantities, you can just raise the ingredients at home, and they would only need the transfiguration master's help for a few years, only until Daphne or even Astoria has good enough control to do it themselves. Yet there was no question. We would get you everything you need, just make her better. This is the day that would change the life of a family of 3. This is the day that would lead to the greatest experimentation in the wizard's world for the last 200 years. Chapter 115. George's POV. Waking up in Hogwarts in Christmas felt normal and weird at the same time. One on hand, with 5 years of time spent in this castle for most of the year, Hogwarts felt more like home than home. On the other hand, waking up knowing it's Christmas, without the yelling of Ron and Ginny about presents, without the smell of the special breakfast their mom make, and without the sight of a tree in the middle of the common room just didn't feel like Christmas. It probably didn't help that instead of snow, the one thing Fred and him truly loved about Christmas, there was rain dripping outside the window. Signing, George woke his twin brother up with a jump on the bed. "Wake up, sleepyhead, it's presents time," he said, to which Fred answered with "Alf" as George landed on the ogre redhead's stomach. Rushing to the bathroom so his twin won't be able to get to it first, George couldn't help but laugh, at least he had his twin brother. 15 minutes later. After both Fred and George did the things they needed, it was time for presents opening, and once again, as they did every year, they couldn't help but marvel at the difference between the years before Hogwarts and now. If before Hogwarts they each got sweater, little bits of fudge, and never forget, coal. From the year they started going to Hogwarts they also got presents from their friends, whether it's sweets, joke items, or quills, they got them all, not to mention the gifts they got from their Slytherin friends. Still weird we have 2 Slytherin friends, George thought as he opened his gifts. While it might sound odd to think that way, since the second year both of the Weasley twins considered Harry and Luna their friends. How can it be? If you ask that, you have never had a true, meaningful conversation with either of them. Luna, who can make you smile even at your lowest points. Who can show you how to have different kinds of fun in everything, and had the biggest heart either of the twins have ever seen. Harry, who under his casual, calculating face has a heart of a teacher and a mother Han, and not in a bad way, like controlling and self-righteous, I know what's best way, but in a, wanting his friends to have all the facts before making a decision, way. A boy, no man, as you can't truly know him and still consider him a boy, who the second he consider you his friend would do everything in his power to help you. So yes, 2 Slytherin friends, what would their parents say? A chuckle escaped George's mouth, something that was turned to a deep inhale as he opened Luna's gift. It was perfect like Pin, yet, instead of having a giant P on it, it had an L on it, yet the biggest difference was that instead of being iron-plated gold, it was made of silver with diamonds all over it. A quick look at Fred made him see one just like that only with a T on it, making him mouth as he understood it was about their animagus forms, Timon and Lego. Looking at the note in his gift he only sees half a sentence, aim your wand at the paper, and knowing the other half was in Fred's hands as it wasn't the first time they got this kind of notes, he was about to go to Fred's bed and unite the notes, yet his twin was already near him. After uniting the notes it said, aim your wand at the paper and say your famous lines. Looking at each other they burst into laughing before each saying the famous lines. Hakuna Matata. Lego wants cracker. They felt their magic leaves them, another thing they had to be grateful to their Slytherin friends for, as usually you can't feel your magic, but ever since they started practicing their magic on the coils, and even more so, ever since they started learning wandless magic, they can't stop feeling it. Anyway, the paper quickly changed, repairing itself back to a card and words being deleted and added. Merry Christmas. I hope you liked the presents I gave you and that you would have fun laughing about being a perfect animagi. FYI, just that you won't feel guilty, the presents didn't cost more than 2 sickles each, as I asked Harry to make them with a sickle and the diamonds were made by a magical muggle method. Love, Luna. That's amazing. If we knew this method before, we wouldn't need money. Though, with the game as it's going, plus all the explanation plans, not to mention the joke items we are about to start selling, we have no money problems. That's not what I meant, why, if he can actually make money, would Harry do business, not to mention with us instead of alone? They looked at each other, both understanding fell upon them at the same time. He did it for us. To jumpstart our business. For the first time since they were 7, the tears in their eyes weren't fake, yet, as they each felt awkward about it, they both went back to their presents, each in his own mind, only to join back together with both of their last presents of the day less than 5 minutes later, as once again it was a joint gift. This time, Fred got an empty book with volume 1 on it, while George got another empty book only with volume 2 on it. Other than that, they both got notes with intensive oaths, both exactly the same and both extremely similar to the one they took before starting their wandless lessons. I, full name here, swear on my magic and life, that I won't use the knowledge I gain from this book to destroy the world nor become an overlord. I also swear I won't give any of the knowledge to any person who has not taken the oath, in any form or way. Loomis Knox. After swearing the oath, the paper with the oath on it changed, once again draining a little bit of magic, with now a spell instruction on it. Doing it quickly, George's eyes felt tingly. Looking at his book which now had a title on it, Beating Common Sense to Senseless Wizards and Witches Vol 2, and Fred's had Vol 1, which after opening appeared to be the same as the explanation for idiotic wizards, witches, biology, chemistry and other basic muggle subjects that even dumb magical people should know. Part 1, book they got last year, only with a different name and this time permanent. Putting the books to the side, they both got ready for breakfast. Getting out of the common room, as soon as they went beyond Sir Cadogan's painting, they were greeted by snow everywhere, and by that he means everywhere. The entire floor had a 3 feet tall snow on it and they could see the other floors weren't much different. At this point there was only one thing to do. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Chapter 116. Fred's POV. While creating Snowball War inside the castle was incredible, what made it even better was the fact they didn't do anything and couldn't be blamed. After all, no one in their right mind could imagine 2 students filling the entire school with snow. Therefore, the blame went to the other prankster group this castle had, even though only 2 of them were here right now, the Marauders. Prongs, Padfoot, Mooney and Wormtail, the Marauders, until 2 months ago they used to the twins heroes, their role models, not anymore. Knowing who they really are, not the public version, but who they are when all the masks dropped, made them disgusted. Prongs, or James Potter, who was known as a hero in the wizarding world for the actions of his son, was someone they despised long ago, ever since he threw Harry away like used garbage after being sorted into Slytherin, before even knowing he left his 1-year-old child for 10 years and barely apologized for it. The Weasley have a code of their own, family before all. As long as they consider someone family they would never abandon them. It was why they knew, 100%, that he was garbage. Wormtail, or Peter Pettigrew, who knowingly betrayed his friends and their children to Voldemort, with the encouragement of the headmaster as support. Poodfoot, or Sirius Black, who as a 16-years-old almost made his friend a murderer. And Mooney, who they would have respected. After all, he was a werewolf prankster. How awesome is that? But he became something worse than all, except, the other 3, a teacher. Anyway, those 4 deserve the screaming James Potter got from McGonagall after they convinced the professor they wouldn't know how to make snow fall in the entire school, even if they didn't do it. After the screaming was over, and both James Potter and Professor Lupin were on snow cleaning duty, came the Christmas breakfast feast, and let him tell you, it was legendary. Never mind the food, although it was great, they were talking about the surprise gift crackers, the ones they heard about from their friends who stayed before, the ones that gave many kinds of gifts, the ones they asked the headmaster to put in monster duel cards. Oh my God! I got a Santa Claus card. I got a Winter Solace ritual card. Someone want a snow monster? It doesn't work with my fire deck. Sure, only if you would take this goblin card. Those kind of talks were all around the table, making the professors smile at them, and they even heard Snape talk quietly about how they used their creativity productively, instead on pranks, which made them pale at the horror and start planning their next one. After all, they have a reputation to uphold. They were so into their next prank idea, that they almost missing Harry walking in. Harry's POV. Walking into the grand hall in the middle of breakfast usually doesn't make much noise, but this was Christmas. So, of course almost every eye in the hall was looking at him, even if just so they can say Merry Christmas. Normally, he wouldn't care, he wasn't part of the group in Slytherin that antagonize everyone, nor was he someone special people noticed, the Fidelius charm made sure of it. Yet this year has one huge difference from other years, the entire Potter family was sitting at the table right in front of him. This entire year he managed to avoid the two people who gave him away, only to come back into his life and kill his parents. He avoided eye contact, and the teacher's table, a notice me not was automatically on him whenever he noticed them, and rejected Lupin's half-assed attempts at reconnecting with him. Why avoid them? Because everyone he sees them he gets so angry he can't control his rage even with a clemency, and he isn't willing to stay close enough to say something or do something he would regret, like giving any of them a clue as to what is happening to their bank account or how telling the news about their abandonment might affect public opinion. No, he needed to do it at the right time, hit them when they are low. Now he has to survive a polite conversation with them, magic help him. Remus POV. Coming back to school wasn't an easy choice, even if he came as a professor. Even if he has the necessary qualifications to teach, at the very least more than Snape. Even if the school desperately need a competent data teacher, something it didn't have for more than 2 years. Even if he needed the job to be able to stay in the country. He wasn't willing. He wasn't willing to become the school charity project once more, the werewolf the headmaster let in, when there are 100 more he didn't. He wasn't willing to become the one in debt once more, feeling the need to do as Dumbledore say with guilt whenever he failed. No, he would rather move to the States. Yet here he was, and there are 2 reasons why: Sirius and Harry. Sirius, one of his best friends in school, who betrayed them, has escaped prison to hunt one of his nephews in all but blood. He would catch him, he have to. As for Harry, if his brother is the boy who lived, Harry is the child who was abandoned, who because of things he can't control, like his brother's fame, or his house, was thrown aside. Remus know this feeling, he felt this way with his parents ever since he was bitten. So he came to connect with him. That didn't work out. His attempt at learning about him subtly, by looking at his greatest fear and maybe convince him to talk with him about it, thus having a meal with him, was a failure, yet success. The boy ran after Neville Longbottom, never giving him the chance, yet showing he didn't care for the bad blood between the houses. He tried asking if he needed help, yet the boy showed himself to be his parents' child, having perfect test scores in the theoretical part, and being good enough in the practical. In the end he waited for a chance to get to know him. It was now. Christmas, the time of year Muggles always use for family time and to make peace, is the perfect time to talk, and to make James, Lily, Marcus and Harry talk. And even better, to make peace, he just really wanted them back as a family. Hey Harry, Merry Christmas. The look on his face was the less than impressed Remus was starting to get used to on Severus' face. Merry Christmas, Remy. The mocking tone in his voice couldn't be mistaken. Mr. Peveril. 10 points from Slytherin. Give your professor respect. Minerva, how weird was it to think about her as anything else but Professor McGonagall, yelled. I'm extremely sorry Professor, I thought for a second that we know each other intimacy. If Remus was someone else. If he wasn't a werewolf who stood against other werewolves as everyone around were shit-talking about his species without giving anyone the idea he is one. If he wasn't a marauder who withstood countless investigations about pranks they did without getting caught. If he wasn't those things, he might have cringed from the tone Harry was speaking with, and maybe the pride Severus let appear on his face, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled his nicest, most genuine smile he could manage right now and said, "It's fine Minerva, it's Christmas. Harry, you can call me however you like, Professor Lupin, Remus, Lupin, Uncle Moony, and even Remy, as long as it isn't in class. The blank look the boy had on his face made him look as if he had no answer to it, but Remus, as someone who tried most of the magical and muggle methods to relax and control his emotions, could see it was a clemency, making him almost scowl. Who could have taught this 13 years old this advanced mind technique that suppress emotions? Why would they? It's not like he's a pureblood. I would like to have a conversation with you in my office about this unreasonable anger it appears you feel about me. The deep breath the boy was talking before saying, "Yes, Professor Lupin," made him know this wouldn't be a nice, peace-filled conversation, but a conversation that needs to be held. Chapter 117. Harry's POV. The rest of breakfast was extremely awkward for Harry, with Luna at home, and his two other friends kept a secret. Harry planned on using the time of meals to study the books he didn't mind people know he studies, his muggle subjects. Yet there was one thing he didn't expect, that as he was trying to read his quantum mechanics book, Lupin was trying to have a dialogue with him, and as it was the same professor who gave him the punishment of having to use his precious time which would be better spent elsewhere to have a meaningful conversation with him about his anger issues, made Harry's patience ran extremely low. What is this book about? Nothing you would find interesting. He would rather tell him that he wouldn't understand, but he truly didn't want more time wasted in detention. Please Harry, he really wanted to punch that shameless man whenever he called him by his first name. I'm not only a professor in this grand institution, but reading theoretical books was something I enjoyed even as a child. Finding the need to roll his eyes too big to resist, Harry did just that before answering. I'm reading regarding the theory in physics that provides a description of the physical properties of nature at the scale of atoms and subatomic particles. The clueless look in the werewolf's eyes was one of the greatest things he saw on anyone's face, making him chuckle in his heart. I'm sorry. Atoms? What are those? Oh, really? To their side Professor Flitwick intervened. I heard many things regarding atoms and physics from almost every Muggleborn first year I had the pleasure to have in Ravenclaw, yet only 3 or 4 of them had more than basic information regarding the subject, and none continued to study it after getting to know magic is real. As you seem well read in it, would you be so kind as to explain more about the subject? The excitement the Ravenclaw's professor and his students who heard his shrill voice had on their face made Harry know that the only acceptable answer was yes, and as long as he wouldn't talk about the benefits these studies have on magic, nor about any dangerous subjects such as weapons, Harry would be happy to make this small step into introducing wizards to science, especially as he could use this chance to get away from the previously mentioned punishment. I would love to, Professor. The problem is that I'm far behind my schedule in regards to this book, as I'm supposed to finish it today, and with the conversation I need to have with Professor Lupin after that, I would never manage to finish it. The sharp glint in the charms professor's eyes showed he understood Harry was withholding knowledge as a way to get out of his punishment, yet before he could open his mouth a different man intertwined. As we wouldn't want to lose the chance to learn something new, I think the conversation regarding any anger issues, Professor Snape sneered those words, would be done by your head of house, me. Please Mr. Peveril, start your lesson. Professor Lupin looked as if he wanted to replay himself, yet stoked before any sound came out of his mouth. Well, sure. The first thing that needs to be understood by all of you is the basic 4 kinds of science. By the time he finished explaining basic science knowledge to all those who listened, only the 3 professors and 4 other students were still there, the rest left to either duel or join the apparently second snow war the twins were organizing in the 3rd floor. Well, I need to get back to my book. If you want more knowledge about the subject I'm sure our Muggle Studies professor would be able to answer. Harry said while moving toward the exit, using this opportunity to make the Potter professor to look incompetent. One question Mr. Peveril. The drawling of the potion professor voice made Harry pause. Why do you study Muggle subjects instead of magical? Harry could answer in many ways. He could say he studies both, though it would make people wary of his ability. He could say he does it to honor his parents, yet he would never use them as an excuse for something so minor. He could say how he plans on leaving the magical world once he finished school, as it worked too much based on your standing in society. He could even say the truth and explain how one enhanced the other, but he wasn't dumb. In the end he just said, for my enjoyment. Severus's POV. While he was sure Mr. Peveril lied to him, at least he got an answer as to why the boy keeps studying those Muggle subjects Severus himself hasn't touched since the day he became a Hogwarts student, and probably way before. I wish I could figure out why the hat gave him to your house Severus. Phileas said to him, pulling him from his thoughts as they went to the teacher's lounge. While he sometimes have a cunningness in him, you have to admit he is perfect for Ravenclaw. I will admit no such thing, Severus said, scrawling before smiling, though I admit he might have greater desire for knowledge than most Slytherin, it only means he has more brain than the other dunderheads. Oh, but he is just like Lily when Skye was still a student, not only copying the instructions but understanding them. I don't think he is anything like Lily, and even if he is, she wasn't in Ravenclaw. But she should have been. And nothing like Lily. He is a great student in all the things he does, with the exception of the practical lessons he does perfectly. In fact, if he wasn't sick a perfectionist, I would believe his average scores in the practical parts of the lesson was him getting to hide his abilities. Something tingled in the depths of his mind, yet disappeared before he could grasp on it, and he forgot it. It has nothing to do with any of that. The reason Lily did so well since the beginning of the school is that since the age of 9 we studied my mother's potions and charms books together. By the time we stopped being friends we were halfway through the 6-year books. Really? Really, and this boy, he did the same only better and all by himself. Chapter 118. Harry's POV. Going back to the room of requirements, Harry put aside the physics book as he started a few days ago reading once again books about a subject he hasn't read since the beginning of the year, alchemy. The reason he stopped reading about it was not only because of the time limit he had to find the cause to Astoria's sickness, but also because of disinterest. After reading that alchemy isn't actually about transmutations, but about the levels of change the body and magic can go throughout a person's life, and understanding the kind of change he wanted his body to go through would take time and effort, as he didn't want to only become a metamorphmagus who can change their body shape partly or a nimigus who can transform into an animal. He didn't even want to become a combination. Being able to change partially or fully into any animal didn't reach the top of his idea for a perfect body. No, he wanted a full control over his body, down to the cells and his DNA. It was only now, that his first step was over, that he managed to create spells and AI whose purpose is decoding the DNA, and that he managed to get the Greengrass to not only support him financially, as he might have money, but he knows, you should never pay for something someone else offered to, but also with books about rituals and transformations magic, not to mention getting metamorphmagus DNA and even help him get a maledictus, with his sight on one who would become well known in the future, Nagini, that he could focus on the subject. So now, when he has to wait for the books to come he can focus on what's to come after changing his body, his magic second transmutation, fire, or as he preferred to think about it, plasma. According to the books, while the first and second states are about having as much magical energy as possible, filling your magical core, he still hasn't found anything like that in his body, and waited for the solid stage for more information, with gas so much that it becomes liquid and then filling it with liquid, with the second stage also teaching you control. The third stage is where individualities are starting to show up, where your magic is getting to a stage where things you are God at are getting better and the other things becoming unusable. It both made sense and didn't at the same time. It made sense as he could see the big shots having specialties, Dumbledore and Transfigurations, Voldemort and Dark Arts, the professors and their subject, each one's of the people who can fight the main fight has their own specialties and things. Those are almost the only thing you see them use, and the higher up they are, the less you see them use other kinds of magic. Yet he can't understand why, as he only considered magic as energy till now, something that goes by the rules of science. He hasn't managed to find any reasonable explanation why specialties affect your magic so much so that as you gain the ability to go into specific higher magics, you lose your ability to perform regular kind of others. It terrified him. He didn't want to lose that ability. He liked how diverse magic is, and even more than anything else, he liked that magic made sense, that his magic followed the rules of science almost always, and it didn't help that he kept being reminded about the almost Patronus, the one magic he managed to do without the knowledge how it worked. Yes, he has no idea how the spell worked or why. The only reason he managed to do it was that he learned it young, making it a non-accidental, accidental magic. He understood the explanation the magical people gave to use it, but that, along with everything else they were taught in school, felt like the greatest bullshit anyone ever created. While he can admit words and wand movement can bring some results, he knew that without intent and real magical energy control it was just like teaching kids how to swim by throwing them into the water and watch them drown. While some might succeed, none would become Olympic swimmers. Not to mention that Harry found out by competing results, that by doing magic without the knowledge how it affects the world, especially if done wandlessly, use twice as much magical energy, making it easy to understand why even people who know wandless magic before school stop using it. Knowing the third stage of magic is known as the purifying stage, and that he would have to sacrifice parts of his magical ability for it made him swear to find another way. Chapter 119. Neville's POV. As Neville sat in the train, waiting to his friends to come and the train to move, he couldn't help but think about the bittersweet Christmas he had. Flashback. Coming back home was nice. No matter how much his grandmother berates him, he always knew it was for his own good. It is why, even though he was scared, he decided to tell her about the conflict he had with Harry, even if it was 2 years too late, and ask for her advice. Grandma. While outside the house he calls her grandmother, indoors she would forever be grandma, granny, or even Meemaw. I need some advice. What happened now, Neville? His grandmother said, knowing by his time that he did something bad. Do you remember my first friend from first year? Yes, that lovely girl, Hermione. No, Harry, the twin of Marcus who got kicked out of the Potter family. Oh, you mean the boy who you told me changed after going to Slytherin? Neville, I already told you, there is nothing wrong with being in Slytherin, my mother was one. Yes, I know that now, Neville murmured. What does you say? Speak, don't murmur, it's like you haven't learned anything from me. I said I know it now, I know all of my negative thoughts about him were misunderstandings and that I abandoned him when he needed me. By that point he was crying. Tell me everything. His grandmother demanded. And so he did, he told her everything, crying and calming down in between again and again. He told her about their first meeting, the fight after the troll incident on the first year's Halloween, about the Christmas gift which he found insulting, about him publicly destroying it, about second year and the incident with the polyjuice, and he even told her about the Bogart incident and their talk after, even if telling her what that creature changed into was harder than all else, and in the end all she did was sigh. Oh, Merlin, did I raise an idiot? Why didn't you tell me any of it before? Even if you didn't tell me anything else you should have told me about the wand not being right, especially as I only gave you the wand because you said it felt right to you and it showed sparkles. Why on earth would you say that? You always told me to try to be like my father. I thought that if I had his wand I would be closer to it. Never mind that, although we would return to the subject later. The most important thing right now is your friend, Harry. He is not my friend anymore. Oh, you can't let a friend like that, who, at the age 11 can think about you so much so that he not only finds the perfect gift, but buys it while not having much means, go. No, a friend like that you need to keep, you have to apologize to him, and not half-assed. No, this apologize need to be one that would make him fully forgive you. Especially as it took you 3 years to come to me about this. Oh, this Christmas we have a lot to do. End flashback. While he didn't rest much this Christmas, he not only got his own wand, 5-inch, medium flexibility cherry wand, with a unicorn air as a core, but he also created a battle plan, as his grandmother called it, to make Harry forgive him, as his grandmother said, as long as Harry still want, even a little bit, their friendship back, they would be friends again, and Neville couldn't wait. Chapter 120. Harry's POV. Finishing the welcome back dinner, where he heard all about Luna's trip around Scotland with her father, Harry was about to get up and go to the room of requirements for more research as he couldn't get his newfound knowledge about the third magical stage out of his head, when he noticed Longbottom was approaching him. What do you need? He said, unbothered with the way the boy in front of him flinched. Hey Harry, how was Christmas? Could have been better, what do you need? Well, I came to tell you something. Longbottom took his wand out, making Harry notice he got a new one. I guess you took my advice. Yeah, thank you, but what I wanted to say wasn't that, it was. Neville then did a quick twirl with his wand, murmuring a spell so low Harry couldn't hear it, yet music started being heard around the grand hall and the boys started to sing. I'm sorry, so sorry. That I was such a fool. I didn't know. Love could be so cruel. The shock from hearing squeaky, little Longbottom singing in a baritone voice made not just Harry, but the entire school look in shock, as the boy not only sang, but sang a Muggle song. I'm sorry, so sorry. Please accept my apology. But love was blind. And I was too blind to see, sorry. As Longbottom finished singing the last verb, Harry couldn't help but say, what the bloody hell, Longbottom? What was that for? It was the Longbottom way to apologize, something my grandfather started in the 60-foot, when he sang this song to my grandmother in the middle of a Wisengamot meeting after a fight. It is said no one can hear this song and not forgive the singer. The boy's eyes were so full of hope Harry almost felt bad with what he was about to say next, almost. Yes, I'm sure your grandmother was very touched. But, Longbottom, this song is someone you sing to someone who you care as more than a friend, someone you care about as a lover, and even if we used to be the former, like 2 years ago, we would never be the latter. You can't handle this. He ran a hand on his body to make a point. It suddenly felt like he was in a sitcom. He barely even said his punchline and the entire grand hall was filled with laughter, with the exemption of the teacher's table and a small part of the Gryffindor table, where the friends of were red and storming in his way. You slimy git. Who do you think you are? Granger screeched. Neville came to apologize to you for the little misunderstanding you and him had 2 years ago, and that's how you thank him? Humiliate him? You should be thankful someone want to be your friend. I think you are mistaken, Granger. I don't have any need to be thankful. nor must I need to forgive him. I have no need for him as a friend. True friends aren't those that care about stuff like houses. As for humiliating him, he did it himself, just like you did right now." As he said his piece, he rose from his chair and walked away, barely even noticing Luna walking near him. 1 week later. For the week, Longbottom managed to corner him every meal, from just good morning in the morning, and questioning him about his day in the evening, to the singing in the end of every launch. And every day the song was different, sometimes a famous song from the magical world like, "Listen what I say. Nothing's getting in our way. There's no fear that can stop us. And no reason to delay." Or Muggle songs like, "You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead. And you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed." He sang and sang, not caring about the detentions he got from Professor Snape nor about the laughter of other people, and although it annoyed him, he just didn't have the urge to make it stop, but other students were different. "Hey, Squib. We would like a quiet lunch." The push Flint did caused Longbottom fall back. Harry honestly didn't care much, but, unfortunately, he had near him a blonde blob of righteous joy. "Hey, don't be mean. He not only pushed away the Nargles, but he sings lovely." A sigh escaped his mouth as he joined her. "Don't worry, he won't bother you." He then looked at the fallen boy. Neville, hearing Harry saying his name, the boy raised his head toward him filled with joy. "I'm sorry, but you have to stop. While I admire your perseverance and I'm willing to forgive you, I'm unwilling to be friends with you, especially as you are still friends with 3 people who I consider less than trash. If, right now, you are willing to throw their friendship with you away, I'm willing to start our friendship anew." "You want me to throw away my friendship with them?" "No way." "Good, while I'm unwilling to be friends with you, I respect you. If you would have thrown away your friendship like you did with me, I would have considered you like them, less than trash." A handshake was the thing that classed the singing week as it will be known as in school, and while the forgiveness battle plan failed for the first time since it was made by Neville's grandfather in the 60s, it was the first time a Slytherin and a Gryffindor had a handshake with respect for one another in the Grand Hall since 1972, and for the professors, that was a win. Chapter 121. Phileas POV. The moment they all have been waiting for finally arrived. After all the duels that has been going around the school, finally, the top 50 duelists, the players with the most points, are about to have the second tournament, where the top 4 would get the founders' cards. For almost a month he used duels as a way for the students who didn't listen in class to avoid points loss and detention, and he had to admit, this game is an excellent way to see which of the students did their homework and which just copied from their friends. Another thing he did was perfecting his deck. While some players only bought strong cards they needed, and others just traded for cool cards, he understood the real need for cards most didn't. While having a deck full of strong cards is great, the things you really need to become the champion is good combos. You need a way so no matter which cards you have on hand, you can control the field, just like real dueling or chess. It was why, even though he didn't have the strongest monster cards, he was still number 2 in the game. The only one with more points than him was one of his third-year students, Susan Bones, but her Professor Binns was a cheat. "Hello to our 50 strongest duelists and the spectators, and welcome to our second dueling tournament," one of the Weasley twins said. "Today, we will make sure who is the cards king," the other one said. "We had our brightest minds sit together." "You mean you and me?" "Of course, don't bother me, we had our brightest minds sit together and think about one question, how to make sure it is really the best of the best that win. So, like always, when we have a question, we went to ask the one person who was always there for us, Mr. Filch." The laughter was so loud the twins had to stop talking for a few seconds. "And he came with the greatest proposal, to treat our game as if it was a war. So here are the rules. Each duelist will get a partner randomly assigned, they would then have to form a tag team where each person's turn is only once every 4 turns, and only by putting 500 life points worth of energy can they use their partner's cards on the field, and in the end of the game, when there are only 2 teams left, there would be an all-out game." As Phileas heard the rules he couldn't help but being impressed yet also stressed. While this way of game does create the random feeling of war, where luck can change everything between winning and losing, and you have to think of your teammate as much as yourself, it can cost him the game. Now, it is time to choose our teams. The first one is, the 13 team is Professor Flitwick and Susan Bones. Okay, the game is on. A few hours later. On our 2 final teams are, Team 5, Draco Malfoy and Oliver Wood, who managed to beat their opponents with the use of the trap card Dunderhead's potion which create random affects based on a roll, and Team 13, Professor Flitwick and Susan Bones, who combined the use of the ghost's monsters Miss Bones is known for and the charm cards the professor used to create a deadly combo. Now, the free-for-all battle begins. Seeing his opponents, Phileas knew he has at least one advantage over them. While they have used most of their magical energy at the duels before, either to activate the duels, or to use their partner's cards, he still has held of his energy, which means that while they can't use special abilities like card strengthening, he can, and should finish the duel as quick as possible, if only so that they can't recharge. Looking at his cards, he knows what to do. As your professor, I will begin. I use the spell card, Speed Dueling, which let me regular summon 2 monsters this turn instead of 1. I summon the Librarian of Hogwarts, Madame Pants, and Mrs. Norris, and wherever Mrs. Norris goes, Argus goes right behind her. I special summon Argus Filch from the deck in attack mode. I put 1 hidden card and finish my turn. Then the students each had a turn, where Mr. Malfoy learned that Madame Pants can stop 1 magic spell from activating once a turn, and where the students used their turns to destroy each other's life points and his monsters. Oliver even managed to take Susan out of the duel by using a field card Holy Zone that forbid ghost creatures. When you destroy a faculty card when Filch is on the field, your attacking monster gets detention, and works for me for 3 turns. Come to me, Acromantula. When it was finally his turn, he sacrificed his monsters and the giant spider he took from Mr. Malfoy before summoning his strongest monster, Phileas Flitwick. He strengthened his attack power to 3,500 by feeding it magic before activating the trap card Bombarda and taking all of his students out of the game. And we have our winner. Professor Flitwick became the first card's king. Now, which card will our professor take? I'm Nothing is Not a Proud Ravenclaw. Chapter 122. Harry's POV. As the months passed, while the school continued with the card duels, Harry kept his schedule on track. In his studies of Dada material he finished 7th year. He would have gone beyond it, but he couldn't find any book about advanced material, no dark arts, no old Auror's guides, no spells which needed some sacrifice, nor even any mention about souls in any book. And while he completely understood why there can't be any books about sacrifice nor any book about dark arts, as the ministry forbid it long ago, not having any book about souls. Soul-related magic couldn't be all bad. No, it was in the hands of one Albus Dumbledore, the only reason why. Another thing that improved was his transfigurations. He was now in 7th year's transfigurations both in control and in practice. The second half of the 6th year material was about transfiguring unimportant body parts of human body, transfiguring his feet to either stone or metal, and then to animal parts like making claws, and in the end to plants. The 7th year is about transfiguring important body parts, lungs, heart, head, etc. The problem was that changing your body parts was dangerous, as getting metal poisoning by transfiguring your feet and the blood in it to metal was a terrible way to die, and while he managed to get around it by using dead bodies he borrowed from closed caskets, it did make him feel guilty. Yet that brings him to the third thing he improved on. As he already stole bodies, he decided to use them for good, for science. Which meant he started once again learning medicine, leaving behind quantum mechanics and engineering for now, and started doing surgeries on the corpses he acquired while on history and divination he read about it, managing to reach 5th year out of 7 on his way to become a full-fledged doctor, which helped speed along his transfiguration. Another thing him getting bodies helped in was rituals. As per the agreement he had with the Greengrass family, he got every ritual book the family managed to get their hands on, and after scanning the books into Guy and having it read it to him while he went through his physical and magical workouts to keep in shape, Harry got theoretical understanding about rituals. Rituals, in their essence, are a combination of runes and heavy magic. As the books explain it, there are 2 kinds of magic, light and heavy. Light magic is the regular magic magical people do each day, it is the charms and transfigurations they teach us in school. Heavy magic is the one they call dark, a mistake that came from the people who only used light magic, not light as in brightness, but light as in non-heavy. Heavy magic is magic that take a lot of magic or needs something to be sacrificed to succeed. It is potions, dark arts, and rituals. While light magic takes only your magic to work and once you don't have enough it stops, heavy magic takes any payment as possible, magic, ingredients, emotions, and even parts of your soul. It can be considered as beginner's and advanced magic. Beginner's magic is based on taking the material that is in its original state and use it, like using coal to make fire. Advanced magic is like processing coal into diamonds. It loses most of its properties, yet gain unique hardness, but to do so you need pressure, the extra ingredients, emotions or other stuff are that needed pressure. Which creates the problem with most of the heavy magic, it needs tons of preparations, and specific ingredients. In fact, there is only one heavy magic that don't need preparation and it's because it is a preparation, the killing curse. A curse of which the true purpose of is to break the caster's soul, and the killing is only a side effect of the discharge, which is why only one person is known to use it regularly in fights, the one who doesn't care about his soul fragility, and the tears it caused to cast this curse even without the other preparation needed for a full Horcrux, which is why a fake Horcrux was created in either Harry or Marcus. So, after realizing what rituals are, and having no book about the dark arts, Harry decided that for him to study rituals he needed to see the effects they have on the human body, and started to use the bodies who were already transfigured and untransfigured, which were opened and closed with surgery cuts all over them, for basic rituals. He started by using a ritual that controls the level of melanin in a person's eyes, therefore granting the dead bodies different eye colors. He then moved to hair color and skin color before moving to more advanced stuff. His biggest problem were the inability to know how it might affect a person's psyche, and the lack of resources, as each ritual needed references, so if he wanted green eyes he needed a person's green eyes in a ritual. But it helped him know in knowing one thing: some materials can be exchanged with knowledge. By putting runes that explain the melanin level needed, the need for green eyes was lost. Instead he needed more magic, for which he had to be thankful for the card duels that made sure he has more than enough. His repeat use of rituals made his runes expertise grow. While he still can't curve them good enough, only doing so in class, otherwise he used Guy to do it for him, he started understanding the relationship between the faith rune has power and the fact it does. Runes never were, nor ever would be magically connected, it was always about intent and knowledge. By knowing runes are magical they become magical to you, just like how by believing saying a spell make it work. The knowledge something is true make it so with magic. Yet that raised the question, was following science and doing magic is the right way? Could it be that all his warm conforming to the rules of science just made his magic smaller, weaker than it could be? To answer this question Harry broke one of his rules, he created a new personality in his mind, one that doesn't know science. Chapter 123. Harry's POV. Creating a second personality is one of the most terrifying things a person can do to themselves, as not only whoever did it went insane, but there is always the risk the new personality would take control, as it would gain its own emotions and won't want to die, which, in case it succeed would mean the original personality death. Harry knew very well about that, as the first time he created another personality the only reason he managed to destroy the second personality is because it was young and they merged, which led to him acquiring a normal person's level of EQ. This time, Harry was unwilling to even consider let the second personality to grow, preferring to destroy it and creating new ones once a month if it must, thinking he would find out his worries about science wrong and that magic is a not yet understood science that follows the rules of the universe. And as merging a personality with someone whose entire disposition is that magic is miracle would destroy his entire personality, he wouldn't let this personality in. On the other hand, if he finds out it is real, that he was mistaken until now, he might have to consider splitting his needed memories, his core ones, and planting them in a new personality with its disposition toward magic his belief before destroying the original personality, himself. He truly hoped he didn't have to, but he won't be able to live with himself with the idea that his magic is limited because of small-mindedness. From now on he would live every day twice, one as Harry, when he would continue his studies, and once as DJ, his new personality, when he would stay in the Chamber of Secrets and study magic without any knowledge about science or magic itself, not including magical energy control. As he used his occlumency to program DJ's mind, he won't be aware of Harry, nor about the outside world. The only thing that would be on his mind are his tasks, which Harry would put every day in his mind, and the way to do them, trough the power of belief. 1 month later. Harry's POV. Controlling a desperate conscience is extremely troublesome. For the last month Harry had to prevent 8 accidents where the second personality would develop more than it wanted it to. 5 of them were because of the 2 soul shreds he had in his mind that seemed, while weak, able to influence pure minds. The other 3 were because of one thing Harry hadn't considered before starting the experiment, the need to create. Throughout history, and whether it's magical didn't matter, the reason ideas were made was because of need. They were cold, created fire; hungry, created food; bored, created games. Every creation was driven by need, and by having no need, Harry made sure DJ had no idea what to create, so it could only play with the magic it has, which led to the second personality's first discovery: Lumos is in fact pure magic. While not the biggest revelation, and something a lot of people speculated about, being able to see the inner mind of someone with no knowledge with the exception about how to control its magic bring pure magic to the surface was fascinating, especially, as it brought out another revelation: magical energy goes through both the circulatory system and the nervous system. When you have to control your magic, control your intent, and think about the knowledge needed to create magic, you can't focus about the path in which the magic goes in your body, especially with its speed, and that he didn't know where to begin, and while he still don't, since he had his focus freed, he managed to understand how it comes to your hands. Anyway, once Harry understood he can't expect the personality to have ideas of its own, he started putting concepts in its mind, and the results were interesting. While physical things like the creation of fire and water, transfigurations and charms worked, they demanded more energy, making the speculation that magic can be used without knowledge yet it need more power correct. It is only when it came to the magic that demanded and needed belief like runes that something changed. Runes, or the paintings he created as runes, worked perfectly, able to perform whatever DJ wanted them to do, and not only that, but with less energy than Harry could do with proved runes, confirming the thought that belief does have impact on the performance of magic, making Harry even more confused than before he started the experiment. Is it belief or knowledge that magic used to work? Is it science or miracles? As Harry hasn't managed to find the answer, he destroyed the second personality, promising himself to keep thinking of solutions to his problems. Meanwhile he did the experiment, his other studies progressed. His medicine was nearing the 6th year material. In transfiguration he finally managed to change a part of body without destroying it, and his rituals were progressing to more and more advanced stuff, yet there were 4 things he was the most proud of. 1. His control. As he learned how magic moves inside the body, Harry has taken on himself to make sure he can use magic from every part of his body as good as he can do it from the hands. Right now he can already use his right leg to cast as good and started working on his left. 2. Blacksmithing. After Halloween, when he started working on true blacksmithing, he finally understood the difference between goblins' artifacts and regular artifacts. While regular artifacts need you to actively put your magic in it, the goblins' artifacts do it passively, meaning that by holding the artifact your magic is automatically being drawn in and activates the magical properties of the artifact, making it possible to use it while using your own magic at the same time. Right now he can only put small meaning into the metal and only to the side of a bracelet. 3. Potions. After 6 months of erratic hours, Harry managed to help Professor Snape to create the Felix Felicis, and while he hasn't done much, only stirring it when needed, and once adding a sprig of lavender when needed, the exposure to the making of this potion made Harry's understanding of potions raise to a level where he felt he can create a 5th year potion with only knowing its name and effects, without stirring it once. 4. Brooms. After the second tournament, when the need of creating new cards and dual discs was put onto Guy, who can use the magic stored in the magical energy container to create them, Harry, Luna and the twins moved on to a new project, creating their own brooms. With a few stolen school brooms, Harry's Firebolt, and the book called Basic Enchant Your Own Broom, Harry bought with his father, they started their creations. He might have cried a little when he opened it for the first time and saw his father's notes of cool ideas and stuff that can be better by using technology. By the time the end of the year test was near, they had a basic prototype of the broom they wanted to create. Harry felt it was an extremely productive year, with the only true downside was that he had to see the Potters every day. Chapter 124. Harry's POV. Time kept flying by, as it usually does whenever you have fun, and even with all the experiments Harry did, he had fun alright. And now even the end of the year exams have ended, and with tonight being a full moon, he knew it's the night when the Marauders' confrontation, and he wanted a front sit. The one problem he had is that Lupin didn't have the map, nor was he willing to give something that can be used against him to anyone, which was why, after conversing with the twins and getting their notes in the map, he created his own, before burning the map, leaving only the Whomping Willow and the Shrieking Shack. The map in fact isn't that hard to create, but understanding of its reason of operation is a harder thing to do. Based on his understanding, it works on the basis of energy radiation. Like most energies, magical leaves traces, and magical people leave traces that are specific to them, and by connecting a specific name to a radiation you can follow them. It was what the Ministry of Magic does, but they connect the trace to a wand, and a wand to a person, which is why you can do wandless magic without getting caught during the summer. The reason the map can trace people around even without the wands and show the names of the people is because of the Hogwarts magical quill. The quill, which can detect every magical child's birth in Britain and know their names and location, and while he has no idea how it works, by using a simple spell, it is possible to use its detection ability to create the map. The only reason no one has created a map for all around Britain is because the quill can't show as much precision on the country's scale. Sure, it can only show where people spend most of their time and do magic, not where they are currently, but for the castle. No problem. It took him 2 days of going around the castle at night invisible, taking photos anywhere, with the exception of the professors' and headmasters' offices, before giving them to Guy for it to create the Marauders map 2.0 on it, digitized. Then it took another night to get to the quill and use a combination of the Protean charm and the Point Me charm between the map and the quill, and use on the map the Hominum Revelio charm and runes to make the map to show the people. Harry could have made the map just like the original one, only with better map, yet, he decided to take it a step farther, by keeping the map inside Guy, and making an earring connected to Guy by another Protean charm, he created an alarm system in Hogwarts to which he is connected without the need to look, and as the connection is going both ways he can not only ask Guy to search for a specific person, but as long as he has an idea for Guy to do, he can say it immediately, not to mention that as. The charm has no distance problems, as long as you feed it enough magic, it meant he has Guy with him anywhere he want. Of course when he explained the twins why he has an earring they wanted one each so they all can talk during the summer vacation, and then Luna wanted one also, which was why Harry now had 2 earrings, and why the twins were terrified to go home, as they remembered about their mother. Anyway, it took him a week of preparation to be ready for this, and now he goes to face the one he avoided the entire year, Remus Lupin. Remus POV. Remus had a pretty good year. He had his 2 friends and their son near him all the time. He managed to keep the job for the entire year without anyone realizing he's a werewolf, and even had wolfsbane delivered to him. The only thing he didn't manage to get a chance to do is have a meaningful conversation with the one person he wanted the most, Harry. Harry was such a unique boy, he was quite in class, never raising his hand to answer the questions asked, yet answers correctly whenever called upon. He has no friends in school except for one a year below him, and while he seems to be the number one in the theoretical part of every class, his classmates doesn't seem to really notice him. He hoped Harry would want extra lessons, as his practicals left much to be desired, yet the boy didn't. He waited for him to do something he could give him detention for, yet with the exception of one event at Christmas, as far as Remus can tell at least, the boy was like the perfect student. In the end, Remus gave up and waited for the boy to approach him, and it seems the wait was finally over, even if he is a bit sad it took till the end of the year. "Hello Mr. Peveril, what can I do for you?" He wanted to call him Harry, yet he knew from Christmas he can't force this. "Hey Professor Lupin, can I ask you a question?" "If it's about your grade then." "Not at all, it's about something else." Harry interrupted him. "Sure, but only if I can ask you one myself." It was his opening with Harry and he won't lose it. "Very well, I found a few weeks ago a piece of what seemed to be a magical map belonging to one Wormtail. After asking Professor Snape about it he said it was a nickname your friend had. Who is he?" "I want to return it to him." Remus felt shock. The map he and James were searching for the entire year as a way to catch Black was found by Harry. "Can I see it?" "If I'm not mistaken it is one I did with my 3 friends." The boy looked conflicted before taking a piece of paper out of his pants, making Remus' heart sink. The piece, small enough to show only the grounds or the last floor of the castle, won't be nearly enough of help catching Black. Yet, with nostalgia, Remus took his wand out, put it on the paper, and said the words, "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." If it was the full map you would have been able to see the names of the 4 friends on it, yet this piece only showed Wormtail, and even the W was chipped. Seeing the name disappear and the map activates, Remus took one look to understand which place was seen, the place he used to spend every month in as a werewolf, the Shrieking Shack, yet what terrified him was finding out that 3 people were inside, Sirius Black, Ron Weasley and Peter Pettigrew. All thoughts left his mind. He no longer thought of Harry, and what question to ask him. No longer thought about what job should he search for next year. He ever forgot about this being a full moon. Only one thing was on his mind, Sirius, Peter. The names were swirling inside his mind as he knew there must be an explanation for why Peter is still alive, and if he is, why did Sirius went to jail for? Saying a quick goodbye, Remus ran as fast as he could outside, hoping he would get an answer before something irreversible would happen, barely remembering to cast Patronus with a massage for James. It is time for a Marauder reunion. Harry's POV. Watching Lupin running for the Shrieking Shack, Harry almost felt guilty as he casted a Confutus charm on the man as he ran together with him, only with a Notice Me Not charm casted on him. "You found the map, no one gave it to you, nor did anyone met you at your office." Yes, he almost felt guilty. Chapter 125. James POV. James has a headache. No, he wasn't sick, and he didn't have an hangover. The reason he has a headache is this letter from Gringotts. Getting a letter from Gringotts is never good, they aren't like Muggle bankers, as Lily loves telling him. Gringotts don't care for their clients, they don't give monthly information on the state of your gold, nor do they give financial advice. They keep your gold, and that's it. The only reason they would ever send you a letter, is if your gold has lessened or grown considerably. And his didn't grow. The letter, which he read more than a few times, went like that. "Dear Mr. Potter. Your gold has decreased past the minimum requirement for our deep-end vaults, therefore has been moved to one of our upper vaults. Your new vault is 1268. Pleasure to do business with you. Gringotts." He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could this happen? The Potter family was always wealthy, and even if the past 2 wars had drained the wealth considerably, the defeat of Voldemort by Marcus' hand gave it all back, and more. People all around the country sent them gifts, dying people with no descendants gave them their wealth, they grew in wealth to the point they were as rich as the Malfoy were. And yes, they might have threw around their money, getting the best of everything, but they deserved it. Not to mention that with his job as an Auror, he should have covered most of their expenses, and Lily's current job also pays nicely, making it even less reasonable for them to be in this situation. Something is wrong, something isn't right, he needs to go to Gringotts as soon as possible. Just as he was about to get out from his and Lily's room, planning to get out of Hogwarts before apparating, Remus Patronus came to him. "James, I found a part of the map," Remus' voice came out of the wolf. "Sirius is in the Shrieking Shack with Marcus' friend, and Wormtail, I don't know how, but he is alive, come quickly." The Patronus disappeared, leaving the room alone with only James in a shocked state for a second, before he started to run as quick as possible, forgetting about his money for the time being. Harry's POV. As he requested, Guy kept him updated on all of the players' movements. It told him about the entry of Marcus and his friends under the Whomping Willow to save Ron, it told him about Dumbledore not leaving his office, about Professor Snape going near Lupin's office, and about James Potter sprinting toward their location. Reaching to the Shrieking Shack together with Lupin, he could hear Sirius say, "You've got to listen to me." Harry could almost smell the urgency in his voice now. "You'll regret it if you don't understand." "I understand a lot better than you think." Harry recognized this voice as Marcus, whose voice shook more than ever. "You never saw my father on July 23rd, the day his parents took you home, never saw his face full of tears as he thinks of his brother in all but blood, who betrayed him. You never saw him on November 3rd, when he cry and drink himself to sleep as he keeps telling me stories about Wormtail, my godfather, who you killed. You haven't seen my mother, every Halloween, trying as hard as she can to understand how I survived. You haven't heard her talking about friends, how uncomfortable she feels around people who aren't family, and all of this is because you betrayed them." Harry almost laughed. It seemed this day is full of information, not only about their suffering, something that made him extremely happy, but also the fact that no one knows how they managed to survive the killing curse, as it was something that worried him, as it couldn't be like the original, where the reason for survival is the sacrifice of Lily, and made him add another project to his list. Although Harry stopped to listen, Lupin didn't, yet the screaming of Marcus managed to prevent the soles of his run from being heard, which is why when the door was opened so quickly and an Expelliarmus was shouted, it managed to scare everybody, except Harry, who seconds before had Guy telling him Lupin was about to enter. Deciding it was the best time to enter, Harry summoned a stick, and went inside, managing to listen to the conversation. "Where is he, Sirius?" The silence was prominent. But then, Lupin muttered, "Why hasn't he shown himself before now? Unless he was the one, unless you switched, memory charms, without telling me." By the time Lupin understood, Harry arrived to the Shrieking Shack, feeling sorry he has no popcorn as he watched the story rolling. "Uncle Mooney," Marcus interrupted loudly, "what's going on?" As the two friends watched each other intensely for a second before Lupin lowered his wand, Harry felt like they are about to kiss, yet instead, Lupin just pulled Sirius up into a hug, making Granger scream. "I don't believe it. You. Hermione. You and him." "Hermione, calm down." Hermione shrieked. "I've been covering up for you." "Hermione, listen to me, please," Lupin shouted. "I can explain." "How could you? My father and mother cared for you. I cared for you. Why would you do it? Why betray us? Is it just because you are a werewolf?" The hurt look on Lupin's face was entertaining enough to watch, as the racist comment seemed to stab him in the heart. The knowledge of Lupin's disease seemed to take everyone by surprise with the exception of Hermione and Sirius, making Neville back away and Ron trying to, only to whimper of pain. Lupin made toward him, looking concerned, yet before he had a chance, James Potter jumped through the open door with his wand up. "Get away from him, Mooney, or I will hurt you." "Dad! James, you don't understand, he is innocent." "Don't tell me he is innocent. He betrayed us to Voldemort, he killed Wormtail." "No, he didn't, Wormtail is alive, haven't you heard the Patronus? I might have blanked out midway, but he still betrayed us to Voldemort. He was our secret keeper." "No, I wasn't." For the first time since Lupin came in, Sirius talked. "We switched, you said it was the best prank ever, someone must have memory charmed you." But, not having any way to refute, Potter Sr. said, "Wormtail, where is he?" The two friends pointed at the same person, Ron Weasley. "Take out the rat." Sirius said coldly. "What?" said Ron. What's Scabbers got to do with it? Everything, said Lupin. Could we see him, please? Ron hesitated, looked toward James Potter who nodded, then put a hand inside his robes. Scabbers emerged, thrashing desperately. Ron had to seize his long bald tail to stop him escaping. Shit, 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 the missing bloody toe. James started to curse as he noticed the rat's looks. What? Ron said again, holding Scabbers close to him, looking scared, now from horror too. What's my rat got to do with anything? That's not a rat, croaked Sirius Black suddenly. What do you mean? Of course he's a rat. No, he's not, said Lupin quietly. He's a wizard. An animagus, said Black, by the name of Peter Pettigrew. Harry had to admit, for two people who hasn't met in a long time they can complete each other's sentences almost as good as the twins. You're both mental. Ron yelled. Ridiculous, said Hermione faintly. Peter Pettigrew's dead, said Marcus. He killed him 12 years ago. He pointed at Black, whose face twitched convulsively. I meant to, he growled, his yellow teeth bared, but little Peter got the better of me, not this time, though. And Crookshanks was thrown to the floor as Sirius lunged at Scabbers. Ron yelled with pain as Sirius's weight fell on his broken leg. Sirius, no. Lupin yelled, launching himself forwards and dragging Sirius away from Ron again. Wait. You can't do it just like that, they need to understand, we've got to explain, James need answers. The last one calmed Sirius down. All right, then, he said, without taking his eyes off the rat. Make him appear, show the proof they need. But make it quick, Remus. I want to commit the murder I was imprisoned for. I will do it quickly. A flash of blue-white light erupted from his wands. For a moment, the rat was frozen in midair, his small gray form twisting madly. Ron yelled, the rat fell and hit the floor. There was another blinding flash of light and then, as Harry has seen once already, the rat has changed shape into a man. Peter, the one person in this place who would do what he think is right and not what's easy, even if it means betraying his friends. He looked around at them all, his breathing fast and shallow. Harry saw his eyes dart to the door and back again, searching for an escape as he knew he has a job to do. Well, hello, Peter, said Lupin pleasantly, as though rats frequently erupted into old school friends around him. Long time, no see. Sirius, our Remus, James, even Pettigrew's voice was squeaky, as he kept maintaining his act. If Harry hadn't questioned him already, he would believe the man. Again, his eyes darted toward the door. My friends, my old friends. Sirius's one arm rose, but Lupin seized him around the wrist, gave him a warning look, then turned again to Pettigrew, his voice light and casual. We've been having a little chat, Peter, about what happened the night you died. Would you mind explaining us how you didn't? Remus, gasped Pettigrew, and Harry could see beads of sweat breaking out over his pasty face, making him impressed. How good of an actor can one be? You don't believe him, do you? He tried to kill me, James. So we've heard, said James coldly. I'd like to clear up one or two little matters with you, Peter, if you'll be so. He's come to try and kill me again. Pettigrew squeaked suddenly, pointing at Sirius and seeing James in different eyes, making his decision to whom to talk to easier. He tried to kill Lily and James, tried to kill the twins, tried to kill me, and now he's going to try again. You've got to help me, Remus. No one's going to try and kill you until we've sorted a few things out, said Lupin. Sorted things out, squealed Pettigrew, looking wildly about him once more, eyes taking in the boarded windows and, again, the only door. I knew he'd come after me. I knew he'd be back for me. I've been waiting for this for 12 years. Harry felt like Peter wasn't really trying to convince anyone, only to buy time, something he didn't really need to do as according to Guy, Professor Snape has arrived. You knew Sirius was going to break out of Azkaban, said Lupin, his brow furrowed. When nobody has ever done it before. He's got dark powers the rest of us can only dream of. Pettigrew shouted shrilly. How else did he get out of there? I suppose he who must not be named taught him a few tricks. Before anyone could say something else, 3 Expelliarmuses were shot from an empty spot, where Professor Snape appeared from a second later. The potions professor was slightly breathless, but his face was full of suppressed triumph. You're wondering, perhaps, how I knew you were here, he said, his eyes glittering. I've just been to your office, Lupin. You forgot to take your potion tonight, so I took a gobletful along. And very lucky I did, lucky for me, I mean. Lying on your desk was a certain map. One glance at it told me all I needed to know. I saw you running along this passageway and out of sight. Severus, Lupin began, but Snape overrode him. I've told the headmaster again and again that you two are helping your old friend Black into the castle, Lupin and Potter, and here's the proof. Not even I dreamed you would have the nerve to use this old place as your hideout. Snape, you're making a mistake, said James urgently. You haven't heard everything. Sirius is not here to kill Marcus. Oh, I heard enough. He is here to kill Pettigrew, who, according to Black, is the true betrayer. Don't worry, I will get everything straight. Justice would be served. The look of hope on all of the Marauders' face was hilarious, especially as Harry could almost taste how Professor Snape was going to continue his sentence. Pettigrew would go to Azkaban, and Black would get his kiss. What little color there was in Sirius' face left it. But I didn't do anything. Didn't you? At the very least you tried to turn me into a werewolf, not to mention kill me. The fire of hate the man had for this person felt as great as the hate Harry felt for the Potters. I call upon your life debt, James said, leave this place for tonight. It felt as if someone just cursed the man, not as if he was actually cursed to do as asked. There was no magic in this debt, yet Harry could see that the honor of the potion professor demanded he would listen. Fine, would clean this debt to you. He tossed the captured wands toward their owners, and with a swirl of his robes the professor left, not before taking a glance toward where Harry was and smirking. Let's continue. Would you mind tell us, Peter, why have you made all of us think you are dead? Even if he was taught tricks, why would he come after you? Why won't he go after James? Lily? Marcus? Why you? Why would an innocent man would want to spend 12 years as a rat? Innocent, but scared, squealed Pettigrew. If Voldemort's supporters were after me, it was because I put one of their best men in Azkaban, the spy, Sirius Black. How dare you, Sirius growled, sounding suddenly like the burst-sized dog he had been. I, a spy for Voldemort? When did I ever sneak around people who were stronger and more powerful than myself? But you, Peter, I'll never understand why I didn't see you were the spy from the start. You always liked big friends who'd look after you, didn't you? It used to be us, me, Remus and James. Peter wiped his face again, he was almost panting for breath. Me, a spy, must be out of your mind. Never, even James can tell you were the secret keeper. I supposed to be. Lily and James only made you secret keeper because I suggested it, Sirius hissed, so venomously that the rat Animagus took a step backward. I thought it was the perfect plan, a bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me, would never dream they'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters. Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin, said Granger timidly. Can I say something? Certainly, Hermione, said Lupin courteously. Well, Scabbers, I mean, this man, he's been sleeping in Marcus' dormitory for 3 years. If he's working for you-know-who, how come he never tried to hurt Marcus before now? There, said Pettigrew shrilly, pointing at Ron with his main hand. Thank you. You see, Remus? I have never hurt a hair of Marcus' head. Why should I? I'll tell you why, said Sirius. Because you never did anything for anyone unless you could see what was in it for you. Voldemort's been in hiding for 15 years, they say he's half dead. You weren't about to commit murder right under Albus Dumbledore's nose, for a wreck of a wizard who'd lost all of his power, were you? You'd want to be quite sure he was the biggest bully in the playground before you went back to him, wouldn't you? Why else did you find a wizard family to take you in? Keeping an ear out for news, weren't you, Peter? Just in case your old protector regained strength, and it was safe to rejoin him. As the conversation continued, Sirius telling all of them if the escape, Harry made his way to the exit as he finally understood why he couldn't shake the feeling that Pettigrew was making sure to keep this conversation as long as possible, planning his escape. He was waiting for Lupin's transformation, planning to escape just as he did in the books, and Harry needed to prepare to it. Chapter 126. Harry's POV. Sneaking back outside was a lot harder than sneaking in, as not only was James Potter standing near the door, but it was also closed, as to prevent Peter from escaping. Luckily, Harry had 2 cheats. Silencing everything near him as long as it wasn't near the 8 people, Harry took out his invisibility cloak, and made sure it is covering everything it could before saying one word Dobby. No matter what you say, Harry would have told you Dobby is the best house elf he could ever ask for. It wasn't just the way he screamed everything or how he was always happy to do whatever he was asked to do, no, that was like every elf. It was the fact that he liked to learn new things. You see, most house elves Harry met, in the kitchen, were a lot like pure bloods, not in the way of looking down on people with lesser blood, though if you hear them talk about free elves you would feel the disdain, but in the way of traditions. It always was like that. it will always be like that. Harry didn't know how many times he heard an elf say something like that whenever he tried to understand their traditions or magic, usually magic. Dobby was like a sponge full of excitement, eager to learn new things, someone who was pretty close in character to Harry, and with the exception of his 6 meals a day, sometimes even more, and cleaning the apartment every few days, Dobby didn't have much to do. So Harry asked the little guy to learn, rest and have fun, something the boy did by buying books, or more specifically, comic books. The elf became enchanted with superheroes, villains, and more than all, ninjas. All of this reflected on the elf. If in the books the elf was obsessed with socks, wearing them all over his body in every color and a big smile on his head, now he was only wearing black, and even his head is covered in a cloth, and, while he won't tell anyone, he kind of promised the elf a sword and shurikens. The only thing that stayed the same, is his loud personality. The elf just didn't understand the need for quiet, which is why Harry made sure to always put silencing charm when he summons Dobby. Pop. Harry summoned Dobby. How can Dobby help? Hey Dobby, I need you to bring me the KW case from the apartment, and then take me out of here. Waiting a few seconds, Harry continued to watch as the 4 friends continued their conversation/argument. How could you, Peter? I thought of you as brother, I made you a godfather of my son. He was too strong, he forced me. You have never felt his power. The tears seemed to be so genuine that Harry couldn't help but wonder whether the rat animagus was talking about Voldemort or Dumbledore. Dobby returned with another pop. I found it, Harry, your KW case. Where do you want to go to? Just outside. Harry said as he put the invisibility cloak around them while making sure the notice me not charm is on. Taking Harry's hand, Dobby popped to near the shrieking shack, before popping away. Take off your invisibility before I stun you. A wand was touching his back, with the voice of his potions professor near his ear. Cursing under his breath for not preparing for the possibility of the professor being outside, ready to catch everyone, Harry slowly took his invisibility cloak off. So Mr. Peveril, would you mind telling me what you're doing here after curfew? Deciding it wasn't the best time to joke around, Harry swallowed the comment, I won't say anything without my lawyer. Instead he said his previously prepared excuse, well, when you see your professor create a Patronus saying a fugitive and a dead person are at the same place you can only do one thing, follow him without his notice and find out more. But, Professor, how did you find me? Harry knew the professor knew he was inside the shack as he had the piece of the map near him, and even without it, the notice me not and invisibility charm he had on himself isn't something hard to notice if you pay attention, but how did he manage to notice him with the cloak? The noise you did reveal your location, which bring me to the second question, where did you learn apparition, and more importantly, how can you do it in Hogwarts? Swearing in his heart to never again use apparition to a not secure location, Harry decided to change the subject as quick as possible. A trade secret, but never mind that, we have to escape. Professor Lupin is a werewolf who and he hadn't drink his daily dose of wolfsbane. Professor Snape became as white as death, cursing under his breath about stupid old goats and idiotic werewolves, before starting to run away, dragging Harry with him. As they neared the castle they managed to hear an howl. Go straight to your room, and don't you dare come out. The professor said before running in the direction of the headmaster's office. Harry didn't go to his room, he went to the one person he could trust to give him everything he needs, even alibi, the one who needed him to do what he's about to do even more than he did. He went to Daphne. Daphne's POV. Harry coming for a favor isn't something that happened every day. In fact, it has never happened before, even after they came to their agreement in Christmas for their family to help him as much as he needed, which is weird, when someone gives you unlimited wishes, who on his right mind not agree to it? But that was Harry, never doing as expected. And of course, when he finally asked for something, it would be a simple request, that any friends would do for each other. Will you duel me? I need my mind to calm down for a few hours. Thus began the 5 games between Harry and Daphne, in which she won all of them, and it wasn't because she was good, but, as far as she can tell, it was the first games he has ever played. It was like, while he knew the rules, and had better understanding of cards than she had, yet his combinations were non-existent, full of holes, and overall, bloody sucked. Seeing the person who always seemed all-knowing in that situation made her smile and laugh so much her jaw hurt. Which was probably why he kicked her out of the room. Smiling as she went back to the common room, she couldn't help but wonder what did he need distraction from. Harry's POV. He could have asked Daphne to just give him alibi and get ready for his self-imposed mission, but he truly didn't want this past hour and a half to be used to compliment what he's about to do. He can say it is for Astoria, that it is her only chance, that he won't have another chance, that the man deserves it. It would all be lies. Sure, Astoria would benefit from this action, but he doesn't really care for her. This action wasn't her only chance. He can keep researching the self-transfiguration methods. Even if he doesn't, there are others, more deserving ones, Greyback for example. No, Harry can lie to the whole world, but not to himself. Doing so would land him in the same position as Dumbledore. Harry is doing it for one reason, and one reason only. He does it because this is war. Not the war of light versus dark, nor the war of pure bloods versus muggleborns. This is a war of vengeance, where only one side can survive, and Harry would make sure it is his side, no matter what. This is the true reason why he is about to kill Remus Lupin. Chapter 127. Harry's POV. As Harry held his KW case in one hand and turned the Time Turner's hourglass with the other, he kept reminding himself why he does it. Lupin was innocent, that was something he knew from his classes, as while he doesn't talk about it much, whenever the man talks about the way a man should behave, talks about right and wrong, about morals, the man has a passion in his eyes you can't fake. A man like that can't know about cold-blooded killing and be fine with it. Remus Lupin was innocent, and the only reason he's about to disappear from this world is his loyalty and chooses of friends. As he stopped turning the Time Turner, he appeared in his room at the time he walked out of the Shrieking Shack, about the time when Professor Snape caught him. Putting the invisibility cloak on him, Harry silenced his legs and walked out of his room, making sure no one noticed him. Getting out of the castle and into the Forbidden Forest was extremely easy, making Harry wonder why none of the headmasters since the start of school has never put any war to stop anyone from coming in. The howl he heard before he came back in time told him he needed to move northwest, and 5 minutes to his run he saw them. Lupin was at the back, holding Pettigrew as a prisoner with the manacles on him, and two of the Gryffindor students close to him, Granger and Neville, as they talked to Lupin about something, looking like they were trying to ignore the fight the other people were in. Up front the other two Gryffindor students were, Ronald Weasley being floated as he seemed to be crying about his leg, and Marcus who was listening to the fight the two marauders were having. But why? I understand you being angry with him going to Slytherin and kicking him out of the house, not saying it was the right thing to do, but I understand. But leaving him as a baby? How could you do it? I didn't have a choice, okay? Both Lily and the headmaster told me it's the right thing to do, that letting him grow in the shadow of his famous twin would cause hate to grow in him, that we need to focus on Marcus as he need to be ready for when Voldemort returns. So you threw away your unwanted son like garbage? No, we left him with Lily's sister, and he was never unwanted. I wanted him. So why does you listen to them? Where was the man who pranked anyone who he felt deserved it? Where was the man who heard about Snevellis walking to his death and Rashi to save him? He died. James screamed at the fugitive. He died when he found out his best friend, his brother in all but blood, betrayed him. It wasn't me. Sirius whispered. I know that now, James said as he rubbed his head in pain, but my memories still say it's you, and even now I need to remind myself it wasn't. Think about my side of the story, waking up in my ruined house, running upstairs, crying to Merlin that my family is alive as I know in my heart they are dead. Finding out they are alive, the relief I felt, only for the sinking realization it means you were tortured, and probably dead yourself. 3 days of looking for you non-stop in the Death Eaters' houses, interrogating them the best I can only to find out you killed Wormtail. Realizing you betrayed us, I was a mess, drank for weeks. By the time I came out of it, my firstborn was gone, Marcus barely knew who I am, the story the world was told about what happened that night was changed for the death of Lily's parents, my wife changed, and you were found guilty. My life were destroyed the day Voldemort came, but the one who destroyed them wasn't him, it was you. Me? You blame me? No, I blamed you, now I blame Wormtail. Hearing James' story was extremely interesting to Harry, and if the reason for Harry's revenge was their abandonment of him, he would have forgiven him, but his hate was about the death of his parents, and he didn't care if James or Lily killed them, they would all pay. Stealing his emotions, Harry opened his case, taking out his already built rifle from the expended space, as could see the moment he was waiting for arrived. A cloud shifted. There were suddenly dim shadows on the ground. Their party was bathed in moonlight. Harry could see Lupin's body getting rigid. Then his limbs began to shake. Oh, shit, Harry heard James say. He didn't take his potion tonight. He's not safe. Run, Sirius yelled. Run. Now. There was a terrible snarling noise. Lupin's head was lengthening. So was his body. His shoulders were hunching. Hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, which were curling into clawed paws. While the students were running away, Marcus taking control over the floating spell Ronald was in, Sirius and James disappeared from their side. Transforming, in place of them there was an enormous, bear-like dog bounded forward together with a delicate, yet strong stag. As the werewolf wrenched itself free of the manacle binding it, to Pettigrew, the dog seized it about the neck and pulled it backward. And the stag was with him, ramming his horns at the beast's body. While everybody were busy, Pettigrew managed to pick up Lupin's dropped wand and free himself before transforming into a rat and disappearing. While the werewolf was strong, it couldn't deal with the two animagus together, it was hurt and running away. Aiming at the werewolf, Harry waited till it was gone from regular sight before shooting 5 times, hitting him twice on the back and once on the leg. The thing about werewolves in their beast form is that they have immunity for most magics, so unless he used the killing curse or a similar spell, taking down a werewolf with magic is pure stupidity, therefore making it a terrifying beast in the eyes of the magical people. On the other hand, as could be seen by the fight between the 3 shape-shifting wizards, physical attacks works just fine, making it like a lion with rabies for anyone without magic, scary, but not a nightmare. The rifle wasn't a regular one, but a tranquilizer, each of its bullets filled with Muggle sedatives, so the resistance to magic won't stop it from working. As he took the werewolf out, the group of 6 were running in the other direction, moving toward the castle. Opening his case again, he levitated a huge cage, before levitating the ground on which the werewolf was lying on and put it, with the werewolf in the cage. Feeling the cold that showed the Dementors are close, Harry quickly summoned his Patronus, before walking to the shrieking shack, the cage moving with him, as he was going to wait for the morning to do the last boot of his plan, when Remus Lupin would be no more. James POV. It was all wrong, both his heart and mind was fighting each other, one blaming Sirius and the other blaming Peter, respectively. And, as he saw Padfoot lying there, crying for help as the Dementors came closer, James tried to summon a happy memory, yet couldn't, all his thoughts were full of guilt and sadness, he felt he was about to die, about to let Sirius die, Marcus die. No, summoning his determination for his son to live, he managed to throw away all his negative thoughts as he focused on his happiest memory, one that he hasn't used in years, not since they left Harry, the day his children were born. Expecto Patronum, he roared, the stag Patronus leaving his wand as it attacked the Dementors, taking more and more magic as he repelled the soul-sticking demons. As the last one left, James saw a blurry figure with a long beard. Headmaster, was his final words before everything went black. Chapter 128. Harry's POV. Waiting for the night to pass was the most nerve-wracking thing Harry has ever done, as with a werewolf in cage near you, who would dare to sleep? Which is why, the moment Lupin changed to his original form, even as he cried of the pain, Harry already asked Dobby to take them to the Chamber of Secrets. As they arrived, Harry once again took a look at the chamber. It was still racked from last year, the statue crumbled, and the entry even more so, yet the giant snake was no more, with him already devoured the meat, the blood drained, and the venom sacs extracted, all that was left from that magnificent creature was the bones, which were collected in case of need. Harry. Turning back as he heard his name being called, Harry saw Lupin stopped crying and instead looked at him in shock. Professor Lupin. You are the werewolf. The shock needed to look genuine for what he is about to do. Harry. Why am I in a cage? Let me out. Letting you out. You're a werewolf. You have to be locked up. And don't call me that. No, Mr. Peveril, only my wolf side should be locked, I'm no danger to you. But, you're a werewolf. Yes I am, but you shouldn't judge me on what I am, but on who am I and the people who trust me. And who trusts you knowing you are a werewolf? The headmaster is an example, Auror Potter is another. Harry almost snickered, trust Lupin to bring up 2 of the people Harry trusted the least. I don't know, you can't seriously expect me to trust you. I would be willing to take an oath. No, even I can tell there are multiple ways to sneak against an oath. Is there any way you would be willing to trust me? It's not like you can expect me to stay in this cage forever, right? Harry made sure he looks like he was thinking for a few moments, as he knew once he does the next thing there is no going back. I might have a way, I recently learned there are ways to extract memories and watch them, after learning about it, I bought a device that let me do it. If I can do it to you, I might trust you. You have a pensive. How? It's extremely expensive. Lupin was looking surprised. Oh, you know about it? Yes I do, and I might tell you how when I trust you, there was one in the room of requirements Harry could use. Yes, I'm willing to do that, but I don't know how. I can do it for you, all that is needed is for you to drop any magical defenses you have around your mind and focus on your life. Taking out all of his memories took half an hour, and as he finished Harry only said, one more thing. And supercharged and obliviate, deleting everything from the man's mind. The real Remus Lupin is dead forever. Turning the hour clock on his neck a few times, Harry went back to the moment he left his room, for a good night's sleep. A few hours later. Waking up, Harry went for breakfast, where a surprise was waiting for Harry. Remus Lupin, sitting on the teacher's table, was one Remus Lupin, who, as he saw Harry come in, smiled and nodded his head. Terrified, Harry nodded his head right back to the person who should be in the Chamber of Secrets, barely able to breath. Trying to distract himself as he ate, Harry listened to the conversations of his fellow students as Luna wasn't anywhere to be found. Werewolf. Monster, kick him out. Best teacher. Harry heard all kinds of things about the Dada professor, before seeing him leave the hall, and following him. Both walking in silence, it took reaching to his classroom for Professor Lupin to say, "Come in." Coming inside, vigilante as ever, Harry really didn't expect for the professor to fall on one knee and say, "My lord." Now, this situation was something Harry expected to happen, just not right now as he hadn't yet implemented his plan. "How are you here?" As the professor heard it, he immediately took out a small hourglass from his pocket, bringing it close to Harry and making Harry jump away as he recognized it as his time turner. The thing about time turners are that they create paradoxes. By using them, as long as you interact with something else that used the same, you are most likely to create the need to use them. They are basically creating self-fulfilling prophecies. Yet, if the same time turner touches a person twice at the same time, it will delete that person from existing, which is why Harry never wore his time turner unless he was about to use it, or if he felt he's about to go to somewhere dangerous and needed insurance. Lupin, who saw Harry jump away, took back the hourglass and brought out a jar full of memories, saying, "That would explain everything, my lord." Taking the jar, Harry escaped the room and ran to the RR. Putting the memories in a pensieve, Harry started watching the life of one Remus John Lupin. It looked like a regular life, with the exception of him being beaten by a werewolf and one other thing. His family was religious, but it didn't believe in God or Merlin. They believed in one thing, a prophecy, and their need to serve the savior the prophecy foretold. On the day after the stag, the wolf, the dog and the rat would fight with loyalties conflicting. A peveril will cage the wolf and the wolf would serve him for life. It was something amazing, as that was precisely what Harry was about to plant in the man's mind. An interesting side effect to being reborn with only the memories of a book series and its fanfictions, each with its own weird set of values, was the way you looked at the world. Children are born without any knowledge, and without prejudice, making them suck in everything they see as the way to behave, yet Harry was reborn with all the information and conflicting values his past life has read on those stories, not to mention his adult mind that made changing his values extremely hard. With the original series hating death and torture but feel fine about love potions and mind alterations, a fanfiction being fine with killing but no mind altering, and stories that agree to all means, Harry's set of values was conflicting. In the end, Harry's values, with the help of the way he lived the first 4 years of his life, he came to this world as a 1-year-old, became selfish. He was fine with killing, as long as no one he loves die. He understood the need mind alterations, and was willing to do it even if he didn't like it, but would fight whoever is trying to do so to his mind. As long as something didn't hurt him, he couldn't care less about other people. That's not to say he didn't have compassion, couldn't care for other people and didn't love. It just meant his values were paradoxical. Which was why, even though he didn't care for Lupin, he had to steel his heart for the mind wiping, and for the next stage. Finding a religious fanatic wasn't as hard as you would think it would have been. It took a quick trip to Israel on spring break and 6 hours search to find 5 different ones and extract the memories that made them like that. It then took him a few days of using history class time to learn how to modify the memories so it would show everything in a first-person's view. Sam managed to finish that project. While he would have loved the memories of someone as Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry wasn't willing to take the chance of coming close to Azkaban if he didn't have to. He was prepared to spend the summer making sure he has his spy in the Order of the Phoenix, one that is willing to throw his life away with a single word, yet there is no need for it now. The man became fanatic about the savior the prophecy foretold, and by having a peveril, the Harry, cage him, Lupin worshipped him on the level Harry can tell him to kill himself and he would. Harry suddenly understood why this worked only in this instance and not any other time. By putting the changed memories inside a person in the past, you can make it theirs, but only if they don't have any other conflicting memories. Otherwise the magic of the person would fight the memories instead of accepting them, and with the magical fight to go back in time, the memories has no chance of surviving. Just like how nothing you take back to the past can leave your body if you don't want it to disappear. Coming out of the memories, Harry put them in a jar once more before turning his time turner once more. It's time to plant the memories. Chapter 129. Harry's POV. After fusing future Lupin's memories with his past self and completing the circle by freeing the werewolf and giving him tasks, Harry went back to the ROR as he found something interesting in the fake memories and wanted to see them in the original. Putting the memories in a pensive, Harry tipped his hand in. Remus Lupin's memories. Remus, looking 5 years younger than he is right now, was climbing a mountain. Reaching the top, he looks around, seeing a magnificent palace, one that seemed to be towering the sky themselves. Looking in wonder, he seemed to miss a man coming from behind him, at least until a sword is being held on his neck. Stranger, what have you come to Feng Huang for? I have come for the same reason everybody come to school, knowledge. And what do you seek to learn? Self-control. The two people continue to converse as one hand the second with a sword, yet Harry already moved to the next important memory for him. This time Remus and a different man were sitting on the floor in a simple-looking house. The man, who looked much older than the first, was denying Remus to teach him. I don't understand, Remus said. Why? I passed your climbing test, so why won't someone guide me? It's not that we won't, the man said, it's that we can't give you what you want, we lost the knowledge on how to access our souls. Stupefied, Remus said, but, I read in a book about how the Eastern magic is much deeper. How could you lose it? The man signed. Feng Huang has some similarity with the Western schools, yet, even as you Westerns like to call Hogwarts the first magical school, we in China know it's a lie. There were many sects or schools in China, Japan, India, and the other Eastern countries way before the mere idea of wand came to the mind of your people, yet the sects fought between themselves, weakening one another, and by the time the Western magical people attacked, a lot of knowledge was lost. We fought, the East with its magical fighting techniques versus the West and its diverse spells, and we began to lose. Spells, cast with a wand, could be learned much faster than techniques that need years to study. For every fire techniques the East made, the West had 10, for every talisman the East made, the West casted 3 cutting charm. The man looked sharply into Remus. That not to say the techniques didn't have their own benefits. While the West had more powerful opening and peaking stage people, in the purifying stage the East was much more powerful, and the core stage equals, with your demigods and our immortals. It reached a stalemate in the end, where each group started learning each other's knowledge. Where our children took upon themselves wand as a quick way to become powerful enough as they were sent to war, your people learned about ley lines from us, creating the FLU network, brooms, and even the moving painting. In the end, it took 200 years to reach a peace agreement, and by the time it was done all the sects merged into one, Feng Huang. Yet not all was good about it. While having the sects merge stopped the needless wars, and combined the knowledge of all of the remaining sects, most of the older generation passed away, and the younger generation became used to wands and easy magic. The man spat easy magic like it was a curse. So, while we do have the knowledge in the library, we have no one proficient enough who is willing to teach you, especially, that while this magic is unique, it is in no way useful enough. Can I read the books? Remus' desperation was clear on his face, something the older man recognized too, as could be seen on his face. Knowledge is free, as long as you pay enough. Another memory was shown. Remus sitting in the library reading a book. Magic has 2 components for it to work, not including the energy itself. There were many names for them throughout history, physical and mental, yin and yang, mind and body, but in the end, after schoolers of our school came together, they changed the exact terms into knowledge and belief. Knowledge, the physical component of magic, whether it's how to make flames, runes, or wand movements, something is needed to ground our magic. Belief, the mental component of magic, making sure the only limitations are ones you put on yourself. In most cases, more you have of one, the less you need of the other, but both are needed. End memories. Harry was thrilled. Those memories showed him his future path, one in which he need to go learn a different system of magic. Harry couldn't wait for the last days of school to be over. It is time to travel to China. Chapter 130. Harry's POV. After getting out of the memories and leaving the room of requirements a few minutes before his past self arrived, Harry went to Remus to give him instructions. Remus, I need 5 things from you. What's it, my lord? Remus looked excited to be told what to do. First of all, just call me Harry. The excited look on his face changed into horror. I can't. You are the prophesied savior. My family was preparing ourselves to serve you for 350 years. I understand, but I need you to try, if you must, call me boss. Why yes, boss. Secondly, right now we need to keep the fact you serve me quiet, so you can't tell anyone, not even your family, this fact. Plus, in the outside world you will call me Harry. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Thirdly, I need you to go to Fenghuang and make them agree to let me study there for the summer. That won't be a problem, boss. Anyone who learned there can have one apprentice of his go study there. It is one of the old rules they made, with the other being that outsiders can be accepted into the school if they manage to climb the mountain without the use of magic. Excellent. Fourthly, I am a little bit of seer, and I found out Voldemort is going to return back to life next year, and while I haven't managed to find a way to avert it, I might need you to be a spy for me at the Order of the Phoenix, as I will need to know their plans. If it was the previous Remus, he would have refused. This Remus, on the other hand. Yes, boss. Was excited about it. Lastly, I'm in the middle of study that might cure your illness, and I need to study you, in the human and wolf form. Therefore, from now on, 3 days a month, you would come stay with me as I study. As the werewolf once again agreed with excitement, Harry finally investigated about Sirius. Sirius? Well, the headmaster told me he was saved by James before the minister, who isn't listening to anyone, managed to have the Dementors give him a kiss. So he is free. Yes, and now he is going to live in a Potter's house. Shit, Harry cursed in his heart. I hoped for him to be isolated from the Potters and have Remus convince him to distance himself from them, not to mention that by having no one living in Grimmauld Place meant that I won't have much chance at getting the locket. I need you to convince Sirius to let you in Grimmauld Place, and get me from there a golden locket with a serpentine S and glittering green stone inlay on the front. Yes, boss. Start worth getting me accepted into Fenghuang and then work on your other tasks. With that said, Harry left the room. The next few days were calm. With no classes left, Harry had enough free time before the year was over to create one last thing. With 2 professional video camera he got the Greengrass to buy for him, bits of programs he took from GAI, the use of blacksmithing, and a rune-based shrinking charm, Harry created a small, bug-look-like doll that can scan its surroundings and copy everything it sees into its memory. The only thing he needed is to grant it the ability to move. Luckily, with a ritual he already done before, it wasn't much of a problem. The only thing he needed was the twins. George's POV. George was exhausted. What would you expect from someone who just finished the LS? If someone would have ever told him that he and his twin would ever try that hard on test, he would have laughed at their jokes. Why would they ever want good grades? What would they need them for? It wasn't like they would ever want to work at the ministry. They are going to open their own shop. But then Luna and Harry came. Luna, or as they started to call her, Little Seer, for she can always see the obvious that everyone seemed to ignore, was the one who pointed out as they talked about how Percy was freaking out because of his NWT tests and how he is going to become a ministry worker, that none of the tests were needed to be a ministry worker, unless it was something specific, like Auror or Obliviator. Even their father, the head of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, didn't study Muggle studies. And when they started laughing about their brother needless worry and studying, she pointed out that while prank shops don't need test scores, to create some of their pranks they do need advanced classes. And with Harry mentioning how they only need to try on those tests as the NWTs only affect you if you want to work at the ministry or have apprenticeship, not to mention Fred pointing out how funny would it be to show up in Snape's advanced classes, they begun studying to the few classes they wanted to pass. Potions, to create better prank candies, not to mention it would piss off Snape. Runes, to create better prank items. Charms, because they promised Professor Flitwick. Data, because it is interesting. They had no need to study for transfigurations, as when they learned Animaga's transformation they became extremely good in them, and the other classes were unimportant to them, so they just left them alone. In the end, with them also creating a broom with Harry, they were so exhausted they didn't have the strength for their usual end-of-the-year pranking, so when Harry came to ask for their help they just said, "Go away." Well, George said it, Fred just made some noises. In the end Harry just mumbled he would have to make do, and that he should have enough in himself for something before leaving. But George didn't care, he was already asleep. Harry's POV. Knowing the twins won't help him, started putting his magic in the container every 3 hours, letting it be filled. It took until there was only 1 day left for the year when he finally had enough power to do his ritual, and even that only because the doll was small. Making sure nothing is wrong, Harry gave GAI permission to start the ritual, creating his second golem, who he called Scammer, such a cute AI making ebooks reality. If GAI is his assistant, Scammer is his portable book thief. And with him, he is gonna take all the knowledge from Fenghuang. A day later. Luna's POV. As Luna got out of the train she once again sighed. Harry already left school that morning, and she already missed him. At least this year she knew they would meet during the summer. After all, they have a plan for the Quidditch Championship. Chapter 131. Harry's POV. Traveling to the top of Badeling Mountain took 2 days. yet it was only a week after the start of summer vacation that Harry was truly able to reach his goal at coming to Fenghuang, the library. The reason was simple. While as an apprentice of a student in this school he didn't need to climb the mountain to get accepted to this school, the school faculty didn't like white people. In fact, the only reason they accepted Remus was that he passed their tests, and tradition demanded that whoever passed the tests be accepted to school. Luckily, accepting apprentices are also part of tradition, so they accepting him. The problem begun when they told him to come at the start of next year, and when Harry told them he only came for the summer. That didn't sit well with them. While there was no rule that students must stay at school, and many students came to this school for a year, and as adults, the students who were still children were supposed to stay at school for a long period, and they always started at the beginning of a term. Thus started the greatest argument about a student in the last 50 years. The first group wanted to deny him a place at school, saying he spits on everything the school was standing for. The other group wanted to treat him like an adult student, making him pretty much like Remus, with the ability to use the library and nothing else. At the end a vote was made and he was granted access to the library. Looking around the library took him an entire day. While people say the Hogwarts library was the greatest in Britain, Harry could tell you this library was the greatest in Asia, and if the legend of the Library of Alexandria was a lie, maybe the entire world. The library was a huge building, divided to two parts, old and new. The new part of the library was about the Western magic system, filled with magical books from all over the world. This part was divided to smaller parts, each with its own sub-subjects: charms, dark arts, transfigurations, alchemy. The older part of the library was about the Eastern magic system, filled with scrolls and old books, magically protected against damage. This part was also to smaller parts, each with its own sub-subjects: physical enhancements, spiritual workout, magical talisman creations, Eastern alchemy. As Harry looked at the books and scrolls he couldn't help but swallow his spit. So many books, so little time. Taking Scammer out, Harry charged him with magic to last an entire day before putting him at the older parts of the library. Going to the newer parts, Harry found the section about potions, found a book he hasn't read before and started reading. The reason he hasn't read any of the older books was that as much as he wanted to, Harry hasn't managed to find the time to learn any of the Eastern languages, so he didn't have the ability to study them yet. Right now he will only copy them to the server, in the future he will learn them all. 2 weeks later. While Harry learned a lot from the western side of the library, strengthening his understanding about charms, potions and dark arts, Scammer worked non-stop, copying everything it could, returning to Harry only once a day, where Harry quickly returned to the room they gave him, took out the vanishing cabinet from his bag and vanished to Hogwarts to download the information into GAI, who made sure to translate and arrange it. And finally, after 2 weeks he had basic explanation of the Eastern magic system. While the West works only with the idea of wands and rituals, Eastern are about talismans and alchemy, and at the core of them, both magic systems are about using outside help. No matter if it's wands or talismans, they are about using magical creatures' body parts to channel your own magic. Talismans of the East are the magical artifacts of the West, and wands are just an advance, more versatile artifacts. In fact, while learning the Eastern way of artifact creation might be incredibly helpful for his learning of blacksmithing, especially the Japanese way, Western magic is in fact superior to Eastern magic in that department, which is probably why most people use it. As for rituals and Eastern alchemy, it is about reaching your goal by using the magical energy of outside. Rituals are about achieving magical effects one person cannot do alone by taking parts of magical creatures or the magic of other people, and Eastern alchemy is the same. The only difference is that rituals need a lot of preparations and people, while alchemy is about refining the needed materials. When the Western people wanted to make alchemy as part of their culture they created potions, which is basically small-size, time-limited rituals. The difference between rituals and alchemy is about the end results. While rituals add something that wasn't there to the person or the object, alchemy is about using what was already there. So while rituals with tears of phoenix can give a person immunity to poison, alchemy product with the same ingredient will heal the person better. The other thing is that rituals can create unknown side effects later on, while the effects of alchemy products are instantaneous. With Harry's knowledge of ingredients, he started focusing on alchemy techniques as he made sure Scammer moved on to the magical theories of the Eastern system. Harry truly needed to understand the idea of belief versus knowledge. Chapter 132. Harry's POV. It was at the end of the 3rd week into his stay in Fenghuang Harry finally got his answer to the problem of belief versus knowledge. It was also when he finally figured out why he is the only one to do wandless magic. As always, he had GAI organize and translate the knowledge Scammer brought, and had it read to him as he did his daily workout. The book that has been read to him at that point was talking about the reason schools. The book said sex but same thing, only start teaching at the ages of 10 to 12. The reason the book gave was simple, it was the age in which most children lost most of their whimsical, dangerous beliefs, yet hadn't lost all of their beliefs, and became able to understand knowledge, and not just retain it. The thing the book explained was that magic works on two main planes of existence. The first is the physical, which works with the universe rules, once again it said heavenly Tao, but same thing. And the second, which is the spiritual, which works around or even against the universal rules. When children are younger, with less prejudice and knowledge, their ability to connect to their spiritual side of magic is infinitely stronger, making it possible for their wishing to become reality, creating the so-called accidental magic. The thing is, no matter what kind of magic you use, magical energy is always needed, making their wishes dangerous, because, whether it's by wishing too hard and having not enough magic or using too much magic and not wanting too much, all kinds of accidents happen, most of them deadly. The good thing is that as they grow, no matter what they learn or how innocent you try to make the child, reality weakens the child connection to the spiritual side of magic and connects them to the physical, making wishing extremely hard. Yet, if a person loses his connection to the spiritual side, he loses his ability to do magic entirely. Therefore at the ages of 10 to 12, even spiritual magic weakens enough to control your magic is when's the best time to start learning magic. Now, when you learn magic, the most important thing in the beginning is strengthen your connection to the spiritual side of magic as you learn control, so you won't lose one for the other, which can be done in two ways. 1. Learning purely or almost purely spiritual magics, using them to make yourself closer to the spiritual side. This is the hard way, because your rational side, the physical side of magic, would try to convince you to use the physical side of magic to achieve the same results, yet by learning to use it you would be able to perform miracles with enough magic. 2. Use an object that connects you to the spiritual side of magic, thus maneuvering around the need this connection. When Harry heard Gai reading this line, he finally connected the dots about the most extraordinary magical feat he can perform, wandless magic. The full reason as to why he is able to perform wandless magic is connected to two things. The first thing is the memory wipe in his rebirth. As a probably adult, most likely non-magical being in his past life, his connection to the spiritual realm was probably non-existent. The only way to reconnect it is to delete his connection to the physical realm, aka a memory wipe, yet without any memory he would most likely become, personality-wise, close to the original Harry. Yet, the memories of the original books and fanfictions changed everything. With only the books in his head, Harry would have most likely lose the connection to the spiritual realm, as the story and rules in it would have taken place of the memories, yet the fan-fictions made the difference, with the way each fan-fiction has its own way to describe magic, some of which defies the original work, and all of which slammed together. Harry's way of seeing magic became just like that of a baby, anything is possible, yet it was the physical side that said that, not the spiritual. The second thing was his occlumency. Because the fact that he created a defense that closed his mind to interference at the age of 3.5 years old, at a time he wasn't let out of under the stars much and didn't open that closed mind since, let him keep his connection to the spiritual realm as it was at that point of time, something that probably saved his life by now, as with his previous look on the world, the one he had till that book explained the two parts of magic, would have most likely cut all of his connection to the spiritual realm. By having knowledge about magic and connection to the spiritual realm, it made it possible for him to use magic without a conduct. It took the next 2 weeks, in which Harry continued to listen to books Gai read to him and read Western books on his own about the same subject for him to be satisfied. The explanation in them was mostly the same with a few additions. 1. Magical feats, with the exception of few, always had the two kinds of realms in them. The few that didn't were either beginner-level magical body strengthening and beginner-level mind magics, or high-level magics like soul manipulations or time manipulations. 2. Each person depends more on one of the two realms for their magic, thus making them better or worse in some. Those two were the biggest ones he found, except the last one, the one that enlarged his worry about the path ahead of him in his magical studies. 3. Magical people progression. Just as both body and magical energy has a few states of evolution, the connection to realms also has it. While in body the stages are, 1. Natural strengthening. 2. Magical strengthening. 3. Transformation. 4. Metamorphing. And in magical energy the stages are, 1. Gas, 2. Liquid, 3. Plasma, 4. Solid. Both of those ways work on the basis that the first two stages are natural progression, with workouts helping them reach it before the end of their life. The third stage in both of them works by forcefully evolving them in a direction that suits the magical being, and the fourth stage is about perfecting the direction before once again expanding your abilities. The connection to the realms work in a different way. The first two stages are about maintaining the connection to the two realms in equal amounts, the third stage is perfecting your connection to one realm, and fourth is about perfecting your other realm. In here lays the biggest difference in Western and Eastern magical paths. The East went with the idea of physical realm first, creating the so-called Tao. They understood that there was no need to understand everything in the world, instead they focused on one thing, and while it took a lot of time, some reached the fourth stage, in which they used their connection to their object of knowledge to connect spiritually to the world slowly, thus perfecting their connection to the spiritual realm and becoming part of their object of study, becoming immortals. The West, which is all about the belief in magic for it to work, starts with the spiritual realm, making it about perfecting spiritual connection, and spiritual connection, specifically belief, is the strongest in children, so, people in the West who don't have as king of life as the people of the East when it comes to the spiritual realm strengthening stage, as Westerns start in the third while Easterns start on the fourth, has invented, thousands of years ago, a way to overcome the problem of lack of connection to the spiritual realm, make people connect you to it forcefully. By creating miracles, by telling stories about yourself, creating gods in your image, you can connect yourself to the spiritual realm. Therefore, Western who reached the fourth stage are called demigods, and those who perfected the fourth stage, who even moved past out to the legendary fifth stage are called gods. Harry didn't want to leave behind some of his studies, he didn't want to become a god or immortal, he wanted to become something else. Harry wanted to become free. Chapter 133. Harry's POV. The fifth week in Fenghuang was also his last one. While Scammer was copying the rest of the books he needed from this place, Harry was looking at the last main difference between the Western magical system and the Eastern magical system, the only one that even till today is being a major difference, the body strengthening. While there are big any differences in the first two stages, with the only difference is that the East used their alchemy to speed their workout, while the West doesn't have anything like that, as body modification rituals are only done in the third state, the later states are where the difference truly start to show. In the West, you move into the third stage in two ways, you either do a ritual to strengthen a specific trait of your body, strength, agility etc., or you use a ritual to gain a special ability, animagus, parseltongue etc. In the East on the other hand, you have only one way to move forward, create meridians in your body. The idea is simple, you create pathways in your body, and by being able to move your magic in them with no interference you are able to strengthen your body to a higher degree. The third level of strengthening, whether it's in the East or the West, is about breaking through the limitation of your body, and it's only when there are no more limitations when the fourth stage is passed. After the week was over and Scammer finished copying over 70% of the books in the library and the other less 30% are either books he already read at Hogwarts or books that he can find in different locations, and him finding the answers he has been looking for, he truly didn't have a need to stay at this place, so, thanking the school faculty for their generosity, Harry and Remus left the school, returning to Britain. Fred's POV. This summer was supposed to be relaxing. After actually studying for the tests in the past years, both Fred and George were done with seriousness, and ready to have some fun. So, when Harry asked on the last day of school if they want to start a band called Tommy and his Eaters, they were like, oh god yes. Let's freak some wizards. So of course that instead of leading the band he just said okay cool, so I play the guitar, and have a piano, and a drum, so we need a pianist, a drummer, and a lead singer, which one you want to be? And when both wanted to be a drummer it started the greatest prank war the twins ever had against one another, ending only when Luna came one day to their house and, as Harry told them the Muggles say, rocked the house, after which Fred took the piano and George became their lead singer. Meanwhile, Harry sent them a song he wrote and had them practice till a week into August. By that time they became extremely good in the song with the help of a few potions they made, when he returned from his trip and joined them. It was only 5 days before the Quidditch Cup when Harry breached the subject of a live performance. Flashback. So, I was thinking, Harry said as they finished playing for the day. Oh Merlin, just not that. George said, making Fred and Luna snicker. How would you like to have a live performance? Harry ignored their laughter entirely. Are you sure? Luna asked. We only have one song, we need much more for a show. Sure, if we go for a full show. Harry shrugged, but what if we only do a small one that is only a preview to the real show? What do you have in mind? Fred asked. How about the Quidditch Cup? End flashback. Fred has no idea how he did it, but here they were, 5 days later, on the field where the Quidditch Cup is about to start in a few minutes, under a disillusion spell, hearing Bagman say, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. The crazy screaming and clapping just made it real. We have a special surprise to everyone. Before the game begin we have a show for you, please welcome Tommy and his eaters. Show time. Ron POV. Ron was thrilled, only he, the youngest son in the Weasley clan, got to go to the World Cup, and it was because his best friend Marcus Potter, the boy who lived. His family got 5 tickets for the cup and he decided to take his friends. Ron couldn't be happier. Well, he could, if only he would have been the one with fame and riches, the one who has everything he could have wanted. But still, he got to be the only one to go to the World Cup and see Crumb, and now there is even a show before. Fred, George and Ginny are going to be so jealous. Though he had to wonder, why did Marcus' face paled so much? Lucius POV. He hated Quidditch. He always have, and probably always will. It was a game with no reasonable rules and 0 sense. If he could he would never have come to this game, yet he could not for 3 reasons. 1. He had to keep making good impression on the minister. 2. His son, Draco, whined for weeks to go to the World Cup until he gave up. 3. His longtime friends, A.K. his fellow Death Eaters, decided that it would be great to show their devotion to their master, oh how he hated this word, by creating chaos. He now felt the world was laughing at him. Tommy and his eaters. The band was 4 people, and even from afar he could tell who they were trying to look like. After all, each of them were his partners in crime. The pianist was someone with black greasy hair and long nose, the drummer was a woman with crazy hair and look, the lead singer had the looks of a man he saw in his nightmares, and the guitarist had the face he saw in the mirror every day. It was a band of Severus, Bellatrix, himself, and of course, the Dark Lord. From the shock of it he almost missed the song. If the Dark Lord would ever come back the band will die. Marcus POV. He once heard his mother say, seeing is believing. Well, he couldn't believe it. Someone is dressing up as Voldemort. As he was still looking as the band, they started playing. Going fast makes me feel alive. My heart beats in hyperdrive. Do you think you can win? Only if I lose. Just let destiny choose. I can hear you breathin'. I can see you comin'. I can feel the wind. It's blowing me around. Take a shot at me runnin' side by side. It's a blur, as I go by. I can hear you breathin'. I can see you comin'. I can feel the wind. It's blowing me around. See the sun arising. Fire in the sky. Greatness thrusts itself into our lives. Well, he didn't know who were the people dressed as Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but the song was great. Sorting Hat's POV. Being the Sorting Hat was sometimes monotonous, with the exception of sorting the children and singing a song. His life had no purpose. So you can understand how having a friend by the name of Fox who can help him travel made his life much better. And today he saw something new. He saw a new possibility for music, a band. Fox, I need you to take us back to the castle. The bird cried, unwilling to miss the game. Just take me there and come back alone. I need to gather the ghosts. I'm about to change the songs of sorting forever. Chapter 134. George's POV. As they finished the song there was this silence, a special one he usually hears in Professor McGonagall class, not in a field of Quidditch with tens of thousands of people looking at them, and then shouts, clapping and whistling. I guess they really liked that. George could barely hear his twin say as the rash came over him. Grinning he looked at his friends as each of them grinned back at him as he heard Bagman say, while Tommy and his eaters are in disguise they wanted everybody to know that as they are still students at Hogwarts they will do, throughout the year, more shows at school, so students, teachers, and other magical people who will be there for whatever reason, have fun. As Harry used magic to miniaturize their musical instruments and leave the stage, he still can't believe this barely 14 years old can do both wandless magic and master-level charms. George noted how Bagman seemed to do what his father and older brothers do, hint about something happening at school this year. Seriously Harry, Fred said as they walked to the entry points of the field and took the omnioculars each of them bought for the occasion. How did you convince Bagman to let us play? Wasn't that hard, just gave him some money. Harry shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Wait, you gave him money? George asked, now concerned, while he loved Harry like a brother since the moment he invested in them the money to open their shop. With a few subtle questions he and Fred did he knew he wasn't getting much from the Potters. Harry, you shouldn't do that, with the money you spent already I fear you won't have enough. The young boy looked in confusion for a second before realization coming into his eyes. Ho, you think I get my money from the Potters? That's rich. No, I invested in a few companies just like I did with yours, well Muggle companies, and got some spending galleons. George was still worried. He didn't want his friend to spend so much, especially on a hobby, even if it was more fun than expected. You just don't spend too much. Sure, Mom. His eyes roll was so strong in his voice that George didn't take his eyes off the omnioculars and didn't miss the Ronsky feint Crumb did. When should we do our next performance? Luna asked, and how would we hide it as us if every time Tommy and his eaters preform we disappear? Let's do it one the first day back. His twin said in excitement. I'm not sure it is so good, George answered. We don't have enough time to both write another song and practice, not to mention I don't want to miss the Sorting Hat song, the last two were amazing. Yeah, plus the song I have is more for one of our cards tournaments. Harry said, as for how to make sure people doesn't realize it's us, I have an idea. As both Fred and George heard this, they gave each other a wary smile. It was just like Harry to not say anything until he had everything prepared. Luna's POV. By the time the game was over, Luna wanted to escape this place, without even talking about how boring the game itself is. The Bulgarians didn't do anything with the exception of Crumb. Just the headache she got from the aura of the villa was enough to make her wish to kill herself. It was like feeling of colorful fire, it makes you want to come closer before burning you. Yet she still enjoyed the night. They played together, laughed together, and bonded, more than they ever did. Luna was sure about one thing, this band is here to stay. Harry's POV. Harry had to admit, while he loves research and studying, there was something highly addictive in the fun he had with his friends, not just playing together, whether it's making the cards or the broom, he just has more fun doing those things with his friends and he never felt more refreshed than after his time together with them. Guys, he said as they walked together toward the exit, making all three of his friends turn to look at him. Thank you for going through with that. The smile on Luna's face said all that was needed to be said. As for Fred and George. Have you seen the look on Lucius Malfoy's face during the game? I found him at the audience during the game and it looked like his face was stuck in between shock, horror and rage. Never mind that, have you seen our brother when the villa danced? He was about to jump. They just joked around, making sure he doesn't feel uncomfortable. Really, thank you. This party, he whispered so none of them will hear. Albus POV. Waking up late in the summer was the only part Albus loved in the summer. Yes, Albus hated the summer, as it was the time of year when he didn't have the chance to shape the minds of children. On the other hand, he woke up today at 10 a.m., something his body thanked him for. Taking the Daily Prophet in one hand, Albus sat for breakfast. One of the elves brought him and was about to eat as he read the headline. The Dark Mark reappears. Death Eaters attack ruins the Quidditch Cup. By Rita Skeeter. And just like that, breakfast was forgotten. Reading about the damage Tom's servants caused was bad enough, but the dark mark being cast. The panic it should have caused will be enough to strengthen Tom to the point of not needing Peter to feed him Nagini's venom for weeks. As he calmed down, knowing there was nothing to be done, Albus continued to eat his breakfast as he read the second article about the Romanian win of the Quidditch World Cup even as they lost the snitch. As he was halfway through breakfast he moved on to the third article. Tommy and his eaters, the band who will sweep the magical world, who are the people behind the disguises. By Betty Braithwaite. Dumbledore wasn't hungry anymore. For those who weren't in the World Cup last night, they missed more than just the epic game and the fight between the Velas and Leprechauns, they also missed the new band that performed before the game, Tommy and his eaters. The band, who had their first show that night, created a sensation with their song Hyperdrive, and more importantly, the talk about their identities. Each member of the band with the exception of the lead singer wore a disguise that looked like one of the known Death Eaters, the drummer as Bellatrix Lestrange who serves her time in Azkaban, the pianist as Severus Snape who is a known spy for Dumbledore, and the guitarist as Lucius Malfoy, an upstanding member for our society who was cursed to with Imperius during the war. As for this Tommy, no one seemed to recognize him, though this reporter is about to try to find out. Yet the main question is, who are the people behind the masks? The only thing we know about them is that they are Hogwarts students and that they are about to make Hogwarts much more fun to be in. Albus was never a man to curse, after all, how can you be seen as the paragon of light if you say foul words? In fact, only twice in his life since the age of 27 has he cursed, the day Tom became Voldemort and the day he heard the prophecy. Yet right now only one word came out of his mouth, fuck. All his plans. 70 years of planning, leaving his lover in prison, creating an image of the purest, strongest, wisest wizard in the world, he was on his way to become the first demigod in centuries. All of it was destroyed the day Tom started creating fear in Britain. The belief in him lost its strength as Tom's power rose. In fact, the reason he kept being able to contest against the man was the Elder Wand. It was then that Albus changed his passive approach. Creating a fighting force of his own, making sure the rumor about Tom fearing him spreads, Albus returned to his peak and knew he only need to defeat Tom to break through. So of course that was the point the prophecy was made, making Albus literally unable to defeat Tom, once more making him change his plans. This time, he decided to become a Merlin-like persona, something close to his original plan, yet more of a mentor to the Chosen One. And when it was found that Tom created two Chosen Ones, he chose to support the one the mother loved, with the reasonable idea to keep the other one away as a backup. And even if he was fine with the way things had proceeded, he still felt his power growing weaker as Faith went to Marcus Potter. And now this? If anyone finds out Voldemort is Tom Riddle, the battle of good versus evil won't have as much impact on the population, and he will never become a demigod. Albus didn't know who the band are, but he will find out, and he will make sure this knowledge disappear from their mind. Chapter 135. Harry's POV. The rest of the summer passed quickly. Harry divided his time between practicing music and making cards and upgrading the dual discs with his friends and studying the books GAI compiled. As the subject Harry knew he had to go to the third stage first in, Harry focused on books about the body, where he found the explanation why while the West has many ways to change the body, the East only uses meridians creation in one of the books. The reason why when we pass to the third stage in our body, we create meridians is that the meridians are letting magic flow freely in our body, making it connect to the spiritual realm. With our minds and magic is focused on the physical realm and our personal Tao, if our body isn't connected to the spiritual realm we will become unable to use magic at all, becoming squibs. It made Harry feel grateful he studied this before turning into a shapeshifter. It is obvious that while the Easterner's body comes closer to the spiritual realm, the Western's body comes closer to the physical realm, and if he changes his body only to become a squib and die, he won't know where to bury himself. The good news is that at least in the body department he has a simple solution, shapeshifter, while including the meridians, and it only means he has to become knowledgeable about not only Western medical studies, but Eastern too. He also had Remus bring Scammer into the different libraries at London and in universities to copy their books. At the end of the summer he couldn't wait for the year to start once more, if only for the Time Turner to return to him. Edward's POV. Edward has done many things he regretted doing throughout his life and afterlife. His biggest regret was killing Helena, of course, but smaller regrets included becoming a ghost, as it is incredibly boring, dying with blood on his hands, as it stayed on him forever, and, of course, making everyone call him the Bloody Baron. He wasn't proud of it, but one of the few students he talked with, a Muggleborn just like him, what you thought a Baron was just a nickname. His father was a Baron and he inherited, who graduated 4 years ago, explained to him that what he went through when he thought the name is cool was called Chinibyo phase. Yes, Edward has many regrets, yet he couldn't help but feel another one is about to come. He is supposed to be the ghost everyone feared. Even after he moved past his Chinibyo phase, he didn't want to become like Sir Nicholas and have children call him insulting nicknames like Nearly Headless Nick, but how is he supposed to be as fearsome as he is right now after singing a song? But while he has no problem to say no to the Sorting Hat, repeatedly, he just can't say no to Helena. So here he is, in the middle of the Grand Hall, standing behind the hat as the song begun. Sorting Hat. What's a hat to do when it's put on your head? It means it's time to do the job for which I was made. But wait, it just occurred to me. Some of you don't know what it means, sorting. Well, songs can help this situation untangle. Students, professors, listen to me. It's time for me to sort the kids. Yay, time for House's facts. The Fat Friar. A Hufflepuff is a loyal friend. Who will always have your back. Who will listen in class, and work hard. To find success in everything he tries his hand. Sorting Hat. Aha, it sounds great and all, but as you already heard. Facts of 3 more houses are need to be made. The House of Gryffindor. Isn't hard to get. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Gryffindor are warriors. Always charging up ahead. Sorting Hat. Yes, the House of Gryffindor. Is as simple as can be. Just being brave and have some nerve. The house will be home for all those kids. The Bloody Baron. Actually each house could be home for you all. This kid is Slytherin. Sorting Hat. That's for sure. So he has cunning and is really mature. Helena Ravenclaw. Here's Ravenclaw student. Sorting Hat. Are you confident? If not, all the studies will make his head hurt. Sorting Hat. Neither ghost is choosing. I'm the only one. 'Cause the center of the sorting is Lil Old. Handsome little hat. Me. The shame. Just like the blood on him, it will never wash away. He could already see the first-year students not fearing him like their counterparts the years before. This was the first and the last time he would ever sing, even for Helena. Luna's POV. As the sorting begun, Luna whispered to the boy who sat next to her. "Harry, how about next year we play next to the hat, make the song even better?" Luna, the sound of his voice next to her east made her shiver. "You are a genius." Chapter 136. Harry's POV. "So," said Dumbledore, smiling around yet as usual focusing on the Gryffindor table, "now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices." As the headmaster continued to tell the rules and news for this year as usual, Harry prepared for an announcement of his own. In announcing that this year at Hogwarts As he was about to announce about the Triwizards tournament, there was a deafening rumble of thunder and the doors of the great hall banged open. Even though he knew who was about to come in through the door, Harry couldn't help but shiver. This man was probably the most dangerous man in the Death Eaters, as not only he is as crazy as Bellatrix and knock out the strongest Auror in Britain who has an all-seeing glass eye, he is also one who can pretend to be the said Auror for a year without getting caught. Barty Crouch Jr. As the in-disguise Death Eater walked toward the professor's table, Harry once more thought, how dangerous would it be this year, not the Triwizard tournament. He had no plan to participate in this game, and even if he was forced to, he had plans to each of the challenges. No, the real danger would be managing to steal the all-seeing eye to see what makes it work. Professor Moody. The headmaster introduced the man, and instead of applause there was just quiet, something that disappeared quickly as chatter took its place. "He has a strange aura on him," Luna whispered to him. "It's like he put another man's skin on top of his own. It is similar to the canary candies the twins make." "Keep your distance from him, I know something is wrong about him," Harry answered. "We should tell the twins also." "We will." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I was saying," he said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Mad-Eye Moody, "we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," said Fred loudly, making Harry snicker, as this was the sentence for which Harry hasn't told his friends about it. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said, "though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. But maybe this is not the time." "No," said Dumbledore, "where was I?" "Ah yes, the Triwizard tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation, and allow their attention to wander freely." As the headmaster explained the tournament's history and prizes, Harry made the final preparation for his performance. "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop." Before anyone could rise from his chair, Harry told GAI to activate the spell. "Just a second." A loud voice was heard from the door as the headmaster finished talking, making everybody look to see 4 ghost-like illusions. "We have one more announcement." The smile on their leader was charming, even as Ginny Weasley screamed, "Tom!" before fainting. For those who don't know us, we are Tommy and his Eaters. The 4 illusions made their way toward the center, letting the students pass their hands in them as they moved. As students who have been here for a couple of years, our group has a few problems with this school. The entire audience seemed focused on the illusions, most looked intrigued, yet he could see a couple that had different expressions on them. Number 1 was the headmaster, who looked amused yet had coldness in his eyes. We could talk about the defense against the dark teachers, the stuttering fool who had a parasite on his head, the werewolf, the one who had to have a student teach in his place, and of course, the worst of them all, Gilderoy Lockhart. At that point the illusion of Lucius Malfoy started talking. Now, we weren't only disappointed about that, the potions class where only Slytherin are taught right, the stupid rivalry between houses, history classes, and more. The illusion of Bellatrix took charge. We didn't know what to do, and at some point we stopped caring, until the Weasley twins made their game. Seeing the school change with one game made us want to change it too. It was now that the illusion of Snape took place. We created those illusions and this band to make a change in this school. Tommy took charge. We aren't saying we would cause trouble, we would just, once in a while have a song here to wake this school. Some of the songs would be just for fun, and some would be to point specific problems. The illusion smiled at that point, an even bigger smile. The next song would be tomorrow evening, don't miss it. And the illusions vanished. The conversations people started having made the entire hall be filled with noise, and as he and Luna made sure to converse between each other as to not make it suspicious, Daphne came to them. "I know it's you," she said with a voice filled with anger. "Me what?" he asked innocently. "Don't play native, I know you are Tommy." "Me? I can't sing." That caused her to roll her eyes. "Just remember we hired you, don't waste time." The questioning look on Luna's face made him remember he didn't tell her about his deal with the greengrass. "I have no idea why would you think I am Tommy, but even if I were, it won't hurt the research, especially as you haven't found the 2 types of blood I need to push forward, nor have you given me the ritual needed to be tinkered with." The look of confusion, now mixed with worry, grew on Luna's face, which meant for Harry that he need to talk to Luna about this. "You will get one of the blood soon, as for the other 2, it's a little more complicated than this." "I know," he said grimly, making Harry add another thing to his checklist of this year: capture Nagini or kill her and take her corpse. By the time they finished their talk, the students also finished whispering. "For our musicians, please come to my office so we can schedule your performances, good night." After saying his final words, the headmaster left quickly, a fuming Snape and Barty Crouch Jr. going with him. While Harry felt sorry about making Snape part of the band, this was the twins' choice. Getting up from his chair together with Luna, they quickly left to the room of requirements, where he would explain to her his deal with the Greengrass family. Chapter 137. Luna's POV. Understanding Harry's explanation about his research would have been easy if Luna was a regular Hogwarts student. He would have said the bare minimum to make sure she understand and they would have moved on. The problem was that Luna weren't a regular Hogwarts student. Luna was someone whose mother used to have experiments near, someone who could see magic and auras, someone who learned a lot from Harry and his books for the last 2 years, enough to pass 10th grade science class. Yes, Luna wasn't someone who would leave explanations like dash, "so I am trying to find a way to change her body so she won't die nor become an animal, b." Luna wanted an explanation and she wanted it now. "Explain better, I know you can." "Fine, fine, you are a scary lady when you want knowledge, you know that." And this started Harry's long explanation about what he did until now, the DNA testing, what he found out, the real reason for the curse, and his plans for the future about the subject, fixing the DNA by adding the needed chromosomes. By the time he finished, Luna has one question. "Are you a moron?" she hissed, scaring Harry as she never talked like that. "Have you learned nothing from my story about my mother? You don't mess with anyone's body, ever." She couldn't believe it. It was like he is a child who sees a fire, no matter what he heard about it, until he gets burned he won't learn. "Luna," he said softly, something that would have made her heart stop if she wasn't so damn angry. "I will take precautions, many of them, but I have to do it, not only for Astoria, the little girl who will die if I won't help her, but for science." She knew it, she knew what he was about to say the second she told him not to. As much as she prided herself in talking after her mother, she knew that in the matters of the heart she took after her father, and as he once told her, the love goods always fall for those whose pursuit for knowledge know no bounds, not even their own life. Luna's angry look changed into a determined one. "Fine, but from now on I will help you in this research." "Well, if you do," Harry said, "then you must know about how I have time for it. You see, I have something called a time turner." For years into the future, if Luna were to be asked what was the point in time that truly changed her life, she would have said it was that moment. Harry's POV. The next day was mostly uneventful until the evening. He got his time turner back from Professor Snape with the condition that he would help make the potions for the infirmary, had a few classes he didn't listen to, in which he studied books GAI read to him, traveled back in time and worked on the final touches of the song the band prepared for tonight. Making the illusion was not only a way to avoid being revealed, but also a way to improve his ability with runes. You see, after learning about the spiritual part of magic, Harry finally had the final part he was missing about runes, arithmancy, and their rules. If enough people believe about something being true for enough time, it becomes true, especially in magic rules. Runes and old languages weren't magical until enough people made them so, and the ways to write rune scams and say spells didn't come to be until people made them so. That wasn't to say there aren't basic rules to magic that are true even without belief, it is just that as magic is divided to spiritual and physical, and each of the kinds of magic works in contradiction to the other, as long as you have enough magical energy you can do anything you want. There are only two problems. The first is the belief of other people. If their belief contradicts yours, it becomes a fight between beliefs, and the stronger you get, the more you need to fight the beliefs of the world. So while a weak wizard need to fight the beliefs of 0.1%, a strong one would need to fight 3%, and someone at the level of Dumbledore would have to fight 10%. Something that explained most of today's magical people's problems and Harry's fast progress. You see, while in the past most of the world population believed in miracles and magic, today most believe in science. So when wizards fight the beliefs that changing one thing to another by saying some words is impossible, and that magic isn't real, Harry only needed to fight the second part, as he transfigured by using science at the core. Not to mention that by using knowledge about the physical world, his need to use spiritual magic became smaller and his available will to fight the belief of the world was larger. The only problem that is left is training his will, belief and connection to the spiritual realm, something none of the Western magical people do, as they let their spells, which are almost entirely spiritual, connect them to it. And Eastern people only start after the third stage, by using their connection with the chosen physical aspect of the world as their connection, which meant Harry had to find his own way to straighten his connection to the spiritual part of magic. It took some thinking and some history book reading, but eventually Harry found a way. While it is true that most Western people who move past the second stage use the method of belief gathering to become demigods, there are some that use a method closer to the Eastern. In a few of the Eastern books there were some mentions of a Western group that tried to use the Eastern method to progress, yet took it too far by, instead of trying to study one thing about the physical world, they were trying to study everything, even the spiritual world. They were called philosophers. Chapter 138. Harry's POV. Harry's hasn't found much about the group except their name, but he did know about major philosophers in ancient Greek: Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, etc. Each of them was a person who influenced the world of both science and philosophy. In the Eastern books they are mocked for their unwillingness to choose one direction to walk in, as they never progressed much, and while Harry understood why they are mocked, he had one advantage the ancient philosophers didn't: he was in the faraway future, when science and philosophy progressed far beyond their wildest dreams. Knowing that, Harry decided to do it like them, not to choose a specific subject of magic, not to choose a specific realm of magic. Harry would train his belief by connecting to the spiritual world by learning philosophy and about belief, and in addition he would create his own rules in magic, as to check his own progress in magic, and this is the thing that made him create the banned illusions. The illusions, which were created by using a basic language he had GAI create by using the parameters he wanted, the main one being that it should be a picture-based language in which each picture is a word, and that each word is made out of equations that conform to math, physics and arithmetic, and then added for the last week of the summer the will for the words that meant following, instruction, illusions and voice is magic, will and his belief in them working until he managed to create his illusionary band. While it sounds easy, the amount of magic needed to create it made him exhausted, and if you add the other needs, not to mention magical control, which was needed to seep the exact amount of magical energy, even Harry, who in addition of being at the peak of the second stage and could do a 7th-year transfigurations wandlessly, was barely able to create 4 runes. After doing that, it felt easy to create the show. He only had to take a video of the band play, a video of Fred and Luna dance, scan Draco and Granger, and have GAI do the rest. Seriously, Harry didn't know what he would have done without GAI. George's POV. Everybody were excited for the performance of new song their band created, Fred and him included. After all, not only was the new song entirely different than the last one, it was extremely funny for them. But even without those 2 reasons they would be excited, if only because of Harry telling them that if this worked, their next phase in the monster card dueling would be ready. Hello everybody. The changed voice of Fred was heard as the illusion of Tommy and his eaters showed up front. For all the Muggleborn first year who are confused, this song will explain the blood wars in school. Tommy said in a calm voice as everybody looked at him. Please welcome the 2 most condescending pure blood and Muggleborn in school, Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger. Up front appeared illusions of the 2 4th year as the illusions of Bella and Tommy disappeared. A smile was growing even farther on George's face as the 2 started to dance. Draco sings. Anything you can do. I can do better. I can do anything. Better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hermione sings. Anything you can be. I can be greater. Sooner or later. I'm greater than you. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Draco sings. I can cast a spell. With a single swish. I can transfigure. With only a wish. I know astronomy like my backhand. Astronomy? Yes. So can a muggle. Hermione sings. Any charm you can cast. I can cast better. I can cast. Charms better than you. No, you can't, high. Yes, I can, higher, no, you can't, higher. 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 Yes, I can, highest. Draco sings. Any curse you can do. I can do faster. I can cast anything. Faster than you. In a sec. Half of that. Quarter. In a eighth. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hermione sings. Any potion you can make. I can make better. I can make potions. Better than you. No, you can't, softly. Yes, I can, softer, no, you can't, softer. Yes, I can, softer, no, you can't, softer. Yes, I can, softer. Yes, I can, full volume. While George could see interested looks in some of the students' faces and angry looks on a few others, the smile he saw on most was the best thing he saw in a while, especially as he saw Harry's smile, which meant it worked. Broom dueling passed to the next stage. Albus POV. They didn't come to him. He gave them the chance and they threw it away. Does it mean they don't trust him? Well, it doesn't matter, the band had the chance to just have their memories about Tom erased. Now, when he finds them it would be about their entire life that gets deleted. Albus won't let any danger near his plan. Chapter 139. Harry's POV. Harry was extremely satisfied with the performance of the illusions. Having a proof that his own runes work meant the next is to make more people use them even if they don't know they did, as while he works on strengthening his beliefs and make more runes work, the magic needed to power more of them was beyond him for now. As he continued to eat his second dinner for the day, the first was right about now before in the RR, he saw the twins raise. Hello everyone, one of them said, what a great song, am I right? The clapping of the school was the answer he got. Anyway, a new year has come, and with it new upgrades for our game. The other twins started talking. First of all, we now have the option of selling you the dual discs and new cards to play with. The idea was simple to execute. Harry had GAI change 2 small runes into the new runes he created on each of the discs, and because those runes are made of small equations, they can't be copied, so he doesn't fear a copycat would steal their invention. Secondly, we have a starters pack for all the icky little first years, gave them to our dear Charms professor and last year's second place in our championship, Professor Flitwick. The professor rose only to bow dramatically, earning giggling from some of the younger students. And lastly, the first twin said, after seeing and hearing the song, we have one request. He stoked for a dramatic pose, make a song for card dueling. If the band does it we will make a spatial cards for you. The last bit was to take suspicion off the twins when the song about dueling came out. The next day. Seeing fake Moody changing Malfoy into a ferret, Harry understood why Professor McGonagall is so upset. As he was in the middle of learning changing a man into an animal, even if he does it differently and wandlessly, Harry knew the amount of control one needed to do something like that is much higher than other kinds of magics, doing that while angry. It's a recipe for disaster, which only made the man even more impressive and scary to deal with, especially as the man was in Azkaban before becoming a prisoner in his own mind for years. Leaving quickly after making sure the man was as talented and scary as he thought of him as. Reaching the RR, Harry came in. I'm sorry I'm late. We are very disappointed in you, Harrican. A twin, he said to him with a serious expression, I think my less handsome twin was a bad influence on you. You are mistaken, my less funny brother, it is you who had influenced badly on our young friend. Actually the one who caused me to be late was our dada professor and the rumors about him. Really? Do tell. Well, according to what I have heard, the professor is about to teach the upper years about the unforgivables and especially about the imperious, including how to resist them by casting them on the students. Harry's 3 friends become deathly pale from hearing that. Well, it's important to know how to resist it, and it's better to experience it in class, right? One of the twins asked, yet it wasn't Harry that answered, it was Luna. No, it's worse. She whispered. What? Why? The other twin asked, freaking out. While it is better to a select few, mostly students who has at least a minor skill in mind defense to experience it for the first time against someone who doesn't try his best, those who do give in to the curse will have it harder to defend against it on the next occasion, while those who didn't experience it might be able to refuse orders. You mean, if the professor cursed the class and someone who couldn't resist is ever cursed again, they would be unable to defend themselves. So why do it? I don't know why, but as he got the headmaster's permission it doesn't matter. Harry said, what does matter is to prevent it from affecting our friends negatively, and for that I need to know, do good are you in occlumency? Since Harry and them became close, Harry has given the twins his book about occlumency, making them study the subject. We can stop Snape's intrusions and create simple mind traps. Great, you need to teach the first step, the one about cleaning your mind, to all of your friends. It is the basic way to defend yourself. In fact, while Harry was glad more people would come out of this class unharmed, he didn't really want more people learning about occlumency. He felt that having more knowing about that kind of magic than there already are can create more trouble than it's worth, as obliviating people would become harder, yet he also hoped to level the field between Muggleborns and purebloods. Chapter 140. Harry's POV. The next few weeks moved both slowly and quickly. They moved slowly as with the twins having to help their friends with basic occlumency they became so busy they were unable to find time to practice music together, something Harry truly missed. They moved as fast as they did because Harry once more used every second of his days to do things, and since he finally knew about the belief part of magic, his progress in the magical parts of his studies accelerated. In Transfigurations, what used to be only about control and knowledge became easier once he started noticing the world's belief fighting against his magic, which was the main reason his Transfigurations didn't move past the middle of 7th years, as to do the magic while unknowingly resisting the world belief needed much greater control. That's not to say he stopped practicing control, yet, instead of doing it for Transfigurations he did it for his runes, in which he managed to make another 18 runes, making it a total of 22 runes he created, most of them being for the broom he and his friends were creating or the disc duels, yet he started to work on more efficient magical container for the Philosopher's Stone. One thing he noticed about runes in general now that he started creating them is that the way people perceive them changed the way they work. For example, Egyptian hieroglyphs, who are known for their trapping abilities but not for ritual purposes, are like that when he thinks about them in that way, but have smaller difference from Gallic runes when aren't thought about that way. While he can't know for sure, Harry believes that the world's belief affects those runes to give them specialty, which was the reason Harry decided to let his runes be unknown, as to not let it be as affected by the world as other runes are. Another thing he started to progressing fast in was his medical studies. With no need to listen in more and more classes, Harry instead turned to listen to GAI in his ear, reading to him books, something that made it possible for him to finish year 5 of his studies and move into year 6. As for his research, it made some big steps. While he still didn't have any of the blood samples he asked the Greengrass family to acquire, he did have 2 samples of blood that helped him. He meant of course, the blood of Remus Lupin, before and after transformation. After comparing the samples with the samples of 2 different animagi, changed and not, and of a regular wolf, Harry found that lycanthropy is just a different kind blood malediction, which made sense, considering a bite is needed for lycanthropy to take place. While regular blood malediction seemed to pass from ancestors who became animagus in a ritual instead of potion to children by birth, just like different magical abilities and gifts, only wrong, lycanthropy is like someone tried to supercharge his animagus form, making its instincts also supercharged and able to overpower the infected's mind. The only 3 things he couldn't explain is why the change happened only on full moon, why is the bite infectious, and why wolfsbane is silver and harmful. The one who did find the answer was actually Luna. As someone who used to sit near her mother as she studied rituals, Luna had a lot of knowledge of esoteric knowledge on the subject. She brought up a ritual from ancient Greece that make your body immune to harm except from a small location that becomes your mortal point, the Styx ritual. The thing is that rituals don't mix well. If someone did the animagus ritual after doing the Styx ritual, it could cause the 2 to crush on one another, creating all sorts of magical affects, including supercharging the animagus form, and changing the weakness from one place to 2 things. As for the bite and the full moon, knowing lycanthropy came from the same source of ritual as the blood malediction, it shouldn't be passed on by bite instead of birth, something that bothered him until Thursday night before last, the first full moon of the year. Harry let Remus stay caged while knocking him out as usual before letting Luna look at him. According to Luna, while during the month the aura of Remus was a lot like Professor McGonagall and the twins, regular with a hint of animalistic vibe, during the full moon it changes closer to how Dumbledore's aura is, it fades into the world in some locations. Yet while Dumbledore's aura is like a little kid trying to look old, Remus' aura is like an adult trying to connect to a child. That's when it hit him. The werewolf curse isn't only physical, it is also spiritual, and like all things spirituals, the world's beliefs changes the way it works. The world is filled with stories about werewolves since ancient Greece at least. It is one of the things that has little to no difference about between the magical and the ordinary world. Someone created the beliefs that werewolves only change on a full moon, that their bite is infectious and that there is no cure. Harry wasn't sure who or why, and it spread so much it became the truth. After learning that, he knew that to cure lycanthropy he needs to not only find a way to reverse both rituals, but find a way to make the world forget its beliefs, which is why, a year after he took a break from studying charms, Harry once more started studying one he already knew how to cast, which he now need to know more than just its basics. Harry started studying the Fidelius charm. Chapter 141. Harry's POV. The data class in which occlumency showed its advantage has already passed for both the twins and Harry, with the twins feeling relief that their friends managed to defend against the Imperius and that they can go back to pranking, card creations and playing music, and Harry passing it with indifference, resisting the commands while doing as they asked to make sure no one knew he can resist, no one but Daphne, who taught him about the subject, yet considering most of the Slytherins didn't resist, Daphne included, no one called him out on it. And as everyone around him threw themselves on their school work, Harry too threw himself into study, even as he got stuck into blocks in every single one of them. He finished the entire 7th year's work in Transfigurations, as once he combined belief it became extremely simple. He thought to continue to Masters, yet was disappointed to find out that to be called a Master in Transfigurations you need to be able to change objects without a specific spell, something he does since first year, and do wand point transfigurations, doing the spells without using wand movements, and he does it without a wand. In charms he is stuck, as he doesn't seem to have any detailed explanations about the Fidelius charm, how it works, and its history in any of the books Harry read, so he now works slowly about unraveling it using arithmancy, but it takes time. In runes Harry hit 27, but with GAI creating the actual runes, and the students deliver pure energy with the game, all he needed to do is pour his belief every day and control the magical energy output as it comes into the runes, which while does help him better his control, as it's not only a magical energy that doesn't belong to him, it is also something people poured with excitement, making it harder to control. It's something that takes time and didn't need studying. The only magical subject that seemed to continue grow was blacksmithing, in which the trip to the east helped much more than expected. With him already knowing how to forge and have time now that everything else seemed to be on pause, Harry started changing the RR into a smithing room and bring metals in to create objects. Surprisingly, the goblin's techniques about pouring intent and magic into the object as you create it, works extremely well with a less used magical weapons technique in the East, something that Muggles actually use better than most of the Eastern magical people, katana creation. You see, while the Muggles use the method of folding the metal as a way to strengthen the brittle iron their land has been plugged with, the magical people use this method as a way to pour negative emotions and magic into the sword, making it usually a demonic sword. Harry on the other hand had a different use for the technique. Instead of using brittle iron he used magical metals, instead of using negative emotions he used intent as the goblins taught him. The technique, which is based on layering the metal tens of thousands of times, make it possible for it to have many different intents in a product, and while he can't do it very well right now, he managed to create products with 2 intents for now. While every Saturday and Sunday he kept learning at Gringotts, having Ragnarok explain his mistakes and becoming better and better, during the week he started making bracelets for the dual discs that do the same as the Sword of Gryffindor does, though on a much smaller scale. The sword's ability is sucking and releasing. The swords suck in everything it thinks can have positive affects on it and its owner, including, after, according to the goblins, Godric messed with it, people's bravery and courage, so everybody who holds it becomes as brave as all the things and people the sword killed. His invention on the other hand, make it so it sucks a little bit more magic than the dual discs would have sucked without it, and release small doses of the cheering charm every time someone use it, making them, little by little dependent on the game, making it possible for Harry to always have extra magical energy. And by using the layering method he put on top of it an unbreakable charm, so if someone check what magical ability it has they would find only the unbreakable charm. Yes, it is probably evil, but not more than the nicotine companies are, well maybe a little bit more. Remus POV. Remus knew he had to perform well in this assignment his lord gave him. No matter how many times the lord told Remus to call him boss, he couldn't. How could he? With his family waiting for this moment hundreds of years, training each and every one of their children for their entire life to serve the Lord. No, while he called him boss on the outside, on his heart he will always be his lord. Not to mention that after studying his body for less than a month his lord told him he has thought of a way to cure lycanthropy. He couldn't help but think about his dad's bedtime stories, about the Lord being the most noble, the smartest, and the kindest God, one who can do anything he sets to do. And the Lord needs his help. He needs all the books he can find, especially ones on memory charms and curses, and while Remus didn't have any special ones, he knew who had, his friends, James and Lily Potter. Oh, how he can't stand them, they abandoned his lord. But he need to be nice, the lord need him to be his spy in the order. Walking onto the house, Remus knocked the door, only for it to be opened by someone he really hoped not seeing. Hey Sirius. Mooney. How are you? I'm fine, you know, in between jobs and houses right now, had one in China, but they found out about my furry little problem and, anyway, how are you? I'm much better, Prongs helped buy me some health potions, but to be truthful, I really want to go out, I feel like I'm losing my mind, again. Sirius laughed at his joke. Very funny, Remus said dryly, but why don't you go out? Prongs, Lily, and Dumbledore said it was too risky, said that the Dementors are still after me, that if I live at their home I should listen to their rules. The dog Animagus gambled. A plan started forming in his mind, one that would let him reach his lord's goals quicker. And you listen to them? What can I do? I have nowhere to go to. Well, Padfoot, can you keep a secret? The look of, don't you know me? Made Remus explain. No, I mean from everyone, even James. The indecision was written everywhere on Sirius' face. Sure, a marauder's oath. I found someone that can cure me. The eyes of the escaped convict went out of their pockets. Really? So why aren't you cured? Well, as the procedure is unique, not to mention incomplete, he needs special books and artifacts as a way to help him complete it. It was why I came here, to see if there is any book that would be useful, but now that I heard your plight, would you join me on my journey? Me? But I can't leave the house. You can't leave the house. Aren't you a wizard? Change your looks. We will mostly be in the Muggle world, where Dementors are forbidden from coming to. Excitement could be felt gashing out from Sirius. Would there be adventure? Would there be chicks? After finishing raising the Potter Library and maybe the Blacks, I was planning to sneak into every magical house in Britain, and after that, France. So yes, there would be all of the above. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. The two of us, bachelors ready to storm the world, you go to the library, I will organize my stuff. As Sirius ran inside leaving the door open, Remus couldn't help but smile, this was as easy as taking a candy to a baby. Chapter 142. Harry's POV. In the week that predated the arrival of the delegations from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, the teachers became incredibly tense and snarky, saying all kinds of things like, Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that you can't even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone from Durmstrang. And as they continued to behave like children that hide dirty laundry under the bed instead of just making sure to clean it, Harry felt his last bit of patience gone. Since first year most of his classes weren't contributing anything to his life, sure, potions helped with practice, and both runes and COMC were the helpful somewhat, yet the true reason he has stayed in school was the books, the ROR and his friends. Well, he copied all the books and can live without the ROR, which means the only reason he is in school were his friends, and while he loved them, he wasn't willing to keep going to class, not if there was an alternative, and luckily for him, there was for this year, the tournament. The way the entire castle was beaming with energy made the students duel more and more, and with both rich purebloods and Muggleborn buying their own discs, Harry knew it was just the beginning, making him smile as he saw the magical energy that is kept in the ROR grow more and more. Standing outside the main door with the rest of the school as they were waiting for the delegations, Harry and Luna talked about the different ways they would have made an entrance. I would have apparate into the castle. You can't apparate in Hogwarts. That's what will make it so impressive. Before they could make another sound, Dumbledore called out from the back row where he stood with the other teachers. Aha! Unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches. Where? Said many students eagerly, all looking in different directions. There, yelled a sixth year, pointing over the forest. It's a dragon, shrieked one of the first years, losing her head completely. Don't be stupid. It's a flying house, said another one. No, it's Superman. The Weasley twins said together. He knew it was coming, he was the one to show them comic books, but still. The entire school looked at them weirdly, the ones who didn't know what Superman is looked at them in confusion, and Muggleborns, especially those who knew the Weasley trait to not understand and mispronounce everything Muggle-related, in complete shock, so much so, that most of them missed the entry of the French delegation. The horse-drawn carriage, which was the size of a large house, which was pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, each the size of an elephant, landed with a thrust to the ground. Madame Maxime got out of the carriage and went to the teachers who were at the front of the students, with her students right behind her. They were shivering, which was unsurprising, given that their robes seemed to be made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. Of course, if they had any brain they would have cast a warming charm, but what can you expect from wizards? Madame Maxime made small conversation with Dumbledore before taking her students inside to warm themselves. The second they walked in, the entire students' body started talking about their entry and what would Durmstrang's entry would look like, though they didn't for long, as a loud and oddly eerie noise was drifting toward them from out of the darkness, a muffled rumbling and sucking sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner were moving along a riverbed. As a mast raised from the lake, Harry couldn't help but be impressed, even if he knew what it was going to be, seeing that someone made an underwater sailing boat, something he knew would take either year or hundreds of people, as you need to create multiple rune scans on every meter of the place and have them not messing with one another, not to mention the fact it can move similar to a portkey. Dumbledore. Karkaroff called heartily as he walked up the slope, his students right behind him. How are you, my dear fellow, how are you? As he has a small chat with Dumbledore and brought Krum up front, before walking toward the grand hall with his students behind him, the Hogwarts students followed as they whispered among themselves, with the most notable topic being Krum. Walking toward the Slytherin table, Harry looked back to the front door, which had the two delegations waiting for someone to explain to them where to sit. A few seconds later Harry decided that being nice to the guests had some benefits, specifically have them talk about their school and their secrets, so he can have Remus steal them, of course. Walking back to the door, Harry talked to one of the French students. Hey, I see you are cold, and that you have nowhere to sit, how about you sit with us? Apparently, more than one of the foreigners was listening, and all they needed was an invitation, because all the students from the two schools went with him to sit in the Slytherin table, making Harry glad that the Hogwarts tables were charmed to expend base of need, as otherwise, with the extra 20 students, it would have been crowded. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests, said Dumbledore, beaming at the foreign students, making Harry feel uncomfortable, as he looked toward the Slytherin table more than he did the last 3 years. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. He sat down, and Harry saw Karkaroff lean forward at once and engage him in conversation. The plates in front of them filled with food as usual. The house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them than Harry had ever seen in this school, though, at this school all there ever was, is English food, so it didn't faze him very much. Hey, I'm Charlotte, thank you for offering your table. A student from Beauxbatons said to him as he chose his food. Harry, he offered his hand for a shake, which she gracefully took and think nothing about it. Me and Luna wanted to have a conversation with you all. Oh really? Charlotte said with interest, what about? Magic, of course. Luna said with excitement. Even if schools around the world has mostly became the same in their curriculum, there must have some difference between your school and ours. You are the most energetic person I've ever met. Charlotte said with a laugh. Well, ask away. That started some intense conversation, to which some of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students joined, including Krum, who looked like he escaped from Malfoy. It was only when Crouch Sr. came in with Percy Weasley and Ludo Bagman and sat in the teacher's table, that they stopped, and only because a loud voice stopped them, a voice Harry activated. Hello, students of Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The voice belonged to Tommy the Illusion. With the two schools coming in grandly, we wanted to also make an impression. The illusion of Lucius was talking now. We thought of multiple ways of how to do it. We could have told you about the official game of Hogwarts, duel cards, but when asked in a letter its creator said they are about to do it themselves and that they are going to sell it also outside of Hogwarts. This time it was the illusion of Bella that took charge of talking. We could have sing the song of Hogwarts, but it sucks. This made many Hogwarts students nod as the foreigners laughed. So we decided to make a new song for Hogwarts. Severus's illusion said, we hope you enjoy it. Tommy. I'm a Gryffindor. This girl is a Hufflepuff. We take the Hogwarts train going all the way. Tommy. Here come the Ravenclaws. Chilling with some Slytherins. We take the Hogwarts train going all the way. We hang out in our common rooms, Tommy. With chocolate frogs, Bella. And pumpkin juice, Lucius. If you got magic you can live this life, Tommy. It goes on, and on, and on, and on, Tommy. Wizards, Severus. Snogging, Severus. Up and down the Hogwarts halls, Bella. Professors, Lucius. Searching in the night, Lucius. Watch out, Bella. For Snape, Bella. Living just to give detention, Tommy. I, Severus. Hate, Severus. Gryffindors, Severus. Making elixirs and potions class, Lucius. Casting spells, Bella. And kicking ass, Severus. Sneaking out in the dark of night, Tommy. Just because we can, all of them. Sometimes we win, Tommy. Sometimes we lose, Bella. Monster duel ain't no game for fools, Tommy. But if you have enough magic it goes, Lucius. On, and on, and on, and on, Lucius. Wizards, Tommy. Snogging, Tommy. Up and down the Hogwarts halls, Bella. Professors, Lucius. Searching in the night, Lucius. Tommy. And the pranksters. Peeves and Weasley twins. We'll make sure you won't feel down. We are from Hogwarts. Wands up. Strong and united. We are from Hogwarts. School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Strong and united. As the song ended there was applause for half a minute, before it died down, even there was once again quiet, Tommy once again talked. We hope you enjoyed the music and we hope you enjoy the food. Our next song will be at the request of the Weasley twins on the first duel tournament of the year. Come on up and tell us more about that. Both Fred and George went near the illusions before starting to talk. First of all, I've got to say, I love your singing. Said the one that was obviously Fred. I prefer the pianist, though you could have chose different face. George said. The illusion winked before disappearing. Anyway, for all the foreigners, who probably has no idea what monster dueling is, Fred said as George took out of his pocket a purse before starting to take out discs and decks. We prepared a few borrowable duel discs and a beginner's deck for each of you, with the deck being a present. Now, the rules are simple. As Fred explained the rules, George went to the Slytherin table and gave each of the guests a duel disc and a deck. Fred, who finished explaining the rules, said, as for the tournament, the next one would be in 3 weeks, and it would be one that anyone can join, so practice, buy new cards, and create your own decks, and most importantly, have fun. With it the twins both went down. Well, the headmaster raised from his chair. This was lovely performance and I hope the game will bring us all together. Now, the moment has come, the Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of polite applause and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch, perhaps because of his fame as a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. Bartemius Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. Harry couldn't help but wonder what is special about the box, and if it was worth stealing it. Dumbledore continued to talk as Filch put the box on the table before him. Dumbledore took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. Opening it, Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the goblet of fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. So Harry was correct, it isn't illegal to put your name in the cup, nor is it forbidden, it is just a friendly advice. As the dinner was done Harry didn't return with Luna to the common room, instead he left to the RR where he called for the one who can help him the easiest. Dobby. Chapter 143. Harry's POV. Thinking about it, Harry could come up with multiple ways to put his name in the goblet. He could have thrown the piece of paper like a basketball, could have banished the paper into the cup, and could have confuted an older student to take it for him, yet, thinking about it, he chose the easiest method. Dobby. House elves are really sneaky, if they don't want to be found they won't, especially Dobby, who took upon himself to become a ninja, so Harry was sure no one will see the little guy, yet the biggest reason he has to have Dobby's help was that no matter who put the name he would need to put another paper in, Harry's secret. After researching the Fidelius charm for almost a month he had better understanding of it. The charm he casted that makes him seem normal and entirely not unique wizard will work also on objects, which means he has to make sure the goblet will know the truth so it will spit his name. Having Dobby put his name, Harry left to bed. It was a long day, and tomorrow he has blacksmithing lesson. The next week had Harry and Luna talk with the other school's students every meal, and he would have to admit that although he hasn't learned something new about magic, he did learn little bits about their schools. The two schools had one main difference between them and Hogwarts: they didn't took only children from their own country. In fact, Europe entirely was divided to Eastern and Western, where the east side of wizards go to Durmstrang and the west to Beauxbatons, which was the reason many students of Beauxbatons looked down on Hogwarts. You see, while Hogwarts is very impressive for just the UK, the school in France has 5 times the faculty and is 3 times its size. Even without consideration of the size, because students come from many different countries, some that are colder and some that are hotter, the entire castle is always in room temperature, with the exception of the library, which is kept a little bit colder to protect the books. With them talking about already missing the sea, and a few other things, Harry managed to figure out the school was located in Porquerolles Island, something he would have Remus go check when he finished with the Britain houses. Durmstrang wasn't as easy to figure out. He wasn't sure if it was because they were hiding things or if that's truly all they knew, but the only thing the students talked about when asked about the view of the school was ice, and some more ice. They did though, talked about the so-called dark arts they were practicing. According after speaking to them Harry understood they don't learn any heavy magic with the exception of some minor rituals for physical enhancement. As for the dark spells, they are just learning a few more powerful spells in their DA class, which is their version for defense class. One thing that changed was the amount of magical power that Harry had in storage. With more people dueling, the amount grew, so Harry had enough to create another scammer without harming the daily functions. Not that he did, he has no need for that, at least not for now. As the week gone by, more and more students has put their name in the goblet, though, the biggest surprise were the twins, who didn't even try, as they said, "We are swamped in orders, and with the band and making pranks. Why would we? It's not like we need the money." When he told them he was going to compete and explained why, they just grinned to him and said good luck. Another person that he needed to have a conversation with before the competition began was his investor, aka Daphne Greengrass, though surprisingly, he wasn't the one to approach her, she approached him. "Hey Harry," it was Thursday when she came him as he left breakfast, on the way to class. "I have something for you." The smile on her face made it obvious she got one of the blood samples he needed. "Great. I'm stuck in my research, maybe that is what I need." "What did you get me?" Pulling her hand out from her bag, a vial of blood was in it. "It's the blood of Nymphadora Tonks, the only known metamorphmagus in Britain. It took my father a lot of time to convince her to give this vial, so I hope it's worth it." "Oh, it will be." By the time she gave him the vial they were near the history classroom, yet before she walked in Harry called to her. "Wait, I need to tell you something so you won't be blindsided." A frown appeared on her face. "What?" Casting a small silencing charm, Harry said. "Well, I felt I don't have enough time, so I decided to join the Triwizard Tournament." "You did what?" Rolling his eyes, Harry said, "I joined the tournament to have more time." "How on earth joining a tournament that you would need to study and practice for save you time?" "Not having to go to classes will save me time, especially that I won't try to win, just do the minimum in every test and spend more time on research." "Oh. Yes, oh. Great." The smile went back to her face. "Good luck at getting the goblet to choose you then." All of that led him to right now, Halloween 1993, when the names are being pulled out of the cup. The Durmstrang students who didn't got chosen looked fine with it, not surprising, considering they told him how Karkaroff told them that if anyone but Crumb was to be chosen he will make sure they can't compete and lose their magic. On the other hand, the Beauxbatons students were disappointed, with 2 even crying, as they all put their names in the cup. The Hogwarts champion, Dumbledore called, is Harry Peverell. The clapping only came from Luna and the foreign students as Harry raised from his chair, walking toward where the other 2 champions are. Yet, before he reached halfway through, someone yelled, "That can't be right. He isn't 17, hell, he is only a 4th year." Turning his head back, Harry smiled toward the audience saying, the cup doesn't care for age, the only thing that did was the age line, so, like many of the 6th years, I tried to go in, only I succeeded. I guess even Professor Dumbledore make mistakes. The smile on his face might look charming, yet the anger he felt from the headmaster made it hard to be genuine. Walking away, Harry reached the other 2 champions. Harry. They both looked surprised that he was there. I managed to put my name in the goblet, I'm the 3rd champion. Before any of them could say anything, and scared-looking Marcus came in, behind him walking Ludo Bagman. Extraordinary. Bagman yelled, absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen. Lady, he added, approaching the fireside and addressing the other 3. May I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the 4th Triwizard champion? Harry couldn't help but snicker as he watched the 2 champions' expressions change when hearing that, especially as they sized Marcus before looking at him with questions in their eyes. This one used to be my twin before I got kicked out of the family for having a brain, you might know him as the boy who lived. Harry rolled his eyes at the nickname. You weren't kicked for having a brain, you were kicked because you are Slytherin. Before any of them could say another word, more people walked in, Barty Crouch Sr. and Jr., the 3 headmasters, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall and Lily Potter. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime said imperiously as they walked in. I'd rather like to know that myself, Dumbledore, said Professor Karkaroff. He was wearing a steely smile, and his blue eyes were like chips of ice. 2 Hogwarts champions. I don't remember anyone telling me the host school is allowed 2 champions, or have I not read the rules carefully enough? He gave a short and nasty laugh. Say impossible, said Madame Maxime, whose enormous hand with its many superb opals was resting upon Fleur's shoulder. Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. It is most unjust. Not to mention we were under the impression that your age line would keep out younger contestants, Dumbledore, said Karkaroff, his steely smile still in place, though his eyes were colder than ever. Otherwise, we would, of course, have brought along a wider selection of candidates from our own schools. What Mr. Peveril did, Professor Snape said as he looked at Harry, while I admit I haven't seen coming, isn't against the rules. What we should be asking is what Mr. Potter did, and why. Did you put your name into the goblet of fire, Marcus? He asked calmly. No. Of course my son didn't put his name. Lily Potter said, nor did he ask anyone older than him to put it for him. She added when Dumbledore was about to open his mouth. Ah, but of course she is lying, cried Madame Maxime. Snape was now shaking his head, his lip curling. He could not have crossed the age line, said Professor McGonagall sharply. I am sure we are all agreed on that dash. Oh, but we can't, after all, we have a student that did it already, do we not? Professor Karkaroff interrupted. Boy, how did you move past the age line? I didn't. Harry said, eyes twinkling with mischief. I threw a paper ball with my name on it like a quaffle. The people around him were all quiet, until Crumb laughed, I like you Harry. Mr. Crouch. Mr. Bagman, said Karkaroff, after seeing no one cares about the young student being the champion, his voice unctuous once more, you are our objective judges. Surely you will agree that this is most irregular. Bagman wiped his round, boyish face with his handkerchief and looked at Mr. Crouch, who was standing outside the circle of the firelight, his face half hidden in shadow. We must follow the rules, Barty Crouch Sr. said, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the goblet of fire are bound to compete in the tournament. Well, Barty knows the rule book back to front, said Bagman, beaming and turning back to Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, as though the matter was now closed. I insist upon resubmitting the names of the rest of my students, said Karkaroff. He had dropped his unctuous tone and his smile now. His face wore a very ugly look indeed. You will set up the goblet of fire once more, and we will continue adding names until each school has 2 champions. It's only fair, Dumbledore. But Karkaroff, it doesn't work like that, said Bagman. The goblet of fire's just gone out, it won't reignite until the start of the next tournament dash. In which Durmstrang will most certainly not be competing, exploded Karkaroff. After all our meetings and negotiations and compromises, I little expected something of this nature to occur. I have half a mind to leave now. Empty threat, Professor Karkaroff, Crouch Jr. said, you can't leave your champion now. He's got to compete. They've all got to compete. Binding magical contract, remember? As the adults continued to argue, Harry activated his earring and listened to GAI reading a book to him. While in the middle of listening, he caught Batman was actually explaining about the task. The first task will take place on November the 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests. "Harry, Marcus, I suggest you go up to bed," said Dumbledore, smiling at both of them. "I am sure Gryffindor and Slytherin are waiting to celebrate with you, and it would be a shame to deprive them of this excellent excuse to make a great deal of mess and noise." Harry didn't return to the Slytherin common room that night. Instead he went to the RR and celebrated not needing to go to any class this year anymore with his 3 friends. Chapter 144. Harry's POV. The next 2 weeks were full of hiding for Harry. With the exception of COMC, workouts and meals, Harry stopped leaving the RR except for going to the Chamber of Secrets when his past self was using the room. Something that did wonders to his progress in everything. His runes reached a total number of 43, which, because he focused on specific ones, meant he was halfway there to create a container of magic with only his runes, and start mass-producing them. His forging skill improved, making him able to create stronger effects on his creations, and he even improved in the layering method, letting him put another intent into his creations, reaching a total of 3. Even his medical studies progressed with speed he wasn't used to. With the speed right now he believes that by the new year he would finish the 6th year. Yet the thing he was proudest of was his research. With Daphne giving him the blood samples of Nymphadora Tonks, and Remus getting him the books, diaries and journals from the libraries of both the Potter family and the Black family, especially the Black family, Harry managed to figure out how the Metamorphmagus ability worked, even if he still didn't find a way to turn one into one. He started by researching the blood. He found out it looked just like regular blood until you put pure magic in it. When you put magic in regular blood, the only thing that happens is that the white blood cells become a little bit stronger, making them more resilient to bacteria, which was why the magical world has no regular sickness. Instead, it has bacteria that evolved with magic to attack those specific cells. On the other hand, when pure magic comes into contact with the cells of a Metamorphmagus, it has 2 effects. On the cellular level, they become a lot like stem cells, as if they are being reprogrammed. He also find out that if you keep the pure magic long enough in that state, it will return to be a full-time stem cells, which led Harry to the conclusion that Metamorphmagus would die from that. The second effect was on the DNA level. Not only does the ability change your cell's shape, it also changes your physical DNA, at least in the specific location that magic is being poured to, meaning each time Metamorphmagus changes a body part, they use the same method he used for transfigurations. Not cognitively, they don't think of the molecules, the atoms, and the cells. Harry didn't believe they could, as even he, with his mind and eidetic memory, had it hard with thinking about the different things that made an object what it is. No, they did all of that subconsciously, and more importantly with their belief. Their transfigurations, and probably all their magic, was almost entirely based on beliefs, and if a journal that was in the Black family's library is true, then while the Ollivander family was one of the oldest professional wand-making family, the first one to create a wand was a Black, specifically one that was a Metamorphmagus by the name of Felix, who used the way his body works by his wishes, without any needed knowledge, to help his younger sister cast spells by making her a wand with most of his hair changed to look like a stuff, though he didn't have enough mass to make a big one, before cutting it. While Harry didn't know how much of it is true, the fact that Metamorphmagus work with their belief instead of magic made the reason why there was never anyone who was both Metamorphmagus and Animagus. While Metamorphmagus ability is based on belief, Animagus is based on knowledge. To be able to change into the animal, in addition to the potion or ritual that was needed, you also need to know your animal, physically, which is the reason most people don't become one. While making the potion isn't easy, it is the research that makes most wizards and witches give up. This gave Harry an idea that can be used to cure Astoria, but for that he would need Nagini, as a guinea pig. While Harry was pleased with his progress and the way he used his time efficiently when not playing music with his friends, the school hasn't shared his sentiment. The teachers more than once tried to force him to go to class, and when that didn't work, guilt-trip him into going. While to the teachers he liked for their enthusiasm or their way of teaching he explained he need to learn faster than class, to other teachers who felt the need to take points from him, he rolled his eyes when he heard that. He hasn't said a word to. Another group that didn't seem to like the way he acted as the champion of Hogwarts was the students, who started enthusiastic, with Slytherin taking charge and promoting him as the real Hogwarts champion, and by saying that, in Hogwarts we don't need a 7th year to beat other schools, with Ravenclaws and Hufflepuff joining in, and even Gryffindors cheering sometimes. But after a week of him hiding from the headache that the students was causing him, even missing the wand waiting, which made Rita Skeeter trash talk him in the Daily Prophet. The talks changed into sneers and jabs. Calling him a snob and saying that at least Marcus is brave enough to walk in school was only the nicest things he heard from them. Harry really didn't care much. He wanted to study, research and hang with his friends. He didn't care for anything else. As for ruining the Potters, no matter what, it would only be temporary. The only thing that ruins a person forever is death, and maybe torture. Chapter 145. Fred's POV. The last 2.5 months were intense. The first half of this period of time being used to teach their friends basic occlumency, of which they all managed to create a small defense that was just enough to resist when they were prepared for it, though they didn't teach it to their little brother, thinking there is no way Professor Moody is crazy enough to use one of the unforgivable curses on fourth years, a mistake they would never make again. The second half was filled with requests to buy the disc duels Harry Makeys and selling more cards, not to mention music and pranking. They felt as busy as some of the students who actually does homework. But it was all worth it, cause now it is time for the tournament. And now, it is time for the first international card dueling tournament. The applause showed Fred it is good to feel appreciated. But before we begin, about this time's prizes. His twin said before listing them. Third place will get his own speed deck. What's a speed deck, you ask? Well, a speed deck is a deck of monster cards you play in the air. That's right, monster dueling will now have a version that is played on brooms. The craze that went in most of the students' eyes felt extremely familiar to Fred, which made sense once he realized it was the same look he had on his face when Harry told him about it. The second place will get his own turbo broom, which is a special broom that you need to be able to duel on. We called it that way as a thank you for Tommy and his Eaters for their song that they are going to play after listing the prizes, as a reminder for their first song, Hyperdrive. This time the looks intensified, before applause was shot all around the audience. And lastly, George continued after the clapping and shouting stopped. First place get both a broom and a deck. And now, Tommy and his Eaters. For illusions appeared behind him, and once again Fred couldn't help but feel his admiration for his little brother in all but blood, as that is some advanced magic. Fred, George, the illusion that was him in fact said as he smiled at the two of them, this is for you. Chillin' out with the crew in the schoolyard. Finned in, trouble, never lookin' too hard. Well, back at class, they never taught us this. Some things you gotta learn, hit or miss. Tough times, hard climbs. We'll take 'em on together. Right now, let's go. Everybody let's duel, active the spells. Game on, get your game on. Come on, you better play your cards right. Game on, get your game on. We'll make the grade and win this fight. We'll make the grade somehow. Yeah. Everybody let's duel. Game on, get your game on. Come on, you better play your cards right. Come on and get your game on. Our class is out now, we're done today. Time to whip out our deck, and duel away. The bad guys will come and they will be at last. With all of our friends it will be a blast. Throw down, a face down. We'll put our all into it. Right now, let's go. Everybody let's duel, active the spells. Game on, get your game on. Come on, you better play your cards right. Game on, get your game on. We'll make the grade and win this fight. We'll make the grade somehow. Yeah. Everybody let's duel. Game on, get your game on. Come on, you better play your cards right. Come on and get your game on. No matter how many times he heard it, Fred couldn't help but feel this is George and his song, the words, the sound, it connected to his very soul. Too bad Harry isn't here, but their little friends doesn't seem to care as long as they play together. Grinning wildly, Fred turned back to the audience. What an amazing piece. Show your love to Tommy and his Eaters. The applause was as great as the applause for the broom, and now, let the games begin. Cedric's POV. As he played against one of his Slytherin classmates, Cedric couldn't help but think that instead of this tournament he could have been in another, and how lucky he is that he is not. When Cedric wasn't chosen as a champion he was both disheartened and relieved. He felt relieved because he didn't want to be in the stupid tournament in the first place. It was his 7th year, he was about to have the most important and difficult tests of his life. Why on earth would he want to spend most of his free time learning stuff unrelated for that? The only reason he even put his name in the goblet was his father, who knew about the tournament way before the school year, and told him he must do it. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel disappointed in himself. Is he really not good enough to win against a 4th year? One who is supposedly so average he is forgettable. What does it mean about him? Those questions kept flying in his head for a day or two, until one of his friends asked for a duel. The moment he started playing with his newly bought duel disc, with his card deck he made by exchanging cards and sometimes by trying his luck with the mystery packages, he felt excitement and happiness just as he feels every time he is on a broom. It became one of his favorite things, something only second to flying. And now, knowing the twins somehow combined his two favorites, Cedric knew he has to win this, or at least win second place. As Augustus, his opponent used his goblin to attack his flobberworm which was in defense mode, Cedric used his Protego trap card to defend. He won't lose. It's my turn, and by sacrificing flobberworm, I summon unicorn in attack mode. He can win this. Albus POV. As Albus looked on the duels he kept his smile up, even as he felt restless inside. Not once but twice the band that made him feel restless managed to twice prevent any detection spells he casted on the illusions from locating where the spells were cast from. It was maddening. Which group of children didn't want fame, enough to make sure no one knew who they are, and could simultaneously figure out who Tom is, and create songs catchy enough that he seems unable to get out of his head? Taking a long breath, Albus calmed himself down. They will make mistakes, and when they do, he will catch them. Now, why does it seem like there is another problem he keeps forgetting about? Draco's POV. Draco didn't have the best year. After many arguments, yes, it was arguments not whining, and if someone said otherwise he would tell his mother, not father, cause he feared him agreeing, he managed to convince his father to take him to the Quidditch World Cup, in which the parties seemed to finish early because some people disguised themselves as Death Eaters only to destroy people's fun. When the school year begun, he found out that not only there isn't any Quidditch games this year, but he can't even join the Triwizards tournament, as it was only for 17 years old. It was then that he decided to pour his all to the other tournaments the school has and bought his own duel disc, and he truly started to enjoy the game, much more than before, when it was only a way to crush those beneath him. He practiced whenever he had a chance, thinking he is going to crush Potter, only for his rival to join the Triwizards tournament as the fourth champion. But who cares? He will win this tournament and get his own turbo broom. He will show Potter, you don't need luck to become famous. George's POV. Looking at the sea of eyes that looked at him and his twin, most in disappointment, George felt his grin getting bigger. And now, for our winners. In third place we have Selena Aleri from Beau's Batons with her wonderful use of transfiguration-based spell and trap cards. In second place we have Zacharias Smith who uses a Hufflepuff-based deck. And lastly, in first place Cedric Diggory, who used his COMC deck to show us the power of Hagrid's lessons. His twin now started talking. Now, while it is true only 2 gets the brooms for free, you can either buy them yourself for the low price of 24 G16s, or can borrow them from us for the price of 1 Canute an hour. But before you do, let us tell you about the rules of turbo dueling. George took his twin's place. The game is the same with a few changes. First, the only spell and trap cards you can play are speed cards, which can only be used in the air, and, of course, you can buy from us from today. Second, there is one additional monster kinds that can be played in the air. Those monsters cards can be used with different cards to create stronger monsters without the need for magic spells. They are called animagi, and the stronger cards they can create are called transfiguration masters. Third, when a monster attacks you, you will feel it, not literally, but the broom will shake and might even make you fall based on the number of life points lost. If you can evade the monsters, life points will be lost, but no shaking will happen. Otherwise, push magic to your broom to stop the shaking. If you fall from the broom it's game over. Lastly, there is a card both duelists must play before any game in the air begin called Speed Field. This field card create a field that based on the number of turns you played give you a number of abilities to choose to use before seeing your counter. It was then that Fred started talking. The next tournament, as you probably guessed it, is a turbo one, so come, practice, and let's see who will be the king of turbo dueling. Chapter 146. Harry's POV. While the other champions used their last week before the task to prepare to face the dragons, now that they knew what the task is, Harry instead used it as another regular week. With the turbo dueling becoming a hit, magic overflowed in its container, as the games took much more energy, making Harry create another AI. The addition of the broom, the speed field magic card and the needed magic to stabilize yourself if you get hurt made people spend much more energy on the game, and as a side effect, strengthen the happy feelings they have when they duel. While the brooms are based on the Firebolt and the book about creating brooms, not including the little changes like color, there are only 2 main differences. The first being the thing it is manufactured from. While regular brooms are made from wood with their inside built like a wand, having both a core and runes on the inside by a special techniques, with the only differences are the kinds of cores. Instead of highly magical beings it is beings that can fly strongly, and the runes instead of being for the sake of general magic, being specific for flight and comfort, the broom Harry and his friends created is made out of metal, with instead of having a core, it has the magical effects of the goblins, only, as usual, layered. The second difference is its ability to connect with the dual disc, otherwise you cannot play. The biggest problem about that was that as he was the only one that could make both the brooms and the dual discs is that he was being swamped by requests. Which is why, after 3 days of working constantly, Harry did the reasonable thing and bought an industrial folding iron machine and metal shaping machine with the money he made for the last couple of years, connected it to a new AI by the name of Fact, which is a short for factory he created from the energy and had it work on those things, something that took him 3 days, taking the last one before the first task to rest. Which is why, while the other champions woke up that day nervous and excited, Harry woke up refreshed after a day of relaxation. Finishing to make his sandwich for the second lunch for the day, he saw Professor Snape commenting toward him. "Peveril, the champions have to come down onto the grounds now. You have to get ready for your first task." Winking to Luna as she waved to him, he took his sandwich and walked outside. While he was sure if it was any other teacher they would try to calm the student down, Professor Snape walked quietly next to him, half leading him toward the tent for the champions, half making sure he doesn't escape. As they reached to the tent Harry was just about to walk in when the professor called out to him. "Peveril." "Yes, Professor." "Please don't humiliate the school." "I make no promises." Walking in he saw the other 3 contestants already arrived. The only constant that seemed like the nerves are killing him was Marcus, if only because the other 2 contestants had a few conversations with Harry about the task once they found out about it and Harry gave each a couple of ideas to try against the dragon, and if those didn't work, they can always use the original ideas they each had. "Harry." "Good-o," said Bagman happily, looking around at him. Come in, make yourself at home." The eagerness he showed was crappy, though Harry shouldn't have been surprised. After all, after a deal to split profit 50-50 with Ragnarok, he knew that the goblins made sure Bagman would bet on him winning the tournament. "Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in," said Bagman brightly. "When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag." He held up a small sack of purple silk and shook it at them, "from which you will each select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different, varieties, you see. And I have to tell you something else too. Ah, yes, your task is to collect the golden egg." Of course Moon looked surprised, with the exception being Marcus, who looked surprised Harry wasn't surprised. "Ladies first," Bagman said, offering it to Fleur. She put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny, perfect model of a dragon, a Welsh green. It had the number 2 around its neck. It was then Victor's turn. He pulled out the scarlet Chinese fireball. It had a number 3 around its neck. Putting his hand into the bag, Harry felt 2 little creatures, one with sharp objects and one without. Wrapping his half on the one without, Harry pulled out a bluish-gray Swedish short snout, the number 1 tied around its neck. Marcus then became pale as he reached inside the bag and pulled the Hungarian horntail, with the number 4 hanged around his neck. "Well, there you are," said Bagman. "You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons, do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. But first. Harry, could I have a quick word? Outside?" "Sure." Going outside with Bagman near some trees. "Feeling all right, Harry? Anything I can get you?" "Nah, I'm good, thanks." "Got a plan?" said Bagman, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Because I don't mind sharing a few pointers, if you'd like them, you know." "I mean," Bagman continued, lowering his voice still further, "you're the underdog here, Harry. Anything I can do to help?" "I got everything I need, but thanks." A whistle had blown somewhere. "Good Lord, we have got to run," said Bagman in alarm, and as they both hurried off. Coming into the tent, Harry headed straight out on the other side where he saw the dragon lay. Now, Harry has never seen a full-size dragon before, especially not a nesting mother, so he couldn't say it before with the same intensity, but seeing it now he could. Wizards are crazy motherfuckers. Wizards who see what pretty much is the ultimate predator and say, let's make a game from stealing their most valuable possessions, their children, and no, basilisks aren't, seriously, chicken's voice can kill them, dragons, with their size, fire breath, and ferocity and without fear of anything. Those are much scarier than giant snakes with killer eyes and deadly venoms who fear chickens. Taking one look of the dragon, Harry forsook any plan that involved the dragon seeing something takes the golden egg. Harry raised his wand, which he hasn't used for anything but dada lessons since the end of second year, and casted an enlargement charm on a rock that lasted on the floor before casting a switching charm on it, making the golden egg appear in its place, where he picked it up and moved back to the tent that was right behind him, never leaving the 1-meter area from it. Coming inside, both Victor and Fleur looked up. Marcus was on the side talking with his mother, Granger and Neville, Moon of which noticed his entry. "Did you at work?" Fleur asked in excitement. "Yes, though I advise on using the switching charm, as those dragons are scary and I wouldn't want them having any indication their eggs are stolen, though you can use your enchantment before using levitation, just to show off," Harry said while rubbing the back of his head. "Oh, Harry, you crazy genius." Fleur rushed to him, hugging him. "Thank you for being such a good friend and telling us." "Don't sweat it, I only joined the tournament for fun." "No," Victor said, "you have our gratitude." As a whistle once again was heard, Fleur left the tent for her turn. "Seriously, if you need my help, you have it." "Well, if you are sure, I might have one thing but it needs to stay a secret. The request came from me." At his nod Harry continued, "Have you heard about turbo card dueling?" Chapter 147. Harry's POV. With the first task finished, with Fleur getting first place with 45 points for her enchanting the dragon to sleep before levitating the egg toward her. Victor and him getting second place with 39 points with quick and easy solutions for daunting tasks. And Marcus getting last place with 38 for his entertaining performance with the broom. Harry couldn't help but snicker thinking about how Bagman raised the points to 40 in the books. Leaving that aside, as Harry couldn't care less about the tournament, Harry also got both Fleur and Victor to agree to play the opening game of the Turbo tournament. Returning to the RR wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be, as most of the students liked Marcus' performance much more than they liked Harry's, though there were still some students that liked his, mostly from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Though, once he actually got to the RR, he was greeted with food, cake and music, as his 3 friends arranged a party. Knowing he has 3 months before the next task, Harry once again threw himself into work. With dual discs and brooms being created by machines, Harry once more has an ample of free time, which meant another project could go underway, and this time, with Remus getting him the libraries of 5 old families, and him now having 4 pieces of the 8 pieces of Voldemort's soul, Harry started studying the soul, and more specifically, Horcruxes. Both the Eastern and the Western have their own study on the soul. The Eastern books he has are more philosophical, they are all about what the soul is, and worse, it was always a sentence or two in a book, making it impossible without GAI to put together all the pieces according to the sects and understand what they meant. Some say it is a person's magic. Some say it is a person's beliefs. Some say it is a person's memories. But most of the books thinks it is a combination of the 3. The thing is, everything in this world has magic. Most have only passive magic, and the world's belief is affecting it through this magic. Magical beings on the other hand, has active magic, making them able to combat with the world's belief with their own. The thing is, a person isn't born with beliefs, he isn't born with memories, the only thing a person is born with is magic, which is the pure soul of a newborn that most rituals talk about. As you grow, memories, experiences and beliefs are what's shaping a person's soul to create what each and every one of us has, true souls. The thing with magic is, every time you use it you shape your soul, which is why, while people without active magic take years, lifetimes, and sometimes even then it isn't enough to understand who they are and their Tao, magical people can do it much quicker by using magic. The Westerns on the other hand, has a much more practical view on the matter. They give you spells to use, with the minimum explanations on how they affect you, and by doing them, you understand the effects yourself. While it does help, having spells to research about actual effects instead of just learning about the philosophy of what a soul is, it wasn't until he studied one of the books on memory charms that Harry understood its original purpose and couldn't help but think, that if he ever needed its affects, he would use it himself. Memory charms are at the base of them work with the notion that the soul is shaped by experience. The idea is, that if you can put different experiences and delete unwanted ones you could change the soul shape. The one who wrote this book stated that he is about to use it to shape his soul to the perfect shape, a circle, as a way to maximize his potential as a wizard in his time alive. Harry didn't know if it was true or not, and he had no intention on finding out. It is one thing thinking of deleting memories from your brain, but deleting them from your soul. No way. Instead, Harry thought about what he learned about becoming a demigod and a god. If all you need is belief, you only has to do as he did to Remus, creating a bunch of fanatics down to their very soul, though either way, it will have to wait until his body undergoes the ritual to become shapeshifter. Harry believed that the only reason no one has ever done that before was because the book explaining what the memory charm actually is was in the Smith family's library, and even if someone read it, he would also have to have read through thousands of books in Chinese to find out its uses. Horcrux, on the other hand, was extremely simple to understand. While that piece of magic was created by Herpo in ancient Greece, one of the wizards that specialized in soul magic. It came from Egypt, where sorcerers who feared death and its realm managed to create a ritual to preserve their soul inside their body by mummifying it, making them undead. Herpo took it a step farther. He created a spell, that its purpose is to rip his soul into two, weakening him yet making him have all the time in the world to return to his peak, as he created a connection to the world that can't be ignored by death and its realm. He then used the same ritual the sorcerers used, only on an object outside of his body, making it host his soul. The thing is, a soul which already has a shape, magic and consciousness, can use belief to get stronger, which is why the diary had the ability, once Ginny trusted and believed in him, to grow stronger and more complete. The spell that tears your soul only has one unfortunate side effect. Tearing the soul release energy that is almost impossible to block, making the thing it hits lose its soul to the realm of death. Today it is known as the killing curse. Finding the ritual to make an Horcrux wasn't hard, which meant he had a new idea on how to manipulate the war so the final outcome would be both sides losing. Harry is about to replace Voldemort. Chapter 148. Harry's POV. While Harry had no plan to go to the Yule Ball, after getting blackmailed by Professor Snape that if he didn't his time turner would be confiscated, Harry decided to go. Though, considering he only had one true female friend, who he knew that without a date would be unable to go, and he truly didn't want to go without her, he decided to ask Luna. "Hey Luna," he asked as they sat at the RR, Luna in her books, and Harry had GAI read him about his medical studies as he finished another one of his runes. "Yes Harry," she said without raising her head from the book. "Would you go with me to the Yule Ball?" Luna's POV. It finally happened. He asked her to go with him to the ball. She hoped it would happen, hoped he would ask her, knew her chances were better than most as Daphne was already asked and he doesn't have many friends. But still, she knew there was a chance he wouldn't. He could have asked one of the foreigners. The French champion didn't have a date yet and she was one of the friends Harry made this year. With other people it was easy to know how to talk to, with their emotional creatures, how she and Harry started to call the beings she saw in people's mind, and their auras. It was easy to know how most people would react to anything. But not with Harry. Harry, for some reason, had no creatures close to him, a reason she felt Harry knew but had no plans to tell her, something that while annoyed her sometimes, she learned to live with, yet with it, and his aura being defended by a clemency, only showing her colors related to it, made it impossible to know how he felt. So, when he asked her she wasn't ready to that type of question at all, making her brain freeze. "I'm sorry, what?" "I asked if you would go with me to the Yule Ball." Yes I would," she said smiling. "That's great." He smiled the same smile he had after their concert at the Quidditch World Cup, a smile that was more genuine than any another smile she saw him ever having. Harry's smiles usually have a secret purpose behind them, like a shrewd businessman closing a deal. Even if both sides win, there is always an agenda to his smiles. It is only those smiles, the ones he has when they play music or when he explained magic to her or now, that feel like a sunrise, like the night is over and the day is about to begin. It is a smile she hoped to one day see every time he looks at her. It is a smile full of life. Harry's POV. While Harry focused most of his time that month about learning the ritual how to make an object Horcrux, he didn't forget his other projects. He finished most of his 6th year's medical studies, having only a book left for him to be done. His runes reached the number of 62, making him only need 12 more to create his new magical container, one that is connected to smaller containers with a flow network to make it possible to pass the magic people use in duels to it. While apparition works like the switching charm, switching between you and the air at the place, therefore creating a void for second which is the cause of the sound, and portkey works by making the world believe for a second that the two places are the same space, making it the hardest magical transportation method to create, with the vanishing cabinets working the same way. Those two are the second most dangerous methods to travel. Flow network is the most dangerous method of them all, as it is the only method that works surprisingly like phones. In phones the sound waves is being converted into electrical current that moves to the other phone and then strikes the diaphragm in a way that converts it to sound waves. In flow network, it works by the same way, only changes your entire body into magical energy, which is probably why neither Voldemort or Dumbledore use it, like ever. It is also why it is the best thing to use on his magical containers. As for his research about metamorphomagus and other shape-shifting methods, it is a slow going, as he needs to slowly create ritual that combines both it and the animagus ritual, and to do that he would need a lot of Guyana pigs, which he will only have in about a year. The last thing that he works on, the Fidelius charm, actually progressed more than expected. Harry managed to confirm that the more people that know a secret, the more belief and magic it takes to cast the charm, and that casting it on any part of the werewolf curse would be impossible. In the other hand, he might be able to twist this charm into a rune scheme and create a room in which the world's beliefs don't affect the beings that inside. As for Christmas presents, Harry made each of his friends a leg bracelet that not only had unbreakable charm in it, but also a charm whose ability is to lower air resistance, making them faster, and an unnoticeable, dormant tracking charm which can only activate by GAI if he needs to find them. As for other people who he needed to give gifts to, he gave Remus similar leg bracelet, also unbreakable, only instead of air-resisting charm, he has put the intent of trust on it to strengthen his loyalty while simultaneously putting a cheering charm to make him addicted to the object, and so every time he has bad moment he will pour magic into the bracelet. He also made a hair clip for Daphne from coals and pressed it to become diamonds, not putting anything extra in it, at least not for now. But none of that mattered right now, as he looked up and saw Luna coming down the stairs in her dress, saw her smiling as she waved toward him, and it was just so her, yet at the same time, it was like seeing someone totally different. It wasn't Luna, the 11-year-old girl he became friends with on the train. It was Luna, the amazing young woman he knows now, who isn't only beautiful, but can actually hold conversation with him without any of them being bored. "Shall we, mademoiselle?" he said with a smile. "Oh, monsieur, we shall," she answered in a smile that looked like the sunrise, full of life, as they walked in. As they walked in, Harry looked around to see what they did with the place, as the room filled with applause. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, there were about 100 smaller, lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. Walking toward the middle of the field, Harry remembered to take a glance on who were the other champions' partners, and unsurprisingly, they stayed the same. Maybe he should have warned Victor about Granger, but he didn't, if only because one thing, the song he wrote for this occasion, but that will come after the slow dances at the start. While denkaying slowly with Luna was enjoyable, he could see both of them were waiting for the faster, more energetic songs, so when the first song was over, both of them left for the table, to eat and talk while other people dance. No matter what, he was sure this will be a memorable night. Chapter 149. Fleur's POV. If Fleur was being honest, she was kinda disappointed about this ball. With only 4 guys coming from her school, all of them in relationships with 4 of the girls that came, she knew, from the second she were told about the ball, that her date would have to come from either one of the other 2 schools. And while it only took one conversation with one of the Durmstrang students about the ball to realize their headmaster told them to take specific women as a way of gaining information, even going as far as having Victor take Marcus' friend, never realizing she didn't have a date. That made it so that the only students that she could take were from Hogwarts. The only problem was that with the exception of some Slytherin students, most of them hating the Vila, none had the needed acclimacy to shield themselves from the allure, and those that didn't hate the Vila and had acclimacy already had a date. The only exception being one of her new friends, who is also one of the champions. Harry Peveril. She kinda hoped he would ask her out, even though he is only 14 years old, he, unlike his twin brother, had the body of an adult. Yet it wasn't meant to be. By the time she was tired of waiting and asked him herself, he already asked Luna, another one of her new friends. It was frustrating, but in the end she waited so long that the only one she could ask that wouldn't look like she dates a small child was Roger Davies, who right now was sitting next to her with a very dazed look on his face as she and her friends talked. Victor on the other hand was busy annoying his date by saying her name wrong and have her try to fix it after she told him he shouldn't be friends with Harry and Luna, as they are Slytherin. "I understand why poltergeist in a school isn't a great idea studying wise," Harry said after she complained about it. "But I find that the pranking Peeves does are both funny and make sure students don't take life too seriously." "Oh yeah," she said with a smile, "so why are you so serious?" If there was one thing you can't say about Harry is that he is a chill guy. He is interesting conversationalist and a good friend, but he is always so serious. That's simple. I never got caught in his pranks. Before they could have continued their conversation, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, with a wave of his wand, all the tables zoomed back along the walls leaving the floor clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right wall. It was then that Ludo Bagman said, "I'm happy to announce that the band, Tommy and his Eaters are about to perform their first concert." On the platform appeared the 4 illusions that was a part of why she liked this castle a little bit. Yet she noticed, that instead of singing, they then changed to 4 different illusions, and where once was Bellatrix, now sat an illusion of Fleur, with the other band members taking the looks of a different champions. It was only then that Tommy, now looking like Victor, started to sing. I wanna be the very best. Like no one ever was. The tournament is my real test. Eternal glory is my goal. I have traveled to Britain. Looking for my shot. Everyone will understand. The power that's inside. In me. Gotta win this all, it's you versus me. I know it's my destiny. Oh yeah. This will be mine in the end. My school's honor I will defend. Try wizards. Gotta win it all, a heart so true. My mind will pull me through. No beating me, I'll beat you. Try wizards. Gotta win it all, gotta beat you all. Yeah. As the song played, Fleur moved past the embarrassment and started to really like the song, in the end of it joining Harry and Luna as they danced together, only to be joined by Victor as he left his date. Maybe she doesn't need a date to have a good time, maybe she just need good friends. Victor's POV. Being a Quidditch star doesn't have many downsides, although, if Victor had to name one, he would have said it is his inability to make new friends that weren't affected by his status. In all his years in Durmstrang he was never one with many friends. He was too much into his studies and Quidditch instead of socializing that even now, as he looks back, couldn't see any of his schoolmates or teammates considering him as a friend. Of course, that changed when he became the youngest professional Quidditch player in the world, not to mention him taking the Bulgarian team by the nose to the World Cup. Suddenly everybody wanted to be friends, and all that they seemed to talk to him about was Quidditch. It was like he wasn't the top of the class since first year anymore, all everybody remembered him as is the Seeker, which is why he decided to join the tournament, to show them he is more than just a grunt. A mistake that he regrets deeply. Fighting dragons. Who on earth thought it was a way to show courage and ability? No matter what plan he thought about, even ones that succeeded only showed either cruelty or a way to show you having a death wish, and Victor wasn't planning to die. Then, 2 days before the task, one of the other champions, one who befriended all of the foreigner students, who, Victor noticed, didn't care about Quidditch, talked with both Fleur and him about the dragons, telling them about finding out about the test of retrieving a fake egg from a nesting mother, and about his plan of using simple spells to pass the task with minimum effort and that they should also do it. And it actually worked. With gratitude, Victor offered his help for whatever the boy needs, and the favor the boy wanted was for him to help his other friends by being the first to play turbo dueling. Victor didn't know much about friendship, but he knew he wanted one like that. One that you are always doing your best to help your friends. Which is why, his date, the one he asked because his headmaster ordered him to ask even though he didn't want to as he is into more mature women not little girls, was driving him crazy. While she does seem to know a lot, every conversation with her seemed to be like talking with books. She never has any opinion on anything magic related, only quotes books. It was only while they were sitting at their table during the ball when he asked her about Harry. Oh, you shouldn't be friends with people like him, he is a Slytherin. Now, Victor didn't understand much about the house method of this school, but he did know that Slytherin is one of the houses. Frowning his brows, Victor asked. What does being in Slytherin have to do with being friends, Hermione? It's Hermione, and Slytherin is evil, everyone know it. Oh, she is one of those, he thought, one of the people that judge a person based on the group he is in, who would say Durmstrang is evil for having taught Grindelwald. Sure thing, Hermione, as she seemed to feel annoyed by his way of twisting her name, Victor could see Fleur's mouth twitch into a smile. By the time they finished the debate on how he would call her, the band of illusions that seemed to sing sometimes in this school arrived, only to change their looks to look like the 4 champions and with him as the main lead starting to sing. Harry and his date, a lovely girl by the name of Luna, went to dance, and after Fleur joined them, Victor couldn't help himself but join. Maybe he doesn't regret as much joining this tournament. Chapter 150. Fred's POV. I should have asked Alicia to the Yule Ball instead of Angelina, Fred thought as they danced together, George and Katie dancing near them, though he really wished she stopped talking about the unfairness of their not having Quidditch this year. There are only 3 tasks and they happen 3 months apart, why can't we have Quidditch in the meanwhile? He heard the same thing for the last 4 months, and it was George who actually had taken a liking to her, only wasn't willing to put up with her constant talking about Quidditch. He was actually planning to ask Fleur Delacour, who Harry told him was looking for a date, only to ask Angelina instead when trying to prove a point to their little brother. At least the music good, he thought with a smirk as another song was playing, the first one they didn't make to promote products or for laughs. Only thing that sucks is that as George was the lead singer, and Luna is the one that sings it, so his twin got the chance to play the drums, making Fred jealous. The next song is about never giving up, and the one to sing it won't be me, give it up to Bella. Applauses were heard around the audience before the song begun. I hold the message that's our rising hope. As the song begun, illusions of the champion standing against the dragons were shown, making people who were talking stoked and look around themselves. Hey, welcome to a special rising. Can you please stay on standby? Here we go. I'm in too deep to keep my sanity as world around comes to its end. I try my best to calm down heart, but with this overwhelming blow I fall short. Still I hold it back, the desperation that's swelling deep inside my soul. But if this path's another dead end, then I swear to God that I'll go berserk. Pay attention. Hey, what is it? Watch your step now. Just shut your mouth, I know your lie. Are you serious? No, don't worry. 1, 2, 3. Listen close to the rhythm of my heart. I blink away the haziness that's in my way. You gotta keep your faith in me. I swear I'll never let you down. Do you trust me? Some may say that I'm blind, but I can hear that shot in the dark. No matter how I now find glory or defeat against a foe that I can't beat, I will still wake up to a brand new day, I believe, rising hope. There's not a spell or swell of magic left in me, but still I won't surrender. I'll see our wish come true, 'cause I can't forsake the oath I made to you. I sing my heart. If tears scream to break free, I'll crush that cry with the resolve now swelling in me. I hold the message that's our rising hope. As the song ran its course, Fred still felt this unbelievable sense of pride. This song was with quick and complicated rhythm, not to mention the longest they ever did. Knowing it came out this good, it made all the practice hours worth it. As the song finished, there was a break, when everyone who danced could rest as familiar, boring, his mind supplied, songs took place. Going to take something to drink, he accidentally heard an argument Ron and Hermione were having. Victor, his little brother said snackily. Hasn't he asked you to call him Vicky yet? Fred really need to teach him how to talk with the ladies. Hermione looked at him in surprise. What's up with you, she said. If you don't know, said Ron scathingly, I'm not going to tell you. He can't believe it, his brother is using the lines his mother keep telling his father. Fred swallowed a laughter as he listened. Ron, what dash? He's from Durmstrang, spat Ron. He's competing against Marcus. Against Hogwarts. Your dash. Ron was obviously casting around for words strong enough to describe Hermione's crime, fraternizing with the enemy, that's what you're doing. Hermione's mouth fell open. Don't be so stupid, she said after a moment. The enemy. Honestly, who was the one who was all excited when they saw him arrive? Who was the one who wanted his autograph? Who's got a model of him up in their dormitory? Ron chose to ignore this. I suppose he asked you to come with him while you were both in the library. Yes, he did, said Hermione, the pink patches on her cheeks glowing more brightly. So what? What happened, trying to get him to join Spew, were you? No, I wasn't. If you really want to know, he said he'd been coming up to the library every day to try and talk to me, but he hadn't been able to pluck up the courage. Hermione said this very quickly, and blushed so deeply that she was the same color as Marcus's date's robes. Yeah, well, that's his story, said Ron nastily. And what's that supposed to mean? Obvious, isn't it? He's Karkaroff's student, isn't he? He knows who you hang around with. He's just trying to get closer to Marcus, get inside information on him, or get near enough to jinx him dash. So my brother does have a brain. Fred thought as he listened. He heard from Harry that Crumb told him about Karkaroff choosing his date for him. I guess I owe George 5 nuts. Yet, Hermione didn't think it as funny as she looked as though Ron had slapped her. When she spoke, her voice quivered. For your information, he hasn't asked me one single thing about Marcus, not one dash. Ron changed tack at the speed of light. Then he's hoping you'll help him find out what his egg means. I suppose you've been putting your heads together during those cozy little library sessions dash. I'd never help him work out that egg, said Hermione, looking outraged. Never. How could you say something like that? I want Marcus to win, you know that Marcus, don't you? The boy who lived looked like he is stuck between two natural disasters, and in a way, was. Why don't you go and find Vicky, he'll be wondering where you are, said Ron. Don't call him Vicky, she said, storming off. As Fred took the drinks away, he couldn't help but think, how did Harry knew it was about to happen? George's POV. George was having a terrific night. Katie was fun to be with, the food was delicious and, of course, the songs are great. Yet, everything must come to an end, and as the night being almost over the illusion of Tommy said, until now, all the songs were for love and success, this next song is for failure, and it is for all the couples that won't survive after tonight, enjoy, the breakup song. An illusion of Ron, their little brother, and Hermione was shown to everyone, and the singer was Ron. I love you, yes. And I'll confess. The thought of staying is so enticing. And when you speak, my knees get weak. I can't believe what I'm sacrificing. But let's get real. We know the deal. So darling, let's not tiptoe. This thing we had was not just bad. It was a shit show. We can't undo, can't make amends. Dysfunction is our way of living. We can't unsay the things we said. Nor can we forget their meaning. There's hard to get, then there's neglect. To say it's fate, you'd have to be a bit slow. Not to be crass. But this sucked ass. This was a shit show. Firefiend next to us looks like a campfire. Hiatus is just some tickling. We have magic, of course, but that's a formula for divorce. A play about pieces of feces is what we are together. Oh, what the hell, let's get a hotel. 'Cause life is short and we're not getting any younger. But after sex, what happens next? I mean in the long run, not just fatigue and hunger. And when you say that I should stay, that's exactly when I should split. Though I won't forget, I won't regret. This beautiful, heart-stopping, breathtaking, life-changing. I know Harry is smart, but is he a seer? Chapter 151. Harry's POV. While Harry had fun in the ball, he really enjoyed going back to routine, especially that 3 days after New Year he finished one of his projects, the magical energy container or mech. The new mech isn't that different from the old one. In fact, it only has 2 additional abilities. 1, it now has main mech and secondary mechs, with the secondary mechs being put far away and still able to transfer the magical energy from near them with minimal loss. 2, it can be improved on any time that is needed, and by adding in the creation of the actual metal box the intent of connecting it to the secondary mechs, each upgrade will happen at the same time on all the mechs, though it will take more magic. After he finished making the main one and a couple of secondary ones, Harry just let Fact do the rest. By the end of the week he will have Remus put one in every magical location in Britain, making the game expand. Another thing that he finished was 6th year of medical studies, and while he knew that after that he will have many Eastern books about the body to read, it still felt like an incredible accomplishment. Thinking that, Harry smiled as he moved to his next project, creating a soul jar. George's POV. Before we begin the first tournament of turbo dueling, we have a happy announcement to make. George said as he thought about the new Harry told him just a day before. From this weekend onward, card dueling and turbo dueling will be able to be played anywhere in Britain. The applause was greater than he ever heard, some of the audience members even looked relieved. Now, for the opening game we have 2 of the champions of the Triwizards tournament. As George saw the tournament he couldn't help but once more feel pride, they are about to change the wizarding world. James POV. While other people were having a good time, James was going through everything they bought and anyone they gave money to for the last 20 years for what seemed to be the 1,000th time since he got the news his bank account is getting emptied. Yes, they did seem to spend more money than any other Potter has, at least since 13 years ago, but with the money they got from the defeat of Voldemort they should be only spending a little bit more than what they were earning, nowhere near enough for their vault to be downgraded. But it seems like it did, and worse, since then he's been to the vault once a month, and each time he saw the gold was considerably less. If it would have been anyone else, he would have thought or accusing them of theft, but the only thing good you can about the gold diggers named goblins was that they aren't thieves. They might cheat you, they might con you, but they would never steal money. He offered to pay the goblins 500 galleons to investigate who took the money, but they refused, even when he raised it to 5,000 they refused, which told him one thing, whoever takes it make sure the goblins profit from it, a lot. As he turned his eyes away from the papers, he thought of another problem he has, Sirius leaving the house. Finding out the truth about Padfoot truly made James feel younger and older at the same time. Younger because his best friend didn't betray them. He wasn't wrong in having that man as a brother in all but blood. Yet, at the same time, it was like all his mistakes, the ones he put the blame on Sirius, came back to hunt him. He let his best friend rot in the closest thing to hell on earth for 12 years. He let his wife and the old headmaster give his child away. When that said child came back and was sorted to Slytherin he was cast away, which was only a few weeks after his adoptive parents, who James was so grateful to, were killed in an accident. He wasn't just a bad friend, he was a bad father, but he didn't want to stay that way, he wanted to change. Which is why he made sure Padfoot gets better, that he didn't leave the house before he can convince the ministry the man isn't guilty. Of course, he didn't think about how it felt to Sirius. He thought of him as the old Sirius, the one who hasn't lived stuck in hell for more than a decade, the one who didn't probably have claustrophobia. Remus on the other hand, that man thought about it all. So he came while James was at work, talked for what seemed like 35 minutes with the man according to what his house elf Vicky told him, out of which, 30 were at the library, and then they disappeared, leaving a note about traveling the Muggle way. James felt like everything was falling under him. He didn't have any of his friends, one of his sons probably hated him, and the Potter legacy is about to be ruined. For the third time since Sirius left, James cried. Chapter 152. Harry's POV. After having Remus put every magic container around Britain, and the twins made the announcement about card dueling being available all around Britain, more than half of the children in Hogwarts that had younger siblings, and some that didn't, came to the twins the next few days to buy a dual disc and beginner decks. Apparently, at the time of summer holidays all the students talked about the game and their wish to play it enough times for the children and some of the parents to be interested in playing, and with the discs and decks being cheap, cost 6 galleons altogether, many people ordered them for themselves. As for the brooms, they also were sold like cupcakes, though for a different reason altogether. The reason was that while the brooms used a little bit more magic to use when not playing the game, they reached the same speed as professional brooms yet cost 3/4 the price of the cheapest broom in the world. How? Simple, it has to do with how they were made. With every turbo brooms being made by a machine instead by hand, the only costs are the material from which it was made. There was no paying for workers to carve each rune on the broom, no magical core being used, and most importantly, no mistakes. Even the best rune masters make mistakes in carving runes, and those that work in the broom industry usually aren't even that. But machines don't make mistakes, and even if there is one small mistake, they detach it quickly and melt the metal the broom is made of before making it again. With the game taking flight like crazy, it isn't surprising that 2 weeks after the announcement there was an article about it in the Daily Prophet. Is the time to play Quidditch has passed? The new game that everyone play. By Rita Skeeter. If you have a child at Hogwarts, you must have heard about the game that was invented there last year. The game, called Monster Card Dueling or Card Dueling for short, was invented by the twins Fred and George Weasley, who were at the time in the middle of their 5th year, created a game that quickly became the main thing students play at the school. The article continued in that manner, telling about its evolution, the tournaments and the prices of the products, making the next day of school at breakfast the most chaotic breakfast anyone has ever seen at Hogwarts, as mountains of letters came for the twins with orders. Even their mother, according to the twins, has sent them a letter. Though she seemed to be pissed they haven't told her they were making a business, she only knew they made a game and sold some cards as a way to make back the money they wasted by making it. It hasn't crossed her mind they are doing more. With all the new people dueling, the magical energy they now manage to secure a day is enough to create hundreds of runes if Harry had enough mental power and belief. Instead, Harry, who knew he is about to need even more AI in the future and was unwilling to waste 3 days every time he needs a new one, created an AI whose purpose is to create more AI who follows the same runes that GAI follows. After finishing it, Harry could really focus his mind about the task in hand, move a soul to a soul container. The thing is, once you understand that souls are made from magic, memory and belief, you would think it is easy, make the container like the mech, right? Wrong. While magic is part of the soul. The main part of it once you reach a certain part of like is your memories and beliefs, more so on the 3rd stage of magic, when those things start to affect your ability to do magic. In fact, it is almost impossible to do any sorts of soul magics on unwilling 3rd stage. Almost. An interesting side effect to being a soul without its intended body, especially when the soul is split, is that it weakens your defense. Think about it like that. The body you are born with is a natural defense for your soul and occlumency is about defending one mind, even the best occlumency can be breached, and now let it defend 7 minds. It was why no one except a Voldemort ever made more than one Horcrux, not because it twists your mind, there are plenty of people who have twisted minds to do it still, but that it weakens your defenses. Having one Horcrux might not be hard on the mind of a 3rd stage magical person, but having more? No wonder in the books OG Harry could look into Voldemort's mind. As for the body being the natural defense, this was one of the things the mummification ritual solved, partially of course. By making a container that is meant for your soul you create the closest thing possible to a natural body. Of course, Harry had 2 soul parts in a body not made for them. Making the soul container, SOC, took about a month, making ready only a week before the second task, as it was still close to what mech is, only a few changes from the mummifying ritual, and, of course, Harry added a few defenses. The two major defenses were that things can only come in and out of the SOC only with the permission of Harry, making any soul that come in trapped, yet, at the same time, souls and magical energy that are outside are unable to come in. The other major defense was that the SOC had levels inside of it, 8, to be exact, and each level was made so it is unable to be accessed by other levels without Harry's permission. Once Harry prepared that, the next test was happening inside his mind, where one part of the soul was smashed by ice, while the other was stuck at the occlumency shield which was the closest to the surface. If Harry had to explain how each of them looked, he have said that the one that was probably from the diary looked like a dwarf 16 years old Tom, like half the size of the man. The other one looked like Voldemort's face, the one without a nose, only on a baby's body. Of course, it was understood, the one that came from the diary had 50% of Voldemort's soul while the other one, 5%, in fact, even having it take the look of a baby showed how Voldemort kept advancing all the time, otherwise, it would have looked like an eyeball. They also looked to be watching each other with longing and disdain, as if they were disgusted with the other yet still wanted to become one. But Harry didn't came inside his mind to study them, well he did, but not in this state, he is about to study those souls in their original form. Obliviate. Harry cast his spell on the diary piece, and saw, for first time how this magic affect the souls, and he had to say, it was incredible and horrifying. The body looked like it was losing shape, as the things that used to define who it is disappeared, so was him. It started small with Tom, his robe losing their color green, and then his entire body losing color as well, his hair disappearing, and little by little everything that made him Adam disappeared until all that was left was magical energy being held together by something Harry couldn't define. Maybe it was a small thread of belief every person gets from their parents as he is conceived, maybe it was something else. The second the soul piece that used to be in the diary changed its shape entirely, the soul piece that's been with Harry since the moment he came to this world was charging like crazy, using every bit of power it saved the last 13 years trying to reach what used to be a larger part of his soul. Interested to see what would happen, Harry lowered the defenses. The baby Voldemort reached the blob of energy and immediately fused with it. The change was obvious. What used to be a baby Voldemort now seemed to be a dwarf adult Voldemort. Yet before it could even say anything Harry casted another Obliviate, returning the shape to a slightly larger blob of energy. Guiding the blob little by little, it took Harry over an hour of magical manipulation to make it get into SOC. Feeling that not only his mind finally entirely his for the first time since he was born, but that he managed to truly change how the story is supposed to end, Harry decided to take a break. Chapter 153. Sirius POV. Sirius was following his best friend, as he left in the middle of the night. Now, Sirius wasn't the smartest marauder, nor was he ever the most sane of them, especially after all those years with his best buddies, the Dementors. Yet, even he can tell there is something wrong with Moony. He didn't notice it immediately, not when his friend had him join on a quest against the headmaster's wishes, though he should have. Moony used to worship Dumbledore. But, he thought, maybe the years changed him or maybe he just feel guilty that he left one of his best friends to rot in hell. It was a few weeks later, after their fourth book robbery that he noticed a second change. It was night, and they sat in a muggle bar and someone hit on Moony, only for him to flirt back. Remus Lupin, the man who once told him he was never going to date nor fall in love, actually flirted with someone. It was that night, as they slept in a hotel, that Sirius ran a few spells to check if it was someone else in disguise, or if there was any spells that was affecting his friend, but no, it was all Moony. When he asked later, his friend told him that he felt free for the first time in his life, knowing someone actually is about to create a cure for lycanthropy. Sirius was willing to let his friends enjoy this feeling, even if he wasn't sure it would happen. After all, that was the reason the both of them are out in the world, traveling through Britain instead of Sirius being stuck at the Potter's home. But now that he could understand the will to keep moving every day, he too didn't want to be in one place for too long, in case the Dementors would find him. But leaving in the middle of the night every night for the last week? Sirius knew there was something his friends weren't telling him. After 10 minutes of walking, Remus seemed to reach a small building with a cross on it and walked in. Something about that place seemed familiar, and it took Sirius a few seconds to remember what as he walked in, seeing Remus put his hands together. It was Florence, one of the people he dated in 6th year, who had a cross just like that. He remembered her telling him about the Muggle God, and about its faith and belief no body is born evil, or something like that. So that's the big secret. Remus believes in God. Sirius can understand, no matter what, the Muggle God isn't looked nicely on by the magical people, mostly because of the witch hunts. Although, Sirius isn't looked upon nicely by magical people, so why the hell would he care? I will tell Remus he doesn't need to keep his faith a secret from me, I would never tell anyone. With that, Sirius went back to the hotel, ready for some sleep. Remus POV. As Remus felt Sirius leave, he felt relieved. It took Remus a while to recognize he is being followed, and by the time he did, he was too close to the location he needed to be in to change it without being suspicious. So, he didn't, he walked right into the church of the town, used one of instant wards he knew how to cast to make it possible to sense who is around the location. Remus didn't come into this place to pray, he came to put the last mech his lord gave him. It was his lord's plan to put the mechs inside churches. When asked why, he said that each magical town is close to a muggle town, and that by putting it in a muggle town no one would notice. And why a church? Because no muggle would destroy a church. Using 3 quick spells, the floor of the church opened up, putting the mech back, and he closed the hole, making sure not to leave a sigh. Getting out of the church, Remus couldn't help but sneer when looking at the cross. They had no idea who is a real god, and that their church, like hundreds of them around Britain, now host a true divine item, one that his lord made. Now he just need to convince Sirius he has faith in the muggle god. Chapter 154. Harry's POV. The day of the second task has arrived, and as he knew it would, his hostage was Luna. Eating quick breakfast, Harry went toward the lake, where the seats that used to be where the first task happened now were, picking a small rock as he went. As it seemed he is one of the first to arrive, he sat on one of the chairs and listened to Gai read him medical books as he thought about Parseltongue, and Harry's ability with it. He used to think he had the ability to talk with snakes because of the soul piece in him, and that once he extracted it he would lose it. It was because of this that he led Dobby anywhere in the Chamber of Secrets, even the inheritance of Anastasia, so he would still be able to come in after it was over. But, even after the soul piece was extracted, he could still talk to snakes. What did it mean? Could it be he truly is Slytherin's descendant? Yet, he didn't really care who was his ancestor, what he did care about was whether or not Marcus had a soul piece in him. Up until now he thought both of them had it, but if Marcus didn't have it, why did Dumbledore decided him to be the boy who lived? Excuse me? A condescending voice woke him up from his thoughts. You are sitting in one of the judges' spots. Looking up, he saw Percy Weasley. Oh, I'm sorry, but, Harry said and looked around, I don't see any of the judges. Mr. Crouch is sick and I'm taking his spot. He raised his nose higher, as if it will stick better inside his boss ass. Well, tell him we hope he feels better soon. Harry said politely. I will. Now, get up and go to the contesters' launching point. Harry quickly went there, where he saw 2 of the other champions. Hey Harry, how are you? Victor said while smiling. I'm fine, but is Fleur? Oh Harry, they used my little sister as a hostage, Fleur said in panic, she might die. Fleur, Victor said calmly. Calm down, she won't die, they won't let it happen. Well, Harry said, if you are nervous, I do have a way to quickly reach them and finish the task. Really? Fleur asked, eyes full of hope. I have to admit, I myself am intrigued. I know where the mermaid village is, and have a quick way to reach it, and best of all, it is taking a page out of our additional champion. Understanding shined in their eyes. Just wait until Potter is in the lake before doing anything. A few minutes later Marcus reached the lake. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. Bagman said with a sonorous on his voice, they have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, then. 1. 2. 3. Marcus stuffed something into his mouth and jumped toward the lake before Harry winked and the 3 of them together summoned a broom. The 3 brooms reached the lake almost the same time, with the other 2 waiting for Harry's to come. Harry activated the tracking he placed inside the leg bracelet and led the other 2 to the middle of the lake as Bagman talked about what was happening. Reaching where 20 meters below was the mermaid village, Harry said, use your spells to breath underwater and go down. Before taking the rock he picked earlier, enlarging it, casting the bubblehead charm, a warming charm, a shield charm and jumping toward the lake. The bubblehead charm is one of the most unique charms Harry had the pleasure to study. It doesn't just create a bubble of air around your head, as that would only be working until the oxygen in the bubble run out. No, the bubble has the unique ability to filter all the things around it and let only oxygen in. Which is why it only works in places oxygen is, but so does every other magic that let you breath underwater. Letting the rock drag him down to the place Luna is. It took Harry 3 minutes to reach her. Quickly cutting the ropes, Harry held her as he watched the two champions who became semi-friends with him reach each of their hostages, happy to see Victor looking at Granger with the best sneer one can do with a fish head, before he created a stream of air from each of his legs, throwing himself and Luna toward the outside world. Reaching the outside world, Harry caught his broom as Luna woke up, before flying them toward the lakeside. Victor's POV. Looking at his date for the Yule Ball, Victor sneered. He couldn't believe the judges thought she will be what he missed the most, though it could be his headmaster said it. Looking down on his watch, he saw only 4 minutes have passed since the start of the competition and couldn't help but wonder if the next competition would be harder, and will Harry win it as quick as he managed to pass the first two. Did he feel guilty about following Harry's method? No, not at all. First of all, they are friends, plus Harry is the one that told them about it. And secondly, it is a known method of seekers to follow the opponent to catch the snitch. Victor actually didn't care if he wins anymore, he got what he wanted by coming to this competition, people that looks at him as his own person and not just a Quidditch star. Looking at Fleur with her younger sister and back to his hostage, a sigh escaped his fish face. Well, luckily it wasn't his younger sister that they used as a hostage, as they did use Fleur's, so he guessed things could be worse, but he did hope no one make this into a love story. Fleur's POV. There is a Vila saying. Fleur thought as she cut the ropes around Gabriel. Never touch my younger sister. Well, maybe it is more of a Fleur saying, so what? It is still true. She didn't know who was the absolute genius that thought, let's take them dates and friends for the other contestants, but for Fleur. Her younger sister, but he better hide. Luckily, Harry helped me. She thought, her cheeks turning slightly red. It was different from last task. Last task they were exchanging ideas and his was the best one of them. This time, he didn't talk to them at all beforehand. It was only when Fleur was panicked that he decided to help, maybe costing him the win. Sure, he said he doesn't care about winning, but if he didn't want the fame he wouldn't have joined. Taking her little sister, she saw Harry giving both Victor and her a look before shooting out of the water. She wasn't sure how can he use basic spells to win, but it did turn her on. Chapter 155. Ludo's POV. Ludo watched as Harry and the other two champions talked. He watched as they sat on the brooms. He watched as they all executed the same plans. And he is really close to lose his mind. Seriously, when he bet on the boy he thought, with my help he will sure win. And then at the first task he refused his help. Seeing the fourth-year boy on whom Ludo bet his and other people's entire life saving go up against a freaking dragon was probably the scariest thing he has to watch his entire life, and he had to watch a jury decide if he goes to Azkaban. It was at that second that Ludo regretted not putting his money on Marcus Potter. If someone could turn the odds as the one boy who survived the killing curse. But then the boy went and somehow did it. And in fact he did it easily. Switching the egg with a rock at the same size, absolutely terrific. Though some of the other judges thought it to be boring. So what? Boring and quick are the best ways to win things. Although, seeing the next two champions do the same thing, with Fleur using a little enchantment as an extra was kind of boring. And Marcus' way of outflying a dragon was very heroic. But Ludo didn't care, his bet was second place, and as long as he performed well at the next challenge he would be first place. And then the boy went and did that. I mean, why would he help the other two? Doesn't he want to win? Ludo thought as he watched the boy jump from his broom holding a big rock. It took less than 3 minutes from his jump for a big splash of water to appear, with Harry and Luna coming up, and less than a minute later the other two contestants showed up, leaving only the boy who lived in the water. While he said how amazing all of them are and all to the audience, and even as he felt happy his bet was doing as good as he did, Ludo couldn't help but feel annoyed. 2 years of hard work, working with Barty every day, negotiating with the 3 schools, bringing dragons and negotiating with mermaids, and it took them 10 minutes to finish both tasks in the most boring ways possible. He really hoped the third task would be more interesting, as long as Harry wins of course. Barty's POV. When the Dark Lord gives you a task you don't question it, never. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not, you just do it. Especially when it is about his resurrection. Though, if it is only inside Barty's mind he might have to wonder, why put Potter into the tournament? Yes, he understood the Dark Lord's need for the fresh blood of the Potter boy in the ritual, but Barty could have kidnapped him without the tournament, or even just sliced the boy's hand by accident and keep the knife. That wasn't the biggest problem. The problem was that boy's kicked out twin brother, who keeps not only out preform Marcus, but helped the other two do it too. He could understand him. Wanting to show he isn't a failure, that kicking him out was a mistake. Barty was like that once, joining the Dark Lord as a way to show his father what a mistake he did by making him feel worthless no matter what he did, before the Dark Lord showed him what true power was, and that his father is the worthless one. Seriously, if Barty didn't have to stay incognito he would have convinced the boy to join the Death Eaters. Actually, that has some merit, he can do it, and if he feels the boy is about to say anything to anyone he could always obliviate him. After all, he knew the boy didn't have any occlumency shields. Lily's POV. She didn't know what was worse, that her Marcus had to join the tournament or that he was last place. She couldn't figure out how they scored the champions. In the first task the other three assentingly used the same method, two of them with the same two spells, and they didn't even show courage. On the other hand, Marcus, her son, managed to outfly a dragon. He should be first place. And then came the second task. As she was a school teacher, she can't help him directly in the tasks, she had to make an oath. What she could do, is give a list of ways to breathe underwater to her husband who could do with it whatever he wants. She told James while winking, and apparently he didn't understand, because he hasn't brought anything to their son. Instead, for what seemed like since the end of last year, James was too head deep in his problems, none of which she understood why it takes him so much time to get over. She truly couldn't understand what's the difference between deep end vault and upper ones, even if they spend a little bit too much, the Potter family's money is old, it won't be suddenly over. Nor can she understand why he suddenly cares for Harry, he was the one that demanded they kick the boy out saying everyone who has been touched by Slytherin is evil, she truly didn't care much either way. As for Sirius, yes, that was a mistake, a grave one, but it wasn't their fault, their memory has been messed with, not to mention the dog Animagus forgave them. Yes, James need to get over himself, and he need to do it quick, because if their son once more need help and he isn't there to help he will need to find a real comfy couch to sleep on, because the bed will be off limit. Anyway, even without his father's help, Marcus seemed to be doing fine. Having Neville give him gillyweed? Absolutely genius, though, it is extremely annoying that the other champions seem to be collaborating together, it is like they haven't learned the words, fair play. What could she expect from a Durmstrang student, a Slytherin, and worse than all a French? Chapter 156. Harry's POV. In the end, Marcus took his time hasn't completed the task, he was brought back by the mermaids with his best friend. Harry wasn't sure what changed, it might be that he had to deal with more obstacles, or that Myrtle didn't help him, but he didn't seem to find the redhead in time. It took 20 minutes but the points were: Harry 49 Fleur 48 Victor 48 Marcus 25. Meaning that Fleur was first place, Harry second, Victor third and Marcus last, which of course didn't matter much because not only unless he had less than 43 points for both tasks, which he didn't, only the last task truly mattered, as for them entering the maze first. Fake Moody would sure help him. Going back to the cake with Luna in hand, Harry was blocked by Crouch Jr. Peveril, come with me to my office. He said goodbye to Luna who was going to change clothes. As they walked Harry wondered what could Crouch possibly want from him, reaching no conclusion, which made him be on guard more than he was. Reaching to the professor's office, Harry let the man walk before him as he entered. Crouch pointed on a chair for him to sit, but Harry made no move to show he noticed. You are on guard, that's good. Constant vigilant. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did the man heard one conversation with the real Moody and used it like a broken record, or was this how Moody truly speak? Well, as you seem to not want to sit, I will get to the point. You need to lose the third round, more specifically we need Marcus to win. Did he just revealed himself? Not wanting to show so much he said, no. The professor grinned. You don't understand, the light side need Marcus as a hero, and heroes can't lose, ever. Now, if he was standing in front of the real Moody, Harry would have never say what he is about to say, but since it is Crouch. If that's your light side, I prefer the dark, at least they have cookies. The man looked at him with a murderous look before laughing. Join the dark side, we have cookies. That's the best thing I have heard since the war. His face then serious. If not for the light side, how about you lose to take revenge on the Potters? Bloody hell, thought Harry, he truly is about to show who he is. How on earth would letting Marcus win will be revenge? I think winning while humiliating the boy is better. So you are the reason why the tales were passed quickly by all the three champions. Boy, while you are average at magic, you sure have a way to use the spells you know to the maximum. So. Can I leave? I don't plan on letting Marcus win. No, you will let Marcus win, if only because it will kill him. Taking a step back as if he was struck, Harry said, What? How? Why would I want that? Why would you want that? Harry felt his talents in acting are wasted, only for Crouch to shatter his illusion by taking a wand out and saying, Merlin's beard, you know. Know what? Why do you point your wand at me? Don't play games with me, I disguised myself as Moody for half a year, I know acting when I see one. Well, shit. Harry said, so what now? Now you are going to tell me how did you figure out I'm Barty Crouch and, wait you are Barty Crouch? But I saw both of you together, the man slapped his forehead. I'm that man's son, just started talking. It wasn't that difficult, when you performed the unforgivable curses in class and seemed happy I started paying attention to you, did you know you drink at least once an hour from that bottle of yours? And I have seen you drink from other places water, so the only reason you would do it was if it was something else. Considering our first year's data professor was possessed and the third a werewolf, I guessed it's a potion. That and the month I listened to you change personality when talking about curses, Polyjuice. Oh boy, you are good. The man smiled before taking a sip of the mentioned potion and grimacing. But now you need to give me a reason why shouldn't I kill you. I can make unbreakable curse to not tell anyone who you are and help Marcus win. That works. But I want something in return. Oh, and is your life not enough? You can't kill me, not now at least, people know we are together, and if I get out of here I'm telling everybody. You really were born to join the Death Eaters. Thank you. I guess. Sure, what do you want? Your, or more like Moody's magic eyeball, for today. Only for today? The man asked hesitantly. Promise. Good, let's start the oath. After finishing making the oath, fake Moody took the eyeball out and passed it to Harry. Return it tomorrow 6 a.m. sharp. Taking the eyeball with him, Harry left to the RR, ready to spend an all-nighter and copy the greatest detection ability he ever seen, one that can see through even the cloak of death. Chapter 157. Harry's POV. Researching the magical eyeball really took all night, and that's really long considering the first thing Harry did was using the time turner to have more time. The reason was simple. The glass had over 3,000 runes in it. It didn't take long for Harry to figure out how the master who made this did it, and yet he couldn't believe there is a wizard who takes the simple solution to life's problems. The man who made the glass eyes larger, house-like large, craved runes on it and then made it return to its original size, miniaturizing the runes with it. After Harry made the eyeball big enough, he started studying the runes on it. Studying an artifact's runes isn't simple, especially if there are a lot of them. You need to study each rune separately, then each scheme, and then how every one of the schemes reacted to one another. If that wasn't enough, if there are more than one language in the artifact you need to study how they react to one another. Not to mention even the shape and size of the object has effects on how it works. Doing all of that can't be done in a night, no matter how smart you are. Luckily, Harry had a lot of AI helpers to accelerate the process. First he made sure they scan all the runes, the shape, and measure the size to create a digitized version of the product. Then, while they check all the runes and rune schemes effect, Harry focused on the biggest reason the eye is so unique, it is goblin-made. It is known to be impossible for a wizard-made magical artifact to change sizes as the runes will always cancel each other out. The runes' way they look is how they work, the belief in those shaped to be magical is why they work, which is why even they don't look right they don't work. Of course, a goblin somehow managed to work around it. When Harry held the eyeball, even before he started to research it, he immediately knew it is goblin-made, it has the same feeling any one of his products held, something other magical objects didn't, as if the artifact itself was magical, instead of having magic attached to it. The goblins called it the aura of life, and used it to separate true artifacts and the products of other races. Once the AIs started to study the runes, Harry looked into the eyeball. Interestingly, when he used the methods the Ragnarok taught him to identify materials, he found out it is actually made from a metallic glass and not the usual glass it would have been made of. Other than that, he was able to find the effect the goblin who made this product gave it, layers. The adaptability the eyeball took regarding the runes was making the glass into layers, each of them have one rune scheme that doesn't affect the others. It was surprisingly a lot like the folding Harry make in his creation, only in Harry's he make them into one product, and in here there are a multitude of products connecting into one, which when they grow they become one, so you never notice there are multiple layers. That made Harry excited as he thought this eyeball is the first third-level product he has seen, not including the invisibility cloak which he still can't seem to figure out how to study it, only to be disappointed when figuring out it was a semi-third level, not a true one. The second stage he is on is about putting your intent into your creations. With the peak reaching when you put your beliefs into your artifacts. The third level is when you can put other people's intents and beliefs into your creation by other methods of magic, with its peak by using the world's belief in your products, making them immortal and unbreakable until the world is destroyed. No one truly knows what the fourth level is, though. It is believed to be about changing the world's belief as you wish. No matter how much Harry used hybrids of goblins' methods and wizards, he hasn't managed to reach the third level. Hell, the only reason he is progressing to the peak of the second level where his products would be considered semi-third level is that his rune creating is strengthening his belief and his ability to use it. The reason the AIs can create copies of the products he invented is that he leaves them on the stage of intent. If they were inserted with beliefs it would have been impossible. The eyeball isn't a third level because the goblin who made it used only his belief and intent to create the product. Even the runes didn't manage to reach a stage where he used people's belief. After Harry finished studying the eyeball, he had the AIs to explain to him each scheme and to their interaction with different as he quickly read the runes in it. Most of the schemes were basic, giving the eye the ability to move, to see 360 around, to see hidden things, no matter if they are behind walls, enchantments or spells, etc. There were only two schemes Harry had never seen before. The first was one that Harry believed gave the eyeball the ability to see the invisibility cloak. It was about seeing the truth. It didn't let the user to truly see through the cape of death, but, as Harry checked, it gave the user the ability to see magical effects as magical. It reminded him of Luna's sight as she explained it, though less as accurate, letting the person only see vague magical aura an object has. If the eye sees the cloak it doesn't let you know who is behind it, but you know something is there. As for the second scheme, Harry was even more shocked about it, even though he really shouldn't be. Its ability was to connect the eyeball to the brain. The one who made it must have researched the eye and nerves for a long time as Harry knew it to be the only magical eyeball to grant sight in the world, which is the reason why Moody is known as Mad Eye. By the time Harry finished studying the eyeball he had to return it as he was under oath. Giving it back to Crouch, the man took one look at him and said, "Wow, you really pulled an all-nighter didn't you?" He then chuckled, not that it mattered, even the Dark Lord couldn't understand how someone made the runes be one on top the other and still work. "Get some sleep," he said before slamming the door in his face. Smiling, Harry went back to the RR, happy that he not only has a direction on his recreation on Luna's site, but that the scheme connecting nerves will make his life easier when he creates Voldemort's body. Chapter 158. Severus POV. Severus was having a really crappy year. He thought the peak of his terrible years as a potion professor was reached last year, when he had to live once more in the castle with his childhood nemesis, James Potter, the women he used to love, Lily Potter, and his biggest fear, the werewolf. He thought that finding out his childhood tormentor was innocent and that the man he used to look up to, even if he stopped a long time ago, who promised him that if he gives the wolf his potion he will make sure Black will get kissed, lied and saved the man was as bad as it gets. It wasn't even close. This year started out better, only having to deal with Lily, Moody and the band that use his face for laughter. He kept his promise to Basatil and gave Harry the time turner even though he didn't have anything he needed help with. He planned to ask the boy to become his apprentice after Halloween, when the champions would be decided and almost certainly won't be anyone from Slytherin. He knew the abilities of 6th and 7th years, and the only few he could think of being chosen were all from other houses. Of course the second the headmaster said it is impossible for anyone under 17 to pass the age line he has bad feelings. It wasn't Harry's first time taking a challenge like that by the horns. Basatil's updates about the boy's progress of finding a cure to the incurable blood curse was one example. And the boy did it. He not only managed to find a way past the age line, but get chosen. Now, the boy might be smart, he might be clever, but he was also an average wizard in all things wand-related, which made Severus want to prevent Harry from participating in the tournament, or at least help him prepare, yet he can't, nor can he take Harry as an apprentice, as he was bound by magical oath not to help the boy. He thought he would use potions class to prepare the boy as best as he can, maybe teach specific potions to deal with dragons and talk about gillyweed. But the boy stopped showing to classes, saying he learns better alone. Seriously, if he wasn't liking so much like Potter and has Marcus as a twin he would think he was his child. Seeing the boy standing in front of a dragon, Severus has to admit he was scared for the boy. And then the boy used a switching charm and finished the task in seconds. Some may think one of the other champions thought about this, but Severus knew his student, using what he had the ability to was just like him. It was 2 weeks later that Minerva came to him with a problem. She feared Harry won't come to the Yule Ball. Honestly, Severus didn't care. If Harry didn't want to go it is his choice. But the women knew how to annoy a man. In the end he had to threaten the boy with taking his time turner but the boy went to the ball. Though by that time he couldn't care less, as the dark marks started to darken. It wasn't the first time the dark mark darkened, it happened once more, which is why most Death Eaters that are free wouldn't think much about it. Severus, on the other hand, knew the last time it happened, 3 years ago was when the Dark Lord possessed Quirrell, just before he almost got the Philosopher's Stone. He told that to the headmaster, hoping the man would think of a plan to stop it, only to find out the leader of the light wanted the Dark Lord to return. Severus was in the middle of a war between two maniacs. It was a truly crappy year. Chapter 159. Fred's POV. 2 months has passed since the second task of the Triwizards tournament and a lot has changed. In the time since the last card dueling tournament the twins have had come to 2 conclusions of their own, and decided to change their and their family's life based on them. The first thing understood was about their 2 older brothers, Bill and Charlie. It was after the 3rd howler their mother sent to them demanding they stop selling that silly game and focus on their studies as they need good grades to get into the ministry. After each of the first 2 letters, the twins, with Luna's advice, sent their mother a letter of their own, explaining they don't want to become ministry workers and that they make good living with their game. They also sent 1% of their share of the profits to her each time, to show her that they have it now. Yet, after getting the 3rd howler they finally understood it will never matter to her what they do, if it isn't what she wants, it isn't good enough. Until now they always thought their older brothers left the country to be close to their work, yet, a week after the second task their friends talked to them about expanding card dueling to other countries, and when asked how they are supposed to send products to a different country, Harry mentioned 4 different instantaneous magical traveling methods. If their brothers wanted to live close to home, they could. They could stay at home like Percy and go each day to their job. Or if not that, they could have at least live in England so they will have the chance of seeing them more than once a year on a good year. No, their brothers escaped their mother. Moving to faraway places to not have to deal with the constant feeling of disappointment their mother is sending to anyone who isn't Percy. But they won't have it. They won't leave the country as an escape from their mother. They would make sure they succeed right in front of their mother, if only to shield their 2 little siblings and let them do what they want in life. Because no one scares away Timon and Iago. The second thing they realized was actually about their father. It was a few days after their mother sent the 3rd howler that their father sent them a letter of his own. In the letter he told them about how proud he was of them for following their dream, and how he used to be like them, an inventor, till he learned the harsh reality that inventor who had no old money had to face. The only people who make less money than ministry workers are unsuccessful inventors. And when their mother got pregnant with Bill, their father went to work in the only ministry department he could that still left him with enough time to invent things. The twins always knew their inventing talent and spirit they got from him. After all, when they used to be little kids, whenever they had the chance they used to sit and watch him tinkering with Muggle objects and add magic to them. Their father might be a ministry worker, but he is an inventor at heart. What they realized was that now that they were making money and a lot of it, they can convince their father to quit his job and focus on inventing. It wasn't easy, in fact, it took almost a month of constant letters, 1 meeting in Hogsmeade, and telling their father about them having 2 silent partners for their father to be willing to concede and be willing to work for them, after meeting the extra partners. They wanted him to spend time on inventing and just send products he wanted to sell to them, but the Weasley father wasn't willing to concede for their request as it meant stomping on his pride as a man. What he was willing is to become a worker in their company, working under them as he improved until he reached the level of a partner on his own, but no matter what, before agreeing with even that, he wanted to meet their partners. Convincing Harry was a task all on its own. While they loved the boy like their little brother, in fact, sometimes more than their little brother, they would be the first to admit he had a deep paranoia. No matter if it was using the Fidelius charm to prevent anyone from knowing him as anything but average wand-wielding wizard, or acting like a monkey in front of the class to make people unaware he has a clemency shields, the boy has deep trust issues. And while it is sometimes sweet, knowing Harry trusts you enough to know his secrets, this time wasn't. No, I don't trust him. Fred could see from the look on his face that Harry regretted saying it the moment he did, not because he didn't mean it, but because he knew how it sounds. Which was another thing that endeared Harry to him most of the time. Once you break through the wall he put around himself most of the time, the boy had trouble control what he say and his expressions around you. Once again, this wasn't one of those times. What do you mean you don't trust him? He is our father. George took the words out of Fred's mouth, though the screeching he took from their mother. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. No, you did, you just didn't mean to upset us. Fred said coldly. No, I meant, Harry tried to explain himself but George didn't let him. We know what you meant. You meant that you don't trust our father with your secrets, but guess what, it is all of ours company, and we get a say as much as you do. I never said you didn't. Harry proclaimed, and Fred scoffed at it. Harry may never have said it, but they always knew he thought himself as the boss. No, I didn't. I truly couldn't care less about the company, nor do I care about the band. The only reason I helped you create the two was because you are my friends. So you are telling us, Fred said, that if we wanted to give you back your starter's money and 1/4 of the money you would leave the company? Fred instantly regretted saying that, because he for the first time since meeting Harry had seen two expressions he has never seen in his face, a hurt look and an angry look. Now, Fred has seen many looks in Harry's face. There was the usual fake smile he had around the castle, the true smile he had in the RR, the scheming look he had when he wanted something, and the annoyed look he had when something didn't work out to him. But he has never seen Harry feeling hurt, nor truly angry. Worse, as the seconds moved by, he saw the angry look changes into the cold fake smile he gives everyone as he said, "Fine, I will wait for my money." As he moved toward the exit. Fred should have moved, yet, he felt as if he was frozen. Luckily, he has a twin brother. George's POV. Hearing Fred say those words, George knew it wouldn't end well. While Fred thought Harry trusted them with his secrets, and it was somewhat true, George knew it wasn't 100% the case. He could see it whenever they complained about their mother and talked about their father. Whenever they mentioned the headmaster, Marcus, or the Potters. He could especially see it at the end of second year, when he saw the kid leaving the train station, taking a look back and walking alone. While Harry might not know it, George saw 3 emotions in his eyes that day, and none of them were positive. The first one was easy to identify. It was the sadness he saw in his father's eyes whenever he told them about his parents. The longing and the sadness was obvious enough for him to notice. The second emotion was harder to figure out. In fact, he only figured it out in the middle of the summer, the day of his mother's brother's death, when their mother got slightly tipsy as usual and told them once more about them and about their death. It was when she talked about their killers and he saw the look in her eyes that he figured it out. It was desire for justice, or revenge. The third emotion was one he saw every once in a while when Harry was looking at the air in semi-daze. It wasn't one he identified, not until he saw it today. It was a hurt look, but deeper than that, it was a betrayed blaming look. George didn't know why he had this look whenever he dazed off, but he did know he wasn't willing to let the boy they consider their little brother, the one who believed in them and their dream, to ever look at them like that. No. George said as he moved to block the exit of the room, standing right in front of Harry. Now, while they consider Harry their younger brother, he is taller than them, and more masculine, making him look extremely scary when he wanted. No. Harry repeated with a cold smile. I just do what you wanted. No, if you did what we wanted you would meet our dad. George said back. You want your dad to work for you and to feel independent? No. Me moving out of the company is the logical conclusion. He hated how Harry could sometimes say what they want in a twisted way. No, we want our dad to meet you and work for all 4 of us, Luna agreed. Why can't you? He remembered the talk they had with Luna, when she suggested only bringing her, or at least have her convince Harry. He now regretted not taking her up her offer. Because I don't trust him. The cold smile left his face, having the angry look come back. Because he is Dumbledore's man. Both Fred and he knew this was the core issue in the argument, one that Harry wouldn't have come close to if not for his anger. Why does it matter if he is Dumbledore's man? Fred asked, somehow making Harry even angrier. Harry, now seething his anger, for the first time since they know him, has, not yelled, but screamed. Because someone of his little group killed my parents. Harry said before freezing in shock, as if he didn't believe he actually said it out loud, something that was most likely correct. Neither Fred nor George know much about Harry's situation outside of Hogwarts except him being kicked out of the Potter family for being in Slytherin. They knew he lives alone, and he sometimes let things slip, about him running from the family the Potters left him at by the age of 5, or living at the orphanage. But mostly, even when he talked about anything related to his life before Hogwarts he would only tell about the schools he went to, and whenever they asked anything extra he would change the subject, and they would let him, if only because they didn't want the depressive feeling he had around him to stay. Not this time. What does it mean? His brother said Lily and James Potter are alive. It doesn't matter, Harry said, forget I ever said anything. Like hell we do. And this was the first time he ever heard Luna curse, and hopefully the last, because it scared the hell out of him. Chapter 160. Luna's POV. When the twins told her their plan to hire their father she knew it wouldn't end good. She tried convincing the twins to let just her meet with their father, but they were standing their ground saying they wouldn't lie to their father when trying to hire him. She then suggested she would talk to Harry about it, and that she will convince him to agree to hiring the man. She probably shouldn't have said it. She could see the twins tense after she said it. She knew they had a little problem about how Harry seemed to take over most of the business, something that used to be there. If being honest, while Harry hasn't touched anything that belonged to their original idea of opening a prank store, he took most of the work about the card dueling, and as the business was mostly about the game right now, Luna could understand why they were ticked off by her words that seemed to suggest Harry has the final decision. "No, we will tell him what we are about to do ourselves," they said before leaving the hallway, and as Luna had a lesson, she could only leave the talk to another time. She should have known. Hell, the second she arrived near the ROR and saw the aura of anger leaking through the door, something she usually saw leaking behind Harry's occlumency shields whenever he looked at one of the Potter family or the headmaster, but never saw it like that. It was like Harry dropped his occlumency shields entirely and all there was behind them was anger, sadness and betrayal, she knew. They didn't wait to give her a chance, instead they went to the room of requirements, where Harry was spending most of his time nowadays, and talked to him about that, causing an argument that reached the levels that Harry finally couldn't take it, causing him to burst, casting a silencing charm on the door for it to not cause any noise. Luna opened the door slightly, as to listen to the argument between the three most important people in her life at the moment, yet the moment she did, she was shocked, as while she still couldn't see any emotional animals around Harry, for the first time since she met him she could see the colors of his true emotions, instead of the constant rainbow-like colors he usually had. It took her time to understand the difference between emotional animals and aura colors, especially since many wizards had occlumency, making their colors to be shielded by different colors. In the end she figured it out. While emotional animals are changing by your current mood, emotional colors had two parts: emotions you wouldn't let go of, and emotions you came let go of. The red was of the first kind. It was one that Harry most of the time made himself remember so he would never forget. Even now, when she saw the red color that Harry's aura was releasing, she knew it wasn't so much that he was angry, the anger was shallow, it was the other emotions, the ones Harry never let anyone see that make him, not even himself, that make him as angry as he is. Usually Harry was keeping his occlumency shields, which made him look like a rainbow. He had blue, purple, green and yellow in his aura, and while it always made her feel calm, she sometimes saw the angry red like outside blinking into existence, yet it always felt shallow. She always wondered what was his true color. Would it be like one of the first years this year in Gryffindor, innocent purple? Or could it be the angry she got glimpse of as his true color? It is only now, when she saw it, that she knew she didn't know anything about her friend. It wasn't red that was Harry's true colors, nor was it any of the other obvious ones. In fact, Harry had two colors at his core of being, something that only few people had. The first was sickly green, which Luna knew was mostly for betrayal, though instead of being like a line, as auras such as that usually are, pointing at the direction of the betrayer, this one was spreading to the world, like he blames everyone and everything. The second color was the gray color of sadness and detachment. It was warped around his body like a cocoon, and as Luna won, those kinds of auras were more than just symbolic. She wondered what would there be inside once the cocoon burst. Why does it matter if he is Dumbledore's man? Fred asked, and she knew they were talking about the twins' father. Because someone of his little group killed my parents. Luna felt terribly confused. Who were Harry's parents? When were they killed? Why was she never told about them? How long was Harry sitting around with this knowledge alone? The last question was the one that struck her the most, especially when he told the twins to forget about anything. So she did the only thing she could. She burst in and yelled, "Like hell we do." Harry's POV. Having occlumency shields always on his side affects. Harry might not have known that when he just arrived to the world, but since he was 11 and got the occlumency book he has known it. The main ability of occlumency is preventing intrusion of forgiving mind magic. Having it constantly on would have been a positive thing, if not for one thing, it also has the ability to make you compress your emotions. When you need to think rationally, when you have to perform magic, and when you need specific emotions, this ability is the greatest you could hope for, but, if you use it all the time, when you are rattled your emotions would burst altogether, crushing your occlumency for a period of time. Harry has known that, yet, he never felt like he has the time to put his shields down, nor did he felt the need to. If Harry could think rationally right now he would probably observe himself and say, so that's why. But Harry couldn't. He could right now feel the same emotions he felt the day his parents had died. He could feel the coldness that spread in him as he knew he would never see them again. He could feel the sense of betrayal he felt toward this world of magic, when he realized it was a magical person's work. But Harry felt the thing that grew from those two the most. He felt anger. Like hell we do. He heard his best friend say just as he was about to call for Dobby and Liv for the Chamber of Secrets, shocking him. Luna never cursed. Don't you dare to disappear now. Don't you dare put back the walls in your mind. Aren't we your friends? Tell us everything. If he was with his occlumency shields on, Harry would have never said anything, he would have made an excuse and leave. But he didn't have them on, so Harry did something he hasn't done since the moment his parents died. Harry cried. Chapter 161. Fred's POV. If seeing Harry hurt and angry was shocking, seeing him cry was even worse. It wasn't just the fact that his emotions were displayed in all their glory, it was the fact he just didn't seem to stop. Fred was never one to comport anyone directly, nor was George for that matter. Usually, when things got rough they would disappear to plot together a plan to make sure the person knew they cared by making him laugh with some pranks, but with one look to Luna and then to George as Harry cried with Luna hugging him, he knew both of them reached to the same conclusion: if they disappeared this time before fixing things they would never have the chance to. And it wouldn't just be Harry that they would would also lose Luna. So the four of them sat there, the room has provided a couch, and waited for Harry's grand emotional burst to calm down. It took a while, but eventually it did. When he stopped crying he seemed to want to leave, but with small nudging Luna did, he finally started telling them his story. He told them about the darkness he lived in for 4 years, only let out for bathroom, food and whenever there was needed helper. He told them about his escape, his lying to the police officer and move to the orphanage. He told them about getting adopted, and the times Mom and Dad seemed to slip out of his mouth. He then reached the party they were all waiting for, James Potter arriving with the letter, first trip to Diagon Alley, the week of living with the Potter family, the end of it and his parents' death. He wasn't a talented storyteller, he kept telling unrelated bits about everything, and Fred knew there was something he wasn't telling. Yet there was one thing that kept bothering him. Why do you think it was Dumbledore? It might not be Dumbledore himself, but the Potter family know about it. I saw the weird glint in Lily Potter's eyes when she said goodbye that day, it was one of knowledge of what's to come. Not to mention the kill was magical. But if it's not Dumbledore, his twin started to say, but Harry didn't let him finish. You just can't see it, you grew on tales about him, about the boy who lived, you don't know what he is capable to do to get what he wants. But Luna does, tell them about Pettigrew. They knew about Sirius Black Innocent and Peter Pettigrew being a Death Eater and faking his own death, how could they not, with their brother telling one more of his adventures around the house this summer to all those that would listen. When they first heard it they were horrified, their little brother spent 3 years carrying a Death Eater and their older brother 10. But the story Luna started telling was different, and in some parts worse. True, they felt relieved their brothers didn't carry a Death Eater, but to find out the headmaster orchestrated the entire affair of the 1981 Halloween night, not to mention knowingly condemned an innocent man to Azkaban. But he has no reason to want your parents' death, even in his mind it sounded weak, if what Pettigrew said is true, and it should be as he is the only one that seemed able to tell what happened that night, then both children survived the night, and Marcus isn't the only boy who lived, not to mention the entire, leaving Harry to live with Muggles didn't make any sense. Why? Because I used to be Voldemort's Horcrux. Harry spat, it sounded very dramatic, especially with Luna's breathing in sharply, if only Fred knew what Horcrux is. What is a Horcrux? Well, he seemed not to be the only one not in the know. A Horcrux is a part of the soul a person ripped apart and put in an object to live forever. Luna said with tears in her eyes. Harry then started explaining about how hard destroying a Horcrux is, and that it is pretty much impossible destroying it without destroying the object. Wait, you said are a Horcrux? His twin brother said with eyes wide open. An understanding fell upon Fred, which made him feel as if he is holding the sky itself, only for Harry to say, no, I said I were a Horcrux, I managed to remove it last month. The three of them breathed out in relief. Wait, but you just said it is impossible to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the object. And it is, I didn't destroy it, I only removed it, even then, it usually undoable, but there was one difference in this situation, my body wasn't prepared to become a Horcrux. Harry then started talking about technical differences about a prepared host and unprepared one. Fred honestly couldn't care less, but he did the Maximus to listen. After all, that's what being a friend all about. George's POV. When Harry finished explaining all about Horcruxes, George could tell he has calmed down, which meant they can return to the subject in question. So, to wrap things up, the headmaster, knowing prophecy, convinced Pettigrew to sell out his friends. Peter, trying to save them, told the Dark Lord he wants to kill them himself as a reward, to which the Dark Lord agreed to do, and instead of killing the Potters knocked them out. For some reason none of the killing curses worked, yet the second one was sent back to Tommy, which was supposed to kill him but instead just made his soul to get out of his body. The soul, which was already super by previous murder, went to two different directions, one escaped and tries to return to power and the other one settled inside your lightning curse. Dumbledore, who thought the only way to kill the soul piece is to kill you and decided the best way is to make you kill yourself, convinced the Potter family Marcus is the chosen one and that they should send you to Lily's abusive sister so they can focus on him, from where you escaped, got adopted, and then when Dumbledore and the Potter family found out you were happy with your new family and 2 weeks later your parents were dead. Oh, and you managed to do the impossible and get the soul piece out without dying. Yes, that's pretty much it. Anything else? Not that I feel important. Translation, I don't want to. Well, I can't seem to think of something we can say that would convince you to trust our father. He is Dumbledore's man and by this point of time the headmaster has caused your life more damage than Tommy. George said and raised his hand to stop Fred from saying whatever he was about to say. No, Fred, think about it, if someone killed Mom and Dad, would you be willing to work with anyone that killed them? That shut whatever Fred was about to say. I'm sorry, but I really can't. Harry said as he looked at his hands with his head down. I might have an idea that can make everyone happy. It was Luna who said it, making everyone look at her hopeful. Your father doesn't really want to work under you, nor do you want him to. What all of you actually want is for him to do what he dreamed of doing, inventing things for a living. Instead of making him a worker of our business, let's make another. It's something you taught me, Harry, remember? A company making side companies under them. Harry's head shot up. That's a great idea, Luna. Fred said. We now have enough money to open a different company, one that will be used for things that are less fun and more lifestyle. You could have your father create a magical TV, and video cameras, stuff like that, and people who can't afford tickets to Quidditch games can pay to watch them at a cheaper prices in a gathering locations. We might even convince Mom to make food which we would sell. Or hire someone as a cook. Or that. We can have truly magical Disney movies. They all looked at Luna who squealed in excitement. And Star Wars. The argument that started in the day turned into a long discussion into the night. Chapter 162. Arthur's POV. Arthur was never the most ambitious, you could see it by his current job. He was never the smartest, Professor Slughorn made sure he knew it. He was never even the bravest. When his two brothers-in-law joined the order he didn't, fearing for his wife and children. But if there was one thing he was always known for was being the most hard-working person. When all children learned how to read and write, he took twice as long. He stayed at home when others went to play, studying on his own, but he eventually was the third to know how to read. When other children gave up understanding Muggle objects, he didn't. He studied each part until he knew what it does, even if he was never the greatest with their names. When his mother told him about the 4 houses, he knew he was meant for one house, Hufflepuff. Which was why he was surprised to find himself in Gryffindor, though he didn't regret it for a moment. Being in the House of Lions gave him the courage to pursue his lifelong dream, and mark the woman he loved. And even if he had to give up said dream for a boring, minimum wage work to feed his children, he still didn't regret a thing. How could he? He has a roof on his head. A loving wife. 6 boys and a girl. And he still invent and study things in his home. What more could a man ask for? Yet, there were a couple of times he felt true regret over the decisions he made in life. No, none of the above. The times he felt regret about was when his 2 oldest children finished school. He always knew their mother was pushing them toward ministry jobs, but it wasn't until Bill came to them to tell he isn't going to work at the ministry, that he got accepted to work at Gringotts as a curse breaker, that he realized that they didn't want that. He was honestly overwhelmed by work, and when he wasn't he was tinkering with his inventions. He always thought he would have more time, that they have their entire life to spend with each other, only to find out his oldest was moving to Egypt to be closer to work. Arthur wasn't stupid, he knew applying to a work portkey wasn't that hard. It took him 2 seconds of hearing his wife trying to convince Bill to stay for him to understand why he felt he had to leave. Bill was a lot like him, he was an explorer. But while Arthur had a domestic soul, Bill had a free one, and his wife did her best trying to crush it. That night he sat with his wife and explained to her that if she wants to have Bill come back to England, she had to let him go. He honestly thought he succeeded. While she sometimes slipped, his wife hugged Bill and said she was proud of him for getting such a respectable job, while he took Bill to drink, telling his son he is proud of him for following his dream. 2 years later he found himself in the same situation, this time with his second son, Charlie. He tried connecting with Charlie, but while he was sure the boy lived him, they were too different. Arthur was a man who liked the ground, the stable life and his inventions. Charlie on the other hand. Charlie loved the sky, adventures and dragons. Arthur really tried, he even prepared as a graduation gift a flying car, yet once more, when time came, Charlie left the promising, stable seeker carrier to become a dragon handler, and when Molly took it hard, he left Britain, leaving his graduation gift behind. Arthur at that time decided he will never let his children become anything but what they wanted. He spent the summer trying to connect to his third son, Percy, which was easier and harder at the same time. It felt, if the other two children of his managed to listen to their mother yet finding their own path, Percy didn't. He became the best child a parent could ask for and the worst child Arthur never knew but hoped to never get. He was the best, as he was what every parent wanted. He followed all the rules, did everything asked of him, and wanted to become what his parents wanted from him. He was the worst. He never smiled any real smile, never had any original suggestions, never showed desires, yet Arthur could always feel a type of disdain in his eyes. The only time he seemed to truly enjoy himself was when he was being praised, especially by his mom, especially if it comes with the "why you can't be like your brother" lecture she seemed to have. He wasn't proud of it, but while he loved Percy, when he saw the small smirk the boy had when his wife told him about buying Percy his owl as a gift for becoming a perfect instead of buying Ron a wand, Arthur wanted to sucker punch him. In the end, Arthur felt tired, he felt weak, he felt like a failure. Just when he was about to give up, the twins truly started to shine. The twins were the best child Arthur could ask for, and the worst children a parent could hope to never get, the exact opposite to Percy. They were the worst. They never followed the rules, never did as expected, never let anyone tell them what they need to be. They were the best. Each smile was real and infectious, no thought was copied from books, everything they wanted they said, yet never expected to get it without hard work. He felt like while they got their humor and courage from their mother's side, everything else was him. He saw it when they sat near him as kids, he saw it when they talked with each other about new ideas to pranks, and he saw it when they worked for a month on a spell they gave to their little sister to cheer her up after being possessed, the Buggerbat curse. He knew that with their innovative mind and courage they would do great in the world, managing to fulfill their dreams, but he thought it will happen at least 2/3 years later, after they finish school, not during their 5th/6th year. Which is why he was surprised when his two younger children returned from Hogwarts for Christmas last year, telling about their two elder brothers' new business. In regard to his two youngest children, he knew he raised them well. Both of them were not yet in school when Bill left the country, which meant he spent time with them the most. There is Ron, which he spent time with in the shed, working on the flying car as he told him stories about Ron's elder siblings, making sure the boy knew he could do anything with enough effort, and that no matter what he will support him. Then there is Ginny, his only daughter, who he spent time with the most, encouraging her to pursue her interests, hers being Quidditch and stories about heroes and villains. Those two children returned home from a year in a magic school and all they could talk about was the card game the twins created. He had to admit, the game did sound impressive, and fun to play, but at the time he only thought of it as a way to earn quick gold to create their real business while making sure people have fun, something they did every once in a while. He was mistaken. While the game at Hogwarts continued, it wasn't until he saw the article in the Daily Prophet that he realized the size their business grew to. They sold brooms. Not only that, they sold high-quality brooms cheap enough for people in their family's economical situation to afford, and in large quantities. Honestly, Arthur was shocked. Yet, the thing that shocked him even more was their mother's reaction to the situation. Sending howlers. Telling them to stop sell things and go back to study as they need the grades to become ministry workers. Has she never talked with her children? Is she delusional? Where is the woman he married? The one that encouraged him to pursue his dreams? He sent the twins a letter of his own, telling them how proud he is with them, how he used to be like them at that age, and how he always knew they would reach far. He thought that his letter was pretty good, yet, he didn't expect it would be so good that they will want him to do like them, offering to give him money to work on his own inventions. Of course, he said no. Then they sent another telling him that if he wanted, when he succeeded he could pay them back. He might or might not send the next letter with the words, "Fuck the bloody hell off." To which the twins once again showed him they were like him, never quitting. After a month of negotiation that felt like what a house elf would do whenever one tried to negotiating with him, he lowering his value while they raised it, he agreed to work them, on the condition he would mar with their two secret partners, as if he wanted to know who he is about to work for, and was curious who are the two mystery people works with, only for his children to tell him 2 days later that their partners didn't want to meet. He was just about to say that that's the minimum he is willing to consider, when they brought another suggestion. Start a sub-company, the five of them, Arthur being a partner instead of a worker, the secret partners giving the starters money, with the condition of them not being revealed. He didn't know what to think. Being the owner of a store of his own inventions was always a dream to him, having his children with him. Even better. It would also won't be them paying for him, something that he felt awkward about, instead it will be something they all build from the ground. But still, why don't they want to be known? When asked, the twins only said one was raised by muggles and didn't want the purebloods not buying his products, while the other was in a relationship of sorts with the first. Arthur knew he really shouldn't work with someone he knows nothing about, but he trusted his sons, and the temptation when told they will recreate muggle products for the magical world was too hard to ignore. Arthur agreed to it that night, quitting his job the very next day. Now he only needed to find a way to tell Molly. It shouldn't be too hard, right? Chapter 163. Harry's POV. After the argument with his friends, it took about a week and a half to get things back to normal, yet even so, Harry felt the effects the fight had on all of them. Fred and George became focused on creating a magical TV, something that both them and their father worked on at the same time from two different angles. They tried to create a magical artifact that transmit pictures and sound while their father was working on enchanting a Muggle TV. Luna also changed. She started to make more physical contact than before, holding his hand, hugging him, and when truly happy one day, she even kissed his cheek. Harry knew that she probably has feelings to him. Hell, he probably has feelings for her as well, but not only was she barely 14 and he had the mind of an adult, he also had bigger things to deal with right now than relationship. And lastly, his own changes. He wasn't as tired as before, with his hurt emotions not constantly being pushed as deeply as they used to be. He got better sleep and his mind felt without a pressure which he didn't know he had before, yet at the same time he felt his emotions a lot more. It made things a lot harder. Before, whenever he looked at one of the Potters, Granger or the headmaster, while he felt anger, it was muted, he could feel it, but it didn't affect his judgment. Now it was like he sees the people for the first time after they killed his parents or betrayed him. Making sure he didn't attack them, Harry threw himself deeper into working on creating the body of Voldemort, which he would use to demolish them all. The creation of the body of Voldemort worked better than he expected. He started to work on it after the second task. He firstly bought a human-shaped sculpture from an artist, and then, with his deep knowledge of the body and body-changing rituals, of which he became an expert, he changed it to become more human-like, with the looks identical to what Voldemort looks like. After which he once more did the ritual to make that body a vessel for souls. All of that took 2 weeks. The rest of the 2 months he used for creating fake memories of Voldemort and his true mission, to help his master, Harry Peverell. He knew the reason his future self couldn't send him the memories is because the only way to send memories is by sending the future human-shaped Horcrux back in time, and artifacts that have specialties can't be sent back in time. Even if they have souls, their magic interfere with the time travel. So, instead of having the easy way out, Harry took on the hard way. He firstly compiled all the information he had about the war. He used both dark side and light side information that came from Remus and Sirius raiding magical people's houses. While the light side talked more about the battles themselves, the dark side had more information about the behavior of their lord. With it as a basis, Harry created a special AI, one that has the same rules of every other AI he created as its core, with 4 differences. The first is that it had its personality based on Voldemort's, the second is that doesn't know it's an AI, the third is that by saying the first 12 numbers of pi he can make it delete its own memory, and lastly is that instead of being inside a computer. After 2 months and a half of hard work, Harry transferred it into the blank soul of Voldemort, integrating it with the shapeless magical energy and making it have a shape, before transferring the soul into the golden body. "Hello boss, what do you need from me today?" the golem said. "Hey Tom, I need you to go with me to your father's house and help me knock out of the people inside." Harry knew he wasn't a fighter. Sure, he can fire curses and is fast, but he didn't have the instincts of one. He was a scientist, a researcher, and now a manipulator. The fighting he would leave to other people, or golems, at least until he has enough time to work on creating those instincts. Reaching to Little Hangleton wasn't hard. Being about 100 miles outside of London, Harry and Tom took 2 hours and a half to reach it from his apartment in the middle of London, which he came to by using the vanishing cabinet. The house of the Riddle family being as big as it is was the first and only thing you would notice about the town. All the other places looked small and regular when comparing. Getting in undetected wasn't hard, not surprising considering a Muggle came in at the beginning of the year and wasn't detected until the end of Voldemort's conversation with Peter. Harry made sure to pay attention to Nagini, being the main thing he needs to take with him. Walking in, he saw Voldemort talks with Nagini, with Peter not being around, telling her that once he returns to his glory she would be by his side, safe forever as his vessel. Nagini isn't a Horcrux yet. That came to Harry by surprise, though in retrospect it really shouldn't. The Dark Lord was barely keeping himself alive with its 1% soul, making it less than that without having a body to make sure he has hold on the world, and not having his mind disappearing would be not better than killing yourself. A grin spread across his face. It was perfect. Having another soul inside his guinea pig would make it harder to control and make sure the results are correct. Taking out his trusty knockout rifle as he made Tom stand guard, Harry casted a silencing charm before shooting 2 knockout darts, taking out both Tom and Nagini. "Tom," he said as he took out his trusty SOC, "I need you to search for Pettigrew and knock him out." As Tom left, Harry put the childlike body of Voldemort inside SOC, making sure it is secure. Harry then created a strong enough fire to destroy the body, making Voldemort become a spirit once more and trapping him in SOC. He then moved to Nagini, taking out a cage he bought in a pet store. He put her in it and started strengthening the walls to prevent escape. By the time Harry finished, Tom returned with the body of Peter Pettigrew flying behind him. Harry took a look at the dark mark on Peter's body and thought, another project. Chapter 164. Harry's POV. Learning how the dark mark works was mostly easy. The dark mark was built on 2 different abilities, one active and one passive. The active ability is a variation of the port key, or more specifically, the vanishing cabinets. It was ingenious. The portkey way of working is based on making the world believe 2 places is the same, making a person be on the 2 places at the same time before cutting the connection, leaving the person on the other side. The same thing is with the vanishing cabinets, only constantly connected. The dark mark takes it a step farther. It connects the people with it on them as if they were one person, making them able to reach the same location the person who activates it is. It is why activating the dark mark causes pain. Making the world believe something as you regret it is very dangerous. It also made Harry wonder if it's why so many Death Eaters are insane. If you embrace the fact you aren't a person unique to yourself but a part of a collective, it isn't shocking to lose your mind. If it is, whoever isn't insane has to have great clemency, as he can divide the party of him that feels a part of a collective and the other parts. The passive ability is the connection to Voldemort. It is a variation of the spells parents put on their babies to make sure they're of their health and location. It is usually connected to different objects, the Weasley put it on their clock for example. Voldemort on the other hand, put it on his follower's body with a little change. While it shows his health, it makes sure Voldemort know where they are, which is probably who no traitor survived escaping him. Understanding that, it took Harry 4 hours from when came into the house to figure out the exact way to change the spell to make sure it moves to be on the new Voldemort, his golem, while not completely showing it to the Death Eaters, instead keeping it look like the health grow little by little. Giving Voldemort his orders, Harry left the town, traveling back to Hogwarts. Lucius POV. Since the moment the dark mark started growing stronger, Lucius made sure to check on it twice a day. While most wizards were terrified because of the Dark Lord's ability with the killing curse and his ability to inflict pain, Lucius was a Malfoy, a family that made its original money by creating portkeys, and till today keep on manufacturing them for the Ministry. Lucius knew how the dark mark works, he knew about the side effects, and knew what was most terrifying about the Dark Lord is his willingness to drive his followers mad. It only takes one to look at Bellatrix and the other people at Azkaban to see it. Most of them are purebloods, and more importantly, Slytherin, who learned since they were born to be leaders and to take advantage about everything you have. Now each of his fellow pureblood elitists who don't have as god a clemency shields as him were in hell on earth because they lost it. Yes, Lucius was terrified about the fact the Dark Lord is about to return, but not for himself. His mental shields are good enough to make sure he won't have a mental breakdown. Instead he fears for his son, Draco, who he wasn't sure would manage it so well. Which is why, when he checked his dark mark to see its progress and saw it change to its faded look, Lucius was relieved, only for him to find out that evening, when he took a shower, that it returned to the color it was before. Lucius Knight and might not cried himself to sleep that night. Chapter 165. Luna's POV. Luna sat on the side as the last card dueling tournament was up and going. With the exams coming near, most of the 5th and 7th years didn't join, preferring to use the time to study, though there still were quite a few. Honestly, while Luna loved how much their game changed Hogwarts, it wasn't why she came to watch the tournament. The reason she came to watch it was because another song they made is about to be showed, and she never missed any of them. Looking at Harry's watch, who she convinced to sit with her instead of staying at the ROR as he planned, she saw there was 1 more minute. "Can't wait?" Harry asked as he grinned, sending butterflies into her stomach. Since Harry's breakdown, she felt his interactions with her and the twins are different, more genuine. Even when he wasn't in the ROR and his clemency shields were up, she were able to tell he wasn't pushing his emotions away. She could now tell when is he sad, angry, or happy, and while it did take some of the mystery out of their interaction, she felt closer to him. Before, she could never tell if he liked something or not, making it harder to touch him more than necessary, as she didn't want to upset him. Now, whenever she touched him and he wasn't prepared, she saw a spike of happiness in his aura before a self-anger took its place, making her understand Harry's personality better. Harry liked her hugs, her hand-holding, and her one-time kiss on the cheek, but he didn't like the fact he liked it. She wasn't sure why, but she knew her best way to proceed is to make those spikes in happiness permanent. It starts. Harry whispered as he drew her out of her thoughts. Looking at where the twins were standing, she saw them look around themselves as the illusion of the potion classroom appeared, with Severus and a piano in the middle. He then started singing and playing. It's 5:53 in the evening. Not one student walked through the door. But I'm still here, teaching dumbass for a living. I've never played piano before. Not bad. I know this castle like the back of my hand. But I'm not such a fan of the back of my hand. 'Cause if you look real close at those little hairs and veins, you're like. Hands are sort of gross. It's hard to explain. The point is. Hey, Dumbledore. Why won't you let me break free? Am I doomed to stay here? Teaching my high school friends' kids. For the rest of eternity? Hey, Dumbledore. You know just where to find me. I'll always be near, maybe grubbing butterbeer. Hey, Dumbledore. What'll it be? It's 5:55, I'm still singing. The card dueling game's letting out. But no one's comin' here. Who am I kiddin'? Hey, you smart ravens. Give me a shout. Everyone's going out. 'Cause it's time to make friends. Friends with Bulgarian and German and French. Friends with people not in the same house. Where you might find your future spouse. Dun dun bomb bomb. Gunjie bomb dom. Hey, Dumbledore. You're not listening, so what's the use? Is my purpose in life to spy on two sides? Or to teach potions and look like the evil dude? Hey, Dunderhead, I'll be right with you. Hey, Dumbledore. Look what you're doing to me. Can't you see, Dumbledore? You're killing me, Dumbledore. Last call, Dumbledore. What'll it be? Looking at her head of house, Luna felt her heart going toward him as she noticed a tear running down his left eye. Severus POV. It took him a year, but finally even he can't deny the benefit the card game has on the students. It wasn't only that potion magical cards weren't only extremely accurate, but also the many creatures and their use in potions. The game itself had many ways to teach potions, with one magical field card especially, the potion class. This card made it possible to create the effects of specific potion cards without them as long as you name the ingredients, process, and pay magical energy. He saw students who had this card actually improve in class. So yeah, as much as he didn't want to admit it, the Weasley twins created a better way of studying potions. Which is why he sat there, at the tournament, watching the tournament and thinking of ways to add it to his lessons as a way to make the Dark Lord think he is harming the students. Suddenly, an illusion of the potion classroom appeared, making Severus think he missed one of the duelists using a card before noticing himself and a piano in the middle of it. He was about to get up and leave when the illusion's song started. Hearing it singing about his hate of teaching, his hate of the castle where he was bullied as a child, and his anger toward Dumbledore, not to mention his plans to spy on both sides, Severus was shocked. It was like the person who wrote this song was in his mind, which wasn't possible, not without him noticing. It wasn't possible. Right? Severus didn't even notice the tear running down his cheek. Chapter 166. Fleur's POV. Walking up from her sleep, it take long for nervousness to fill her stomach. Today was the last task of the tournament, and this time she won't have any help, as the three champions already talked about it and decided that they will let the best win. She didn't like to admit it, but she had a feeling Harry would be the final winner. Victor might know more spells, she might be better at magic, but whenever she talked with Harry she can always see he knows how to use each and every spell of his. Eating breakfast, Fleur tried to calm her nerves when her headmistress came to her. Ms. Delacour, we need you to come to the side chamber, we have a surprise for the champions in there. Why on earth would Madame Maxime would tell something like that to me on such a nerve-wracking day? Fleur thought as she walked there, seeing Marcus Potter, Victor and Harry moving toward the chamber also. As she arrived first, she hesitantly opened the door, only to rush into a hug when she saw her parents and sister were there. Maman. Papa. Gabrielle. Hugging her little sister and then her parents' moan of who she saw since the second task, when the tournament organizers decided to use her sister as a price. K face 2 ICI. What are you doing here? Nous sommes venus vous voir gagner ce tournoi, we came to see you win this tournament, her younger sister said in excitement. As she continued to talk with her family, she watched from the corner of her eyes the other families talk. She saw Victor hugging his younger sister, talking rapidly in Bulgarian. She saw Marcus Potter hug his father, telling him he would do his best. And then she saw Harry, who sat on the side, and seemed to look in contempt and anger at the Potters, something totally understandable, as they kicked him out of the family, but to see it on the face of Harry, who seemed to always be filled with good emotions and happiness, was too bizarre for her. Taking her parents toward him, Fleur introduced them to Harry. Maman, Papa, this is Harry, the wisest wizard I have ever met. Harry, those are my parents. When Fleur started talking and Harry's head turned to her, she saw a glimpse of the emotions Harry had for the Potters before he smiled to her, and honestly, it made her heart jump. No, it wasn't the hatred that affected her, it was the smile, and the transition in the emotions in his eyes. Velas are people that are extremely attuned to emotions in people's eyes. They can tell what a person is thinking of them by taking one look at their eyes. Which is how she knew it wasn't natural. People shouldn't be able to do it. They shouldn't be able to shift from one emotion to another without the connection, which meant either one of two things. Either he has a split personality, one that deals with darker emotions like sadness and anger and the other that deals with happiness and joy. Or, he has extremely well-developed occlumency shields, letting him bury his emotions whenever he feels like he needs. Either way, it means he truly suffered, as it is the only way for one of those two things to appear. Nice to meet you, Harry said, shaking her mother and father's hands before doing the same to Gabrielle. So Fleur, he said, ready for your ass to be kicked. A small smile appeared on his face. I think you're the one who's gonna lose, little boy. The smirk on her face showed she was joking, as the nickname she gave him every time they had an argument appeared. I really think that age shouldn't count when I'm as tall as I am, Harry said, rolling his eyes. He was right, of course. Not only was he a head taller than her, he also looked a lot older than his age, with his old eyes, broad shoulders, defined muscles. Fleur has to shove her blush down. She might have a small crush on Harry, but it doesn't matter. Every person with eyes can see Luna is in love with him, and she won't let her friendship with the girl be destroyed by going after Harry, unless Harry makes the first move. It doesn't matter how tall you aren't going to win, she said. Oh, I know I'm not, Harry said, but neither do you. You think Victor would win? She asked, surprised. Both her and Victor talked about it and both felt Harry would win. No, I think Potter would, if only by cheating. That made her and her parents to frown. You think Potter is going to cheat? Her father asked. Not him, Dumbledore. The headmaster wants him to win. And how do you know that? Her mother asked. Because I was made to swear an oath to help him, Harry said, looking sadly at Fleur. Which is why if we meet at the maze I will have to knock you out. I'm sorry. Fleur felt this kind of anger only a few times in her life. She felt it when her friends abandoned her for being a Vela. She felt it when she heard students in Hogwarts making fun about her headmistress. And she felt it now. It was a righteous anger about favoritism and acts of looking down on people for something out of their control, like birth, or in Harry's case, a dark wizard choosing to kill his brother first, instead of him. Before she even noticed, she hugged Harry, whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, I will knock you out first and win this stupid tournament," before giving the bird to Dumbledore. Harry laughed, and it was like the world was right again, yet, before he could say something, he tensed, and a voice was heard from behind her back. Hey Harry, can we talk? Turning around, she saw James Potter standing near them, looking embarrassed. James POV. James wasn't sure what is he going to say. After all, what do you say to a son you abandoned twice, even if the first time was out of your control? He wanted to drop on the floor and beg for forgiveness, for a second, or more correctly third, chance. He wanted to act like it never happened, hugging the boy as he did when he was a baby. He wanted Harry to look him in the eyes, see his emotions, forgive him, cry and reunite with his family. He knew none of it would ever happen. The boy, no, the young man that was hugging the Vela, and how proud was he of the boy, would never agree to forgive him right away. No, he needed to slowly insert himself to Harry's life until he was one day just forgiven, and it all starts with one sentence. Hey Harry, can we talk? He saw the guarded look his son had when looking at him, and it broke his heart, because he knew he deserves it. What do you want? The temperature in his voice was something James never heard. It wasn't like heated hatred, something Snape has, nor was it like the apathy, an even temperature voice that was uncaring, like how Lucius Malfoy talked to him. It was ice-cold fury, something that seemed like there was nothing there, but with one step too far would cause an avalanche, making everyone a causality. To talk, privately. His voice was smaller now. I can't, I need to focus on the task. So can we talk after? It's important, James said, adding, to me, in his head. Fine, an hour after the task, right here. James almost jumped in joy. Getting Harry to listen to him would be the first step, but he is sure that one day the four of them would be family again. Harry's POV. Getting out of the chamber and near the toilets, Harry called Dobby before popping away, only to return 5 minutes later, with a grin on his face. Let the game begin. Chapter 167. Victor's POV. As Victor looked at the maze where it used to be a Quidditch field, heard the audience cheer, and saw Harry running in after Fleur, he couldn't help but see red. While Victor would have loved winning the tournament, he already had fame from his seeker position. Fleur cared more about the win, but she wanted to show to herself and others she is more than Avila, and she did. The only one of the three of them who Victor felt need the win was Harry, not that he would ever tell them. But Victor saw. He saw the anger in his friend's eyes whenever he looked at any of the Potters. He saw the students whispering about Marcus, seemingly forgetting Harry. He saw the looks in the eyes of Harry's friends, even the ones that Harry hides his friendship with as they looked toward Harry's location, looks full of sadness for him. Harry needs the win. He needs to show the world he is here, that he is special, that he isn't just the longer ex-brother of the boy who lived. And now his shot was forcibly taken from him. Now he has to help a boy he hates win a tournament he doesn't deserve to win. And there is nothing Victor can do to help. Sure, he could knock out Marcus, but Harry made a magical oath, he would only cause bigger problems for his friend. Looking back at Marcus with disgust, Victor heard Bagman telling him to go, before running in. At least he can make it so everyone know Marcus cheated. Marcus POV. When Marcus heard his name called in the champions choosing ceremony he freaked out. He didn't put his name in, but like every year since he came to this school, trouble seemed to follow him. Well, if he is being entirely honest, that isn't accurate. In his first he chose to take his friends to fight Snape, only to find out the one who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone is Voldemort, instead of telling other professors when McGonagall didn't listen. In his second year he could have chose to tell a useful professor about what monster was hiding in the chamber and take them into it. Even in his third year he was never in danger from Sirius, and the Dementors didn't really bother him. But this year he truly didn't do anything, which is why he was so surprised when his name was called. But he was even more surprised when not only most of the school didn't believe him, but his best friend also. It all turned better a few weeks later, when people had enough with the uncaring attitude Harry seemed to have. Yet, it took until he almost died from a dragon for Ron to get his head out of his ass and apologize. The life of Marcus got incredibly better afterwards. He had the school support, his friends, and his family. His only problem was that Harry kept besting him in everything. It is hard enough to have a brother better than you. It is even worse when it's your twin. But when it's a twin that was kicked out of the family? It's like every time he beats Marcus in anything Marcus fears their parents are about to regret. When he got last place in the first task he might have been only a little bit worried. But then Harry showed up with amazing date at the ball, and won the second task perfectly, looking like a hero as he helped the other two champions along. It was like he tries to steal his place in the world. Yet, the worst came today, when his father, after wishing him good luck distractedly, went to talk to Harry. Marcus knew the day would come, when he had to prove he is more than the boy who lived, when he has to prove himself to be the better man to be a Potter. He is going to win this stupid tournament. Harry's POV. The second Harry walked into the maze he used the disillusion charm to make himself invisible before taking out his broom that was shrunk and enlarged it before riding it. Seriously, why did no one of the other champions thought about it was beyond him, and that not even thinking about the hat being summonable, which it is, as Canon Harry did just that in the graveyard. Harry watched Fleur cancelling a special enchantment that seemed to cause people to slow down before Barty Crouch Jr. stunned her. He saw Victor moving forward, placing magical traps anywhere he walks on. It warmed his heart knowing, as he heard the man murmuring about making Marcus' victory a tough one. Yet he saw Barty Crouch coming closer, and knew the man might place Victor under an unforgivable, so before that could happen he sent a stunning curse with his wand, which he took out just for the day, before sending red sparks. As he flew to keep an eye on the boy who lived, he could see fake Moody smile at him, creeping him out. Watching Marcus moving through obstacles wasn't as boring as feared, as every creature and trap he managed to overcome, Fake Moody was overcoming 5, cleaning the boy's path forward. Seriously, when Canon Harry said he overcame everything with luck and help, he wasn't kidding. Finally, Marcus reached the cup, and disappeared. Chapter 168. A few hours earlier. Harry's POV. Having Dobby pop him to the graveyard, Harry had Voldemort bring Pettigrew, who had been fed the draft of the living death after getting caught by Harry, and then obliviated before getting fake memories of living with baby Voldemort, catching Marcus, and cutting his arm to bring Voldemort back to life. The only thing Harry hasn't managed to do yet was figuring out how the silver hands Voldemort created in the books was made. Sure, he can create something similar, with his knowledge of biology, belief and magical power, but to create it without the knowledge was beyond him for now, especially with the special hidden effect of killing Peter if he betrays him. Harry's way of doing the spell was simple: creating the arm as it is supposed to be built with little magical energy of his own, connect the arm to the body and Peter's magic and let him fuel it himself. The problem that by doing so, you can't create secret effects as most of the magic used isn't yours, and even the smallest effects would disappear after a month at most. While not understanding this piece of magic is annoying, Harry didn't really need it as he didn't care for loyalty from Peter. Instead, Harry had Voldemort cut Peter's arm before using his imitation for the spell on the rat, creating a golden arm. After finishing with it, Harry sat on a chair he conjured, listening to GAI reading him a book. The second he heard something smash to the ground, he had his wand up and stunned Marcus, before obliviating him and putting a memory of the ritual inside his head. Having Voldemort give Peter the antidote for the draft while confuting him, Harry made sure he is invisible and going near the place he had Voldemort put the cauldron. Lucius POV. Feeling the pain of being summoned, Lucius takes a quick look at his dark mark. He is back. Lucius thinks as he looks at his dark mark that seemed to pulse darkness across his arm, with the black snake swimming fast in the skull. Lucius was prepared for this moment, he felt his excuses couldn't be better, and he was scared as hell. Putting on his Death Eater robes and mask as quickly as possible, which he had prepared for weeks, Lucius finally released the hold he had on the dark mark magic, teleporting. Reaching the destination, Lucius saw he was in a graveyard, and that he wasn't the first to come, but luckily, not the last either. Seeing his chance to start something that I'm important for mercy, Lucius quickly bended his knees, crawled to the Dark Lord's feet and kissed his robes. "Master," he shouted, feeling disgusted with himself but willing to do everything it takes to survive. He wasn't sure who was the first fellow Death Eater who copied him and why, though most likely they also understood the need to do so to survive the night, but eventually all the present Death Eaters did the same, finished, and stood in the half-circle the Dark Lord used whenever he had a speech for all his friends, leaving in the middle the Dark Lord, Pettigrew, who not only was alive but, as Lucius now noticed, has a golden arm instead of his regular, and Marcus Potter, who lay on a grave, looking either stunned or dead. Looking around, he saw a few more holes in the circle than he expected, with Severus' spot being one of them. "Oh, I hope you would have a good explanation for this, Severus," Lucius thought before cleaning his mind from every thought unrelated to his survival. "Welcome, Death Eaters," said the Dark Lord quietly, sending shivers in Lucius' body. 13 years. 13 years since last we met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we? He put back his terrible face and sniffed, his slit-like nostrils widening. "I smell guilt," he said. "There is a stench or guilt upon the air. I see you all, whole and healthy, with your powers intact, such prompt appearances. And I ask myself, why did this band of wizards never come to the aid of their master, to whom they swore eternal loyalty?" Lucius knew better than to answer, every single one of the Death Eaters knew better than to answer. "And I answer myself," whispered Voldemort, "they must have believed me broken, they thought I was gone. They slipped back among my enemies, and they pleaded innocence, and ignorance, and bewitchment, and then I ask myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They, who knew the steps I took, long ago, to guard myself against mortal death. They, who had seen proofs of the immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any wizard living. And I answer myself, perhaps they believed a still greater power could exist, one that could vanquish even Lord Voldemort. Perhaps they now pay allegiance to another. Perhaps that champion of commoners, of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore." Lucius resisted rubbing his head. It seems that the Dark Lord didn't change, and that the same issue that changed the war to physical from political as it started last time stayed the same. The Dark Lord is still extremist, and he makes every follower of his the same, with his dark mark driving them insane. It is a disappointment to me, I confess myself disappointed. One of the men suddenly flung himself forward, breaking the circle. Trembling from head to foot, he collapsed at Voldemort's feet. "Master," he shrieked, "Master, forgive me. Forgive us all." Lucius looked in horror. Who was the stupid man thought he was standing before? He should know what happens when you interrupt the Dark Lord. Crucio. Lucius should feel pity, but instead he feels relief. It isn't him. "Get up, Avery," said Voldemort softly. "Stand up. You ask for forgiveness. I do not forgive. I do not forget. 13 long years, I want 13 years repayment before I forgive you." The Dark Lord then looked to his right, where Lucius stood, where he stood everyone there was a gathering. "Lucius, my slippery friend," he whispered, halting before him, making Lucius more nervous than possible. "I am told that you have not renounced the old ways, though to the world you present a respectable face. You are still ready to take the lead in a spot of Muggle torture, I believe. Yet you never tried to find me, Lucius. Your exploits at the Quidditch World Cup were fun, I dare say, but might not your energies have been better directed toward finding and aiding your master?" The answer was ready on Lucius' lips, having perfected and memorized it for weeks. "My lord, I was constantly on the alert. Had there been any sign from you, any whisper of your whereabouts, I would have been at your side immediately. Nothing could have prevented me. And yet you ran from my mark, when a faithful Death Eater sent it into the sky last summer," said the Dark Lord lazily, and Lucius made sure to stop talking abruptly, making it seem as if he is speechless. When he knew the Dark Lord would bring it up, excuses are for later. The Dark Lord showed his power already, now he shows his compassion. "Thank you, Avery." "Yes, I know all about that, Lucius. You have disappointed me. I expect more faithful service in the future." "Of course, my lord, of course. You are merciful, thank you." The Dark Lord moved around, talked about the ones who lost themselves to the Dark Mark as loyal, and gave the ones who didn't he gave a second chance. "And here we have 6 missing Death Eaters. 3 dead in my service. 1, too cowardly to return, he will pay. 1, who I believe has left me forever, he will be killed, of course. And 1, who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service. He is at Hogwarts, that faithful servant, and it was through his efforts that our young friend arrived here tonight." Lucius didn't know if to hope it to be Severus, which would means he would survive, or hope it isn't, which means he is sane. "Yes," said the Dark Lord, a grin curling his lipless mouth as the eyes of the circle flashed in Marcus Potter's direction. "Marcus has kindly joined us for my rebirthing party. One might go so far as to call him my guest of honor." Looking at the young boy, Lucius felt it is pity he would die tonight, as he was still only a child. "Oh, I'm not going to kill the boy," the Dark Lord said, making every single Death Eater look at their lord in shock. "No, the boy need to suffer before his death. He needs the entire wizarding world to turn on him, to be in despair, and to drag the entire light side with him through the mud, which is why he is about to announce my return as we make the world think he is crazy." Lucius couldn't help but impressed. Even if the Dark Lord kept with his idiotic notion of telling his evil plans to everyone being a good idea, he still managed to create an actual plan that doesn't involve only killing and torturing people with Crucio. Maybe the year's walk were good for the Dark Lord. "Now, when we finished with this, it is time to return the boy to his school." The boy woken and made to hold a cup that was apparently a portkey, sending him to school. "Now, I'm going to live at the Malfoy Manor," the Dark Lord said before appearing, making Lucius internally sigh. "This is gonna suck." Chapter 169. Albus's POV. Seeing Marcus appear at the maze entry point with a long cut on his arm made Albus giddy with joy. For the past 2 weeks he got no correspondence with update from Peter, something that made him worried about the situation with Tom. Only Barty keeping to the plan made him not abandon everything and go search for Peter and Tom. Yes, he knew the Dada professor isn't Alistair Moody, he knew the man since before he lost an eye, he knew the man isn't as crazy as he made it seem, that most of it is an act to throw people off their game. Although, this year in captivity might change it. Not that it mattered now, as he ran toward the child that will make him a god, as said child screamed, "Voldemort is back." He didn't care about his friend who probably developed claustrophobia, he didn't care the child of his most loyal followers was probably tortured. He only cared for one thing, the trap has been set. Barty's POV. Seeing the boy return with the portkey filled Barty with joy and dread. It filled him with joy as the boy's screams about his master being alive confirmed what the Dark Mark's pain already told him, the plan worked and the Dark Lord once more has a body. On the other hand, the boy being back means the plan his master sent to him 2 weeks ago will need to be executed, and if he won't do it the Dark Lord will disregard any contribution he did. The chaos Marcus' return and screaming caused was just enough to distract the headmaster, and with the boy's parents being far away, Barty managed to take the boy with him. "It's all right, son, I've got you. Come on, hospital wing." Dumbledore said. "Stay," said Marcus with eyes filled with a special kind of confusion, the kind that meant his mind has been messed with. "You need to lie down, come on now," Barty said as he used the power Moody's strong arms granted him to pull him away from the crowd. "What happened, Marcus?" he asked as he took the teen inside the castle, not because he wanted to know, but because he knew that the more times he thought of what the fake memories showed him happened, the more focus he had on the tiny details, and the more time he talked about what happened, the more the memories will integrate themselves into his mind, especially if he does it when he is still confused and tried, as his magic won't have the strength to fight it. "Cup was a port key," said Marcus as they crossed the entrance hall. "Took me to a graveyard. And Voldemort was there. Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord was there. What happened then? Made a potion. Got his body back. The Dark Lord got his body back. He's returned. And the Death Eaters came. And then we dueled. You dueled with the Dark Lord?" The Dark Lord's plan to disprove the light side would work perfectly if the world had the story of how the symbol of the light is delusional enough to think he can beat the Dark Lord in a duel. "Got away. My wand. Did something funny, I saw people. They came out of his wand. In here. Marcus, in here, and sit down. You'll be all right now. Drink this." He gave the boy a memory potion, one that in the past was given to people when Aurors take statements to sharpen people's memory, one that was stopped being given as it has the side effect of strengthening the connection a fake memory has to the drinker's mind, especially if he thinks about the said memory. "Drink it, you'll feel better. Come on, now. Marcus, I need to know exactly what happened." Seeing the boy doesn't drink, Barty tipped the stuff down Marcus' throat, who coughed, before looking much more focused. "Voldemort's back, Marcus. You're sure he's back? How did he do it?" "He took stuff from his father's grave, and from Wormtail, and me," said the teen. "What did the Dark Lord take from you?" said Barty urgently, knowing he doesn't have much time before people start showing up. "Blood," said Marcus, raising his arm. Barty let out his breath in a long, low hiss. "And the Death Eaters? They returned?" "Yes," said Marcus. "Loads of them. How did he treat them?" Barty asked, yet before the boy had a chance to say anything, the office's door was thrusted open, Dumbledore, James and Lily Potter coming in. "Stupefy." The three shouted at the same time with their wands shooting red lights toward him, something he could have avoided if he wanted to, but the plan was for him to get caught, which is why he didn't, letting darkness sweep him in. Waking up from a stupefy was a pain. You feel as if your entire body is made of lead, and not in a fun, nothing can hurt me way. Not to mention there was a fogginess even in his half-woken mind he can identify as something that happened to him when a truth potion was poured inside of him. "Can you hear me?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Barty could resist, but that wasn't the plan. "Yes," he muttered. "I would like you to tell us," said Dumbledore softly, "how you came to be here. How did you escape from Azkaban?" If smirking wouldn't have given away his ability to resist the poison he would have, instead, Barty took a breath and told them about his father's crimes. He told them about how his father rescued him from Azkaban because of his mother's wish, how he controlled him with an unforgivable, how the man obliviated a woman after she found out, and he told them about the Quidditch Cup. He knew it didn't matter, his father is dead, he killed him, but still, petty revenge felt good. After which he told them about his master helping him. "And what did Lord Voldemort ask you to do?" said Dumbledore when it reached that point. "He asked me whether I was ready to risk everything for him. I was ready. It was my dream, my greatest ambition, to serve him, to prove myself to him. He told me he needed to place a faithful servant at Hogwarts. A servant who would guide Marcus Potter through the Triwizard Tournament without appearing to do so. A servant who would watch over Marcus Potter. Ensure he reached the Triwizard Cup. Turn the cup into a port key, which would take the first person to touch it to my master. But first dash. You needed Alastair Moody," said Dumbledore. His blue eyes were blazing, though his voice remained calm. "Wormtail and I did it. We had prepared the Polyjuice potion beforehand. We journeyed to his house. Moody put up a struggle. There was a commotion. We managed to subdue him just in time. Forced him into a compartment of his own magical trunk. Took some of his hair and added it to the potion. I drank it, I became Moody's double. I took his leg and his eye. I was ready to face Arthur Weasley when he arrived to sort out the muggles who had heard a disturbance. I made the dustbins move around the yard. I told Arthur Weasley I had heard intruders in my yard, who had set off the dustbins. Then I packed up Moody's clothes and dart detectors, put them in the trunk with Moody, and set off for Hogwarts. I kept him alive, under the Imperius curse. I wanted to be able to question him. To find out about his past, learn his habits, so that I could fool even Dumbledore. I also needed his hair to make the polyjuice potion. The other ingredients were easy. I stole Boomslang's skin from the dungeons. When the potions master found me in his office, I said I was under orders to search it. "And what became of Wormtail after you attacked Moody?" said Dumbledore. "Wormtail returned to care for my master, nurse him to health. And tonight I offered to carry the Triwizard Cup into the maze before dinner," whispered Barty. "Turned it into a portkey. My master's plan worked. He is returned to power and I will be honored by him beyond the dreams of wizards." He put his crazy smile on, knowing it was time for his performance to finish. Dumbledore left, taking the entire Potter family with him, leaving only McGonagall to keep an eye on him. "So," he dragged his voice as he looked at Dumbledore's little bitch. "You know the headmaster won't ever love you as you wish, he is gay." That was something he wanted to tell the women since before he finished his studies, and he felt like the look in the Transfiguration professor's face will keep him alive in the next few months in Azkaban until his master rescue him, even if he got stunned once more. As darkness took him for the second time, Barty thought he would wake up in prison for the next time, not knowing he is about to be kissed. Chapter 170. Harry's POV. As he looked at his watch, Harry saw the time he used the time turner has arrived, which meant Marcus has returned and he can leave the maze. As he left the maze he saw the entire audience in a state of panic as Dumbledore, the other headmasters and Fudge kept trying to calm them down. Seeing that nobody noticed him, Harry left for the RR to rest. After all, it was a long day. James POV. With Marcus appearing suddenly in the middle of the field, announcing the return of Voldemort, getting taken by Moody, finding out he wasn't Moody but Barty Crouch, and calming his son down enough to tell them what actually happened twice, first as a father and then as an Auror, it took James 5 hours to remember his intended meeting with Harry. Rushing to the side chamber for the chance Harry is still there, waiting for him, James didn't actually have much hopes about that. If he was in Harry's place, twice abandoned and left to defend himself, he wouldn't give him a chance, but he gave a chance and James spat on it. No matter the reason, James knew he blew his shot. It was why James wasn't surprised that no one was at the side chamber, and why, if it was before the whole Voldemort returns to life fiasco, James would have left the boy alone to calm down before trying again. Now he can't. It isn't safe anymore, he needs to come back and live with his family. Going back to the Grand Hall where students kept talking about his younger son and the return of the Dark Lord. Going over to the one table he wanted to stay away from, James approached a student he saw Harry talk with all the time last year. "Excuse me, Ms. Lovegood?" Her head turned in his direction as her conversation with the French champion, an eyebrow raised when she saw who approached her, eyes turning from warm and smiling to so cold and sharp he couldn't believe she is the child of Weirdo Lovegood, who he used to prank as a child. "Do you know where is my son?" As if she knew what he was about to ask, Ms. Lovegood immediately said, "Wasn't he taken by Professor Moody after shouting about the return of you-know-who?" "I meant my other son, Harry." The girl's eyes opened in mock surprise. "You have another son?" "But how would I know where he is? I only know one Harry, and he isn't a Potter." At that point James had enough. "Tell me where he is, now." Raising his voice probably wasn't the best course of action, as not only the entire Grand Hall seemed to stop talking and look at him in silence. Instead, the French champion who sat beside Ms. Lovegood took out her wand, pointed it at him. "Do you have no shame?" The party Vila yelled. "You abandoned Harry, twice. Forced him to concede the tournament, only for your son, the boy who cheats to win, and now you expect him to be at your beck and call." The entire hall was filled with hash conversations, as the Vila's words synced in every person's mind. Made him concede? What on earth is she talking about? James was truly confused, but he wasn't an Auror for nothing. Remembering how Crouch talked about helping Marcus win the tournament, he quickly made the connection. "No, it's a misunderstanding. Now I have to talk with him. It's for an investigation." Before any of them could answer, a voice he hated was heard behind him. "Mr. Potter, please stop bothering the students." Snape appeared behind him. Usually he would have started arguing with the man, but now he had more pressing issues. "Listen, Snape, they think we forced Harry to give up the tournament and help Marcus win." "Harry thinks that." A passive look appeared on the man's face. one that James recognized from some of their spats as adults, one that meant he keeps his emotions in check, yet James recognized the glint of understanding, horror and anger in the man's eyes. Miss Lovegood, where is Mr. Peveril? Luna's POV. Luna knew she has to give an answer of sorts, her head of house's eyes didn't look like they would take no as an answer. He went to sleep, she said, and watched the two men run in the direction of the Slytherin common so fast that she didn't have to hold her giggling back. What's so funny? Fleur seemed to ask, but Luna instead of answering reached her left ear and sent magic into her earring. Harry, she said quietly, only Fleur hearing her. Professor Snape and James are looking for you. She heard a quiet, thanks, reaching her ear as she saw Fleur standing with her mouth opened in shock as her eyes looked at the earring. I have so many questions, she said, before dragging Luna away from the hall as Luna thought how to explain it without lying yet not activating the Fidelius charm as to not make her friend lose her memory. Severus POV. As Severus ran to the Slytherin dorms he thought once more about escaping, even though he knew it was useless. If Severus didn't know what the Dark Mark was, he would have escaped already. But the moment you take the Dark Mark you are doomed for life, either yours or the Dark Lord's, and Severus wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Which is why he decided to stay, making sure to become a spy on both sides, making sure each side think he believes in their cause, when in fact both causes were twisted. As a half-blood and a member of both sides, Severus knew each side's arguments very well. He knew the real reason most purebloods hated Muggleborns is the destruction of their culture and the self-righteousness they seem to possess in the last 100 years. As the Muggle studies and society progressed more and more, Muggleborns who used to come to Hogwarts without much previous knowledge and with a will to become part of the already established society, became unwilling to learn the culture of the magical world, thus creating hate in the magical world toward them. On the other hand, Muggleborns didn't want to change their traditions, even if they changed most of them by living most of their Hogwarts years in the magical world. The two sides would have reached some sort of middle ground in the end, probably by keeping the core of the magical culture while adding fun Muggle traditions. If not for the two people the war seemed to be all about Dumbledore and Voldemort. The second Dumbledore became a headmaster, chief warlock, and supreme mugwump. He started to push for changing all the traditional holidays to Muggle holidays, something that made the tension that was already there to explode. Now, if that was all, maybe the purebloods would have pushed Dumbledore out from his positions of power or accepted it, but around the same time another power rouse, Voldemort. Having someone as powerful and charismatic as him to fight for their cause was something they needed. Once again, if that was all, it would have come to an end with political battles and maybe a few duels, especially with magical people's laziness and willingness to accept status quo, but there was two things no one could have predicted. The fact that the leaders of both sides are crazy megalomaniacs and that they didn't really care for their causes made it so they escalated every peace talks into fights. And the fact that both made sure their followers and enemies both become more and more invested in the war. On the light side, Dumbledore used manipulations of emotions to convince the young students he is the best wizard to ever grace the earth, and after you joined and made friends you couldn't back out without being considered evil, while showing the other side that if they fight there is no bad consequences. On the dark side, Voldemort used the Dark Mark to create insanity in his servants, making even those that separated the craziness from their mind to attach themselves to the things that caused them the most joy, and take them to the extreme. Those that loved dark magic became obsessed with the unforgivables, those that liked money and their status became unable to let it go. Even Severus didn't get away from it, with his unhealthy obsession with Lily, something he knew that if she died would have become worse. Luckily for him she lived, and instead his obsession became helping Slytherin students and making Gryffindor students suffer as he hoped as a child the head of house would be like for him. It is why he wouldn't let Harry walk the same path he did, even if it meant working together with Potter for a while. Chapter 171. Harry's POV. After Luna used the earring to alert him about Professor Snape and James Potter's search for him, Harry exited the ROR and went in the direction of the Slytherin dorms. He knew that he can't actually arrive before the two men, and he felt no need to use the time turner to arrive first. Which is why, as he arrived to the common room, the two men just came back from his own. Harry! James yelled as he rushed toward him, stopping at the last seconds as Harry pulled out his wand in warning. Mr. Peveril, where were you just now? Miss Lovegood seemed to think you were resting. The passive look on the professor's face didn't change once. I went for a walk, you know, to cheer myself about losing. Harry shrugged. Really? The professor raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't care about winning the tournament. Harry knew the game they were playing. It was one that is based on who gives up first, with the conversation never goes into the subject in question until one gives up, letting the second person take the lead in the conversation. I guess it hit me harder than I thought it would. His lips might have went up into a tiny, almost invisible smirk. Oh bloody Slytherin. James said, letting Harry win the game with the question, did you help Marcus win the tournament? Harry knew when he told Fleur that it will come out eventually, it was his plan B in case Barty decided to stay as a spy and truly convince Dumbledore, not to mention that making the world know Marcus cheated, whether he did it intentionally or not was beside the point, only made it better. Releasing his hatred toward the man so it would show on his face, Harry said, you know I can't talk about it. James seemed to recoil from the venom in his voice, though less in surprise than in shame. Don't, Harry said, stopping him from saying whatever he was about to say. I don't care about excuses, nor do I care about apologies. I don't even care if I might or might not have been forced to let the boy who lived win and can't confirm because of unbreakable oath being cast. Just stop. The thing about the oath he swore to Crouch is that he tell people Moody made him help Marcus win. The thing is, as long as doesn't tell the name of Crouch or Moody, he can tell everything else. It wasn't us, it was a Death Eater who impersonated Moody. James blurted out, making the potions professor to sigh. I never said the one who forced me was Professor Moody, but even if it was, do you think I would believe you the headmaster didn't know his friend was replaced? That it wants the headmaster's plan to make Marcus Potter a bigger hero than he is considered? Harry knew he shouldn't say as much as he did. He was revealing his distrust with no benefit for himself, except he wasn't doing it for himself, he was doing it for Professor Snape. Mr. Peveril, Professor Snape seemed thoughtful. Have you heard the yelling of Marcus Potter about the return of the Dark Lord? I can't seem to think about anyone near or in the maze who didn't. If the headmaster wanted to enlarge Potter's fame, do you think he would do it like that? This was a question Harry was prepared to. After looking as idiotic as he did in the first two tasks. Or do you expect me to believe a fourth year, one that seemed only above average, can escape with his life from one of the strongest living wizard? The mocking voice apparently was enough to send James railing. Don't talk about your brother like that. He survived a terrible thing today. Harry's eyes rolling couldn't have been bigger. He is not my brother, and as I said I don't believe him. Once more venom filled his voice as he addressed James, who was about to answer only to get cut off by Snape. I don't think this conversation should be done with you here, Potter, you don't seem to contribute much. You can't kick me out of it, Snape. James stopped before the derogatory nickname came out of his mouth, although, judging by the professor's look, he caught it. Not only I was the one who searched for Harry first, I am his father. Oh, but you gave that privilege almost 4 years ago, didn't you? The snarl escaped Harry's mouth. Not that I'm complaining, unofficially, you gave up the right long before that. Once more James recoiled in shame. Listen Harry, I'm sore dash. I already told you. Harry interrupted once more. No excuses. No apologies. And adding to it, don't call me Harry. He then looked at his professor, who smirked in satisfaction. I'm willing to continue our conversation in your office. A small nod was all it took for the two of them to go, leaving behind a lost-looking James. Severus POV. As they walked toward his office, Severus thought about how the conversation went until now. While he felt satisfaction from the way his student talked toward James Potter, putting him in his place, Severus couldn't help but worry. The young Slytherin was so much like him when he was in school. So full with anger at his father, at his family, that making him choose Voldemort's side was barely an inconvenience for his so-called friends. In fact, the only reason it took so much time was because of Lily. Would Harry join the Death Eaters? Or would he be enthralled to forgive and join the Order of Phoenix? The second option seemed less likely, especially with his opinions on the headmaster, who Mr. Peveril seemed to believe was a master politician, instead of the diabolical mastermind that he is, though he raised perfectly good concerns if Lucius didn't send him a coded message about the return of the Dark Lord. Getting the two of them in his office, Severus sat off his chair as Harry does the same. The silence between the two of them seemed to fill the air as they both looked in each other's eyes, Severus resisting the want to use legilimency as he knew the boy had a clemency, he was the one to teach it to him after all. In the end the boy was the first one to talk. Honestly, I don't know if I can trust you, Professor. He sighed. If you weren't one of my two favorite professors and a Slytherin that seemed to be stuck in the middle of this stupid war, we wouldn't have this conversation. Severus was shocked. He had no idea how the boy seemed to know he was working for both sides, but he could see on his face that Mr. Peveril was serious. Apparently, his shock was seen on his face, as the boy rolled his eyes before saying, "Come on, Professor, it wasn't hard to know you are a spy. The fact you used to be a Death Eater before joining the headmaster is common knowledge. The only thing I'm not sure is which side you are on, which is why we are having this conversation." And you would just believe me? Severus asked, regaining his composure. No. Harry said, shaking his head, we would have to do an unbreakable oath to be truthful and keep knowledge gained in this conversation a secret to the best of our abilities. An eyebrow raised in question, and what do I gain in this? A grin spread across Harry's face. I said both of us to be truthful, didn't I? Severus felt a grin of his own spread. Indeed you did. I guess we have a deal. The only question is who would be the third party to bind us. The grin on Harry's face changed to a smirk. That's easy, Dobby. Chapter 172. Harry's POV. After the casting of the unbreakable oath has been cast, Professor Snape started to talk. I was young and angry when I joined the Death Eaters. At the time most of the war was political, with only a few battles between them and Dumbledore's order. It wasn't even illegal, and the Ministry of Magic stayed out of it. The professor took a sip from a tea he made and continued. Thinking back, I never cared about most of their agenda, didn't care about traditions and classes. In fact, I hated them. I hated how my grandparents kicked my mother out for marrying a muggle, hated the bullying I experienced as a student because I wasn't rich nor came from the right house. The voice of the professor became passionate as if he was talking about potions. But at the same time I hated the other side more. I hated my muggle father who used to hit me for having magic, I hated my mother for not leaving with me, I hated the Gryffindors for bullying me because of me being a Slytherin, and the teachers who did nothing to stop them. Taking a big breath to calm himself down, the professor continued. Not to mention I had big ambition. I wanted to be powerful, to be a potion master, to be respected. All three of those things needed connections and money, so I joined the Death Eaters. A sneer appeared on the man's face as he said the group name, even as he continued to talk. I could tell you about the searing pain that the Dark Mark causes, about the whispering it fills your mind with when the Dark Lord calls you, but someone who don't have it can't know. I can tell you about how it starts with small tasks when you join, making regular potion or help someone as a favor, how they convince you to break the laws little by little until you one day find yourself killing a person, but that isn't explainable. In the end, I one day found myself regret something I did from the deepest parts of my heart. The professor's eyes seemed to be full of guilt. When I did, I wanted to escape, but there is no escaping the Dark Lord once you put on the Dark Mark. So instead, I decided to repent. I joined the headmaster's order, becoming a spy, and for a while I thought I moved to the side of good, of justice. When the war was over I felt relieved. I was prepared to leave this country and never look back. It was then that I found out neither side is good. If the Dark Lord's side worked by quick killing, hurting our world and people for only his gain, the headmaster's side did the same only with slow and soft methods. The headmaster might spread the rumor about him being the best headmaster Hogwarts ever had, but 3 years after he got the job a new teacher joined the faculty until this very day, Cuthbert Binns. 10 years after that, a curse has been cast on the data position, and 10 years after that he forced me to become the potions professor while forbidding me to teach my best. Instead he said to teach poorly so the Dark Lord wouldn't be suspicious. Another sip from his tea, the professor continued. All of this doesn't even bother me so much so as the fact that the headmaster knew about the Dark Lord return to life beforehand and decided to let him. Both sides has crazy leaders and those who follow them are becoming as crazy as them. So, in conclusion to your question, I am not in favor of either of two sides, I'm my own side, and I just want to make sure my Slytherin students survive it. The professor finished talking and now looked expectingly as if saying, now it's your turn. You professor, Harry said, are everything I could have asked for. Harry grinned happily. You know, I feared your love for Lily Potter clouds your mind and judgment, but I can see you moved past it. That's great. Now, before I start my own ranting you need a piece of information of your own. Dobby. Dobby appeared once more, making the professor look confused. I need you to tell the professor here my secret. Yes Harry. Dobby said before looking at the potions professor. Harry Peveril isn't an average wizard and can do wandless magic. The professor's mouth fell open as memories of Harry doing magic started correcting themselves, letting the professor know about Harry's abilities. How? Why? When? Harry knew what he meant. Science plus practice, to avoid Dumbledore's suspicions and as a great way to attack in secret, at the end of second year. Hearing the last answer, the professor looked even more shocked. You managed to cast a master-level charm in your second year, and wandlessly? Harry grinned at that. I do all my magic wandless, with the exception of curses, which apparently were made for wands. The professor apparently needed time to process it because he said, let's move on to your other less life-changing parts. Not sure there is, but I will try. Harry smirked. The reason I told you about that is for you to understand that while I might not be as powerful as either side, I have my own strengths, and I would like you to join me. The professor seemed to expect that somewhat. Join you? As you can see, I am no longer the naive, angry boy I once was, nor am I idealist, so why would I choose to join another side in this pointless war? You should join me because you think it's pointless. The war used to be political, about reformists versus traditionalists, before the two leaders joined in. My side in the war won't be on either side, instead, it will take both leaders out, together with all the extremists under them. You plan on killing all the Death Eaters and Dumbledore's order? No, only those who are extremely demented. Last Range, Caro, Moody, Potters, the ones that are loyal to a fault or joined the war for the fighting, but that isn't all my side is about, we are also about saving the wizarding world. Harry might have started becoming passionate midway through his speech. Muggles are evolving constantly, making themselves better and better as the magical world stay the same, no more. We will keep the traditions that are important for the wizarding world, the holidays, the rituals, but as we keep them, we need to make sure our world doesn't halt in place. Harry could see the professor was touched by his words, yet still seemed skeptical. And how would you do that? We create new everyday products that improve people's life and make them inseparable from our world. Big words, but I don't see proof. Of course you do, you see it every day in school. My group created the card dueling. Chapter 173. Severus POV. He couldn't believe it. The boy he thought was like a younger version of himself turned out to be the most incredible person he had the pleasure to meet. Sure, he wasn't as powerful as the two leaders in the war, but power is something that grows with time, not to mention that according to what he seems to feel now that the Fidelius charm isn't messing with his senses, the boy is at the peak of the second stage of magic. That wasn't what Severus meant by considering Harry as the incredible wizard he is. He can do wandless magic. Not the half-baked focused accidental magic that some people can do, like create bursts of fire or push people away, but controlled magic like transfigurations. It would have been enough if it was only that. Severus already considered it as amazing achievement. But no, the boy also created a way to make magical people to power up all his inventions willingly, by using a game he made with his friends. As a half-blood potion master, Severus knows that the biggest thing that limits magical progress in terms of potions is the magical people's inability to make potions without constant attention on them, making it so every big potion supplier need to make them by hand and have someone who knows potions well enough to follow his instructions. With all the needed healing potions, antidotes and other hospital-related potions, which people are only willing to buy from potions masters, the time each of them have to do research about new potions lessens more and more as new potions are discovered. Even self-stirring cauldrons are only helpful for low-level potions, as stronger ones need to be imbued with specific intent to work. Harry's way of storing magic from people was tried before, but no one ever managed to find a way to store it, nor could anyone find enough willing people to store magic from. Even if nothing else seemed enticing, just the possibility to create a factory that makes potions without much needed help was enough to make Severus join him. After negotiating the terms, he is Slytherin when all's said and done. I have a few conditions before agreeing, Severus said, and at the nod of the other side he continued. First of all, I won't be sacrificed, nor would I work for you. If we do it, we are partners. This was the most basic thing Severus needed, which was why he was surprised when Harry shook his head. No, we won't be partners, we will be business associates. What's the difference? Partners are equals in everything, splitting 50-50, it's everything they get and the responsibilities are equal. Associates aren't. If you do more work you get more benefits. For example, if we create a potions factory where only my inventions work, you will get money for your connections and getting supplies, the rest will go to me. What about the war? I will tell you everything that might affect you negatively and you will do the same. Plans that involve you will be fully revealed, but those that don't won't. Severus didn't like that. It meant he will be vulnerable for surprises. The best time out of working for both sides was the knowledge it brought him. No. You need me. You need someone on the inside of both groups. So either partners or nothing. Halfway through his ultimatum the boy smirked. No, I don't. I have spies on both sides already, and I can take it slower and become an official potion master after finishing school. The way he said official made Severus remember he was talking to a boy who created miracles already, and helped him create the liquid luck potion on his third year, something that might seem reasonable at the time, but now that the charm stopped affecting him made him see how absurd it was. Fine, he said, sighing. We will do it your way, but I want 35% profit from every potions-related enterprise, the ability to vote on any other members of our group, and I will say no to any life-threatening requests. I will give you 20% profit, the ability to vote on adding more members, saying no within reason, and access to my library. What is so special about your library? Oh, just look here. Harry said and took out of his pocket a palm mirror. Pouring magic into it, a face appeared on it like one of those opinion mirrors women love. What subject are you searching for? The mirror talked emotionlessly. Potions. Severus said, raising an eyebrow toward the boy. When names of books, some he read, some he only heard about, and some not even that appeared alphabetically. Would you like to narrow the search? Severus now was truly intrigued, but is it only a library, or more? Give me everything you have on the Archina potion. The mirror changed, now instead of showing books it showed chapters from different books, some that just by seeing them Severus wanted to start reading as they were things he searched for a while now. But now wasn't the time, now he needed to give Harry an answer, and with incentive like that there is only one answer to give. Where do we start? Chapter 174. Harry's POV. After the negotiations with the professor concluded, both of them made sure they understand their next step. Harry left the professor's office back to the RR. Thinking he had a moment of peace as he walked into the room, Harry sighed in contentment. Gaining the professor's help would be instrumental for Harry's future plans. You see, whether he likes it or not, to make the world survive after the next 10 years, Harry would have to make sure no wizard is being exposed to the mundane world, as no matter who wins the war between the regular people and magical people, it will be magical, the world would be destroyed. To make sure the magical people doesn't get exposed, Harry would have to replace wands with magical technology. Wands, most of which are about 10-inch, are very conspicuous when held, not to mention that whether it's the wand's movements or the shouting of magical spells, none of them is the most secretive way of casting spells. Instead of using them, if a small cell phone, like the one in the fan fiction in his head, was made, and wand movements be translated to numbers people dial, with only silent casting, or, for those that don't know that, put the phone on your head to make sure look like you talk to someone, as long as it isn't an obvious no one would know something was cast. Other than that, they would also have to make sure TV, computer, and gaming is ahead of its time to make sure the biggest threat for the magical world's secrecy isn't happening, the Muggleborns leaving it. With technology advancing as it does, the comforts that made the magical world desirable enough for the Muggleborns to stay in it even with the discrimination are becoming less and less important, making it so that children who grow in the normal world right now are less likely to become enthralled with magic, not enough to leave behind the comforts of technology completely. And if after staying in Hogwarts for 7 years they return to the non-magical world, without any normal education they would have to use magic to get the money and comforts it offers, making it much more likely for magic to be found out about. If, on the other hand, the comforts of the magical world keeps eclipsing the mundane world, the Muggleborns would have much harder time to be able to leave it. In addition, using entertainment to pass forward subliminal messages, whether it's simple ones like, buy more products and play more, or more important ones like all of us are human beings or, much more to Harry's taste on try to rule the world. Harry felt it's the best way to move forward to the future, as if someone not as crazy or not as idiotic as Voldemort tries to use magic to rule the world, they would succeed, and with messages like that being broadcast to people's subconscious for their entire life, Harry wouldn't have to fear the magical destruction of the world and make the world a better place. Some might call it brainwashing and unethical, but when you give every 11-year-old children a weapon that can be used to destroy the world, and had at least 2 of them in 30 years raised to a stage where one co-started World War II and the other almost took over a country, brainwashing those children to become gaming geeks and unambitious isn't the worst thing. As for honor, can you eat it? No, Harry will rule the magical world from the shadows, if only to save the world. In regard to TV creation, Harry let the Weasley work on it, leaving the creation of the first magical video game, video card dueling, for Harry. What he needed the professor's help with is convincing the purebloods to use the products also, as if those products are known as Weasleys or Muggle, they won't become in use. No, Harry has a plan. First is making every Death Eater and Associates card duel as much as possible by making it Voldemort's order. With the addictive properties of it, plus the craziness they get from the Dark Mark and, for some of them, Azkaban, they will become the greatest addicts, making it much easier for Snape to convince them when they drain their magic to play the video game that will make them better in it much easier. In addition to that, by making the professors in Hogwarts support magical technology, Harry will make it possible to bring TV into Hogwarts, making it something every student use. In the end, making the magical world more passive than it already is will become reality, maybe one day, as to not let every magical person suffer, create personal virtual worlds, where every magical person would live in for a while and pour their ambitions into, making it into a test of sorts, and only those who pass it and show they have brain, mind and morals can leave, the others will stay inside a virtual world together, living their life unknowing it isn't real, thus protecting the world. From destruction. Considering Harry made peace with the fact the world he is in probably isn't real, he can't see a real problem with others doing the same. After all, Harry loved the world, and he is unwilling to leave it for the destruction of the people. As for the mundane world, after finishing the magical world he will do mostly the same with it, only changes will be to test morals, as non-magical people don't carry weapons on them all the time, and as long as they are god people, they won't use them unless in having no other option. He will make sure the world becomes utopia, even if it means becoming a villain. As Harry walked into the RR, he saw both Fleur and Luna, sitting in an awkward silence. Chapter 175. Luna's POV. After taking Fleur out of the Grand Hall, Luna decided to take her to the RR as it is the only place where they can't be disturbed by people. Of course, the moment they actually reached the room, Fleur asked to know everything about it. While Luna explained about it, they both knew Fleur wasn't really as interested in the room as she seemed to be. Instead, she gave Luna time to think about the explanations she wanted to give. It took Luna some time, but by the time she finished explaining the ability of the RR she had her thoughts organized. Ask your questions. What is this earring? I just thought you and Harry had a matching ones, but it's not that, right? You can talk with them. Yes, this is an enchanted earrings. They are connected with other earrings to give a person the ability to talk with another person who wears the same kind. Where did you get them? Harry gifted them to me. Why? How? It must have been expensive, and I know he doesn't have good enough relationship with the Potter family to get this amount of money. Luna couldn't explain Harry was the one to make it, as it would wipe the memory out of Fleur's mind, so instead she just shrugged. Never mind then. Fleur said, how about you explain to me why were James Potter and your potions professor anxious to find Harry? Actually, Luna wasn't sure about it herself, but she had a good idea. She, just like the rest of the castle, heard Marcus shouting about the return of Voldemort, but with her ability to see auras she could tell his memory has been messed with, as foreign magic seemed to want to be added to his mind. The thing is, she recognized the magic, it was Harry's, which probably meant the reason why they searched for him is that they found something about it. She would have been nervous for him, if not for the Fidelius charm, as it will help him avoid being caught as a suspect. It is more likely he used it to start his revenge on the Potters, something she knew he won't give up. But once more, it wasn't something she could say out loud, so instead she changed the subject. I'm not sure, not a lie, but I have a question of my own. Her eyes and tone changed from their almost constant dreamy state. What is your intention toward my Harry? That was a question Luna didn't want to ask, but had to, as she wasn't willing to leave the situation like it is, as it will cause their friendship to be destroyed. Of course she knew Fleur has feelings for Harry, she saw it in her aura since the start of the infatuation. Of course, it took her a while to know who it was for, as she mostly saw Fleur and Victor at the same time just like Harry and thought it was for Victor, but at the Yule Ball she noticed the jealousy directed at her. She thought it will pass, as Fleur is a really beautiful woman, not to mention part Vila, she is sure to have many suitors. Hell, if Luna weren't in love with Harry she would have a crush on Fleur. But as the year passed the feelings Fleur has for Harry seemed to grow. As Fleur seemed able to suppress the feelings toward Harry and jealousy toward her, Luna wanted to leave it like that. With Fleur leaving Britain back to French, her emotions are bound to disappear, right? But then, when they talked after the third task, Fleur told Luna she is moving to Britain to work at Gringotts. That made Luna realize she had to ask Fleur, no, she had to convince her to let go of her emotions, as Luna wouldn't let her steal Harry. That is why she said "My Harry," it was to show dominance. Fleur seemed taken back for a second by the chance of subject, but then she just sighed. So you noticed? Of course I noticed, every time he talks you have the same dreamy look I was born with. It's worse with you, every time I see you with him your eyes seem to look like hearts, and don't think I forgot you calling Harry my. Fleur smirked at that. I didn't know you and Harry became a couple. Don't change the subject. Luna said, cheeks tingling with red. Fleur sighed and said, I don't know. I don't. I want to leave him to you, I truly do, but I also want to snatch him for myself, how could I not? I love him. The look of horror, surprise and sadness showed Luna it wasn't said on purpose, that probably even Fleur didn't know it until she said so. How can you love him? Luna said, eyes filling with tears and heart with regret, as she knew that no matter what, the end of the conversation will also be the end of their friendship. You don't know him. Yes I do. Fleur said, eyes also filled with tears. He is smart, funny and handsome. He is a person who becomes friends with a person based on their actions, not their ancestry. He doesn't want recognition but yearns to be remembered. He isn't the most amazing wizard I met, but he is the most remarkable human being I ever saw. Tears started to flow down both of their cheeks during her speech. "I know who I fell for, I do," Fleur said quietly. It took a few minutes for both of them to calm down, but when they finally did, Luna said, "You won't win, you will leave in a few weeks and I still have 3 years ahead of me to end up with him." "I won't compete with you," Fleur said, surprising Luna. "You aren't only my only non-Vila female friend, but you are also someone who I love, even if in a different way than Harry." She smiled at Luna as she said that, "But if you don't manage in until Harry leaves school to capture his heart, then it's fair game." They both locked eyes one against the other, unwilling to be the first to look away. At first it was a silent eye contest filled with determined, but as time passed and not one of them turned her eyes, it just became awkward silence. Just as Luna was about to say something, the door of the RR opened, revealing Harry. Chapter 176. Fleur's POV. Honestly, after the day Fleur had, the last thing she wanted was talking with Harry right now. First she found out the tournament was planned so Marcus Potter would win, going as far as blackmailing Harry to help the boy. Then the tournament happened, and even though she was the first to go in, she still quickly gets knocked down by a stunning jinx, which was probably used by Harry. When the tournament is over and the winner becomes known as Marcus, he also started to scream about the return of Britain's Dark Lord to life, the one everyone told her he destroyed. After which, when she ate with Luna lunch, James Potter came searching for Harry, which led to Luna bring her to this amazing secret room that apparently can change to whatever you want it to, where she and Luna had a confrontation that made her have a revelation: she is in love with Harry Peveril. Of course, once it became clear to her, it was much harder to continue with her decision of leaving Harry to Luna, but she has a strong will, which is why she told Luna she would, at least until Harry finished school. If Luna can't convince Harry that he loves her after 6 years as friends, then it is free game. All of that left Fleur exhausted and unwilling to do any more emotional stuff today, which is why, of course, that the one law that is stronger than the laws of magic showed his face with the arrival of Harry, Murphy Law. "Hey Harry," Luna said once she noticed him, as if they didn't just talked about their love to him. Fleur on the other hand, didn't have the same reaction. While she was familiar with people tripping over themselves when they talked to her, usually people so weak mentally that even her restrained and weak Viella heritage enthralls them, but this was the first time she felt she would have the same quivering tone when talking to a man. Even when she had a crush on Stephen, one of her classmates, she has never felt so self-conscious, which is why, the second she saw Harry, she felt the need to escape, to run away. "Luna, that was a long day and I'm exhausted, let's talk tomorrow," she said, barely turning her eyes to see Harry, but still saw him frown. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Are you angry about me stunning you?" Of course he worries about that, Fleur thought. "And not at all Harry, just a long day. Talk tomorrow." The frown didn't lessen, instead he grew after her tripping on her words. "Are you sure?" Luna asked. "Yeah, thank you." With that she reached to the door and left. Only after closing the door she let herself take a deep breath as relief and disappointment filled her equally. "I need to talk with Maman, I could really use some advices," she thought, leaving to her school's carriage, where she could send her mother a letter. Harry's POV. "You know what's up with her?" Harry asked, really confused. It didn't seem like her lose in the Triwizards tournament really bothers her, but something clearly is. It's her time of the month. Well, you can't say anything about that, though he feels sorry for her that she had to go through the tournament in that situation. "Forget I asked anything, how was your day?" "How was my day?" Luna exclaimed. "No. You can't ask me that question before explaining why were Potter Sr. and Professor Snape searching for you. Not to mention what did you do to Potter Jr.'s memory?" The last sentence made Harry wince. He should have known Luna is able to see the memory change in the aura, but even now, when his understanding of magic got better and incorporate belief into it, Luna's special sight is beyond his full understanding. He knows she sees short-term emotions as imaginary creatures, long-term emotions as changes in the aura, and that magic that targets the soul/mind like occlumency is affecting the aura she sees, but still, seeing his magic in the aura of Marcus meant she also identified his magic inside it. "Professor Snape and Potter searched for me to talk about my deal about losing the tournament and about my stay in summer. And you can't really talk too much about the deal without the possibility of breaking the deal." "No, I can, I just can't talk about the other side in the deal." "So they didn't find out about the memory change?" "Not as far as I can tell, and even if they did, they will never suspect it is me." At that he smiled. Doing the charm in second year saved him so much trouble in hiding his abilities. "What about your placement in the summer?" Well, I actually only talked with Professor Snape about it, seeing James seemed unable to have the conversation about the deal without losing his temper, but according to the professor they want me to live in the house of someone from the light, as they think Voldemort came back to life. And you said no, of course. Luna's lips rose up a little bit. Of course. Harry's did the same. After all, not only do I have a lovely apartment, but even if I didn't, they kicked me out, I don't need favors. Not to mention you're Slytherin. Hearing that, Harry laughed while rolling his eyes. Of course. Anything else that happened there? Well, nothing big, but I might have added professor to our company. I'm sorry, what? I might have added the professor to our company. Luna looked at him with big round eyes before starting to giggle, something that for the last few months kept twisting his stomach and accelerated his heartbeats every time he heard that. That is the best prank ever to pull on the twins. I'm not joking. Harry said wryly. Looking at him and seeing he is serious, Luna's laughter stoked. Seriously? Shit. What the fuck, Harry? Harry knew he is in trouble. Luna never cursed. You can't do something like that without asking any of us. It is like the argument last time, only in reverse and in the most jerky way possible. No. It's not like that. Harry said defensively. Isn't it? Why didn't you consult with us before doing it? Because you don't consider us equal partners. Luna said, looking hurt. No, just let me explain. The floor is all yours. Saying I added him to the company is wrong. It is more like the both of us reached a deal where we use his contracts to buy and sell potions and our ability to craft low and medium level potions in a bulk without needing a person working on it to make more money and help distribute potions in cheaper prices. When he said that, Luna's angry face calmed a little bit, so Harry continued. Not to mention I don't plan on letting him be a full part of the company. The only other thing I'm having a deal with him about is marketing. Marketing? Yes, while the twins are great at selling products to most people, the one group that is almost impossible for them to sell to is purebloods, elitists, who consider buying up blood traders' products as below their status. Professor Snape, on the other hand, is not only the head of the Slytherin house and a known pureblood elitist, can make our products something those parts of the wizarding world own. I get it, I do. But it should be a joint decision. Even if the cause is good with the potions, even if your idea of using Professor Snape's connections is good, this decision is of all of us. Especially the twins, who not only were in the same situation you are, only harder, and still chose to talk to you before doing it, but you are talking about selling their product, the one their father and them make together. You can't choose something like that about their products without telling them, without letting them choose it. I was wrong about not telling them about the way I plan of selling their product, but don't say it like they came to me before having their father join. The only thing that made them come to me and the thing that caused the fight was their father demand to meet me. I'm not saying I did nothing wrong, but don't make it like I betrayed them. No, you always do it, you always use logic to reason things that are emotional, you can't keep doing it. What you does was a jerk move. The shouting of Luna somehow clicked something everywhere in his body. He felt it in his heart, where it hurt him knowing he hurt the people he loves. He felt it in his arms, which he knew he used them to start a war that if something goes wrong they might die. He felt it in his head, where he less than 10 minutes before planned the capture of the magical world in an artificial reality. But most of all, he felt it in his stomach, as he knows he has to keep the war, keep the plan, at least a part of it. Harry felt shame in every part of his body, and it hurt. Chapter 177. But you seem to misunderstand something. Harry doesn't feel regret about his actions until now, he only regrets how it affects or will his friends. As he said, he won't stop, not for anything. As for people say she nags him, seriously? What he did was a jerk move, especially after the fight. She is human, you can't expect her to be okay with it, so just don't consider her only a yes man, please. Now, as for thinking the world around him isn't real, if you remember what his greatest fear is, you would know that it is his life is just a story. Sure, the multiverse theory could be real, but as he has in his mind other stories like that, he can't know he isn't one of them. And he made peace with it. Now to the story. Luna's POV. She could see the shame in the aura. Hell, it was so intense Brownie she could almost smell the poop. The intensity was amazing, in fact, every emotion she saw in Harry's was amazing. While Harry didn't let his feelings control his actions, since the fight with the twins he stoked pushing them down, which led her after 3 years to truly see his emotions. She wasn't sure why, maybe because he kept suppressing them, maybe because he doesn't have emotional animals around his head, but each emotion he shows, instead of being added to the other emotions a person has, is taking all of the space of his aura and is always breathtaking. His blue sadness seemed as blue as an ocean, his red anger seemed like red lightning, his black hatred was light sucking black, and now, his brown guilt seemed like poop. She might have fallen in love with the semi-emotionless Harry, a state he usually in, but she couldn't help but find his emotions beautiful, though she wished she knew what is that unclear color he always seemed to have on the edge of his aura when he talks to her. I see you understand how it affects other people, so let's leave it for now. What about Marcus' memory? You know how Marcus kept telling Voldemort is back? Luna nodded. I changed his memory to make him think he managed to escape on his own. The brown guilt was replaced with greenish-yellow joy, meaning it is about his plan for revenge. So he is back? Luna asked just to be sure. A war is coming, that's for sure. He answered seriously. And you changed Marcus' memory to ensure he is confident in his fight against Voldemort? No, I did it to bring the Potters down as far as possible. The question on Luna's face might have been obvious, 'cause Harry elaborated. To not cause panic, the Ministry is most likely to try to deny the story, and their way of doing so is most likely to be by spreading rumors about Marcus and his parents being liars and pass many rules to suppress them, and when they are at lowest point, when they finally do something illegal, I will make sure they won't get out this time, prison would be their place of living, and justices will be served. Luna couldn't help but smile when she saw the hopeful purple in Harry's aura. Now, Harry said, and the room changed to Air Study Room. I have something I worked on for a while, he said, and with a wave of his hand brought out a hologram of a ritual she didn't recognize yet seemed familiar. This one here is a modified animagus ritual, and if it works right should be able to change an animal into a human being. Luna had to raise her brows suspiciously about that. Even if the ritual works as intended, the animals have to be able to understand human anatomy to be able to change, and even then, the human body usually contains something other than just its parts. It also has a soul. Even as an animal change into human body, what would it gain from it? The instincts of a human. Two opposite thumbs. Hell, even if everything worked, she still didn't believe it would. The animagus ritual is about finding your inner animal, and she couldn't think of an animal's spirit animal being human. Harry didn't let her much time to consider it as he continued. I don't plan on using it on animals, though it would be interesting to see a man-eating spider from the forest become its food, which are most likely to change into human considering their mind and character. No, I plan on using it on the blood malediction patients as a possible cure. Luna's eyes opened wide at that. The problem with the illness is that it comes from your DNA, where instead of having one of a full animagus or only human, you have the DNA of half animagus, only able to change into the animal, and having to use your magic and will to change back into human. If this thing works, then their disposition as an animal will still be the main body, but instead of using their magic to resist changing into an animal all the time, they would just have a human animagus form. The next few hours were spent looking at the ritual closely, trying to see in her mind what effects would there be on the one who does it. The rituals seem to be modified in two ways. 1. Instead of working like the first ritual, where it seems to connect you to the animal closest to you spiritually, this ritual gives you a few options in a vision-like state, and you get to choose. 2. It seems to work based on the magic of both the person who is having the ritual done to, like in the original, and man who does the ritual from outside, so the person outside can guide you in your journey. After hours of looking, she couldn't find one thing wrong about the ritual spiritually, but she did find physical ones. I have 3 questions about the ritual. She called, making the man who seemed to listen to another book look at her. It doesn't seem to fix the genetical problem of the future children. Why? Well, it does and doesn't at the same time. You see, when the patient goes through the ritual, his or her descendants will gain an animagus form of them, making them able to change from a human to a human, making it almost useless. Almost? Well, yes. I have done some changes to make them as healthy as possible. Yes, that is actually the second thing that I wanted to talk to you about. What is the additional circulatory system that is written in the ritual to be added to the animagus form? Well, it is hard to explain to someone who hasn't learned Eastern magic, but basically it is added to their body by special practices to make the magic flow faster, more controlled, and safer without adding pressure to the blood vessels as magic regularly flow through the blood. I would like to see those books if I may. His smile whenever talking about learning was identical to her own. Of course, but before, what is the final question? When are we doing it? Chapter 178. Parseltongue hey dollar. Harry's POV. Well, Harry said after hearing the third question, before we do the ritual we need someone to perform it on, and we can't use it in Astoria Greengrass before we tested it. So we need to find another person who has blood malediction and get them to agree to have it preform on them? Luna asked. The most important part is have her agree, as without her willing participation it wouldn't work. Luna immediately caught on what he hasn't said. Of course you already have the other person. She rolled her eyes. Where is she? Who is she? Another student? Or maybe someone the Greengrass found for you? No, I got her all by myself. Her name is Nagini, and she is right here. Harry said and reached for his expended bag, bringing forth a cage with the snake inside. For the last 2 weeks he had Dobby feed her with mouses while he waited for her to calm down, as every time he tried talking with her, or even whenever she just saw him, she would start scream and curse at him, and this time wasn't any different. Dollar, let me out, you retard bint Dollar. She used to be much more creative with her curses, but after 2 weeks she seemed to slow down. Wait, Luna said, this snake is a woman. And you put her in a cage? Of course I did. This woman isn't only someone who used to work with Grindelwald, but also Voldemort's familiar. That seemed to break her. You stole Voldemort's familiar? The look in her eyes was one of shock and fear, which reminded him that no matter how much he tries to shudder their fear of Voldemort, his friends grew up in the wizard world and will always have that fear in them. Well, yes. He said, ignoring her exclamation, which seemed to calm her. Okay, sure, no problem. Luna said, calming herself with deep breaths before and after each word. So, what is the problem? Why doesn't she want to be cured? I don't know if she doesn't want it. She won't let me speak. The moment she sees me she starts screaming and cursing for me to free her. And you won't do it because she is dangerous, right? No, I won't doubt, because she is the only other person who has blood malediction that I know of. Without her I can't move forward. If the problem is that she wouldn't let you talk, can't you just silence her? No, tried that. I'm not sure what type of snake she is, as she appears to have poison and a magical ability to change her size, yet the biggest issue is that she is resistant to spells that aren't powerful, making me unable to silence her. Well then, I guess our only option is to wait patiently till she is ready. I guess so. He sighed, putting the cage back in his bag. Albus POV. Even hours after hearing the story from Marcus and looking at his memories, Albus couldn't help but feel something isn't right. The boy's memories seemed real. There were a few fogged places and moments, something that usually meant someone messed with the memories, but with the adrenaline and pain from the torturing curse it made sense. There aren't any after effects for torturing curse. It was like a lightning striking in a stormy, moonless night, illuminating the darkness of his mind. Why wasn't there any side effects from the Cruciatus curse? Even if the adrenaline prevented the body from showing the side effects at the beginning, after they brought him to the infirmary and let him calm down there should have been signs, twitching, pains all over the body, etc., but there weren't any except exhaustion. Why was it? Let's recount the memory. He arrived at the graveyard, was captured, the ritual happened with Peter's hand and Marcus' blood, Tom resurrected, thinking that he is now able to do something he couldn't before, touch Marcus, when in fact he weakened himself by using that blood instead, blood of someone more powerful. He then summoned the Death Eaters, gave a speech and touched Marcus, before dueling with the boy, which was actually Justin cursed Marcus for a while before their wands connected, where Tom, still weakened by his recent resurrection, lost the magical energy fight, giving Marcus the chance to escape. All of this felt right. More than that, it went just according to plan, so why didn't the Cruciatus curse didn't leave side effects? Could it be because of the power the Dark Lord doesn't know? Whole Albus' plan is to make everybody believe the power Tom doesn't know is love. He doesn't believe it himself. He isn't idiot. He is aware the ritual Lily tried to do in that fated Halloween's night to prevent the death of the twins worked, even though it shouldn't have, as it required the willing sacrifice of the caster's life, and Lily didn't die, though she seemed to lose a part of herself. Could it be that the ritual keeps working, granting a faster healing power for the boy? Or maybe just the power to overcome the power of the man it was used against? If so, does it also work on Harry? The boy seems so average, with maybe a slightly sharper mind than most students, and the creativity to use ordinary spells uniquely. He would have to ask Severus to keep an eye on the boy, only to see if there was anything extra in him. Chapter 179. Harry's POV. The next month wasn't really special but productive nevertheless. There was no major difference in regard to Nagini's attitude, except she started repeating her curses and seemed less energetic about the screaming, which made Harry hope that by the time it is midway through summer he and her would get a chance to talk. He apologized to the twins as he explained to them about recruiting Professor Snape, which they took better than expected, even agreeing reluctantly that it was a smart decision to make, but promised that next year he would get pranked when he the least expected as revenge, and then did an evil laugh, which made him regret showing them Aladdin. He started working on the magical phone, something that went easier than he would have thought. Creating a program that controlled the amount of magic being used based on the number pushed wasn't hard at all. In fact, with the experience he had with adding codes in his AIs for putting magic into products he has them make, it took him only one day to do it, and the only thing that needed to be done after that was each number to the correct gesture. There are 12 basic wand movements. O, I, V, lambda, S, and twirl. Every wand movements, even the one that is extremely hard to make, are based on those 12, which meant every wizard that uses wands is using those 12 as a way to control his magic. Of course, the more movements combined is harder for the spell, which is why some spells whose meaning are easy for a first year is only learned by 6th years. It took 30 minutes to add the amount of magic each movement needs and for the software to be done. After that there was only the hardware, something that was a little harder to make. The thing is, a magical conductor needs two things to work properly. The first thing is that it needs to be made by non-obstructing material that can conduct natural magical energy. The thing is, that every non-naturally made object is obstructing magical energies, which means he can't use any man-made creations. The only exception is, of course, goblin metals, though even they are problematic, as when you create artifacts with their methods you put intent and belief into the object, even unintentionally, thus making it geared to certain abilities and restricting in the magical use. This was probably the reason why wizards used wands made of wood for thousands of years, because every other object either not let magic flow through it smoothly, or change the magic as it moves through it, making the magic restricted. The second thing is, of course, the core. Magic use is based, at the end of all things, on the basis that you believe you can do it, and your connection to the spiritual realm. The thing is, that most people's connection to the spirit is weak, and they need help, which is why cores, which are made from magical creatures who never has their connection weaken, are like a guide light to your intent and magic, yet, at the same time it needs to be cleansed to prevent your wand from becoming specialized and restrictive. It took him 3 days of trying to put different meaning in a metal that will make natural magical energy flow without any changes to it, no success before having a different idea. It didn't matter what he did, the different meaning he put didn't have the desired effect, and he couldn't give no effect, as to do so he would have to create it without any thoughts nor beliefs in his mind. While he can't do it, he has his AIs to do it for him. It took a few days, but Factory had another AI under him that could make phone-shaped magical conductors, which, while worked fine for him, wouldn't work for anyone who needs wands to use magic, as they didn't have a core. Making a workable core isn't easy at all. Just getting the magical part from the animal is a pain in the ass, as you can't just take any body part, you have to take the magical parts, which in some magical animals wasn't everything. For dragons it is the heartstring, which is where they build up their fire. For phoenixes it is their tail feather, which is also where their starts. For unicorns it is their tail hair, which is the only thing a unicorn uses as a weapon, as every other parts of him is geared toward healing. It isn't that there aren't other parts that are better for use in them, each and every body part of either one of them is magical, and some of them are even more magical than the one you take. The eyes of a phoenix or the horn of a unicorn are perfect examples, but the problem is that the other parts aren't as easy to cleanse from the magical abilities of the animal, making it so that those are the parts that are mostly used. It is also the reason why Ollivander usually only use those 3 animal body parts. As much as it is hard to get them, they are the only parts that were researched to the peak in cleansing, and even then there is still a part of residue that make it so the wands choose the wizard. Harry knew he can't get as much body parts as he wanted from those magical creatures, nor did he have any intention to research for years about cleansing dozens of different creatures' body parts. He had to find a great amount of one kind of magical creature and cleanse it completely, making it have no intents left in its body. And Harry had just the ones, the Acromantula. Chapter 180. Harry's POV. Taking down the entire clutter of acromantulas in a forest with only magic required precise planning. While the giant spiders don't have defenses against magic, they have numbers, and even if just one of them would manage to reach him, with their venom and strength, he won't be able to resist. As they aren't resistant to magic, Harry decided to use both muggle and magical means, and after creating an enormous amount of draft of living death for 2 weeks, he bottled them up before transfiguring the bottles into grenades and transfiguring his knockout gun into a grenade launcher. It wasn't as difficult as imagined to take out the spiders when he had a concrete plan. He first flew above the forest on his broom, making sure he is just above the colony before shooting 30 grenades into it. After waiting for more than 5 minutes, Harry sent Scammer to search the colony, who came back after an hour with the news that every spider inside is sleeping. After which, came the exhausting 3 hours work of putting each and every one of the over 300 spiders inside his expended bag, from which he took out Nagini and all the other things that were inside the day before to make sure nothing happens. For the next week, Harry spent every second he wasn't sleeping or practicing music with his friends mind wiping the acromantulas with the exception of their desire to procreate and create silk, plus he changed their loyalty to their leader to become loyalty to him before strengthening it to the extreme. He was pretty sure that the only reason no wizard has done that before is that to do that you have to knock down the beasts, and to do it is far harder than kill them. Which meant that by the end of the month he was exhausted and planning on taking the first week of the summer as a vacation. Of course, before that, there was a song that needed to be sang to the Hogwarts population. Fred's POV. Even if he doesn't think about the Triwizards tournament or the apparent resurrection of Tommy, this year was exciting. Starting with selling their own line of brooms, which were as good as almost any broom on the market and 3 times as cheaper. Then the start of selling the game to everyone in Britain and expanding to France. And finally joining forces with their father to create a magical TV, which was work in process. All that without mentioning the band they created, the pranks he and his brother did, or the fight they had with Harry, the boy who kept giving them headache. Seriously, first he doesn't want their father to know he is part of the company and now he adds the dungeons bat into it? Not cool. Though, he could understand the good that comes up from it. With lower potion prices they can help those that like their family don't always have money for cures, and he after so much time with Harry he understand the fact that if their world doesn't change, it will become exposed, leading to the death of more people that the war killed, and that to do that, making purebloods start using magical technology is a must, which would be much easier with Snape. It didn't mean he had to like that, nor does it mean that Harry won't get seriously pranked as retaliation, though that's for later, for next year. Now it is time for the leaving feast. There is much that I need to say to you all tonight, said Dumbledore, as he started his speech. Most importantly, is about the return to life of Lord Voldemort. A panicked whisper swept the great hall. People were staring at Dumbledore in disbelief, in horror. He looked perfectly calm as he watched them mutter themselves into silence. Fred could understand, the last war killed many people, and each and every one of the magical-born students grew hearing tales of horror. As for the Muggleborns, they probably heard enough about the deaths of Muggleborns last war, and felt the discrimination that happens even today. The Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore continued, does not wish me to tell you this. It is possible that some of your parents will be horrified that I have done so, either because they will not believe that Lord Voldemort has returned, or because they think I should not tell you so, young as you are. It is my belief, however, that the truth is generally preferable to lies, and that everyone deserves it. There is somebody else who must be mentioned in connection with the return of Voldemort. Dumbledore went on. I am talking, of course, about Marcus Potter. A kind of ripple crossed the great hall as a few heads turned in Marcus' direction before flicking back to face Dumbledore. Marcus Potter managed to escape Lord Voldemort, said Dumbledore. He dueled with him and hasn't given up for a second, showing the sort of bravery that few wizards have ever shown in facing Lord Voldemort, and for this, I honor him. Dumbledore turned gravely to Marcus and raised his goblet once more. Everyone in the great hall followed suit. They murmured his name, including the Slytherin table, though many smirked mockingly as if they know an inside joke, and, though Harry didn't seem to have it, his eyes glint with laughter and mischief, something neither Fred nor George would deal with as they promised to stay out of his revenge. When everyone had once again resumed their seats, Dumbledore continued, the Triwizard Tournament's aim was to further and promote magical understanding. In the light of what has happened, of Lord Voldemort's return, such ties are more important than ever before. Dumbledore looked from Madame Maxime and Hagrid, to Fleur Delacour and her fellow Beauxbatons students, to Victor Crumb and the Durmstrangs at the Slytherin table. Both of the foreign champions looked weary at the headmaster, as if they knew something about him, and with their growing friendship with Harry, maybe they did. Every guest in this hall, said Dumbledore, and his eyes lingered upon the Durmstrang students, will be welcome back here at any time, should they wish to come. I say to you all, once again, in the light of Lord Voldemort's return, we are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort's gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. Differences of habit and language are nothing at all if our aims are identical and our hearts are open. It is my belief, and never have I so hoped that I am mistaken, that we are all facing dark and difficult times. Some of you in this hall have already suffered directly at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Many of your families have been torn asunder. We have to unite, it is the only way to pass the dark times ahead. With that he sat, and Fred knew what is about to come next. After all, they practiced the song for the last week. Thank you for your lovely speech, headmaster. The 4 illusions appeared and Tommy talked, but, we would also like to give a massage. With that the song started. Tommy. There's gonna be a fight. There still might be a war. For the moment we've got danger on the run. Bella. And things will get bad. Before they will get better. It may feel like an ending but the battle's just begun. Severus. Are we ever gonna once have it easy? Lucius, spoken. Nope. Tommy, sung. Feeling ready. Bella. Feeling stoked. Severus. Feeling queasy. Bella. We could fail but we have to try. Tommy. Don't feel bad, 'cause we're usually about to die. All. Bring on the monsters. Bring on the monsters. Bring on the real world. Bring on the monsters. Bring on the real world. Tommy. There'll be times when your faith is shaken. Bella. They're breaking your heart. Then try to hear it pound. Severus and Lucius. Got to know where the real fight lies. Bella. When it's time to rise. And stand your ground. Tommy. We don't have to go it alone. Lucius. They'll put us in a box but we won't be contained. Bella. You keep hoping. You keep your eyes open. Tommy. 'Cause magic shouldn't ever be restrained. All. No, I'm never gonna once have it easy. I'll make mistakes, but my own, and it frees me. Year's over, it's time to begin. All. And if you're looking for trouble then count me in. All. Bring on the monsters. Bring on the monsters. Bring on the real world. Bring on the monsters. Tommy. Bring on the real world. Bring on the real world. Bring on the real world. The real world. And I'll be back next year. You'll see me again. I'll be back next year. I'll survive till then. I'll be back next year. You'll see me again. I'll be back next year. I'll be back next year. I'll be back next year. You'll see me again. I'll be back next year. I'll survive till then. I'll be back next year. You'll see me again. I'll be back next year. I'll be back next year. When the song ended there was applause, and Fred could see the smiles return to most of the school population. When it ended, Tommy once more opened his mouth. I don't know what the future holds, nor do I care that much. Yes, there is gonna be a fight, there might still be a war, but we shouldn't have to be down about it, we should cherish the fun we can have today. With that the illusions disappeared, leaving behind a much lively, happy hall than when they appeared, something that made Fred and George look at each other and smile, hoping the smile will stay on for the summer. Chapter 181. Molly's POV. As Molly waited at the train station, she once again sighed. Being a stay-at-home mother for 7 children is hard. You have to run the house constantly, teach your children how to behave, make food, and still be energetic enough so when your husband comes back from work he won't feel like you don't appropriate it. Yet there was one thing worse. Being a stay-at-home mother for 7 red-headed children. As a red-headed herself, Molly can tell you most of the rumors about redheads are lies. They don't stink in the rain, they don't glow in the dark, and they do have a soul. Yes, all of those are lies, but if there was one thing that is true, is that redheads have much more energy, especially in children. Every one of her children was a little devil, accidental explosion magic, taking a broom to fly, sneaking a ghoul into the attic or creating a potion accident after sneaking into her potion ingredients cabinet, they did it all. Except for Percy, none of them grew out of it. Bill became a curse breaker, going around Egypt sneaking into ancient graves. Charlie went to Romania, taming dragons for a living. Ron's grades didn't improve and he keeps getting into trouble each year. And Ginny keeps sneaking around to fly at night. Even Percy, who she felt like she did right with, decided to cut connection with his family as long as they support Dumbledore's came about the return of he who must not be named. Yet, if she had to choose her greatest failure, she would have to choose the twins, who not only started selling products instead of studying, but convinced her husband to join them. It felt like everything she tried to instill in her kids failed. She tried to instill a sense of duty for the ministry and responsibility for their family in her 2 oldest children, who as a response decided to run away from the country. She managed in her 3rd to install the duty for the ministry, but as a response he cut ties with his family. And now her twins are up and about, doing whatever they want, and the worst part is their father choosing to support them, making her disapproval meaningless. They just didn't understand that she knew what is the ending for each path. Her grandfather was a curse breaker and she can't remember him with both ears and all fingers. While she didn't have a dragon tamer in the family, Arthur's uncle had a famous creatures circus, until he was Easter egg eaten by them. As for opening a store, Arthur's dream was to open one, and the failure broke his heart. Working at the ministry is stable, it pays, and you get to keep all of your body parts. Why don't they understand that? And even if it takes all summer, even if they hate her, she will make sure they stop the nonsense and make sure they study next year seriously, before starting to work at the ministry, joining their father as he reapplied to his old position. Another sigh escaped her lips as she saw the train arriving. After all, mother knows best. George's POV. Getting off the train, George took one quick look at the stormy look on his mother's face, stole a glance at his twin brother, who nodded, and steeled himself for what to come. Since midway through the year, when their dad agreed to join them in their company, secret letters have been exchanged between the three of them. According to their father, their mother didn't take the news of him quitting his job for a new one too well. Firstly, he started to sleep in a different room, as she said, she won't sleep with him until he sees reason. The twins seriously were shuddering when they read it. Then she started talking about financial problems they are about to experience and her unwillingness to use a single canute from her children. Something that their father said he dealt with by refilling the coin jar at home every day so she won't notice it is with that money. And lastly, she made him promise that if they agree to work at the ministry he will go back as well. Which meant one thing, they are about to not only get an earful like they usually get and ignore, but suffer for the rest of the holidays. Of course, they had no intention to do such, therefore creating a contingency for such a case, which they are about to activate. He heard Ginny yell from his left before seeing her running to hug their mother, who hugged her only daughter back, the stormy look disappearing for a second and a smile appearing instead. Quickly, George casted a silencing charm to make sure no one outside of them can hear what's about to happen. There was no need to embarrass their family. "Hey Mom, we missed you too," Fred said. Though apparently not as much as Ginny. George said, getting a scowl from Ginny, who finally let their mother go. "Fred, George. I missed you two so much," she said, hugging them before letting them go, and her stormy look is back on. "Though that doesn't mean you aren't in trouble." "Trouble? What for? Didn't you see how much our behavior improved this year? We barely got detentions." That was true, with the work on the TV, the band, and hanging out with their friends in Gryffindor and Slytherin, the amount of pranking this year was at an all-time low, and even the pranking that did happen was much more subtle than dung bombs. Instead they did things like gluing toilet seats or casting a ward on the entry point of the grand all that wrote on everyone's back, "Kick me," sophisticated things. "You know damn well what you did." Their mom's voice started raising. "You not only kept selling the game after I specifically told you not to, but you convinced your father to leave his job to come work for you." "Dad quit his job?" Ginny asked, shocked. "Don't worry sweetie, he would get it back." Their mother didn't even look at her daughter, saying that, if she did she would see the shock quickly becomes happiness, as they all knew that while their father loved his job, his true passion is inventing new things. "As for you two, you are grounded for the rest of the summer, and you will stop any cells and inventing. Plus, you will apply to the internship program in the ministry, where you will make connections to prepare to your future job there." George's eyebrows couldn't go any higher, neither could Fred's. The fact their mother didn't realize how poorly they respond to threats made it clear she didn't know them at all. They spent the first 2 years of school using all 437 banned items from Flitch's list, third year by stealing all the ones he kept in his office and stealing a toilet sit. Fourth and part of fifth by becoming illegal animagus, and part of fifth and sixth by making a business that there she forbade them from doing. What did she think would happen when given this order? A quick look and simultaneous nod with his twin was all that was needed for them to say at the same time, "No." "What do you mean no?" "As long as you live at my house you will do as I say." "So I guess we aren't coming back home," Fred said. George could see it shocked their mother. "What do you mean you aren't coming home? Where would you go?" Ginny asked. "We will be fine," George said, "we have enough money from the game to buy a place." Listening to them keep talking seemed to snap their mother out of her shock. "Listen to me carefully," she said in a low seething voice. "You are coming home and stop this nonsense. With the return of you-know-who it really isn't safe. You are still children, and you will listen to your mother." He could feel his blood boiling and freezing at the same time. Was it how she talked to Bill and Charlie when they made their choice of job? Or was she trying to reach those two more reasonably? "I'm sorry Mom," he could hear Fred talk in a mechanical voice. "But we had our 17th birthday months ago, though you forgot to send us anything to show you remember." He then could hear his own voice saying, We will open our store in 2 weeks, we hope we will see both of you there. Turning around, they saw Ron and his friends walk toward them, just now leaving train. As they 4 friends reached the Weasley matron, George cancelled the silencing ward, hearing Ron say, "Where does the twins go to?" Tears seemed to drop from his eyes as he and his twin went out of the barrier to the Muggle world, both of them crying even as they reached the place where they are going to stay for the next 2 months, Harry's apartment. Chapter 182. Harry's POV. Apparently the twins were right and their mother really does have them ultimatum, which meant that he has roommates for the next 2 months, not that he cared too much about it, especially with him taking a vacation for the next week. Dobby will clean, cook and make sure you have everything you need so you can just focus on finding the right place to set up our shop in Diagon Alley and set up the store. He said to them as he took his 2 bags with him, one with the giant spiders in and the other with all the things he might need. "Yes Mom, we know," George said with an eye roll. "Besides, we already have a spot we want to buy, now we only need to close the deal and get the place ready for business." Fred added with a grin. "Well, if you need me just activate the earring and I will be back in a second. Have some fun Harry, you really need it." "Thanks," he said before leaving to the airport, about to begin his magic-free vacation. A week later. Still Harry's POV. A week was more than enough to rest, in fact, even if he ever planned to stay more he wouldn't, he was bored. Resting just wasn't for him, his mind was constantly drifting to his projects. He tried water sports, but jet ski just isn't as fun as broom riding. He tried adventure parks, but couldn't stand the lines. He even went to a circus, but when you saw basilisks, dragons, and have more than 300 sleeping giant spiders in your bag, it just isn't that interesting to see a man put his head inside a lion. Yes, Harry was addicted to the magical world. Which is why he was happy to come back and meet his friends, who managed to secure a location on the alley. "We know it's small," Fred said, "but as it is only a place to sell out dueling products, we don't really need much room, and when we finish school and make movies part of the magical world we can get another, bigger space." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked. "Can't we just use expansion rune scam to make the place bigger?" "No," George said, shaking his head, "the entire alley is built on expansion rune scam so we can't expand the shop." A thoughtful look appeared on Harry's face when he heard that. "But there is no problem for expended bags and tents to be sold here. We asked the same time when we were told about that, it is just that the space in Diagon Alley is expended to the maximum, and trying to expand it more will make it unstable. There is no real problem in putting something expended into something expended." Harry knew about expended bags being one inside escorted to be no problem already, considering that people slept in expended tents with their bags inside and put the tents inside the bags. The reason he asked is because he wasn't sure if the ministry had real reason to forbid it or only did it because of ignorance. The only real problem is that an expansion bag needs a steady supply of magic when it has stuff inside, therefore not recommended to have it inside of another, as it means the magic flow from their owner stops, which, of course, would have raised the question where do they get the magic to keep Diagon Alley like that all the time if he didn't already have the answer from Hogwarts. They get it from the residue of spells cast inside of it, making him not the first that thought of the magical population as a battery, only the first to make it in such a big scale. "We might have a way around it," Harry said, and with one look at their expecting expressions he explained. "We just need to create a door-like box that is expended to contain our entire shop." He said with a shrug, that was answered by 2 maniacal grins. "We can make a new alley," George said, "full of different shops and places of our own. We can make a place young children can duel, turbo duel, or even play Quidditch." Fred added with eyes shining. "Not to mention that we can hire all the Muggleborns who find it hard to get a job," Harry reminded them. The twins looked at each other before rushing forward and hugging him, confusing Harry. "You know, Harry," Fred said, "since coming to Hogwarts we heard a lot of people from Gryffindor talk about the injustice Slytherin does to Muggleborns. We heard many in Hufflepuff cry over the unfairness of the connections those in Slytherin has that make them get better jobs." George continued. "Even people in Ravenclaws told us how the way Slytherin graduates rule the country is terrible and would destroy us. 3/4 of the school, no, the country, cry over the injustice the rest cause, and while there are rich purebloods inside the minority, there are also the same in the majority. They all cry and complain about injustice, but there are still Muggleborns without jobs, still only those with connections can advance to better jobs while those with ability stay behind. It was one of the reasons we wanted to open a shop in Britain instead of moving out of it like so many including our brothers does, to show people that even as blood traders, even without money or connections, with courage, hard work and magic, you can't be stopped. And then you came. A 14-year-old boy who, by working harder than anyone else, and also being incredibly smart, managed to come with an idea to give so many people hope without them knowing you even exist. Their speech was really pretty and would have made Harry emotional if not for the fact the idea wasn't altruistic. It was to make their place the one where everyone goes to, thus making money and spare magic grow in size. Instead, the speech made him really embarrassed. "It isn't like that, I'm not the altruistic visionary person you make me sound like." "We know that," George said, "but actions are more important than words and thoughts. Dumbledore is someone who keeps talking about loving everyone and helping those in need, but does nothing." Fred said, "You might have selfish reasons, but actually helps." Hearing that, his embarrassment grew while at the same time he felt a fuzzy feeling he hasn't felt in a long time, not since his parents died, something that is different yet similar to the feelings he has toward Luna. It was the feelings of family. Chapter 183. Melissa's POV. Melissa was walking away from another interview, cursing not just the company, but purebloods, her teachers, and even her young self for ever agreeing to come to this wonderful terrible place. When Melissa was 11 years old, an old woman by the name of Minerva McGonagall appeared at her house to tell her she is a witch, magic and potions included. She was excited, of course, how could she not? It was magic. She read all her books before even starting the year, and couldn't wait to go to school. The excitement didn't wane when she saw the castle, nor when she was sorted to Ravenclaw. The first time the excitement faded a little bit was at the welcoming feast, when she spoke with her new classmates and told them she is as they called her, Muggleborn. While some didn't seem to care, the ones that did seemed to be the popular group. It took her a week before she understood what it meant to be Muggleborn in the magical world. It meant she is to be ridiculed or pitied, but, at least according to her head of house, who is part goblin. If she worked hard enough, she can make people see her for who she is, not her blood. So she did. She spent 7 years making sure she has an O on every test and homework. When offered, she agreed to take all the optimal classes, taking the time turner that was offered, and even continued in all classes until 7th year. She became perfect and head girl. Her parents didn't know a lot about the magical world, and she didn't tell them much about the discrimination and fear they would take her out of it, which, while sometimes seemed enticing, meant having all of their mind obliterated. At the end of the 7th year, she became one of the overqualified for entry-level ministry job students, and, at the encouraging of her parents, decided that instead of going for that, she would try get an apprenticeship at her favorite subject, runes. She tried for multiple known rune masters, only 3 replayed back, each saying they aren't interested at having an apprentice. She then started going to broom companies, traveling stores and other rune-using places. Each company and store either rejected her or gave her a low-paying contract for 12 years, only after which she would get apprenticeship and would continue to work for them for another 28 years at the lowest price possible for a new rune master. It took her a year from when she graduated school, but she finally finished going to every shop in Diagon Alley, none of which would hire her fairly. As she walked toward the exit of the alley, thinking about her future, and if maybe she should go back to one of the more interesting companies and agree to sell her life for the next 40 years, she saw a new shop at a place that used to sell second-hand brooms, one that seemed to be struggling for a while. The store windows seemed to be full with cards that seemed familiar, though it wasn't until she saw another object on the side of the window that she remembered what those cards are. Dual cards. It was a game that everyone at school seemed to play midway through her 7th year, which meant, as it was her final, and most stressful year, that she barely noticed it existed. This year though, even with her stress over not finding an apprenticeship, she did start seeing people playing it everywhere. Finding it has a store though, have been a surprise, as she knew its inventors were the younger brothers of her partner headboy Percy Weasley, self-proclaimed best pranksters of school, and, if she remembered correctly from their brother's constant complaint about them, about to begin 7th year. She were about to shrug her thoughts off and continue in her way when she noticed the sigh on the other side of the window. Need help. If you are good with people, smart, and are looking to work in a fun place where you can advance based on only your own achievements, then come work for us, at Wonder Alley, where the only limits are those you put on yourself. For details search for one of the Weasley twins. If Melissa saw this ad a year, half a year or even just a month ago, she wouldn't have given it a moment notice. But right now she considered to sell her life for a dead-end job, and the Weasley family is known as blood traders, which meant they at least won't just see her as a Muggleborn. Stealing her emotions, Melissa opened the door and walked in. Chapter 184. Melissa's POV. Walking into the store gave Melissa quite the shock. It looked nothing like what it seemed to look like from outside. It wasn't a small-sized shop with cards, dual discs and brooms on display. Instead it felt like she came out to the outside world. The blue skies, the streets, the stores, and of course the enormous size of the place. The weirdest thing was that instead of reminding her of Diagon Alley, it reminded her streets in the Muggle world. Each shop had giant lighted signs either on top of it or the window that if she didn't know about technology not working with magic, she would have sworn them to be Muggle. The shops themselves, Melissa noted as she walked through one of the streets, weren't all working and the signs of most were only saying grand opening soon. In fact, only 4 seemed to work right now. Dual card store, turbo broom store, a snack store, and what appeared to be pranking products store, every one of them had a few children and adults inside. As she finished looking around, she went inside the card store to ask where can she find one of the Weasley twins, now much more interested in working in this place, where she saw one. You can't really say you were a student in Hogwarts for the last 6 years in Hogwarts and not know who the Weasley twins are. You were either pranked by them or they made you smile, most likely both. That, including with their red hair, made them memorable even before the invention of the card dueling game. Swallowing her spit and nervousness, Melissa walked toward the boy, no man who might be her future boss. Mr. Weasley, she called and he turned toward her having an annoyed look on his face. I already said it. Mr. Weasley is my grandfather, everyone should call me Forge. She felt her heart drop stomach as she apparently made a bad first impression without barely saying anything. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Everyone else in the store answered and he laughed at that. I'm sorry, he said after stopping his laugh and seeing her confused look, it's a joke we have in the store. His eyes seemed to brighten with those words. Can you believe it? Only 3 days have passed and the store already has its own jokes. It certainly is great. She said smiling politely as she sighed in relief in her heart. Anyway, what can I get you today, Melissa? A dual disc? New cards? Actually, I don't remember you being a card dueling enthusiastic. He said questionably. You remember my name? She said surprised. No one really remembered her in Hogwarts, even with her being a perfect and head girl. Of course I do, you helped me and my brother once in our first week in Hogwarts to find where is the charm classroom. She didn't remember doing so, not surprising as it was almost 6 years ago, but it warmed her heart that other people did remember her help. Well, I didn't really have time to play card dueling as it was my 7th year and I had 12 newts to study to. She said, answering his question about not being a card dueling enthusiastic. 12. Ouch. Well then, what can I help you with? Actually, I wanted to talk about the job in here. She said, playing with her hair nervously. Oh, he said raising his eyebrows before smiling an even bigger smile. Well, that's great. How about we go inside this store's office? But don't you need to be here? I don't see you having another person working here. Nah. He said, waving his hand. His smile being replaced by a smirk that said, we are awesome. Everything in this store is enchanted to work without any human working inside, I think Muggles would call it automatic. With him saying that, it was the first time she looked around the shop for more than just a glance. While before she only searched for a worker, and only took superficial look at the store, now she seemed to notice the incredulity of the store itself. On the right side of the store were many cards on display, and it was also where most of the children were. There appeared to be a few magical mirrors that when a child asked about a card brought up its relevant information. She also noticed that there were a few coin holes to put money inside, and when one of the kids put some inside and said the name of the card he wanted, said card seemed to move toward the glass and make the glass disappear at its location before returning after the card was extracted. On the left side of the shop, there were a few different kinds of dual discs. There appeared to be the ones like the twins distributed in school last year, but there also appeared to be a few that looked like different creatures like dragon heads, snakes, and, weirdly enough, one that looked like a flobberworm. There were also ones that seemed to be put on different places in the body like shoulder belt dual discs. In the middle of the store, where most of the adults seemed to be, there were a few mirrors that explained about the store, the payment method and the game itself. All of it seemed incredible, less like the magical world that while amazing seemed to be stuck in the last century at least, and more like a futuristic world from Muggle TV shows like Doctor Who. As Forge, she seriously thought the names were Fred and George. Could she be mistaken? Or was it another part of the joke? Took her to his office, she kept thinking about the store, and more importantly, the runes needed for each enchantment, making her more and more determined to work at this place. Please have a sit. He said as he sat down at a sit in front of him. Sitting down, she waited for him to talk. Well, as you know, we have just opened the store, but as you can see, we don't need store workers. Instead, we need people who can be store managers, who can deal with situations on their own, who is willing to put the extra work, and who inspire to become more than just have a stable job. What make you think you are the right person for this? This was different than any other interview she got until now. The other shops and companies seemed to only care about her blood status, her grades and her willingness to compromise. Instead, this man's words, without even telling her what this job will be, told her he didn't care for blood, didn't want her to compromise, and didn't want her to be at the bottom, unable to even advance. She quickly took out her grades as references to her ability before starting to talk. Well, as you can see here, I have OS on every OWL and newts, showing not only that I am smart enough, but that I'm willing to work hard for them. I was also a perfect and head girl, so I know how to work as both underlying and supervisor. As for inspiring to be more than just a regular worker, I'm unemployed right now because I refuse to become a worker in shops for the next 12 years before starting to study to become a rune master, and then after becoming one to work for them with minimum wage for another 28 years, not considering the period of time I will spend as apprentice there. The words came so fast from her mouth that she barely managed to breathe in between. Okay, he said, sounding amused. Breath. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed herself. Now, while OS in all tests are impressive, it doesn't really tell me much about your ability in runes beyond your ability in memorization. She was about to open her mouth, but before she could he already continued, but it does say you have a good head, and the ability to be much more than a lowly worker, so here's the deal. He took out a paper from a drawer that seemed to be a contract. We will hire you as a store manager for our card store till you become a rune master. Your main job will be to every morning and evening pour most of your magic inside the core of the store to make sure it is functional, and to calm down any problem that raises between customers. In return, we will pay you the minimum wage and make sure you have every needed book to become a rune master, plus help once a month with every question you have. Once you become a rune master, you will open a shop in Wonder Alley and pay 25% of your profits to us for 10 years as long as you keep it above a certain number. If you can't do that or not wanting to work in a shop anymore, then you will either continue to work here or go to work at one of our research places. 10 years after you become a rune master, you can go wherever you want. This was the best offer she got. Sure, she won't get apprenticeship, but she could still become a rune master. She wouldn't have to wait, and even her job would make it possible for her to study most of the time. There was only one thing that stopped her from signing the contract. Magical contracts are binding magically, and she still doesn't know what is the penalty for breaking it. What is the penalty for breaking the contract? You will have to pay us the amount of money the books you read and the help you received cost, which will be calculated by a Gringotts goblin plus an additional 200 galleons for the time you wasted us. If you can't pay that, you will have to move to the location where we make our products, where you will contribute to the effort the best you can for double the amount of time you wasted us. So if you spend 2 years in here, you will spend 4 years there. Of course, contract breaking include revealing our store secrets to anyone who isn't employed by us. All in all, it sounded entirely reasonable, and 5 minutes later she signed the contract, becoming the 3rd employee of Wonder Alley. Chapter 185. Harry's POV. It took 2 days of studying different expansion rune scams on GAI and combine them, 1 day of making the new scam work by changing the runes into the language he created, 1 day of finding the right intent he needed and smithing the metal to the right shape, and another day that he had his AI attach the runes on it. But at the end of those 5 days he created a big metal closet which once inside seemed to be as large 3 football stadium, and not American football. Then another 2 days where factory and all of its workers worked non-stop while Harry, Fred, George and Dobby worked on organizing the world inside with the needed equipment, products, etc., and add a few needed enchantments like the sky enchantment from the Grand Hall in Hogwarts, temperature adjustment, indestructibility, etc. By the end of it, the magic the closet took to maintain itself was like that of 3 average wizards a day, and every store inside of it took another wizard's magic. But Wonder Alley was ready to open. With the time being summer vacation, and many children have parents working in Diagon Alley, and those that didn't often go with their parents shopping, it didn't take long before children started to flock into the door, and once they did, more and more came in. Getting people to work for them was even easier, with the twins convincing their friends to work for the summer as a way to get money for themselves, and people coming to apply little by little for jobs. In 2 weeks they went from having 4 shops, in which 2 were for card dueling, 1 for snacks and the last one being a prank shop, to have a card dueling field where people can duel for free, a paid dueling field, where they can get advice how to improve a restaurant that has both muggle and magical food and drinks, and a cloths shop that made use of the acromantula's silk. The best thing is that with them putting a couple of workers at the entry of Diagon Alley with flyers about Wonder Alley, not only did more and more wizards and witches heard about the shops and bought dueling discs and cards, but when the 11-year-old muggleborns and their parents came to shop for Hogwarts for the first time, they stopped at Wonder Alley to buy clothes made from silk at cheap prices, and sometimes also bought the game for their children. But, of course, for every positive there is negative, and with their influx of muggles and muggleborns, came the reaction of the purebloods and their lackeys. They didn't stop shopping in the new alley, why would they? Not only were they able to get cheap acromantula silk cloths in here, but more than half were addicted to the feelings card dueling gave them. Instead, the purebloods wanted the muggles and muggleborns gone, and the lackeys wanted a percentage of the money. It started with a ministry worker coming first, talking about how it is forbidden to expand shops in Diagon Alley, and hinting that a few galleons can make it go away. Of course, it was then explained to everyone that Wonder Alley is inside a closet that was expanded and that there is no laws forbidding it. After which there were a few tries by the minister to pass a law that make you need to pay to do something like that, but it never passed, with the help of Voldemort telling his followers to stop it because Harry told him, and surprisingly Dumbledore saying the same thing to his followers as Remus and Professor Snape shared. After which there were a few tries to cause havoc and destruction either inside Wonder Alley or to it from outside. None were successful and were dealt with by stunning the ones that did it and forbidding them from ever coming back before calling the Aurors. All in all, it took till a week before the start of the school year for everything about Wonder Alley to calm down. As Harry is a secret partner, the twins were the ones that dealt with most of those things. Harry instead gave a few advices and worked on his own things. In regard to the Death Eaters, other than make Voldemort tell them to play card dueling as a way to train their mind to react to different situations, and to prevent the destruction of Wonder Alley, as it would be a great place to make a statement and kill those mudbloods. He only told them to focus on retrieving the prophecy from the ministry, something that, as the books made clear, was taking time. Both Remus and Snape kept informing him about the Order and all the things it didn't do. Seriously, waiting patiently while trying to prevent Voldemort from getting the prophecy instead of just destroying it. Reaching out to giants and werewolves and ask them to not take Voldemort's side without promising any benefit. It is like they want Voldemort to win. All of the above weren't the things that took most of his time. What did was the acromantulas, or more specifically, their fangs. After making the 4 first shops, Harry spent 2 days creating an additional closet like Wonder Alley, where he set the giant spiders loose, and by loose he meant gave them an order to make much silk as possible and put it in baskets, and cut off each other's fangs every few days as they grow back, and put it in different baskets. While the silk went to be sold as cloths at a price that covered their food intake, their fangs were put into research about their properties and how to purify them, which, after researching it for over a month, reached completion. The thing is, it isn't hard to completely purify magical ingredients like fangs, feathers, or hair, but if you do so completely, they will lose their unique ability to strengthen a person's ability to the spiritual realm. If you want it to still have this ability, then the core needs to have a little of the same characters as the creatures it came from. Which meant dragon cores aren't loyal, instead they are searching for the strongest wizard they can get to mate with. Phoenix cores are prideful and search wizards that have fame or want fame, and unicorn cores are loyal to the core, and search for pure hearts. Ollivander used those 3 because he managed to reach the perfect balance with them. They aren't rebellious, but their will isn't dead. Harry went to a different direction. He had the acromantula's behavior changed already. They are now hard-working, compliant beings that obey his orders. He only needed to clean the intent inside the magic in the Fong that makes it grow by will and the knowledge that he is their master, and everyone could use it, though the second someone does it gets imprinted on him and can't be changed. Finding the right amount of cleansing needed to a month, and he finally had the chance to do the last thing he needed to do before summer ends. The Ritual with Nagini. Chapter 186. Nagini's POV. Sometimes being born to a certain family is a curse by itself. This is a lesson Nagini learned by the time she was 3 and transformed for the first time. Well, at the time her name was different, it was Mega. She can still remember her family. She had a father, a mother, 3 brothers and a sister. Her father being a strong man, who spent his time between his job, where he farmed rice. Her mother, who was raising them to the best of her ability. Her biggest brother, Kahaya, who used to go with their father to work. Her second brother, Ifrin, who always seemed to make the house shine with laughter and joy. Her sister Vina, who used to play with her every day. And her little brother Ridwan, who she could only remember as a baby. It was on a sunny day. Vina and her were playing hide and seek near the house when her sister, whose turn was to hide, suddenly screamed. Running to her she saw a snake. Even today she can still remember its black and white coloring, and the fear that her big sister seemed to be in. At that moment, she wished she could have talked with the snake, convince him to leave her sister. If she had wished for the snake to die, their father to show up, or for them to appear in another location, her life would have been different. She would have never been captured, might have never found out about the curse, but more than all, she would have probably been dead. But wishing for history to change is pointless, and she still wished to talk to the snake. With the wish activating her curse, she transformed into a snake and talked with the snake, making it go away. Wishing to change back into a human was much more exhausting, but she does it, and both Vina and Mega ran home to tell their mother about her change into a snake. While Mega told her mother excitedly, their mother didn't return the enthusiasm. Instead, she started crying. After calming down, her mother sat and explained to Mega about her own family, about Mega's grandmother and the magical world. Learning her mother was a regular person born to a magical family was a shock, but not as much as finding out about the blood curse that runs in her family, one that now she carries. Her mother made her promise that day to never use magic again, to never transform. Her mother really should have known better than to trust a 3-year-old. It stopped her for a while, the fear her mother instilled in her, the fear about being stuck in a snake form. But by a month passed by, she couldn't help but remember the sense of relief her change caused. It was like she was stuck in the wrong body for years, and finally found the right one. She started change in secret. Sneak whenever she could to the forest and change for a while, only to feel that sense of relief once more. It was 2 months into that when they caught her. It was magical creatures hunters, people who find a magical beast, capture it and sell to the highest bidder. Catching her was almost certainly by mistake. She would later find out her transformation is special. The snake she can transform to is a magical snake by the name of a chattery who, while in legends can change into any shape, actually can only change size. If it was a different kind of snake, she would have transformed back into her human form, but with her snake species, the cage they put her in was enchanted to prevent changing size and form. She was with them for 6 months, as they traveled the forests of Indonesia, collecting many kinds of magical creatures, before taking a ship toward where she would live in the future, Europe. In that time she listened and learned bits of their language, and by the time they arrived, she knew basic English. She was then sold to a man called Skender, who, when finding out that he bought a maledictus instead of a Ichchitari, was angry for a moment, before changing his attitude and deciding that a maledictus is much rarer and more interesting. He gave her a new name, something he said was better suited for her, and after a few years she had to agree. She wasn't a cloud, Mega, she was a half-snake half-person. Her name is Nagini. Her next 16 years were spent in a cage, going from city to city all around Europe and America and put on an act. The only upside is that she found her balance between snake form and human form, one that let her transform back to human without any big problems, one that let her push back the enviable, her full-time transformation. And while she dreamed about the outside world, she no longer had any hope for more than stay human a little bit more. And then came Credence. Having a boy around her age, sitting next to her in a cage of his own, still full of life, ready to find his identity and family. She might have had a small crush on him. Escaping together, they went around Paris, almost dying for him a few times, but by the end of it, Credence still chose to leave her and join those who tried to kill them, breaking her heart. It took some convincing on their part as they needed help from her, but in the end she joined Dumbledore's battle against Grindelwald and Credence, but in the end she did, as Dumbledore said he knew how to break the curse and promised he would if they can get help from her. The final battle was messy. There were fights everywhere, deaths every other second, and while the main battle was between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, with Newt helping Dumbledore to even the scales, her battle was with Credence, and instead of magical battle, it was a battle of words. It took her a while, but Credence, who was dying because of the Obscurus, decided to do the right thing and stop Grindelwald, managing to knock the wand out of his hand. Dumbledore didn't let the chance be missed, and killed fire to kill Credence before stunning Grindelwald and leaving with him locked. Of course, the battle wasn't over with that. No, the rest of them fought for hours, killing and dying, even her, still in grief over her first love, killed over half a dozen Alliance members, but in the end, with less than 20 of them still alive, it was over. When she came back from the war, a nasty surprise awaited her. Not only did Dumbledore lie about his ability to cure her, but with all the transformations she did while in battle, instead of the 10 years she had before the permanent transformation, she only had 5. Leaving in rage, not listening to his or most of her other friends' explanations about the need of many, the only one that took her side was Newt, who decided to travel with her around the world, trying to find a cure or just a way to slow the curse down. In the end they managed to get her 8 years instead of the 5 she was supposed to have. Spending that time traveling together made them develop emotions for one another, but with the curse over her head, she didn't allow herself to completely fall for him, and when he finally left after telling her he loves her and her rejection of him, she decided to stay in the forest, to live where she knows she were loved. It wasn't till almost 3 years ago that she found a conversation partner after all those years stuck in a snake form. It was someone that seemed to have a smoke-like form, just like Credence, someone who could talk to snakes and who seemed to hate Dumbledore just like her. And his name was Tom. Chapter 187. Nagini's POV. In her years of travel with Newt, they have come to find that her lifespan became like that of the reincarnations, which meant she will live for 200 years without growing old. While most people would have considered it a blessing, she had to deal with the fact that she would live those years as a snake, alone and bored. She was about to consider attacking strong animals with intention of them killing her when she met Tom. The smoke-like body, the snake-like face and the pained look on his face when she saw him made the man look like a child of credence in her, and the fact that he was capable to understand her, made her agree to help him survive before even knowing the man's name. She hunted small animals for him, always keeping them alive for him to either kill or possess. It took a year before he managed to have a conversation with her not about hunger. That's when he told her his name, Lord Voldemort. She had the first laugh she had in years, before asking him what was his real name. When he insisted that this was his real name she threatened to leave, and he was forced to tell her his original name, Tom. He explained why he hated this name and chose to get another, and she agreed to call him Voldemort, even if in her head she called him Tom. Another year passed with her feeding both him and her. Each of them passed the time by telling each other stories about their life, and they found out they both have a deep hatred for Dumbledore, who used the years to change how people remember the battle to make it seem it was only a duel between Grindelwald and him, making all their contributions, all of their sacrifice, be forgotten. He even made Credence's phoenix appear to be his, and with her knowledge of magical creatures that grew by her traveling with Newt, she knew phoenixes were bound to the family of the person they bonded with. With them bonding over the hate for Dumbledore, they became more than just people who keep each other alive and sane, they became friends. She were fine with living the rest of her life like that. And then came Wormtail. If there was one kind of people she was jealous about was Animagi. Their ability to transform at will was everything she ever dreamed about, and they just showed it off as if they deserved it more than her. Maybe she was a little bit unreasonable, but she was so jealous. When she saw a man turned into a rat in the forest, she let her emotions get the best of her, and grabbed his rat form with her mouth, bringing it to Tom to drain or possess. Yet when the man turned himself to a human and prostrate himself to Tom, it was found out he is one of Tom's followers. That started the last year. With the help of Wormtail, Tom managed to get himself a body of a baby to possess, which, while the action disgusted her, made Tom grew stronger. With her venom's help, Tom had Wormtail make a potion that will strengthen him in preparation for a ritual she found while searching for a way to help her keep her human form, one that couldn't help her as when she looked for her family to take the bone of her father she found the village was burned to the ground years ago by bandits, and her family dead. With the help of both her and Wormtail, Tom grew stronger by the day, and she hoped he could regain his human form and kill Dumbledore as revenge for not only lying to her, but also making Credence be forgotten. Yet, once more, her hopes were shattered, as 2 weeks before the time planned for Tom to regain his body, two men appeared in the house they lived in and captured Tom and her. She was once more in a cage, just like all those years ago, but this time she wasn't afraid, she was furious. Those men took her hope for revenge, her hope for justice, and she was ready to go all out when she has a chance and kill both of them. The next time he brought her out of his bag inside her cage, even though she knew he couldn't understand her, she cursed at him, yet surprisingly, he talked back, which, after a moment of shock, only made her even more furious. It is one thing to put a mindless beast in a cage, it is a different story to put an intelligent one. So she started, every time he took her out and tried to talk to her, to scream and curse him, being as colorful with her curses as possible. Yet each day, he continued to take her out of his bag and try to talk to her, and when that didn't work, let her spit her anger on him. It took 3.5 months, but finally she was tired from it. "Dollar, what do you want from me? Why don't you just kill me? Why do you keep me prisoner, Dollar?" she asked one day. Dollar finally decided to calm down and talk. "Dollar," he asked, smirking. "Dollar, just answer the damn question, Dollar," she said. "Dollar, I never wanted to kill you, I only want to cure you, Dollar." If she were that naive girl she was before the war, she might have believed him, but she grew, she experienced betrayal, and she knew from her life that no one gives free things. "Dollar, oh really? And what would you like in return, Dollar?" "Dollar, oh, I get the return by succeeding, Dollar," he told her. "Dollar, I was hired by a family of a girl with the same condition as you to cure it, Dollar." Now she understood, he wanted to experiment on her. But why didn't he just do so? She thought, and with her knowledge of rituals she immediately reached the answer: it's a ritual in which he needs my willing participation for it to work. Knowing she had to be willing, she agreed to hear him out, have him explain the ritual, and if it sounded feasible to undergo it. Dollar, I researched the blood curse and managed to find its name is wrong, it isn't a blood curse, but inherent disease, Dollar, he started, explaining to her how her body was in fact always a snake, and she kept using her magic to transform into human, but each time she transformed to either form, her body gains resistance to belief and will base transfiguration, making her use more and more magic for the transformation, and by the end it can't be transformed by will alone, making her stuck in her real body, which is her animal form. He explained how he modified the animagus ritual so it will let the person that undergoes it choose his animal form with the help of an outsider, who will connect to her spiritual realm to guide her. He showed her the ritual, and from her experience she knew it can work, but she also knew that in order to become an animagus, you need great knowledge of the animal you transform to, and she didn't have said knowledge. How would you expect me to transform into human after the animagus ritual? Would you spend years teaching me about human anatomy? No, he said. I will put the knowledge into your mind before the ritual takes place. And how will you do that? She asked. I compressed my memories about the study of the human body to 3 months worth of study. You will choose a time in your life that is meaningless and I will replace the memory of that time with those memories. She was shocked. He told her he wants to delete a part of her memory. A part of who she is. She was about to refuse when she really thought about it. She spent years in the forest, surviving yet not living. Does she really care about those memories? Is 3 months from the middle, when she either caught prey or slept, really were more important than regaining her human body? Fine, take 3 months from 7 years ago. He looked surprised when she agreed so readily. Great, I just need for you to think about the months you want to get deleted very hard, and I will obliviate you by shooting the spell toward your eyes, as other parts of your body are resistant to magic. She thought of those days of sleeping underneath a rock, the nights of catching rodents, bugs, and sometimes other snakes. I'm ready. She said. Obliviate. And it was all gone. Chapter 188. Nagini's POV. For the first time since she heard about the spell, Nagini understood why when you obliviate a person you have to delete his memory of the spell. Knowing there is a period of time that you don't remember because of a spell is the most unbalancing thing you can ever encourage. It did help that Harry put in their place different memories, but even those unbalanced her, in a different way, as she could remember studying the human body, remember learning about the cells, the organs, the blood, the skin, and the meridians, but it didn't change the fact that she also knew it wasn't really her studying it. To combat that, she and Harry spent the next few days studying the human body in general to make those memories her own. During that time they became sort of friends, as she liked the way he seemed passionate about the study of human anatomy, and he liked her attitude. He even agreed to take her out of the cage once she took an oath to not try to kill him, making her stay whenever possible on his neck after shrinking herself as much as possible, as it was easier to move around like that. In the end, it took her 6 days to get rid of that disorienting feelings and be ready to the ritual, and when she told it to Harry he brought her to a different location. What the bloody hell are we doing here? She asked him when they arrived near a manor-like house. This is the house of my employer, we will do the ritual here as a demonstration. Sighing, she said nothing as she knew that no matter how much their relationship developed into friends, he would still consider the curing of her as nothing more than a demonstration. A second after he knocked on the door, a blonde girl around Harry's age answered. Harry. She said excitedly, only taking one look at her before ignoring her entirely. Is what Luna told me true? Have you found a cure? We might have, he smiled at her. Come in, come in. The girl said, pulling him inside. What would the Ice Queen fans think if they saw you like that, Daphne? He chuckled as he let Daphne lead him toward the living room where another blonde girl sat with a white-haired girl and a man, drinking tea. Who the bloody hell cares? You found a cure for my sister. Daphne's grin was threatening to split her face in two. We probably did, today we will know for sure. He said, looking the other occupants of the room. Her Luna, I'm glad you could make it. He said. Of course Harry, I will never miss this, even if it does mean my dad will have to do the shopping for the school year. Well, maybe if you didn't spend the entire summer in Rome searching for clues about the Rotfong conspiracy you would have had the chance to buy them before. He said in a teasing tone. Well, you try to explain to my father that gum disease has to do with tiny creatures living in your mouth without breaking him out. She said in a funny condescending voice before adding, hey Nagini, with a smile toward her, making Nagini decide she liked that girl. Hello Harry, the man nodded expressionlessly when Harry looked toward him. You would be happy to know we let your golem set the runic scheme in our ritual room, which we made sure is clean from any sort of magic, though I would like to talk to you later about them and the runes, at least before we do the ritual on my daughter. A nod from Harry was all it took for the man to drop the subject as he looked at her. And that's the other patient with blood malediction. Meet Nagini. She agreed to be the first it is performed upon and took all the needed studies seriously. Nagini couldn't help but laugh sarcastically at that, as if she had any choice in both those matters. Giving her a pointy look, Harry continued. Now, I know you would like to know what we are about to do today. He was interrupted mid-sentence by the man. That won't be necessary, Miss Lovegood was nice enough to explain it herself. I do have some questions she said was best to wait for you to answer. She did? Great. Well, ask away. Harry said. First of all, how do you propose a story to learn about the human body? Well, Basatil, there are two ways I can think about. Either you buy her books to read and have someone to teach it to her, something that will take about 10 years as she also has her Hogwarts education, or you insert those memories into her by replacing them with different memories she has, as Nagini did. Basatil frowned at that. Who would you propose teach her? You. Oh, God no. I have other projects to attend to. You should probably have a Muggle doctor who has a magical child to teach her, with me adding the things that are different in magical people. Harry said quickly, showing he already thought about it. We can talk about it later. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about is side effects. Will there be any? That perked Nagini's interest. She didn't notice anything in the ritual that could create a side effect, but it could be that Harry did. Well, there shouldn't be any except her animal nature and appetite appearing more pronounced than when she suppress it right now, but with it being a modified ritual there could be. That's why we don't use it on a child first, and instead testing it on a consenting adult. It disturbed Nagini a little bit the way he didn't mind excitement on her, but it also felt right. No matter what, she already lived her life, and was already considering finishing it. It made more sense to use the ritual on her before using it on a child with her life only started. Well, shall we go to the ritual room? Basatil said after asking a few more questions. I need to be alone with her in the room, we can't have anyone interrupt it. Harry said, having the rest nod. Walking inside the ritual room, Harry placed Nagini in the middle of the weird rune scheme before going toward a circle in the corner of the room. I need you to pour all your magic into the circle, he said, and she did as he said. Ready, he asked, and she nodded. Here we go, he said, pouring his own magic, and everything went back. Chapter 189. Harry's POV. The now extinct Eastern sects had different, sometimes opposed opinions over almost every subject. Each had its own philosophy, its own spells, its own artifacts, even their own locations for the meridians. The only thing they seem to have little to none disagreeing upon is the spiritual realm, which is why while he had, with GAI's help, to collect parts from each text for each subject to piece together his own complete understanding of each subject, while discarding the rest, he had as full understanding as possible. The spiritual realm is the accumulation of spirits of every single living being in the world. It is the hopes, fears and beliefs of everyone that ever lived. It is, as Harry calls it, the world's belief. Having said that, every living being also has a small spiritual realm of his own, one that has many names: soul, mind, heart. The process of doing magic is half of your energy to push your belief from your own spiritual realm to the world's spiritual realm, and half to manifest it in the physical world. Saying that, the process to become animagus is different. The animagus ritual is about changing your own spiritual realm to become a combination of animal and human, and then convince your body it's real with your knowledge of the animal before using magic to change. No matter if it's the original ritual or the potion, the process is about changing you to the animal you are the most similar to automatically, thus doing it with the least resistance and pain. Of course, the difference between the two is that the ritual creates a less balanced result than the potion, thus making you become more animalistic and your descendants to suffer from the blood malediction. The new ritual works differently. Instead of working automatically, the person who helps in the ritual is able to direct the spiritual realm toward the wanted animal by being inside their spiritual realm and talk to the person that undergoes the process. And this was exactly where Harry is right now, inside Nagini's spiritual realm. He didn't have a body in here, nor did he needed one. What he did need is to convince Nagini's spiritual realm to change into more human-like. He could see that Nagini had never trained in occlumency, as her spiritual realm wasn't organized at all. It was like being inside a little child's finger painting, different colors everywhere, each seemed to convey its own emotions and sensations, yet the colors that were seen the most were green and red. If Harry wanted to convince Nagini's spiritual realm that it is also a human, he would have to create order in the chaos. He started small, making the everything be organized by colors. Green and red were in the middle, turning into a big long rope with stripes that Harry quickly understood is her snake part of herself. The other colors quickly turned into different animals. Blue turned into a wolf, yellow into a horse, brown into a bunny. Every parts of what makes Nagini herself turned into an animal, yet none of them were human, and Harry's could see that her spiritual realm is deciding on one when the black crow was being drowned into the snake. Unwilling to let it be like that, Harry started adding the colors that became animals into the black crow. Adding the wolf turned the crow into a sparrow, adding the bunny turned the sparrow into a vulture, adding the horse turned the vulture into a hawk. Each and every color turned the animal into a different one, yet none turned into a human, and the more colors were added, the faster and stronger the pull of the snake was to the animal. Seeing that there isn't any other option, Harry, unwilling to admit defeat, did the last thing he could. He used his magic to transfigure the swan, the animal that when adding all the colors appeared, into a human form before pushing it into the snake. The reason that Harry didn't want to use this method was that there was no say what would happen when his magic is mixed with a person's spiritual realm permanently like it does now that the human form is part of Nagini's spiritual realm. Yet, at least the experiment succeeded. Harry thought as he stopped feeding the rune scheme magic and came out of Nagini's spiritual realm. Nagini was still knocked out, and with Harry's own tiredness because of his magic almost running out, they both just laid on the floor, waiting for energy to return to their bodies. Luna's POV. Waiting for the ritual to finish was unbearable. After working together for a year with Harry toward the goal of curing the disease, Luna felt the wait for results is torture, not like how it is probably for Daphne and her family, but still. A little bit after the 3 hours mark has reached when the door from the room opened up and Harry came out with an Indonesian woman in tow. The squeal of joy that was about to burst out of her died in her throat when she saw Nagini's aura. At the beginning it seemed she had the same greenish-red aura as before, only with a small colorful change that could have happened as a result of the ritual, but as she saw the both of them together she saw that the changes in color in Nagini's aura were identical to Harry's changes. It was like Harry's aura and Nagini's were connected inexplicably. Merlin. She whispered as she took a step back. Harry, what did you do? Chapter 190. Harry's POV. It took Luna a few moments and a cup of tea to calm down enough to explain what she saw, and more importantly, what could it mean. Harry didn't feel different, though the changes appeared to be in Nagini, and she said she just got her human body back without the constant discomfort that she used to be in, so everything felt differently to her. I don't know what could it mean, Luna said. I have never seen a person get their aura inside another person's aura. So we are in unknown territory right now. Harry said, deep in thoughts, as he noted something strange. Luna said. We should keep ourselves calm while we study the side effects. Well, Nagini said, looking happy as her kept touching different parts of her body. No matter what happened, I'm grateful for this chance. I will study the side effects, Harry said, turning toward Basatil, Astoria and Daphne, but you should have Astoria start studying the human anatomy. I understand. Basatil said. Is there something else she should focus about? I'm not sure. Harry admitted. If it was someone else I would have said occlumency, but your family isn't focused about organizing your mind but icy defense, and I wouldn't know how that would affect the Arctic fox body. With that said, they all got out of their chairs and went to the door. Putting his hand forward for a shake, Harry stumbled when Basatil pulled it and hugged him. Thank you. Thank you so much. He heard Basatil whisper in his ear as he felt 2 more bodies join the hug. I know you had your own reasons to agree and help us, but it doesn't change my gratefulness. Nothing ever will. Basatil quickly let him go and Daphne did the same shortly after, yet it took 5 more minutes before they managed to pull Astoria away from him as she continued to cry and thank him, apparently already used every single part of her forceful composure the last few hours. With Luna staying behind to use the fireplace, it was only Harry and Nagini that had to use the best traveling agency ever made. Dobby. Daphne's POV. Daphne and Astoria with matching grins as they watched as Luna walked through the fireplace. She couldn't believe it, her dream came true. While her goal was to cure her sister since the moment her mom died, and while she knew Harry was working on it, she never let her hope grow in fear of being let down. But now she can feel her shoulders free from the worry, and it is only because of the help of one average wizard with enough ambitions to reach the sky and an equal amount of willingness to work toward them. A hard-working ambitious wizard who saved my sister, and a good-looking one at that. Daphne thought, cheeks reddening at that, once more matching her sister. Apparently their father noticed that, because he sighed, called to them. Daphne, Astoria, let's have a sit. With both of them sitting on the couch, their father started talking. First of all, we should talk about what is going to happen next. Astoria, I thought about the request you made during our wait for memory implants, and as much as I want you to get healed quickly, you don't know what deleting 3 months from your memory would do to you. But Dad. Astoria said, interrupting him. No buts. Their father said more harshly than he ever talked to Astoria. This is for your own good. He then softened his expression and said, either way, it will take Harry time to figure what precisely are the side effects for the ritual, and learning about the body wouldn't harm you, would it? I guess not, her little sister said grumbly. As for your teacher, as much as I hope Harry might change his mind about teaching you as he is the one who managed to cure someone already, I know he has other things to do and don't believe he will change his mind. I will start looking for a healer well versed in Muggles' medical studies and if not possible a Muggle healer with knowledge about the magical world, but meanwhile I have the list of books on human anatomy Miss Lovegood gave me and should be able to get it to you by the end of first week. I will test you about the first 4 in winter break. It seemed like he finished talking about the subject as his face softened even more. Now that we've finished with that subject, let's move to the next one, Harry, and your feelings toward him. At the reddening of both of their cheeks their father sighed. What I'm about to say might sound harsh, but I'm doing it for both of you. You don't like him romantically. You might think you do right now, as you just found out he managed to make your wishes come true, but you are not. And I forbid you two from pursuing anything romantic with him. Those words shocked Daphne to her core. Her dad, the same one that talked about love as the most important thing in life, just told them to let go of any romantic intent they have toward Harry. She could understand him telling that to her sister, as she is far too young to have a boyfriend, but her? She is almost 16. Is it because of his Muggle heritage? She asked in a quiet voice, or is it because he is an outcast of the Potter family? Oh, sweetheart, I don't care, he is an outcast of the Potter family, and while his Muggle's heritage would have bothered me, even if he didn't show us the benefits of it by creating a cure thought impossible, I wouldn't have stopped you from pursuing a relationship with him. Then why? Her sister's outburst matched her feelings. I love him, I know I do. He is handsome, smart, and he saved my life. He is like my own personal hero from the stories. Their father just shook his head at that. And that's precisely why I wanted to talk to you the second they left, to stop this infatuation before it take place. Even if you do love Harry, which you don't know him enough to love him, you only think you do. Harry held in his hands the key to cure Astoria. What would happen if you start something and break up badly? What if he decided to withhold the cure? No, the most you can be with Harry are friends, at least until Astoria undergo the ritual. Something about that reasoning felt wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what is it. But with you wanting to do it the slow way, it's at least 3 years from now. Her sister cried. He won't be available for that long. I know. Their father said solemnly, and that's all it took for her sister to run to her room. Daphne was about to go as well, less sad yet more disappointed when something clicked inside of her. Do you really think Harry would do something as dishonorable as this? She asked, and her father seemed to evaluate her before deeming her worthy for a truthful answer. No, he admitted, he is an honorable man. In fact, he already gave me most of the needed material to recreate the ritual. Then what is the real reason? While I won't say I'm in love with him, I can see myself falling for the man. She said honestly, what is the true reason you don't want me to try? The reason is that he is also an ambitious man, and with the dark times that are arriving to magical Britain, ambitious men like him are the ones that are sure to fall. I just want to protect my little girls from the heartbreak of having your love ripped from you. I'm not a little girl anymore, and there won't be anyone same in those times. That might be true, but I've seen the fire in him. It is the same one my father told me Tom Riddle had as a boy, the one my grandfather told me Dumbledore had in school. He might not be as powerful as them, but think what he could do, work his knowledge if he turned it into a weapon. Our family survived for years by taking the natural path, and I won't lose any of you because I did differently. I already lost your mother, I can't lose you. Daphne looked at the sad look on her father, one that asked for understanding, as she made her decision. She threw away any thoughts she might have for Harry, any feelings that might have started to grow, as she looked at her father and smiled. I understand. And that was all that was needed to be said, as her father once more adored his smile on his face, looking 10 years younger. Chapter 191. Fred's POV. As they were waiting in the grand hall for the first ties to come and get sorted, Fred's mind kept going back to the summer and their store. The store was everything they had ever wished for. It was successful, innovative, and made people have fun, yet Fred couldn't help but feel hurt about their family, except their father, nor coming once to visit. Sure, all of them sent letters, with Bill and Charlie congratulating them and explaining they will come when they return to Britain in a month or so. Ron and Ginny explained they were staying in an undisclosed location for protection against the dark side and that their mother doesn't allow them to go out, and even Percy sending them a letter telling them how proud he is with them, something that might have warmed their heart more than all the others, as Percy was never proud about them. Before reading the rest of the letter and understanding he is proud they left the family and not supporting Dumbledore in his statement about the return of you-know-who, which made them burn the letter. Their mother, of course, sent many letters demanding their return, all of which but the first was ignored, with the first asking their mother to accept the situation and come see how great Wonder Alley is. The entry of the new student snapped Fred out of his thoughts, and then the hat started singing. Here I go. Ooh, woo. Back up. Oh. Watch out. You done wound me up. Bout to show you what I'm working with, Well, you managed to reach Hogwarts. It means you have magic in you. But, before you learn any spell sorting I must do. You got a hat in your head now. One that will look deep in you. You got ambition, courage, loyalty, or mind. All you gotta do is put the hat. And then I'll say. Mr. Man, what's your name? Whatever. What will your house be? Let me choose for you, you won't regret. You ain't never seen a hat like me. This choice will be life-changing. A decision for 7 years. Come, whisper to me whatever it is you want. You ain't never seen a hat like me. Fred held his laughter, looking at his twin who has apparently also recognized the song as A Friend Like Me from one of the movies they watched with Harry and Luna, Aladdin. The thought of Harry and Luna brought a frown to Fred's face. It was clear as day that Luna is head over heels for Harry, and that Harry also has feelings toward her, but each of them seemed to wait for the other person to do the first move. Up until now, the twins decided to stay out of it, believing that they will eventually be together, but last night it changed. They were at Harry's apartment, when he came back with an Asian woman in tow. He introduced her as Nagini, telling them about her unfortunate circumstances and her need for a place tonight. Now, Fred did feel sorry for her. Being stuck for years as a snake must have been a nightmare, and of course he felt proud his honorably little brother was willing to let her sleep in his place, especially after letting the two of them stay for the summer, but that doesn't mean he liked what he saw when he looked at Nagini's eyes as she looked at Harry. He saw more than just affection one should have as a friend, and more than just thankfulness. He saw something he recognized because he saw it in his baby sister's eyes whenever she looked at Marcus Potter, hero worship. It wasn't in the same intensity his baby sister seemed to have, one that grew with their mother telling her bedtime stories about him, and from the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, but it had the same glint both Fred and George spent the last 2 years trying and failing to destroy in their sister. If that wasn't enough, when Fred and George found Luna at the train and talked to her about everything Harry told them, she looked like she guessed it already. Afterward, Fred and George had a talk that ended in a decision that the pranking they promised Harry last year be about trying to pull the two of them together. The sorting was finally over, and the food appeared. As they ate and talked with their friends about the summer and Wonder Alley, Fred finally pushed his plans for the future away as he enjoyed the meal with everyone. Harry's POV. Just like last year, Harry decided against going to school with the train, instead using the vanishing cabinet in his house, though this time it was because it wasn't practical to go in the train as he not only had an extra person with him as they found out after the night, in which Nagini slept on the couch, that a side effect of the ritual and his magic being permanently in her, was her discomfort in being away from him, so it was decided that until they find a solution she will stay human. Whenever they were alone or with only people that know, and the rest of the time she would stay in snake form. Yet, because he knew about the Hogwarts wards identifying people when they walked through the castle gates, going through the vanishing cabinet was a way to avoid as such. The other reason he decided to come early, was to enact his plan. Walking through Hogwarts with GAI in his ear, he quickly found the office where Umbridge is. Coming in quickly, Harry casted an Imperio before the woman had a chance at noticing him even if he was disillusioned. Open your mind, relax, let the peacefulness and happiness take you. He ordered. With the difficulty in resisting the curse being difficult when unprepared, the feelings it being addictive, the need to listen to the caster is already hard enough when he asks you to do something you don't want to do, telling you to do something you want, like keep being in that state and not resist is much harder. But Harry had no intention keeping the woman in this state for long, as it takes too much energy, nor make her like Remus as he doesn't have the time nor need to manage someone as problematic as her, and unless he plans to delete everything about her that makes her herself, it is impossible to delete the things that make the woman that much problematic. Instead he planned to keep her under the spell enough to go through her mind and do some changes, not a lot, but enough for the woman to actually cause damage to Dumbledore's reputation instead of helping him. It took an hour for the changes to be complete. The most important changes was in her way of thinking, where instead of just focusing on harming the headmaster's reputation, she now also focused on the children's education. Another one big change was inserting the knowledge about the magical phones and make her think it is a ministry-approved product. The rest of the changes were about giving her the necessary knowledge to actually teach the students. "Now Dolores," he said. "Open your FLU network and take me to the minister. He now needs to do some changes to Fudge." Arriving to his office together with Umbridge, he quickly had the man under the same spell before doing almost the same as he did to Umbridge, only making him think more positively about Wonder Alley. Coming back to Umbridge's office, he cancelled the spell before leaving it, preparing for the meal. "Well, now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for the usual start-of-term notices," said Dumbledore, launching his yearly speech about the forest and Mr. Flitch, before telling about the new teachers. "We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubblyplank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new defense against the dark arts teacher." He was trying to continue when, "Now Professor," Umbridge cleared her throat. "Thank you, Headmaster," Professor Umbridge said, "for those kind words of welcome. Well, it is lovely to be back at Hogwarts, I must say." She smiled, revealing very pointed teeth. "I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we'll have so much fun exploring the wonders of magic together." Harry could see people looking interested in her words, which is better than her intended speech about friendship. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down the generations lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge amassed by our ancestors must be guarded, replenished and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching, something that in recent years seemed to be done incorrectly. The entire school seemed to gasp. It is one thing to imply the headmaster does bad job in the school and another to outright say it. The Dada professor didn't seem to notice that as she continued. "According to a research our ministry conducted, the last 40 years of OWLs and Newt grades has reached an all-times low." Hearing that, whispers started spread around the students. The professor waited until they calmed down before continuing. "Of course, when the minister found that out, he decided to send me here to not only check what is the reason and to teach you all, but to also have this year's student body become the first ever to use the new wands our ministry has worked on for the past 5 years. She took out a magical phone. "We call this thing a casting assisting devices or CADs. Those devices work just like wands, except instead of one moment you put numbers inside, making mistakes made by the trembling of hand eliminated." She looked at the shock of the students with a smile before continuing. "In addition, after casting a spell once, it is saved on the device, making it so that by calling out loud the name of the magic, having the right intent, and putting inside the necessary magical energy will be enough to cast it." The shock was even more pronounced in the students, but Harry saw it as even more so in the teachers. Each professor seemed to have a different feelings about it. Dumbledore's face seemed to change from its original interested look to a pale horror as he seemed to realize the meaning that carried. Professor Snape was looking toward him with a knowing look. Professor McGonagall seemed to compliment the meaning of it. Yet the one that made him smile the most was the excited expression his charm professor seemed to have, as he seemed to understand a new era of magic is about to start. "So once more," Professor Umbridge said, "let's explore the limits of magic." This time the entire castle except a few cheered. Chapter 192. Albus POV. Dumbledore leads school to ruin. By Rita Skeeter. With a new school year came a new Dada professor, this time in the form of Madame Umbridge, who, as she said in her opening speech, has a goal in coming to school. According to a research our ministry conducted, the last 40 years of OWLs and Newt grades has reached an all-times low. She said, shocking everyone that listened to the speech, this reporter included. "While it is obvious from my past articles that I have no lost love to the school's headmaster and am dissatisfied with his work as the chief warlock and supreme mugwump, even I never said anything bad about his job as headmaster, which I thought to be impeccable. Dumbledore is well known as one of the most beloved headmaster of the school, but could it be that even as beloved as he is also incompetent? Could it be that the 3 jobs he has made it so he can't do his best in even one of them?" Turn to page 6 to find more. A New Generation of Spell Casting. By Arnold Rollerblitsky. For the last 2,000 years wands have been the best way of spell casting, and have seemingly been perfected, yet yesterday, Madame Umbridge, the new professor of Dada in Hogwarts and the minister announced that it is no more so. A new magic conduct by the name of Casting Assisting Device or CAD have been in production by an undisclosed person who the minister sponsored for the past 10 years. When asked why create a new kind of wand, the minister answered. "Just like how wands, brooms and other essential everyday objects that were created to make the magical people's life easier. CADs are also for the betterment of the magical people. To read more about CADs, the way they works and where can we buy them, turn to page 14. As he was reading the paper, Albus only had one question on his mind. Where did it all went wrong? The plan was simple. 1. Get Tom a new body, so that people would have a common enemy. 2. Make sure the ministry doesn't believe it, and try to convince the entire country with it being false. 3. Have the ministry do their best to tarnish his name, yet only create dislike for them in the people. 4. Show the world that Tom is alive and that he is the only one that can lead them in this dark time. 5. Have Marcus defeat Voldemort with his help, even better if Marcus actually die during it, making the people's faith in him reach the peak. 6. Become a god. The first two parts worked as planned, it was the third that seemed to drift away. The minister does as expected, sending a ministry worker to teach in Hogwarts while having the Daily Prophet tell lies about him, and even as his power weakened, he knew it is only a matter of time before it grew to the size it was just after his fight with his lover, yet it only took one speech he wasn't prepared for to throw his plans to chaos. It started as he expected it. He knew Dolores would make a speech about the loneliness of being back to school to look like she is a nice teacher while insulting him thinly. What he didn't expect is for her to throw all pretense. Telling the students about things he wanted where the ministry noticed, like the grades being lower and lower. How did they know? Of course he knew, it was his original plan after all, putting a boring man and then boring ghost as the history professor, have the potion professor teach poorly, even the curse on the data position was all him. You can't look like an all-knowing, all-powerful being if everyone can do what you can. Taking away the importance of history was the easiest, with it being the only non-magical subject in school, and with an expert on the Goblin Wars as a teacher, it slowly lost the importance it had, making it easy to look all-knowing when other people only knew about the wars. The next was the data position, by making sure none of the teachers stay for more than a year, and with even those teachers were almost always incompetent, he managed to create instability in the knowledge people had on the dark arts and the defenses against them, thus creating generations of people that don't know enough about the subject. Divination was another project he did, by adding it to the school curriculum with a person who only had the bloodline and not the knowledge, he made sure people didn't know about the subject. Having Hagrid teach COMC was another one he did, as his inability to understand appropriate animals based of age made it so students were unwilling to study the subject more than necessary. Even potions, by convincing Severus to teach the bare minimum of the theory behind potions, created a situation that people can't do much of it on their own. And now he felt his house of cards begin falling apart. He already figured the ministry would try to kick some teachers out, but he thought it would only be those loyal to him. Now it seemed like they are about to transform the entire school. And the thing that made all of this even worse were the CADs. If those things worked as they are supposed to, then classes that were dedicated to wand movements would change to focus on theory, hours of practicing a spell would become a single time of casting something before saving it and just saying the spell when needed. All of this would lead for the last thing he wanted, change. If it continues like that, he would need to speed his plans to reveal Tom's return. Chapter 193. Harry's POV. The next day's morning classes passed by with Harry listening to books about quantum mechanics while the professors each talked about the importance of this year before giving an assignment for the class and homework, something ever since he built created GAI he had the AI do. And during the times he used the time turn 4, he was in the RR working on the project he worked on for the past year, the Fidelius charm. His progress with the charm seemed to grow ever since he learned about the differences between personal spiritual realm and the world's spiritual realm. In fact, his understanding on how the charm worked finally reached completion. The charm uses the keeper's spiritual realm as a trap for the knowledge and hides while using the caster's magic to collect the knowledge in first place. The reason it didn't affect Luna is because of the ritual her mother did, making her eyes capable of seeing into the spiritual realm without the use of outside magic. By doing so, it made her capable of seeing the general magical energy that collect the information and resist it, which is also why when he pointed it out and made the magical energy attack Luna specifically, it hurt her when she resisted, because the power of the charm was able to overwhelm her resistance. If Harry wanted to be immune to the charm, he either need to disconnect his spiritual realm from the world, or become powerful enough while gaining the ability to see magic to resist it. For now he works on the blocking, as he needs it to cure lycanthropy. It was during the afternoon classes that the class he waited for took place, data. Well, good afternoon. Professor Umbridge said, when finally the whole class had sat down. A few people mumbled, good afternoon, in reply. Tut, tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do, now, will it? You should have energy, we are about to be a group that changes history. I want everyone to replay with energy, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, they chanted back at her. There, now, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Many of the class exchanged gloomy looks. The order, wands away, had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Don't give me that look, Professor Umbridge said. As I said in the welcoming feast, your education on the subject till now was full with idiots, half-breeds, and Death-Eaters teaching you. I have to assume your knowledge is basically wrong and start from the beginning, which means this year will be divided to two. The first half would be theoretical and the second practical. The look of horror on many of the students' faces made her chuckle. Don't worry, if I see the progress is better than thought, I will pull forward practical lessons. Professor Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her own CAD and pushed the number 1 while aiming it to the blackboard. Words appeared on the board at once. Defense against the dark arts. A return to basic principles. Now, as I said, your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? The constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. The students seem still down with their knowledge about not using magic in class. Has everybody got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard? There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. Great, those books are about what should you do when you are in situations which aren't life or death. It is the book in which the ministry believes first years should learn. Reading the first 5 chapters will be what you would do, and to do a paper on them will be your work for today's class. Everyone groaned but started to read with the exception of Granger, who raised her hand. Do you not have a book, dear? Professor Umbridge said. No, I have the book, said Granger. Well, we're reading just now, said Professor Umbridge, showing her small pointed teeth. If you have other queries we can deal with them at the end of class. I've got a query about your course aims, said Granger. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows. And your name is? Hermione Granger, said Hermione. Well, Miss Granger, the course aim is to make sure you excel your OWLs. I thought it was obvious. Well, it's not. Your course seemed to focus on the theoretical while ignoring the practical side of magic. No, Professor Umbridge sounded annoyed by the accusation. It focused on the theoretical until I know you have enough knowledge to be able to use jinxes without killing someone. Well, Granger said, what about using defensive spells? Using defensive spells? Professor Umbridge said, Protego was supposed to be taught to you last year, which means I will hopefully teach it to you before the end of the year if you keep interrupt the class. But what if we need it sooner? Why would you need to use it? Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells. Yes, and if you had any competent teachers before me I would have been able to focus on this year's material before moving into interesting things like teaching you how to use the CADs. But if we're going to be attacked, we can't not know. Marcus started talking. Mr. Potter, in my class you raise a hand. Marcus raised his hand but the professor seemed to ignore him while allowing another to talk. And your name is? Dean Thomas. Well, Mr. Thomas? Well, it's like Marcus said, isn't it, said Dean Thomas. If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free. Which is why you need to know the basics, but even if you didn't, I can promise you there is no reason to be afraid. Unlike what your past incompetent, idiotic and half-breed teachers might have made you feel, there is no danger. If you mean Professor Lupin, piped up Dean Thomas angrily, he was the best we ever hand, Mr. Thomas. But, as you said, Remus Lupin was the best teacher you had, something that should make you all understand how deeply wrong the situation is. When she saw the students didn't seem to agree she said. Let's talk about your past teachers. In your first year you had a mumbling idiot who brought a troll into school and then fainted in the grand hall after lying where it was. Your second year's teacher was an idiotic liar who stole other people's achievements and someone I'm sure most of you knew he was fake by the end of your first class. Your third year you had a werewolf who couldn't remember to take his potion and didn't teach you about werewolves so none of you will find his secret, and your last year's teacher caused greater damage than all the previous ones by casting an unforgivable on you. Now, can you tell me why should I believe any of them taught you properly? Why should I teach any of your magic that can harm anyone? Not to mention my job isn't to make you know how to defend yourself, but pass the exam successfully. That's what school is about, and for that we need theoretical knowledge. And your name is, she added, turning to Parvati Patil, whose hand had just shot up. Parvati Patil, and isn't there a practical bit in our defense against the dark arts OWL? Aren't we supposed to show that we can actually do the counter curses and things? Professor Umbridge rubbed her forehead and sighed. Is it something about Gryffindors? I don't remember asking stupid questions as a Hufflepuff, nor do I see any Slytherin do the same. Parvati Patil seemed to shrink in spot. As I said, the faster we move on the theoretical lessons, the faster we arrive to the practicals. And what good's theory going to be in the real world? Mucus asked. 5 points from Gryffindor for talking without permission, Mr. Potter. As for your question, as stupid as it is, a lot. How do you expect to get a job in anything without sufficient knowledge? So we're not supposed to be prepared for what's waiting for us out there. That's what we do, Mr. Potter, we prepare you to get a job, and 10 points from Gryffindor for not raising your hand. But what about preparing for attacks? Who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourselves? And 15 points for never raising your hand. Let's think, said Marcus in a mock thoughtful voice. Maybe Lord Voldemort. The entire class seemed to gasp together, with a few screaming in fear. Detention, Mr. Potter, for creating chaos in my class. The classroom was silent and still. Everyone was staring at either Umbridge or Marcus. Now, let me make a few things quite clear. Professor Umbridge stood up and leaned towards them, her stubby-fingered hand splayed on her desk. In my class, your political agendas has no place, whether you want to lie about the return of a dead wizard, or dash. He wasn't dead, said Marcus angrily, but yeah, he's returned. Another detention. As I was saying before being rudely interrupted, this isn't a place for political maneuvers, this is a class to study, and study we shall. No more questions. Do your reading until chapter 3 instead of 5. With that, everyone returned to their book. With the exception of Harry, who used the time to write the essay on the 5 chapters and now listen one more to quantum mechanics under a notice me not charm. Chapter 194. Harry's POV. After the afternoon classes were done, Harry went back to the Auror just in time to meet with Luna, something he has been impatient for, as he needed to talk about the affects of the ritual. So, what didn't you want to say near the green grass about the side affects of the ritual? He asked, Nagini sitting near, listening as well. Well, Luna said, looking as Nagini as if she doesn't want to say anything near her, to which Harry quickly reassured her. Don't worry, we had made an unbreakable oath yesterday that she can't use anything she learns from us against us, nor can she tell anyone. Hearing that, Luna seemed relieved. Well, Nagini's aura seems to gain your colors. What exactly do you mean? Harry asked. She gained some purple. Yellow. Blue. No, so you remember how I told you your aura, when occlumency shields aren't present, is constantly changing? He nodded at that. Understanding filled his eyes. Her aura's colors reflect on yours. What could it mean? Nagini asked, not mentioning anything about the all-aura seeing thing, though he was sure she will have questions later. I don't know. Luna said, auras usually show people's deep emotions, with Harry being the exception as it shows all his emotions. It shouldn't be possible to be shared between people, at least I have never saw 2 people share them. Not even the twins? Harry asked, to which she shook her head. No, the twins' bond is more like primitive version of our magic earrings, they can send thoughts and emotions through them, but only on the short distance. While in this situation it is only emotions. Harry said in thoughts before turning to Nagini. Do you know what I feel right now? Nagini shook her head at that. So it's not empathy, at least not conscious one. How do you feel right now? I'm still happy to have my human body again, though I fear what could the consequences be. Nagini answered truthfully. So not subconscious empathy either. Luna hummed in thought, clearly seeing the colors of Harry's aura in whatever color curiosity is. Harry tried to think what kind of magic he read about that connect 2 people together, whether it's in the books of this world or the fanfictions of the other. It was clearly a type of magic that affected her spiritual world, or as many call it, her soul. Its current known side effects are Nagini's need to be close to him and her aura mirroring his. Could it be a magical soul bond? He knew those things are real, if only because after understanding how people's belief affects the spiritual world, but those things take time to be created, as the relationship you are in makes you create them by unconsciously tapping into your magic. It is the reason why most magical people have only one serious relationship. But those type of bonds create an effect on both sides of the relationship, not to mention Luna said she never saw this kind of effect in another human being. Another human being. Harry's eyes opened wide when he thought an idea popped in his head. Luna. You said you never saw this thing on another person, did you see it on animals? His eccentric friend thought for a little bit before saying with her dreamy eyes gone as she understood, yes, I saw it in people's pets. Did you just call me a pet? Nagini asked enraged. Calm down. Harry said, and he could see his words affecting her. She didn't mean it like that, she meant familiar. Those words do nothing to calm Nagini, though it did seem harder for her to get angry. I'm a human being. She hissed, I can't be a familiar. That is interesting. Harry said, you were born to a human parents, and you do have the mind of a human, but your original body is snake, and you spent years in that form with even your spiritual body taking that shape. With all of that, can you honestly tell me you aren't a snake at all? Nagini said nothing, instead she gave glares to Harry and Luna, with the glares at Harry being somewhat weaker. The problem is that this familiar bond, with lack of better terms, is related to your animagus form, and if I were to make any ritual to extract my magical energy from you it can unravel your human form at best, and at worst your mind, isn't that correct Luna? Luna gave a grave nod. Yes, the colors don't look like a familiar bond, at the start of it, but more like in the middle when they are inseparable. If I remember correctly from a book I read, it is when the bond reaches its advanced stage when the familiar starts to be able to predict its owner's needs. I don't have an owner. Nagini said venomously. I didn't say you did. Luna said with hands up in surrender. Only explained what happens in a familiar bond according to the books I read. Well, this ain't it. I just got my humanity back, I'm not becoming a familiar to anyone. You don't seem to have a choice in it. While they argued, Harry had GAI read him quickly everything they had about the familiar bond, and found a way to further validate their hypothesis. In the beginning stage of the bond you need to keep your familiar close to you as to let the bond deepen, yet in the middle stage of the bond the familiar seems to cling on to you as much as possible. It is only in the late stages that the need to be close lessens, though it will never disappear. Well, whether it's familiar bond or something else, right now we need to decide what's going to happen to you Nagini. He said. What do you mean? We agreed I will stay with you. Nagini said. Yes, but with the exception of meeting for experiments and checkups, I don't seem to see a need for you to be here all the time instead of letting you have your fun in the world. But I can't leave you for longer than a few hours, we tried that. Nagini said, clearly distressed. We can try letting you little by little grow used to more and more time without me. Harry said. No. I can't. She said shaking her head, I will spend my time here as a human and outside as a snake next to you. But don't you want your freedom? Harry asked, now almost certain the ritual created a familiar bond. Freedom is to decide things on my own, and I am not willing to leave your side and suffer the discomfort it brings. As for the owner and familiar shit, I don't believe that's the thing that happened here. Harry could see Luna frown at that, looking displeased with the outcome, but unwilling to say something about it. Well then, until we have a way to undo the discomfort, the only thing we can do is continue with our life. At the two nods he changed the subject. So Luna, does you finish homework? Chapter 195. Harry's POV. It's interesting to see how messing with someone's mind affect their behavior. Even with the changes Harry put in Umbridge's mind, making her a competent teacher, and someone who doesn't bring political opinions into the classroom, it didn't change anything outside of it. In fact, the same evening, when Marcus got to detention, she was waiting for him with the blood quill, yet there were changes when she had him write, I shall know my betters instead of, I shall tell no lies. Of course, the second Marcus left the room Harry made sure by confuting the woman that she won't use it on any other student, but it was interesting to see how the quill was enchanted with not only the cutting properties but also with making the person who used it unwilling to tell anyone about it. If that wasn't enough, the next week a new law came out making the Dada professor the High Inquisitor at Hogwarts, something he actually has been waiting for since his first year, and the very day the law came out Harry made sure to direct her to the people that needed to be changed the most, Binns, Lily Potter and Trelawney. And the next month was spent with Umbridge in various classes. Meanwhile that happened, Harry was busy on his own. The first thing that kept Harry occupied was Nagini's constant need to be close, something that seemed to calm and energize him. It was only when Luna told him how his and Nagini's auras seemed to combine sometimes that he understood the effect of the familiar bond seemed to go both ways, making both of them desire the other person's company. It should have bothered him. The way magic seemed to affect his mind. But he could feel the changes it had on him were positive. It not only had him think clearer, a little bit like when he had the acclimacy suppressing his emotions but instead of suppressing them he just had an outlet for them, it had also let him connect better to the spiritual realm, strengthening the spiritual side of his magic. It didn't grew his magical energies, but just like studying, it lowered the requirements of needed magical energy to preform magic and improved his ability in blacksmithing, making him only a step away from the third stage. It was for that reasons, that instead of trying to learn of a way to untangle his magic from Nagini's mind, Harry decided to focus more on other things, and he had many projects to work on. His work on the Fidelius charm finally reached a point where Harry needed to start working on creating a space that repels the world's spiritual realm, something that was difficult, but he started making ways by using occlumency as blueprint for the product. With his knowledge of 4 ways of occlumency, it took him a while to decide which he should use, but in the end he chose the graingrass, as it was the only one that combined spiritual and physical magic. The thing is, only a occlumency-filled object wasn't enough. If it was, he would have finished it already. He also needed the object to be able to expand and, most importantly, contain the meaning of the Fidelius charm. The main problem with using those 3 together was that the expansion magic seemed to interfere with the object's ability to keep the occlumency shield up. Another thing he did was opening a few self-sustained magical gardens in Wonder Alley to create his own supplies for the future potion store. And, of course, he also practiced music with his friends, and tonight will be the performance. "Hello everyone," Tom said in the middle of dinner. "I hope you missed us, 'cause we missed you all." The applause was deafening. What a crazy year have we had. The tournament, the apparent return of the Dark Lord, the realization the headmaster is a lunatic, Wonder Alley, CADS, and of course, Umbridge. I'm sure not only I am confused by all of this, which is why, our band decided to use this year's songs to explain things to you, and this year's first song will be to explain, if the headmaster is correct and way is upon us, who is the Dark Lord, who is the headmaster, and who are the Death Eaters. We hope you enjoy. With a bow, the music began. Tom. Voldemort is here. My daddy told me when I was younger. You are just a big mistake. He left me stranded in an orphanage. To hurt my friends and talk to snakes. Taking his nose off, eyes red, and his skin becomes white, he continued to sing. There's nothing wrong with loving who you are. So I accepted evil in my veins. I split my soul up into 7 parts. To put the mudbloods all in chains. You'd better kneel down and pray. 'Cause Voldy's seizing the day. I've made a comeback, baby, and I'm born to slay. All of you muggles are swine. I've got no nose but I'm fine. I am the Dark Lord, baby, and I'm born to slay. Welcome to the darker day. Neville, Ron, Hermione. Marcus, I was born to slay. I will make that Potter pay. Voldemort is here to stay. I am the Dark Lord, baby, and I'm born to slay. Then the singer changed to Bella with Tom in his Voldemort form taking the drums as the music changes. Bella. I started as a black and married to Lestrange. In Slytherin, I was sorted, everybody called me strange. But now I'm running Death Eaters, 'cause I'm monstrous. I curse all the good guys asking. Why so serious? Can't read my. No, they can't read my troubled mind. 'Cause I'm a psychopathic killer. Can't read my. No, they can't read my troubled mind. I will even kill my own husband. Bella taking Severus's spot, and he starts singing as once more the music changes. Severus. Lily, Evans and Petunia, I'm wearing black robes. I'm wearing black robes. My name is Snape and I'll spy on you all. I'm a teach and I wear black robes. I am the potion master and I'll never be loved. I'm his spy and I wear black robes. Lily Evans. I'm wearing black robes. Yeah. Once more the music changes as Lucius starts singing. Lucius. The Muggle hunter's here. Yeah, I'm smelling the fear. Some may call me cruel, but it was taught it in this school. So I curse shut every single Muggle throughout Britain and beyond. Now I'm not a real bad man. You're dead unless you don't annoy me. 'Cause I'm a Malfoy. Now I'm a mastermind, I won't stop until those Muggles have died. I'm the Dark Lord's man. I killed a girl named Anne. Can't stop me. 'Cause I'm a Malfoy. The music changes again as Lucius disappears and in his place Dumbledore appears. Dumbledore. Yo. I got a thing for forgiving guys. I'm too distracted by their cries. I could have prevented war, but I'm sticking to the plan. I'm staying light and looking good. 'Cause I got big plans, gonna be okay. Big plans. Got big plans, don't get in my way. I got big plans. Got big plans, I'll blow you away. Big plans. Got big plans. Got some plans. Everybody. This is the Our Villain medley. Harry saw that since the beginning of the song the headmaster was trying to prevent it from happening, but he couldn't, as Harry made sure the power GAI sent into the illusions was way stronger than the headmaster. He kind of felt bad for Snape, but he had to admit, this entire thing was one of their best songs. Chapter 196. George's POV. The first Hogsmeade weekend has arrived and both of the twins were giggling with anticipation. While most students are going to spend their time in the town, the twins, Luna and Harry, are going to apparate to Wonder Alley, where they would do some paperwork they can't do at school and meet with Bill and Charlie, who returned to the country last week. Of course, after that they promise they will go to the meeting their little brother and his friends are doing, maybe even convince Harry and Luna to join them. While having breakfast and joking with Fred and Lee, George noticed Harry arriving, and the smirk on his face said one thing: he did something that tipped the line between right and wrong. George wasn't oblivious. He knew that Harry's hate toward the Potter family is enormous, and that it is clouding his judgment, just like how his father's hate for Lucius Malfoy made him push to pass laws that were more than a little judgmental and biased. George just hoped that whatever Harry did wasn't over the top, because if it is he would have to fight for what's right, and he really didn't like his chances. Harry's POV. It started as a normal Saturday. Waking up, eating breakfast, going to Gringotts, having a goblin tell him the little bits he does wrong with his forging. It was only when they finished for the day that Ragnarok stopped him from leaving. "I have good news and bad news," the goblin said. "The bad news is that even though you still need to improve your intent-filling blacksmithing, our lessons will stop." "What? Why?" Harry said in shock. "That's the good news, we almost completely emptied the Potter coffins." The frown on Harry's face changed completely, in its stead a smile appeared as laughter escaped Harry's lips. "That's great," he exclaimed. "How much is left?" "About 300 galleons, they don't have nothing but they aren't rich." "So how about a lesson about what I need to improve for 290 galleons? Harry said. "Leaving enough to not close their bank account?" Ragnarok said with a snort of laughter. "Are you sure you aren't a goblin?" Both of them kept smiling as they had a quick last lesson, which was like a ceremony for the Potter vaults. Going back to school, Harry went for his second breakfast with a smirk on his face, ready to meet his friends and go to Wonder Alley. Fred's POV. The paperwork both George and him had to do was much more than he would have liked. They needed to give paychecks, look over what cards, prank items and other products need resupply and what just isn't being sold well, and of course, oversee the new place they opened, the casino. It is amazing to see the differences between the magical world and the rest, with the separation that happened in the 14th century. While Muggle products kept being inserted into their world by Muggleborns bits by bits, many of their less important establishments didn't make the cut, especially with Muggleborns usually not having the capital to start them. The casino was one of them. To have a casino you have to have a capital to start with, but in the magical world you have to have something more important, a way to make sure no one cheats. It was in the 19th century that wizarding poker was invented, one that is like a regular poker but with anti-cheating spells on it, yet cheating didn't stop. Wit-sharpening potions, luck potions, legilimency, the ways wizards continued to find ways to cheat was something that no one could stop, until now. The door to the casino was enchanted with potions detection, each table and chair was enchanted with shielding charm to prevent anyone from not only sabotaging the other players but from affecting the table itself, and the roulette is domed with a shield to prevent any cheating. The only way a person can cheat in this place is by learning to cheat the Muggle way, something no wizard will think about except Muggle-raised people, and even then, the cards are enchanted to shuffle themselves by switching enchantment, making it almost impossible to cheat, and if they catch someone counting cards, well, they can kick him out. The other thing they had to do is to check the progress of the implantation of multiple magical television in the bar they created, which will start working as soon as they get the employers they need. It has two parts. The first is a two-ways mirror-like device that connects all the televisions to the mother mirror, which will always be active, so you only need to activate yours to watch the other side, and the second is the mother mirror, will be connected to few interconnected omnioculars and work by always giving the best image. Now they just need to hire people and send them to every game and have them record the game. The only problem is that it only lets one thing to be watched, but before they start improving it they need to start make money out of it, as their father told them he can't handle taking more money from them without reason, and the explanation that he works in the prototype didn't convince him at all. All in all, it took them 3 hours to finish all the paperwork. Now they can go and meet Charlie and Bill. Bill's POV. There is something no one tells you when you are in Hogwarts, yet everyone know it: the world isn't fair. Some people are more talented, some are born to old money, some have nothing and some have it all. The world isn't fair, that's a fact. The problem is that people in this country make it even worse. Bill saw it in his Muggleborn friends, who got better grades than him yet still have hard time finding a job that they like. He saw it in his purebloods friends who did almost nothing yet reached high places in the ministry. Bill saw it in his father, who got a job that a Muggleborn should have, yet at the same time didn't get the recognition he deserves for working hard to do the things they would have done easily with their knowledge of the Muggle world. While it was his mother's insane drivel talking about joining the ministry that made him decide to leave the country, it was that reason that made him think about it. He could have done the brave thing. Could have stayed and worked hard about changing the world from the inside. But for all that Gryffindor was about courage, Bill did the easy thing, he escaped. He went to work as a curse breaker, saying he isn't afraid to jump into the scariest tombs, and he really wasn't. Bill was only afraid to stand up to his mother, to the government, stand up for what is right. 2 years later and his little brother joined him in the self-exile. Not literally, he lived in Romania. But still out of Britain. His little brother that could have been a seeker became a dragon handler, and while he seemed to enjoy it, he too didn't return home for the holidays out of shame. They were both cowards, acting brave but never standing for their belief. He thought, maybe it is a Weasley thing, maybe we are all cowards trying to act brave. And then his twin little brothers shuttered his worldview by standing up for their mother. Starting a business while still in school. Ignoring their mother's howlers. He thought it impossible, and yet they did it. He felt so proud reading that in the letters, yet it was only when he got a letter from Emma, a friend from school, that he understood what they were doing. Emma had to find work in the Muggle world as she wasn't willing to compromise, yet even 7 years after school she still couldn't forget her dream to become a potion mistress. The twins gave her a chance. They hired her and let her study whenever there isn't work on the basis that she will either give them percentage when opening her own shop or join their research group. Without making losses, without compromises, his little brothers started changing the world one Muggleborn at a time. It was about the same time that their family told them another thing: Voldemort returned to life. Both Charlie and Bill decided that they won't be cowards this time. They quit their jobs and moved back to Britain. Now they just need to convince the twins they can be of help. It's time for the Weasley business to become a family thing. Charlie's POV. Seeing the twins as bosses was weird. When talking to employees they had a certain tone in their voices, something that reminded him of Professor McGonagall and Mr. Flandos, the Dragon Sanctuary owner. Yet they were still mostly the same. They joked about everything, couldn't agree who is who, and had a maniacal glint in their eyes when tossing an idea. Oh Merlin, he missed them. Hugging them with the same strength a hug from their mother would be, Charlie said, "How are you little brothers?" Charlie. Bill. You're here. One of the twins, Fred if he was not mistaken said. We are great. How are you? The other twin said. Oh, you know, living at Mom's for now so losing our minds. It was hard living in the same place as the judgmental woman that raised them, while he loves her, he wasn't sure he can deal with it. You mean back home? George said in shock. Why? Oh you know, family, girls, war and all the other things in between. Bill said with a smile. Sure, sure. Fred said sagely, valid reasons, but living with Mom. It's temporary, Charlie explained, only until we find jobs that don't have a requirement to sell our soul to the ministry. Charlie could see the twin got the not-so-hidden hint by the light in their eyes. You need jobs? George said, we have a need for workers in almost everything. What would you like? Working on duel cards about creatures and traps. Going to every Quidditch game to film it. Working with our research team on creating the next big game. We even think about opening a sanctuary in the future if you wait. Both Charlie and Bill were shocked. They could see the alley the twins created wasn't full yet, but they actually have so many things underway. Can you explain more about the openings? Bill asked and Charlie nodded. Sure, but we only have an hour, we promised Ron to meet him in Hogsmeade. Chapter 197. Luna's POV. While the twins had gone to do paperwork and meet their brothers, Luna and Harry went to the bookstore. As one of the newest additions to Wonder Alley, the bookstore, Bibbidi Bobbidi Book, worked differently than Flourish and Blots. Instead of selling new books they bought used books after making sure they aren't ruined in any form and gave store credits for every book you brought in, with the rate the book, the more store points earned. Even in this store everything is automatic, with a place that take used books and check if they can be cleansed with every interference and if so does it, the books are being sent to their appropriate location in the store, which once more can be bought by sending store credits from the new credit card Harry created. This credit card can actually be used in every store in Wonder Alley as long as you charge it with money in one of the stores. What most people don't know is that every book is scanned, and if it has something the virtual library Harry has don't have, which it is being added, with notes inside being sent to checking. Harry gave her a mirror book already and she used it all the time, but for readings that aren't interactive but for fun she prefers a hardcover, paper-filled, old-fashioned book, which is why they came here. It was fun hanging with Harry alone, something she couldn't do since Nagini joined them, as Nagini was whenever possible near Harry. But today it was just her and Harry, walking around shops and having fun, like a date. Maybe she will even gather the courage to kiss him. "Have you read this?" Luna asked, showing Harry a story book by the name, The First Wizard's Rule. "No, what's this about?" "I don't know, it seemed to be a Muggle story book about magic." "Oh, if it's good tell me, I need a good story." "Sure," Luna said happily as they moved toward the exit. After paying they went to the free card duel field for a few games before the twins told them that they need to go back to meet a few people and asked if they would like to join them. Before Luna could say that she would rather hang out with Harry alone, Harry looked at his watch and said, "Actually I have a meeting in a Muggle university in an hour, so I can't, but maybe Luna want to." The understanding that Harry wouldn't spend the day with her caused a sinking feeling to happen in her gut, something that apparently was being seen on her face as Harry asked, "Luna? Are you okay? Is something wrong?" She could have yelled, "Tell him it feels like he never think about her. That this was supposed to be their day." She could have, but instead she smiled and said, "I would love to come with you to your meeting." She could see the story didn't disappear from Harry's face, so she added, "I'm fine, just hungry." A slow nod from Harry and a few goodbyes later and they left, operating to Hogsmeade. Harry's POV. Harry felt something wasn't right with Luna's expression as the twins and her left, but he couldn't give up his plans for the day. With his research for the cure of lycanthropy underway and the main problem of its impossible to heal status being finished 2 days ago and out of the way, the curing came to the experimenting state. Is it possible to completely cure someone from this? Give people control of the beast? Making it not infectious? Or even give them the ability to change not under a full moon? The blood curse was easy to cure as it was unknown to most people, and those that knew about it didn't believe in anything about it as they didn't have enough information. Werewolves, on the other hand, are based on so many beliefs that he wasn't even sure how much of their abilities are based solely on the belief and how much is their own physical and spiritual abilities. The problem is that he only had one werewolf to study till this point, but that has changed last night, when Voldemort charged his Death Eaters to raid the werewolves' colonies around Britain and make all of them prisoners. It may not be ethical, but this will change the world, and he won't hurt the innocents. Most of the extreme experimentations will be done in criminals like Greyback. Of course, the spiritual world offing room, he wanted to call it sword but had no need for a cube that can enlarge itself to the size of a medium-sized room is only at its prototype stage, so even that will need experimentations, and that's what Harry is going to do today, use evil werewolves to check how safe is the sword. "Dobby," he called, and Dobby appeared. "Take me to the dungeons of the Malfoy mansion." And with a pop they disappeared. Lucius's POV. Having the Dark Lord back was a lot less headache-inducing than Lucius thought it would be. Sure, he once again had to fear for his son's life and had to bow for the monster who destroyed the pureblood of Britain more than anyone else, making it impossible for his great-grandchildren to marry a pureblood who isn't a third-degree relative. And yes, having him in his home made not only him but his wife a nervous wreck, who can't say something without shaking. But the Dark Lord hasn't tortured anyone without a reason yet, he hasn't killed any of his loyal servants yet, and he didn't have any outrageous requests yet. If you don't include telling them to get the prophecy about him and Potter, something that wasn't as outrageous as go and blow the ministry or kill Dumbledore, the only request he had until now was to gather all the werewolves in Britain. No, the Dark Lord didn't ask the impossible yet, and that hasn't made Lucius' heart to calm down for one reason: the Dark Lord was insane. It was obvious, the laugh, the nonsense plans, the crazily powerful wizard was crazy, and that's what made Lucius follow him from the beginning. He knew the man would fall. Dark Lords never won in wars, but if you stay on their side they wouldn't kill you, and the other side doesn't kill anyone. Yes, choosing the side of a crazy person until he fall and then tell everyone he was forced was the right way to survive the war. Something that didn't work if the crazy person didn't make stupid plans. Lucius didn't want the Dark Lord to win, and seeing that the Dark Lord changed made him terrified, because the Dark Lord was still crazy, he just became smarter. Which was why Lucius was about to change sides. Not to Dumbledore's side, the man sacrificed his believers quicker than the Dark Lord. No, Lucius is going to change sides to the third side, the one that seemed to work in secret, who messed with the Fudge's mind, who created the cats, and who seemed to have a hand with helping the sons of Arthur Weasley succeed, as there is no way they did it on their own. This side was improving Britain, was playing with all sides, and seemed to not exist, but Lucius knew it's real, he is going to find him and join him. Because this side will win. Because this side will survive. Chapter 198. Fred's POV. You should really just tell him what you want. Fred said to Luna after operating back to Hogsmeade with George and her. You know he is clueless about those sort of things. Luna sighed, something she doesn't do much, which could show you how much she were existed from the situation. I know, it's just, he is a brilliant wizard, why is he so oblivious about this? Nobody's perfect. His twin said. Some people are stupid, some have no sense of humor and some are lazy. We help those without humor laugh, teachers help idiots learn and you need to help Harry with understanding human feelings. I know, Luna said rubbing her forehead, I just need to find the right time. Well, you have until Christmas, otherwise we take things to our own hands. Fred said with a maniacal smile and hands moving like a villain from a spy movie they saw with Harry. Luna giggled at that. Yes sir. Now that we finished talking about Luna's love life we really need to go, George said, we are about to be late. As they walked toward Hogshead Luna asked what is this meeting even about? We are not entirely sure. George said with a shrug, we were only timed that it's about the state of the data lessons and that people from all houses will be there. Oh. Luna said as they reached Hogshead. Getting in, they saw there were indeed many students. He saw over 20 Gryffindor students, 18 Hufflepuff, 12 Ravenclaws, and if he counted correctly, not including Luna there were exactly 0 Slytherin. Luna apparently noticed it as well as she said, people from all of the houses, ah. Both George and him rubbed their head embarrassed, they really didn't take into consideration their little brother's hatred toward Slytherin. Oh, never mind that, we both know you don't care about houses. George said as Fred went to the bartender and said, could we have 25 butterbeers, please? The barman glared at him for a moment, then, throwing down his rag irritably as though he had been interrupted in something very important, he started passing up dusty butterbeers from under the bar. Couldn't they do the meeting anywhere else? Fred thought as he passed along the butterbeers, how many will get food poisoning from this drink? Getting a spot next to George, Luna and Lee, who also came to the meeting, they were about to talk to Luna more about her live life when Ron came. What is she doing here? He demanded to know and Fred could see Luna falling back to her dreamy look state which he knew meant she is defensive. What do you mean little brother? You told us it is a meeting for all houses to talk about the defense classes, and Luna here wanted to talk about it too. Fred hoped Ron would back off, but knew he wouldn't. It is, but she's a Slytherin. He said venomously. Wait, Luna said in her dreamy voice, you don't want me here because of me being in a house a magical talking hat chose fire me when I was 11 years old. Are you racist? The twins couldn't help it, they laughed at the faces Hermione and the rest of the Muggle-raised, Muggleborns and half-bloods, twisted to shock as they processed that having an opinion on one quarter of school is racist. Ron, on the other hand, didn't know the meaning of the word and continued, what is that? Another one of your make-believe creatures, Loony. Not only are you evil but also crazy. Ron was on the floor after a second with a bleeding nose as George punched him. What the bloody hell? Marcus yelled, he is your brother. Yes, and right now he is on the same level as the Death Eaters with how he talks. George yelled back and Fred had to agree with him. That's not true. Luna said with the same dreamy voice, Death Eaters only hate people for their blood status, that's racist. Your brother here hate me not only for my house, but for my beliefs, he is worse, he is Nazi. Fred could see how that word affected everyone in the meeting. Muggle-raised knew about the horrors the Nazis caused, Wizard-raised had their friends explain to them what Nazis are and paled when they heard about the number of deaths they caused outside of war. But the one who seemed to have been affected the most was one of the Ravenclaws from Ron's year, Goldstein was his name if Fred was not mistaken. The boy's face became pale as white before becoming red, getting to Ron and picking him up. If you ever act as if she is evil because of her beliefs or house, he took a big breath as he continued, I will beat you up till you are half dead. Almost everyone took a step back at those words as Goldstein continued, but don't worry, I would do the same for any Death Eater, racist scumbag. Everyone calm down. Hermione shouted, and then waited for everyone to shut up. Now, I'm sure Ronald is sorry for acting like a jerk, and we would love for Lovegood to join us at our meeting. Now, can we begin? With a few nods she gave the floor to Marcus who started talking. An hour later. Remind me why we decided to join this Dumbledore army? Luna asked as they went back to the castle. Because learning to defend yourself better is always an advantage. Fred said. But Harry could teach us the same. Luna insisted. Not really, George said, he taught us the basics of wandless magic and to create a Patronus, but he isn't really a fighter. He was in the tournament last year too. Luna insisted. Yes, but he used his mind to beat the tasks, not his fighting. We are doing it to learn how to fight. Fred said. But if he wasn't forced to give up the competition he would have probably won. Yes, once more it isn't the point, we need to learn how to fight. With our wand. George said, not to mention it would do you good some time without him. I guess you are right. Luna said, plus, what's the worst that could happen? Chapter 199. Harry's POV. With the dungeons at the Malfoy Manor being full with werewolves, Harry had Voldemort tell one of his Death Eaters knock Greyback out and bring him to his room before leaving. With Greyback being a known cannibal, Harry felt no guilt with experimenting on him. It took 5 minutes for the werewolf to be brought in and then Harry shot him with his knockout gun and make sure he is tied down with iron before activating his swear box. The box opened itself more and more, spreading around the room before closing around them like a cocoon with a door for needed exit. When it finished Harry could feel the disconnection from the world's spiritual realm. No matter how many times he has been within, he didn't think he would ever get used to this feeling. It felt similar how he imagined being his space would be like. While gravity still worked, it was like an invisible pressure he lived gross life in disappeared. His magic seemed to travel in his body fasted, and he seemed to be able to cast curses without a wand. Yet not all was great. Without the spiritual realm of the world many kinds of spells didn't work in this place, or didn't work as good as they worked on the outside. There was no use of a rune system other than the one he invented, as he was the one that powered it. Transfiguration spells had to be based completely on the knowledge of the thing they needed to make, and you couldn't transfigure inanimate things to animated, as they didn't have the world to guide their behavior. The only thing that wasn't really affected was charms, as they seemed to really only be powered by your own belief. Looking at Greyback, Harry saw he was shifting constantly between his wolf form and human form as if his body couldn't decide what he is. Knowing that time was sensitive, Harry took out a few robots he created and let them write down the ritual he prepared. The ritual was created by using the part of the ancient Animagus ritual that made it possible to pass along the ability to transform by changing the disease from a contagious one to inherited one. It would make it so the DNA and spiritual realm of the werewolf isn't always in an unstable condition as it is now by completely changing it to one of a magical wolf. While this won't actually cure the werewolves of the original problem of being one, and make a new problem that not only them, but their descendants will become a wolf forever, it will solve the disease from spreading and make the change painless as the transformation won't be of one's DNA, but of one's body. Of course, with him already having a cure for the blood malediction, it will mean he only need to solve the problem of having to create a spiritual bond between himself and the patients and the lycanthropy would be a thing of the past. Seeing that the preparations are complete, Harry pushed his magic into the ritual, activating it. The effects were imminent, but not what Harry wanted. Instead of changing into a magical wolf, Greyback's body seemed to change into a silver color and became smoke-like. With only after that shifting into a wolf. What the bloody hell? Harry shouted. It took a second for him to recognize what Greyback changed into, and only because it should be impossible, Greyback changed into a Patronus. Feeling anxious, Harry left the swirl as quickly as possible before taking it in its cocoon state and putting it into his expended bag. With the swirl ability to defend against the spiritual realm, it has the ability to prevent anyone who doesn't have understanding of goblin forging from coming out without Harry's permission. What on earth happened? Harry questioned himself. Why did the ritual did this? How did the ritual did this? It shouldn't be the runes, with my creation of them there could be no mistake in my understanding of them. Could it be the disease fighting back? But it doesn't have conscience, nor does it explain why it changed into a Patronus instead of just exploding the body. Was it the arithmancy? I had GAI double-check it after my own checks, it should have not been problematic. Suddenly a metaphorical light bulb lit inside his mind. Of course. The arithmancy I learned was from other magical people, which was influenced by the world's spiritual realm, which was influenced by the people, if ancient wizard or which convinced people that a wrong thing is right, the world will make it right. The magical math I learned until this moment is based on mistakes which work fine in the sphere of influence of the world's spiritual realm, but once it is outside of it, it is worthless. I need to restudy arithmancy, no, I need to restudy magic. And right from the beginning. With a new conviction, Harry called Dobby and returned to the Hogwarts castle. He had to create another swirl before he was ready to start. Chapter 200. Luna's POV. The morning after Hogsmeade there was a new, High Inquisitor educational decree which gave Umbridge the power to review all extracurricular activities and, presumably, the power to disband them, something that made people talk all day about them, especially those who already hated her. Until now, most of the educational decrees were making sense. The decree that said the ministry can choose a professor if the headmaster can't was a logical choice as they can't allow the students to not have a teacher. The decree that made her High Inquisitor and gave her the power to review teachers made it so maybe history class would have a new professor. The decree about only allowing certain candies was to stop the prank candies of Fred and George that make people sick. Even the one about no music in study hours was done to let people study in quiet. So it was not surprising that in the evening the professor decided to explain her decree. Ahem ahem. Professor Umbridge said in her annoying, condescending voice she used every time she had some sort of announcement. I would like to explain the most recent decree I made. She said, some students seem to whisper that I did it because I want my previous house to win the Quidditch championship by preventing the other houses from participating, some apparently think it's because I think Dumbledore creates a secret army and want to prevent you from learning magic, and some say it's because I'm evil. None of the above is farther from the truth. You might not know, but this school's number 1 and 2 causes of injury is students trying magic on their own and Quidditch. To combat that, from now on every group activity involving magic would need a supervision. I had each professor bring me their list of students they think is responsible enough to supervise, and from them I chose those that I agree with them about. Each study group would have to have a student 2 years above them at least supervising them before submitting that request to me. 6th and 7th year study groups would have to be supervised by the teacher of the subject they study, or if not possible them then Madame Pomfrey. Quidditch teams must have a teacher in the area while practicing on brooms. Failure from complying with this rule would be taking away prefect and captain privileges, forbidding any person who was in the group from being in any activity and, if not found to join another group, detentions for the rest of the year. Magic, while fun, isn't a subject you can study without supervision, which is why our school was founded. You can go back to eating. The professor sat down and noise filled the tables as everyone talked about the subject. Luna had to admit it was logical explanation for everything, but the timing of the decree being a day after the meeting of the DA meant it's one big pile of bullshit. Luna wanted to talk about it with Harry, but ever since his return yesterday to the castle he has been holing up in the RR, which was changed to a forging room and not coming out. When asked what he was doing he only said, he was testing the rules of magic. And that, he can't talk right now. Seriously, sometimes she had to wonder why she had to fall in love with insensitive, studying obsessive person. Huffing, Luna decided to go talk to the twins about what is going to happen to the DA. Hermione's POV. It's been 30 hours since Luna Lovegood has called Ron a Nazi because of his opinion about her and Slytherin in general, and it hasn't stopped pounding her head. She wasn't oblivious to the comparison between Ron's behavior toward Luna and her behavior toward Harry Peverell. In fact, she knew she was worse. Harry was her first friend, someone who lived in the Muggle world before the Hogwarts letter showed up, and was sorted to the House of Ambition and Cunningness, not a bad traits to have, yet she pushed him away because of that. She didn't even have the excuse of growing up in the magical world and hear stories about the evilness of Slytherin, she only did it based on the books she read and her friends telling her he was evil. If being honest, the main reason she abandoned him was him telling her she did something stupid when running towards the troll, something which, as she looked at the small first years now she could only agree. She, Hermione Granger, freedom fighter for house elves and magical creatures, characterized a person into evil like how people said all house elves like being slaves. She had to make it right. Finally reaching a decision, Hermione turned her sight to her best friend, who was busy talking with Marcus and Ron about something. What should we do now? Neville asked. We have to continue. Marcus said firmly. Don't believe her nonsense about worrying for the student's safety, you saw what she did to me. Yeah. Ron said, we have to learn how to defend ourselves. Think about what could happen if we don't do it and you know who attacks. People can get hurt. What are you talking about? Hermione asked confusion. Umbridge explained why any group needs her approval to happen, which seemed to make most people fine with the new rule. Neville explained as he knew she was out of focus today. What did she say? Hermione asked and they quickly explained to her. Well, it does make sense if you don't know about our group and its name. She said afterward. I know, right? Some apparently think it's because I think Dumbledore creates a secret army and want to prevent you from learning magic. Dumbledore's army? She practically tells us it's the reason. Ron said. Yeah, I will need to find a secret location for the group, a way to tell everyone about the time of the meetings, and a way to make everyone keep quiet. Hermione said and heard Ron mumble, especially that loony Slytherin. But decided to ignore him in favor to turning toward Neville. I need to talk to you, alone. She said before dragging him away from the grand hall toward one of the empty classrooms not far away. Why do you need? Neville asked when she finally let go of his arm. How do I apologize to Harry? That question seemed to make Neville's eyebrows disappear in his hairline as they rose in shock. You, Hermione, Harry Peverell is evil, Granger, want to apologize to him? A growl came out of her mouth involuntarily. Yes, I do. She said before sighing, don't think I didn't see the similarities between how Ron acted toward Luna and how I acted toward Harry. I never thought I would act like how Malfoy act toward Muggleborns, but that's exactly how I acted toward Harry. A sad smile appeared on Neville's face as tears appeared on hers. I just want to fix it, like you did. I didn't fix it. Neville said sadly, I apologize, but it was too late. We aren't friends anymore, just classmates who used to be ones. That's better than nothing. Hermione said, help me do this. She begged, please. Of course I will, you are my best friend. With both of them smiling sadly, they started preparing her apology. Harry's POV. In between his time blacksmithing, Harry thought about his plans to restudy magic from the beginning and corrected them. When he saw what happened to Greyback he freaked out, making a much bigger deal out of it than he should have. Most of the magic done today was charms, transfigurations or potions, of which charms work the same in SWR and outside as it is, at its core, the ability to change the outside world and spiritual realm with your spiritual realm and energy. The only difference is that it take less effort and energy to use it in SWR as there is no outside spiritual realm. Potions is based on taking the properties of other living things and with the help of the energy of your magic unite them toward a purpose. With the more advanced ones needing to be affected by your own spiritual realm to be made correctly while fighting the world's spiritual realm. If he used a wand to cast and swirling to make his potions he might have needed to restart everything, but with his own magical control there is no need to. The only subject of those three he would have to restudy was transfigurations, which work with the help of the world to give semi-life to inanimate objects by completely changing them into golems, and even in that, the pathway is already there as he only needs to change the way he makes them into golems from transfigurations to animation. A subject in charms which let you give a specific order to an object and make it seem like it came to life. Of course, to make a pineapple dance is easier than make a rock-turned bird learn how to fly, and what you want to recreate is even harder as it should have all the defining properties of the said living animal. As for runes, the only ones that will work in SWR are his own, as when making them part of the world's spiritual realm he also made them part of his own spiritual realm. Arithmancy, on the other hand, is trickier, yet easier to work about. This subject, in the end, is based on regular mathematics, something that has no need to restudy from the beginning. The only problem is that the core part of arithmancy, the magical properties of the numbers and their interaction with other properties of different numbers are wrong. Which means the thing he needs to study those properties. In the end, he still has much to study, but he doesn't need to demolish every single thing magical society created. Chapter 201. Hermione's POV. It's been almost a week since the moment she finally understood what an ass she's been to Harry, and she really couldn't think of a way to ask for forgiveness. Saying sorry isn't gonna cut it, nor singing like Neville did. If it was Marcus or Ron that she has hurt, she would have offered to do their homework for them, but Harry always got grades better than her. It was why, just after the first DA meeting, which had less than half of the original members, she asked Luna Lovegood to stay behind. Do you need us to stay with you? One of the Weasley twins asked Luna. No thank you George, Luna answered. Hermione's Raxperts have lessened considerably, she wouldn't attack me. Her words seem enough for the twins as they left the unused classroom we transformed into the DA room. So Luna, did you like the lesson? Hermione asked as a way to start the conversation. It was nice, Luna said with the same dreamy way she usually talked whenever Hermione heard her. Pretty basic, but I hope it will improve as we go. Yes, we will work on a few basic hexes before starting working on a shield and then have mock duels. She explained the planning for the class. What about charms, or transfigurations, will Marcus teach those too? Luna asked. What? Hermione was confused. This is a defense class, Luna. Yes, I'm aware. She said in a way that told Hermione she's still waiting for an answer. We will learn curses and shielding, maybe a Patronus. She tried to explain better. Oh, I see. She sounded disappointed. Just thought, never mind, thank you for answering my concern. Have a nice day. She turned about to walk away. Luna. Wait. Hermione stopped her. I actually asked you to stay for a different reason. Seeing Luna looking at her, she gathered her courage. Just recently I noticed I've acted toward Slytherin just as purebloods act toward Muggleborns, and worse, for 4 years I've acted like this toward a boy who's been nothing but nice to me, Harry. Hermione swallowed as she saw Luna's eyes lose the lost look in them, turning sharp, before continuing. I need to apologize to him, and as you are his friend, I wanted your advice on how. Luna only looked at her, as if deep in thought. Well, you can always offer him something he can't refuse, maybe a piece of lost magic if you know any. Luna said after a few moments. Very funny. Hermione said, only to see Luna's face being extremely serious. Wait, that was a real suggestion. At Luna's nod she lost it. Really? Using my apology as a way to gain something of value? What a sly grim way of looking at the world. Hermione managed to stop herself from saying Slytherin. Well, if you aren't willing to give him anything of value as an apology, maybe use the oldest method? Luna's words horrified Hermione. I'm not going to sleep with him as an apology. She exclaimed. What? Luna looked confused for the first time ever. I just meant go and apologize to him. Oh. Hermione could feel her cheeks getting red. Are you sure it will work? Honestly? Luna said, shrugging. I'm not sure Harry will care for your apology either way. She turned once more to leave, but if not giving him something of value, then a sincere apology is all I can give you as advice. With that, she left, leaving me in thoughts. Harry's POV. For the last week, with the exception of classes, Harry has dedicated half of his time to building a new sword, and the time which he can't be in the same place as a past self when time traveling, he used it to try and understand what could have gone wrong in the ritual to turn Greyback to a Patronus-like creature. To do that, he started studying the Patronus charm from books, something he already did once, but never paid it too much attention, as by the time he reached the magical side of the world he could already do it. This time, instead of focusing about how it worked, he studied what is a Patronus. Expecto Patronum is an emotion-based spell whose meaning is, I expect a guardian. While happiness can be used to produce one, it can also be conjured based on sense of duty, love or pure determination. The most interesting about the spell, is that while it's misconception that the animal take the shape of your inner self, that's not the truth. Human beings are way too complicated to be thought of as specific animals. Instead, the guardian takes the form of a secret of yours, taking your need to protect that secret and using it as a basis to the guardian. Even after the secret is revealed, as long as you don't have a new secret that you need to keep that feels more important to you than the previous one, the guardian won't change shape. The reason some people who are in love have the shape of their Patronus match their partners in some way, is because they, at some point, wanted it to be kept a secret for some reason. Another interesting thing about the Patronus is one that I already knew in some way. The Patronus spell has no limits for how much energy it can take, meaning that as you want, you can pour your entire magic into it. That's what Harry believed happened to Greyback. The ritual, with the help of his and Greyback's magic, has caused Greyback's entire body, and the energy in it, to be converted into magical energy and infused into a Patronus-like spell. As the ritual involved transfiguration into animal, total change of DNA and transforming into an inner animal, with the wrong arithmetic values, it might have caused the change to happen into Patronus instead of animagus form. Of course, to be sure of it, Harry still need to discover the actual properties of each number and of every equation from the start. As Harry was busy building the swirl and figuring out the Patronus issue, he hasn't gone to eat in the Grand Hall at all. Instead, he had Dobby bringing the food to him. But today is different, as Luna forced him to go, saying something is about to happen. Harry wasn't expecting that the thing that would happen would be Granger coming to the Slytherin table mid-meal, nor for her to come toward Luna and him. Hey Harry. She said his actual name in a small voice, making his eyebrow rise. I came here to, she took a deep breath. To apologize to you about the way I treated you for the last 4 years. I'm really sorry, I acted with as much prejudice to you as Malfoy acts toward every Muggleborn. He should have felt something, happiness, sadness, anger, need to gloat, something, but he didn't. It's been 4 years since they stopped being friends and 2 since Neville apologized. By this point of time, Harry didn't feel anything toward her, just like one of his pens that broke years ago, he didn't think of her at all. Sure, you are absolved. He said in a bland voice, making her take a step back. Really? She didn't seem to notice my tone. So do you want to study together sometime or dash? Wait. Harry stopped her. I forgave you, but that doesn't mean we are friends, and no, I don't want to restart our friendship, I gave my friends and you have yours, and that's fine by me. She seemed about to cry, making Harry roll his eyes and about to say something, but before he could, she ran back to the Gryffindor table, where her friends with the exception of Neville gave me a stink eye. You truly don't want to be friends with her again? Luna asked from the side, curious. Why would I? I have you, Nagini, Dobby and the twins. How many friends do you think I can handle? He asked back with a wry grin. Well, considering you disappeared for a week, I would have to say 0. She gave him the look that said, explain. Well, I might have accidentally created a living Patronus. Harry said, as after studying the Greyback Patronus, not to mention obliviating it, which was one of the only spells that seemed capable of affecting it, and making a spiritual cage with a rune scheme in the outside world to make sure it can't leave, he could say that the wolf had no memories of his time as a human and only had the ability to howl at people for the moment. Everyone who knew her would have been able to instantly see her eyes become full of wonder. Show me. Sure, he said, as by now he already considered taking her to his second secret room. We just need to go to the Chamber of Secrets. Her eyes were so open Harry feared they would pop outside. Chapter 202. Harry was reincarnated into this life just after the Halloween night of 1981 with high IQ, perfect memory and knowledge of this world from the books and fanfictions. The Potters abandoned him and left him at the Dursley as a result of Lily losing her emotions toward him as a result of that night. At the age of 5 Harry escaped the Dursley family and was brought to an orphanage until he was adopted by a couple. He spent the years learning little by little how to control his magic in his free time. By the age of 11 Harry was at the start of his university life when he was invited to Hogwarts only for his parents to be killed, and he knows it was the Potters, when in fact it was Dumbledore. He started the first year by befriending Hermione and Neville, only to be sorted to Slytherin by the Sorting Hat, which sorts by his future-seeing abilities with the exception of people under prophecies, as he can't see their future, making him sort Harry into Slytherin by the little he talked with Harry. Snape, as he isn't devastated by Lily's death, moved on from her as she isn't seem as perfect as she would have as dead. Daphne Greengrass is searching for a cure for her sister. By Halloween, Hermione and Neville join Marcus, Harry's twin brother, and Ron in trying to stop the troll, only for Harry to lift it with its pants and drop it a few floors high, killing it. After Christmas he is no longer friends with them. As he used the Room of Requirement all the time, the twins eventually catch him and they become friends. Most of the year is spent studying both magical and muggle subjects, and learning blacksmithing from goblins as a way to make the Potters broke. By the end of the year he steals the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's second year starts by befriending Luna Lovegood and having a deal with Daphne to help her save her sister. He learns that magic power has a few stages, and that it is both physically and magically, and that he is close to the end of the second stage. He also learns a lot of magic, kills the basilisk with a chicken, and learn that there is a legacy from Slytherin and Gryffindor's granddaughter next to the Chamber of Secrets about divination which can only be learned by the third stage of magic. Tom Riddle from the diary at the last moment of his life jump into Harry's mind only to be trapped by Harry's inclemency. Harry's has Dobby work for him and start feeding on the basilisk meat as it accelerates his body's growth in strength. By the time third year comes Harry gains a time turner as part of his deal with the Greengrass to heal Astoria. He starts a business with Luna and the twins of Yu-Gi-Oh game, like in the anime, and use the game to collect magical energy only to use it to create AI. He keeps studying and researching Astoria disease, while also beginning to work on true artifacts with the goblins. The goblins tell him that the best creator of artifacts was someone who was nicknamed Death, and he also created the only level 5 artifact, the Library of Alexandria. He copies the entire Hogwarts library into his computer. He finds the truth about the Halloween night from Wormtail, and modify Lupin's memory to become loyal to him and have Lupin take him to the school in China. Also, he finds Luna has the ability to see auras, and Luna is in love with him. In the school in China Harry finds that there are 2 paths to become stronger, the God path and the immortal path. He also finds that everything in the world has spiritual realm and the collective form of all of them, including the dead, is known as the spiritual world. Harry also copies the entire library before returning to Britain to play with his friends in their new band, Tommy and his Eaters in the Quidditch World Cup. Harry participates in his 4th year in the tournament as it lets him to skip classes as he wish, befriends Crumb and Fleur, the second one by the end of the year has a crash on him, and studied, a lot. He passed the tests easily, as he already knew what they are and used healthy rational thinking to succeed. His group of 4 both continued to make music and brought a new line of brooms to play cards on. In addition, he has Lupin, who had Sirius join him, sneak into houses and have a robot he invented duplicate all their books while they travel the country and place machines that can suck magical energy while also letting the cards work anywhere. Harry also extracted the 2 Horcruxes from him and captured Voldemort only to put a golem with AI in its place before letting Marcus win while also resurrecting Voldemort, using that chance to get Moody's eyes to study it. Also, he went to the ball with Luna and Snape now works with him. In the summer Harry creates Wonder Alley, which has many shops in it, and find a cure to blood malediction and use it on Nagini only to create a familiar bond with her by mistake. Harry changed Umbridge memories and make her prepare the students to use the new phone wands he made. He tried to make Greyback into a wolf instead of a werewolf, only for him to become a Patronus, as the artifact he created isolates the spiritual world from outside, making the rules being different from before. Chapter 203. George's POV. Data classes were a nightmare for everyone since the beginning of the year. Sitting for hours and learning basic books without doing magic. What were they? Muggles? It's not like they didn't have bad teachers before. Almost nobody could understand Quirrell, and Lockhart was the dumbest person who ever studied in Hogwarts, considering he never managed to cast even a first-year's spell right, but at least they were interesting. Umbridge? Boring as hell. Of course, the DA Secret Club was only a tiny bit better. They could at least cast hexes at people and practice, which was nice, but the level of the spells was so low and unimaginative. They would have used the time to work in the RR on pranks, but Harry seemed to live there while also in class working on something, which he could do with their time turner. They were well aware that Harry has a time turner. You can't not notice it when you have a version of the Marauders map, but they never pushed knowing he used that to have time for all his projects, the ones with them and the ones without, while also have time to relax. Yet, since the last Hogsmeade weekend, even his free time was dedicated to working on his project. Which was why, when they noticed that Luna starts to disappear together with Harry, both Fred and him confronted them. "What is it that you are working on, Harry?" Fred asked as they looked to the inside of the box Harry built, where Luna sat on a comfy chair humming in thought as Harry stood with a board and chalk, writing arithmetical equations that from all the products they made George could tell were a bit off. Finally decided to ask. Harry smiled. "Well, when we saw Luna was pulled into it, we had to know what's the big deal." George answered. "Oh, nothing much." Luna answered to them, still looking at the board. "Just disproving half the magical theories in the world." Before I could even demand explanation, Harry spoke. "Not half, but yeah. How about you come in?" As we walked in, George whined as he felt himself become heavier, and looking toward at Fred, he could see he wasn't the only one. Yet, a few moments later, his body became lighter than it was on the outside. "What was that?" George asked. "That was your magic being freed from outside influence," Harry said. "You could have warned us." Fred grumbled. "I told him not to," Luna said. "He forgot to mention it to me, so I felt it would be fair for everyone to experience it like that, not to mention funny." She giggled at our faces and George couldn't help but have a smile grow on his face. "Anyway," Harry said, and began explaining about the spiritual world, the room and everything he has learned in it. "Anyway, after I recreate the room I started working on basic arithmancy, with Luna joining me soon after, but even after those 2 weeks, we only managed to determine that there isn't any number that is stronger than the other, which means that a lot of the equations that are based on strong numbers aren't real and only work properly because of the spiritual world supplementing it." Looking at his twin with both of them nodding to each other. Fred was the one who said, "How can we help?" "Really? It's not all fun and games," Harry said. "Oh, that means that there will be fun and games," George said with a smirk. "That was my idea actually." Luna smiled. "It was what we were working on right now to complete." She pointed at the board. "It's time to take Duel Monsters game to the next level." "What next level?" the twins asked at the same time. "It's time for the players to truly become part of the game." 2 weeks later. A day before Halloween. Fred's POV. "Hello everyone." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear thanks to the spell he had on his throat. Teachers, students, and adults who sneaked in. Today is a special day, as this is the first tournament of the last year. The official tournaments will occur in school, with me and my brother finishing our studies by the end of the year, well, if we finish. The audience laughed. Of course, George continued after Fred when the laughter subsided. "With this year being the 3rd since the creation of the game, we decide to let this tournament be the beginning of the 3rd, and for now, last way to play the game." The cheers were deafening. With the first way as regular card dueling, in which you summon creatures, warriors and wizards, cast charms and activate traps. "Something I'm sure you all enjoyed to play." Fred spoke again. And the second way is speed dueling on the specialized turbo brooms that make the game into one of skill of flight in addition to mind and magic. I'm sure you are thinking, what more can those handsome, funny, husband material, Fred winked at Angelica, genius gods on earth think of? Once more laughter filled the air. Well, the new level is beyond all that. George said. It is time to truly get involved with the world of duel monsters with the new arena of ours. They both threw 3 cubes onto the ground, who assembled together and created a large-size swir room with a few upgrades in it. The last 2 weeks have been exhausting for the twins and Luna as they joined Harry in his time travels, but with them helping him with both suggestions about improvements, asking Dad to send the finished product of the TV, and actual help with illusion magic as they are masters with it, both pranking and creating cards in the beginning needed it, they managed to finish the new dueling arena. This arena was enchanted, just like the turbo brooms, to be able to make the monsters feel even realer, by making them capable of touching you. Fred's words caused the audience to be filled with shock. You heard that right. Getting into the arena make you able to interact with your cards, but that's not all. While in there, you will need to use the field that's been given to you, and the monsters you summon, to find, while dueling, the fast magic cards that the arena has in them, which are cards that once found can be used at any time, including your opponent's turn, right from your hands. The roars of excitement were deafening. George waited for his turn to speak once everyone were quiet. But be warned. The speed magic cards can also malfunction and create an unknown effect. He smirked at that. Now, as this is the first tournament with this new way, and as the students side up to either the regular of turbo dueling, this time, only the winners of each tournament will get to play in the interconnected finals. Well, let's begin. Harry's POV. Harry had a lot of fun the last few weeks with his friends helping him in developing the swir into an experiment room. By the time he finished the second swir, Harry knew how to make one, even large one, in 2 days, so that wasn't the main problem. The main problem was the additions. First of all, they needed to connect the rooms to the Philosopher's Stone and the AIs, as they are what makes the game work and take magic from them. Connecting them to the swir turned out not as hard as he thought, as magic itself had no problem working in the swir, magical effects. Which is why, instead, Harry built a new AI into the room, making it a part of the room before animating it instead of making it into a golem, as golems don't work in the room. Then, with the swir capable of understanding the cards, and, with it being conscious, capable of also giving magic intent, a simple magical conversion device was created, which the AI can use to create solid illusions. As light can be solidified, illusions can be as well, and while science isn't capable of doing so for the time being, magic is. Fred and George added multiple settings to the fields in which people can begin their games in and how to make illusions more realistic, while Luna helped with the creation of solid illusions, as with her knowledge of creatures, it became possible to imitate magical animals capable of doing the same. The fast spell cards were hers idea as well. Those cards are filled with basic and later on, complicated magical equations that the AI is supposed to make actually work instead of just make an illusion of it. They did make sure none of the cards can be used for dangerous affects as they are all charm-based equations, and even then, lower-level ones. Other than that, they also put enchanted video cameras hidden in the room and had them connected to the TV outside by taking the TVs Arthur sent the twins, and recasted them with blacksmithing that the room's AI done as that makes the item be in harmony with the main spiritual realm of the room and not stop working. All in all, they created a great arena and room to learn the true mysteries of the world, though it will be improved by the time this school year is done, as Harry decided to divide his time once more between figuring out the math behind magic, and learn how to make his own auror. Not that any of that mattered right now, as he walked into Azkaban with his golem, Voldemort and Greyback, about to free the Death Eaters. Chapter 204. Bellatrix's POV. Many people don't know what it's like to be near a Dementor. Everyone know about the depression, Dementors suck happiness. What they don't know is how the despair that they bring with them affect the people who are exposed to those monsters. In her more sane moments, when the Dementors are far enough, Bellatrix can appropriate the ingenuity of putting those monsters as cell guards, as the need to stay away from them, little by little grows into an obsession, and once someone finishes their sentence, they would do anything to stay away from jail. Yes, Bellatrix would do anything to get away from this place, even betray the Dark Lord. In all honesty, her loyalty to the Dark Lord as her lord wasn't as blind as the rumors suggested. The reasons she joined the Dark Lord were many. Her husband was in it when they got married, she thought the Dark Lord would win, and her parents taught her to believe in the pureblood movement and she wanted to fulfill it. Oh sure, she loves violence, killing and other things that by the eyes of society seem twisted, but there was no need to join the Death Eaters to do that, just kidnap some muggle and do it just as her ancestors have done before her. The only reason she seems so loyal is that she was sure it's a test. There was no way the Dark Lord has died, she was sure of it. After all, he made a Horcrux. Yes, she was sure the Dark Lord did it as a loyalty test, to see who would betray him at the first sight of losing. This thought of hers disappeared after the first week in Azkaban, replaced by despair that came from within as well as outside as she understood no one was coming for her. So maybe it was wrong to say she would even betray the Dark Lord, as her loyalty was never his, but she would do anything to get out, anything. Of course, those thoughts grew smaller and smaller in number once he Dark Mark flared to life, as those were replaced by thoughts of the Dark Lord freeing her, and the true, unquestioned loyalty she would have toward him when he does. It took Beatrix a moment to notice her thoughts has become more complicated than they were in years, at least since the minister has come to inspect the prison a long time ago, which could only mean that someone has arrived at the prison with a Patronus. Becoming alert, Bellatrix slowly moved her body toward the one thing she tried to be as far away as possible from for years, the bars. She could see a few other inmates have done the same thing before her, most of them newer to the place, but her brother-in-law was also among them. Looking toward her left side, she could see the silver glow grow as a wolf-like Patronus came closer to her cell, and a swarm of what looked like bees followed it. She could see that each cell that the swarm passed has got to be get inside, and the person inside was either knocked out or dead a moment later. Bellatrix should have started to plan, should have used the time before the Patronus reached her cell to think of a way to survive. But she was so tired, and if those things are the way she is going to die, then at least she wouldn't have to suffer one more day of this hell. As a bee sting her and she could feel herself start to lose consciousness, she couldn't help but whisper, "Thank you." Harry's POV. Getting into Azkaban was extremely easy for a couple of reasons. The first is the lack of security. Azkaban, with the exception of the inmates, is human-free. The food is brought to the cells by use of house elves who switch the air with food just like the Hogwarts elves do, the security is done by Dementors, and the little cleaning that's been done here is by the low-level prisoners in here, who clean fire a reduced sentence. Sure, Dementors are the perfect creatures to make almost every thought of escaping look doomed from the start, but with 2 escapes in less than 10 years, one of which is known to use the Dementors' inability to see and their use of life force as a measurement in its place to escape, so shouldn't anyone think of strengthening this glaring weakness of the prison by stationing a few people there? The answer to anyone who would ask this question to anyone in the ministry who works in relation to Azkaban would be, sure, you are hired. No one wants to work in this cursed place, which is why, even though there is a job opening as the head of the Department of Azkaban for the last 200 years, there is no one in it. The second reason this whole trip was easy, is because Harry had the minister, who was still under the Imperius, sign an order for the release of every inmate, so technically, if you don't consider the use of Imperius, everything he does here is legal. The third reason was the simplest of all, and the main one why Harry decided to join Voldemort on the travels, Greyback, or as he decided to finally name the werewolf-turned-Patronus, Silverback. Silverback, after many testing, was decidedly a Patronus with the ability to sustain itself indefinitely, as it contained not only the magic of Greyback, but also the energy of his flesh and blood turned into energy. The amount of energy Silverback actually contains is enough for it to fight Dementors for a year constantly before fading away. With that much energy, Harry wanted to experiment on that. Dementors, as pure spiritual beings, are immune to most magical spells, as only a few are purely spiritual, and even those that are, even less have a negative effects on Dementors. The Patronus, on the other hand, is capable of hurting them, but it also consumes a lot of energy. And energy is something Silverback doesn't miss. What Harry wanted to know, is whether or not his mistake created the first Dementor-killing Patronus. And the answer to that was a big yes. It took for them knocking out 13 inmates before a Dementor came to stop them, and 27 for one of the Dementors who looked from the side in fear of Silverback was unable to stop itself to come and fight with the Patronus. It was vicious, the way the Patronus ripped the Dementor apart, its silver light shined sharply on its claws as like a knife it slashed on the Dementor cloak revealing what lays underneath. Nothing. It was like pure darkness, but at the same time like the shadow little kids get scared from at night, which, when they lit the room find it's only a tree. Yet, once the light of Silverback reached the inside of the cloak, the big darkness of nothing seemed to change into a green smoke shaped as a person, and inside the smoke whispers could be heard. If Harry wasn't wrong, the green smoke appears in another place, the Arch of Death in the Department of Mysteries. If Harry didn't have stuff he needed to finish, he would have probably tried to study the smoke on the spot, maybe have Silverback attack another Dementor as this Dementor disappeared, leaving behind a cloak Harry immediately had put in a containment box. After the incident, the Dementors made sure to stay away from us, as me and Silverback continued going through the prison, me and Voldemort still as invisible as the second we walked in and Silverback with the robotic bees behind him, going into each cage and using their strings to release draft of living death into their bodies before turning into port keys and transferring the unconscious prisoners to the Malfoy Manor. The reason Harry even rescued the prisoners is because of his plans for the future. Even with all the advances the wizarding world is going through with the help of the twins, Luna and him, Harry knew it would be stopped the moment it becomes too much. The purebloods have the governing ministry in their pocket, Dumbledore and the Potters have the Muggleborns and Poor in theirs, and those in between didn't care either way. Harry on the other hand, only have one advantage on all of them right now, Voldemort. As Harry controls the Dark Lord, he has the ability to lead the pureblood movement for now, but not only is the fear that holds the purebloods not enough to last, as the Voldemort Harry uses is a golem who can't use as much energy as the real Voldemort could, making the people eventually suspicious, Harry would also need an army of his own in the end, one that is loyal and is willing to do anything for him. And who is better to brainwash than the criminals who spent years drowning in despair? No one. Lupin might be loyal after his entire memory has been replaced by one of worship, but even fanatic worshippers can always lose their faith. But the soldiers that will come out of those people, they will be the best soldiers to use as to create the new world Harry dreams of. A world of opportunity with him as the Emperor. Chapter 205. Harry's POV. The decision to gain control over the world wasn't something that just appeared out of nowhere, nor is it one of carelessness. It started with the Dursleys, when he saw the ugliness of the world for the first time, as while he had a past life, he couldn't remember it at all. If the Dursleys made him truly understand the cruelty of mankind, then his parents' death made him see the unfairness of the world. After that he saw the preferential treatment people give Marcus and the way everyone treats Slytherin, saw how humans don't care for anyone other than themselves and how the difference in treatment in everything was dependent on people's blood status and their family reputation. Honestly, for a certain point he has no problems with the whole pureblood movement nor the Muggleborn resistance. People should be proud of their ancestors' accomplishments, and equal opportunities to all is important. He even understands the need for a war to happen. This is the way of the world, people fight and kill each other to advance. What Harry didn't like is the way the two sides managed to make most of the deaths unnecessary. After reading the history of the First British Wizarding War and remembering anything he could about the second from the books, Harry could see that most of the deaths weren't of fighters, but of civilians, and even more, of Muggles. Whether it's by torture, Muggle hunting, or casualties of a fight, while wizards had death in the First War of about 420 people, the ordinary Prime had deaths in the tens of thousands. Again, Harry had no problem with death, but senseless killing? That's just stupid, and all it really took is one Muggle who is aware of magic and is both smart enough and fearful enough of magic to expose magic to the world, and while wizards can win, the destruction it will unleash on the world is too much. Controlling the world is the easiest way to prevent this destruction, as by the calculations of Guy, if he can't control the magical people, by 2014 the Wizards vs. Muggle War will begin. There is also this one bonus to controlling the world. Destroying Dumbledore and the Potters. Harry used to consider his endgame revenge as killing them. Instead, he will strip them off their honor and have them watch as they are forgotten while they rot away, maybe in Azkaban. Of course, ruling the world is way too much work for one person and extremely boring, which is why Harry needed loyal soldiers by his side. The purebloods have been taught since young age how to manage property, manners, and other things the wealthy need, making them, with a training of his own to prepare them as a bonus, the perfect administrators to actually rule once the world is under his control. He would create a fake identity to each of them in the Muggle world, then, with enough mind magic and the charisma they have, will insert them to positions of power in the Muggle government. All of that is going to happen once the war is over, as to minimize the resistance of the other sides who will weaken each other. As for his plans for the world, the world will continue with having countries, wars and difficulties, with his standing behind it as the hidden emperor to make sure no human destroys it while continuing study magic and science, using that to help the world improve and for both scientists and wizards to study the knowledge he releases as well to get their results added to his knowledge. As Harry looked at Azkaban after leaving it, he couldn't help but smile, as he knew that the war officially starts now. 2 weeks later. With duels and a new dueling arena became the new hype, more and more arithmancy rules have been either confirmed or modified, and Harry didn't have much to do during that time, so instead he spent his time on different things. With his blacksmithing reaching the 3rd level by his creation of Swir, for every creation of that level and beyond he needs to study the laws of the world and mimic them. Swir was created after studying the knowledge wizards had on the spiritual world, occlumency, and getting experience in that by getting inside Nagini's spiritual realm. The room is a spiritual world of its own, though without any rules, which is why making the AI use it as his own spiritual realm is easy. As Harry studied many things, his ability to create many different artifacts could be considered top level as long as it isn't something truly special. As he studied biology and magical martial arts, though only in theory, he managed to create a device that stimulate workout without you actually doing things. As he studied chemistry and transfiguration, he created a device that can do transfigurations and conjuring on its own as long as you put enough materials in it. By combining biology, chemistry, and herbiology, he created a room that can stimulate all kinds of plant life forms to grow faster and at any season. Every day of the week after Azkaban's breakout, when not in class or with his friends, he created a device, till he was stumped by one device that he couldn't create with his knowledge, the stimulant learning headset. This device was the one he was planning to use on his soldiers, and his inability to create it stumped his plans, so he could only have Voldemort keep all of them in their magically induced coma while also feed them nutrition potion to bring them to full health as he started studying the mind. Studying the mind required him working on legitimacy as his inability to understand the mind is caused by his inexperience with it. As it felt like a good idea, he started using it on Marcus as a way to cause him headaches as Harry practiced, while sneaking into the Gryffindor dormancy and putting a sleep curse on him that let Harry control his dreams, using them to make his twin in nothing but blood think he has connection to Voldemort. While he started studying the mind in detail, his friends and him prepared a new song for their band. It was dinner when the illusions appeared as planned. It was always fun to see how people react in excitement to seeing Voldemort appearing before them. Without saying anything beforehand, Tom immediately started singing. After winning Triwizard, he sat at home, alone. They said he is crazy, and you know who is gone. I will show them. Marcus said. Everybody will be sad. When they see, the Dark Lord is back. The image of Tom was disordered and transformed into Marcus as the other three took different forms as well. Bellatrix changed to Hermione Granger, Severus changed to Seamus Finnegan, and Lucius changed to Cornelius Fudge. Marcus. Learning defense in secret, 'cause Fudge a moron. Once the war starts, it's game on. You're a spineless, pale, pathetic lot. And you haven't got a clue. Voldemort, in a second, will kill you. I'm never gonna believe this shit, Fudge. You are mental, Finnegan. Boy, are they fools or just dumb, Granger. This guy's got them all to die, Marcus. Hope they won't see right through me, Fudge. You one day will need to defend. Be prepared, everyone. We must be quick as a running rat, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. And know your spells like Aurors, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. With all the strength of wizard kind, Marcus. We will beat the dark side, Marcus. Marcus. Time is racing toward us till the war arrives. Join forces together and you might survive. From 11 to 18 years old. You are taught how to spell. So you should be able to prevail. Be prepared, everyone. We must be quick as a running rat, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. And know your spells like Aurors, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. With all the strength of wizard kind, Marcus. We will beat the dark side, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. We must be quick as a running rat, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. And know your spells like Aurors, Marcus. Be prepared, everyone. With all the strength of wizard kind, Marcus. We will beat the dark side, Marcus. Harry couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the Golden Four trying to understand who told of their little group by looking at the faces of each member of their army, not realizing they just reveal by their look who is with them. It is truly great being the one with the foreknowledge. Chapter 206. Harry's POV. You called? Harry asked, waving the two-sides mirror at the professor. It was 1 a.m. and the professor used their business mirror to call him. Thank you for coming. Snape said. I have a proposal for an additional business partner. Harry raised his brow at that. Really? Who? Me. A voice was heard from the storage room and Lucius Malfoy came out. Seriously? Harry asked. Did you plan this dramatic entrance? Because I already knew you were there, I just thought the professor and you might be in a physical relationship. Of course Harry knew Lucius was there, his AI told it to him before he even came in. Well, you know Severus, always one for the dramatics. Lucius answered with a laugh. I wasn't the one to suggest it. The potion professor scowled at the blonde man. Oh Sev, I was only joking. Lucius was rolling his eyes. You know, neither of you denied my accusation of a relationship between the two of you. Harry smiled mischievously. That's because I won't even entertain you with answering to this poor attempted of a joke. Now Snape was scrawling at him. Anyway, Lucius tried to make the conversation return to the topic. I know I have ill reputation, considering the whole, used to be a Death Eater, thing, even though I was under the Imperius, but I'm known for my success in the business world, and I have the connections and money you need to make Wonder Alley the most successful shop ever. Harry looked at him for a second and then at the professor, before bursting in laughter out loud. You, connections, money, their faces were frozen as they were stunned at his loss of calmness. Sorry about that, he said after calming down. It's just that what you said was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Harry then turned to his business partner. Why the hell did you bring him here? Snape looked confused at his business partner. Because he does have the connections and money, plus, there is the other side of our business in which he can help. Harry knew the reason why the professor said the second part vaguely. Their oath prevented him from telling anyone about their partnership in regards to the war. Harry narrowed his eyes. You seem confused about the difference between connections and good connections, Lucius. Do you think that common folks' opinion of you is positive? The question made Lucius take a step back. Why would I care about them? Harry rolled his eyes. Because they are Wonder Alley's target clientele, and your reputation as a Death Eater, and let's cut the crap, you are one and everyone knows it, will make people buy less from us, even if they have to go to more expensive places. What about Severus then? He has worse reputation than me. Lucius said. The professor's reputation will be an easy fix, just explain how Dumbledore told him to act mean to the students with the exception of Slytherin as a way to make sure when Voldy returns he can still be a spy. Of course, we will do that after he escapes with almost deadly, but not permanent, wounds. A few speeches about how sorry he is, and maybe a year teaching all those who want to walk in potion-related jobs for free as long as they work in Wonder Alley afterwards, with the potions that are sold cheaply that we will sell right after, and the entire population will consider him a saint. The two adults had their jaw open as they looked at him with shock. What about money? Lucius tried. You would need it to develop your shop. Please, with the way Wonder Alley is operating in profit right now, even before we fully introduced all the ways we have to improve dueling monster cards and the potions shop, money is the last thing we need. Lucius seemed to panic for a second before calming down. What do you need me for? You wouldn't have told me all that is you didn't need me at all. Before we do any of that, let's make an oath. A quick, unbreakable oath to keep each other's secrets, later, and Harry explained what he needed Lucius for. You see, your reputation, as we already established, is horrible for most of the society of the wizarding part of Britain, with the exception of the purebloods who support the movement and the shadier parts of our world, which means, that if we want some things to sell to those parts, we can use that reputation you have. Harry then pulled out a CAD he brought with him. Like this for example. Isn't that the new wand the Department of Mystery developed? Lucius asked. The one that they are having the students use from this year forward? Professor Snape understood immediately the truth behind that. You invented those? As if the Department of Mystery could invent those things. Harry snorted before smirking. Yes, I invented those things, and I want to replace wands with those entirely. Why? Severus asked. Because the Muggle world at this point has developed a camera capable of acting as a pensive, and people waving a stick and inexplicable things happen will be noticed eventually, leading to the reveal of our world. Harry said grimly, those things look like advanced Muggle technology, making people either ignore the people who hold those things or think of this as a Muggle equipment instead of magic. And why should we care about Muggles finding us? Lucius asked. Because even if we win in a war against them, which we could, if we were united and there weren't any magical people who would support the Muggles, there is a very large chance we will destroy the world in the process. Lucius grimaced, showing he understood where I was coming from. So you want me to make this as a new fashion for the Rock while making it attractive to the shady people? Oh, I want more than that. If our professor over here should end as a saint for the ordinary people, you will become the leader of the dark side of our world, both of you will take over the two sides, Snape from the headmaster and you from your leader. Harry could see the greed shine in Lucius' eyes. When do we start? Harry just gained another ally. Chapter 207. Harry's POV. With Lucius now as a partner, who will handle the illegal stuff, Harry had him focus on collecting illegal plants and animals as a way to both get both ingredients and improve connections with the underworld. Harry's plan for the world was built on having the two men controlling the two sides of the magical society, with Severus by making him the defeater of Voldemort, little by little making him the role model of society and replacing Dumbledore, and Lucius by making him the one person anyone in the illegal parts of the magical world work for, by using multiple kinds of methods, but to do so, Lucius will have to make connections of his own first. Of course, the most important parts of the changes of society will be in Wonder Alley, with the potions factory lowering the prices of healing potions and its availability to everyone raised, jobs for the Muggleborns elevating their ability to grow and improve while also making purebloods actually put effort, and CADs replacing wands, making people less inclined to reveal the magical world. It will make the time till the reveal of magic to the normal world become longer, and will Harry making more and more changes by that time. Hopefully when it is revealed the world will be under his control as a way to avoid destruction. Either way, the next step of his plan depended on the Stimulant Learning Headset, SLH, something that took him almost a month to complete as he improved quickly enough in Legacy as he went through students' heads to do so. He also managed to improve the spell that let him create dreams for Marcus by connecting it with the AI, making it a permanent connection that the AI is capable of manipulating as Harry commends it, making Marcus have random headaches, dreams, and bursts of emotions. The SLH works by combining legimancy, occlumency, the oblivious, the pensive, neuroscience and psychology, using both the magical and normal studies as a way to change memories, add knowledge and make them loyal to Harry. It's similar to what Harry has done to Lupin, only much more surgical, making their personality have minimal changes. After creating the SLH, Harry had given it to Voldemort and had him put it on every single prisoner, with each prisoner needing 3 days with it on their heads, making the end of the entire procedure only happen in March. The other thing that was finished was the Werewolf Ritual 2.0, which, with the help of the AI instilled in the swirl he plans on using as the ritual room, was combined with the Animagus ritual to make the new magical wolf Animagus the capability of changing into humans as long as they know enough about the body of humans, which has Harry create another SLH which focus on knowledge of the human body while also changing loyalty to make the wolves a new gang under his command, one that will focus on the underworld and will listen to the orders of Malfoy while his highborn soldiers focus on the normal world's high society, and the potions professor will focus on the herd of the magical people. Of course, with the SLH being in place and having many more werewolves in captivity than prisoners, it was estimated that the new wolf gang will be completed by the end of the school year. Sure, Harry could have created more SLHs, but with them being a third-level products he had to make them himself, and he had a much more important things to do, like finish his Metamorphmagus ritual that was close to finish or study the RR and replicate it, which was why he only made 2 SLHs, and had once every 3 days a new solder and a new gang member join his ever-growing forces, with the gang members working under Lucius with the excuse that they need work and the soldiers getting orders to infiltrate a certain facility or family in Britain and change the needed memories of the people in the right places while adding the needed papers to any database with the skills they acquired from the SLH before waiting for orders. Harry had Bellatrix Lestrange become in charge of the entire process and of the soldiers as he knew people would be expecting to see her near Voldemort and in missions. All in all, everything in that regard was proceeding toward the direction Harry needed it to, and by the time Christmas was coming, Harry was finally prepared to do his first ritual in himself and finally reach a new point in magic. The Plasma Level. Chapter 208. Standing inside the runic circle in the middle of the swirl, Harry looked around to make sure everything is in place. Becoming a perfect Metamorphmagus was finally within reach and he had no plan at messing it up. Differently from the rituals Harry did till now, this ritual is not about balancing something in a person, but adding something new to him, and as such it needs additional ingredients to be preformed. To the north there was a conjured box with Bogart in it in a runic circle of its own which will be sacrificed for its transformation ability. To the west there was the body of a western dragon. To the south there was a chameleon ghoul who was also there for its shape-shifting ability, only its ability to actively choose what object should it transform to instead of the instinctive ability of the Bogart is what made it a balance to the other creature. Finally, to the east there was the body of a Chinese dragon. When doing a ritual, the most important thing has to be balancing the ingredients while making sure the potency of the ingredients have a minimal decrease. Using the Bogart would make Harry's body unstable and he used the shape-shifting ghoul to combat that while the Bogart's no need for God would combat the hunger for human flesh the ghoul has. The dragons will compensate for the lack of strength and speed both the Bogart and the ghoul possess, and each of them will also symbolize the combinations of paths Harry is going through as he will study everything around him. Even the room in which he was inside was part of the ritual, the combination of blacksmithing of the goblins and runes of humans, magical creating and AI, every part of the ritual was calculated as not only was this a ritual he is about to perform on himself, this is a ritual that will determine his potential. Looking at everything and making sure it's perfect, Harry yelled outside. Bella! Bellatrix, who was waiting outside, walked in. Is it ready? He nodded and walked outside while she went and took his place. Thank you, sir. She said as he was about to close the door. No, thank you. He closed the door. Harry checked every one of the prisoners and the only one who had the necessary magical powers to transform to the 3rd level was Bellatrix, though she didn't have the necessary body, meaning she will forever be stuck at the beginning of the plasma level of magic, she was the perfect subject for the experiment, as Harry would never do something irreversible for his body without testing it first. It took half an hour till a young Bellatrix came out of the room, her hair changing shape and color as she wished before settling on her black hair. Looking at him, Bellatrix bowed. "It went perfectly, sir." Tears starting to fall from her eyes. "Not only did you get me out of Azkaban, but you gave me a new chance with this, not to mention gave me the ability that was lost to my family for centuries. Thank you. We need to run some tests before everything," Harry said, trying to ignore the fact that an incredibly attractive woman who looked in her early 20s is bowing to him while calling him sir and was programmed to do anything he asks for even as his hormones raged. "Of course, sir, what do you need of me?" she asked. "Only for you to stand still," he said as he started to cast both healers' standard diagnostic spells and his own. The results were quickly remembered and he was planning on later reviewing them after uploading them to the computers for the AIs to review. "What do you remember from the ritual?" he asked Bella. "Well, after you went out I had all of my magic poured into the circle and it lightened up as energy returned to me, only like hot metal being poured into me." She shuddered at that. "I screamed in pain even as I continued to pour the new energy in me back to the ritual circle, and I could hear the living creatures with me screaming as well. The circle continued till eventually the ghoul and Bogart died and with them my consciousness disappeared." She paused for a second to sort out her words. "The next part was the dream you told me that would happen, where I stood in the middle of the four creatures the ritual was made of, each whispering the benefits of taking his side, but I did as you told me and started natural as they fought, with me only occasionally helping the Bogart as it killed and devoured the rest, and when it did, I killed it before eating it. When I finished eating, I woke up in Swir, and I gained the ability to shape-shift." Harry nodded before saying, "Change into a few animals." She complied, and with the knowledge she had about animals from her time with the SLH changed into a dog, cat and a bear. "Tell Voldemort to purchase more of those creatures in the next 3 days." Harry said, barely able to contain his excitement. He had his golem have his rich servants, with the exception of Lucius, buy the creatures for him. When she nodded in understanding he summoned Dobby and popping back to Hogwarts. By the time Christmas will pass he would be a shapeshifter. Chapter 209. Harry's POV. Saying goodbye to Luna, who left to be with her father for Christmas, and the twins who left as to work in Wonder Alley, Harry and Nagini were left by themselves for the holiday. In the time since their bonding, the two of them learned to feel comfortable around each other. Nagini had an easier time, since the bond seemed to affect her so that she wanted to be as much as possible around Harry, changing to her snake form and making herself small before joining him wherever he went, had to adjust to being unable to be inside Swir as a human and unable to communicate with Harry, as both the ritual that gave her a human body and Parseltongue were based on arithmetically incorrect rituals, while Harry, who had harder time instead, learned to enjoy her company and witty jokes while in classes and outside of it, livening the Mandan parts of life in times when Luna wasn't there. With them being together most of the time, she was the one friend that knew everything about his plans, and she approved. People are cruel, to nature, to animals, and more than all, to other people, she said when she explained why she doesn't care. I've seen what mundane people can do to magical people out of ignorance and what magical people can do to mundane out of anger. I've seen wars and technology and magic that destroy entire landscapes with a single sentence. I just got my life back, and when you finish with this school I can finally be in this form forever. Why should I care about other people? Harry had gained a partner who knows most of his secrets that day, and she kept helping him by suggesting ideas and poking holes in his plan, forcing him to improve it. For example, she was the one to think about having Lucius and Severus as the two leaders of the magical world. It was why, when he finally was ready to do the ritual on himself, after checking the vitals of Bellatrix, making sure the scans were fine and doing a check on her mind by deep diving into it, with the only side effects being that her transformation talent is slightly related to her emotions, he asked Nagini to be outside of the room and wait for him, as he was very nervous. Standing in the middle of a runic circle he has drowned multiple times before, and with the needed creatures around him, Harry poured the entirety of his magic into the circle, putting even more when the ritual begun to send the magical energy of the creatures around him into Harry's body. The circle of sending magic continued as pain started to fill his body, growing stronger and stronger as Harry started to see visions. The third stage was called many different things throughout history beside Fire Stage. The Body Forging Stage, the Stage of Choice, the Foundation Establishment Stage. Every single one of the people who reached this stage and wrote about that talked about visions and dreams they had when entering the stage. To have a complete breakthrough you need to have 2 visions/dreams. Bellatrix, who spent time in Azkaban, only had one dream on account of her body not reaching the necessary requirement before she did the ritual, making her magic having to save her while undergoing the transformation and it being stuck between the second and third stage. Instead of changing from liquid into fire, it changed into boiling water. Not that it doesn't have its own benefits. She will have the biggest amount of energy sometime in the second stage can have, faster speed in casting, and while having a worse control over her magic than someone in the second stage of magic as it's the stage that focus on control, will have her magic more responsive to her emotion, like someone in the first stage, making her capable of saving her life with accidental magic, and able to learn basic wandless magic easier, though she will never have the control necessary for entirely doing wandless magic. Harry's first vision was a lot like how Bellatrix described hers. It was the four animals fighting for him to choose their side in a fight. With Bella, he told her to have the Bogart win before eating it because the ghoul can't win and the two dragons have too much magic for her body to handle, but his situation was different. Instead of choosing a side, Harry killed all of them, taking the bodies and put it one on top of the other and transfigure them into his body together. He used the Chinese dragon as the basis for his blood vessels and meridians, the Western dragon for his bones and muscles, the Bogart into the organs and blood, and the ghoul into the skin and air. When the new body that looked exactly like his appeared, he touched it and suddenly returned to the swirl. He could instantly feel the change of his body. He was stronger, his magic was flowing outside of his blood, and when looking at his hands, with a single thought they transformed into bigger, smaller or different color. He has done it, his body finally reached the third level, and with a new vision appearing in front of his eyes, it is time for his magic to do the same. Chapter 210. Harry's POV. Harry's sight changed once more. He seemed to appear on a crossroad of multiple roads and each road seemed to have an end at the end of it with some object there, some of it had people walking in it. On one road there was a cauldron and Professor Snape walking in its direction, on another there was a shapeless blob, with the headmaster on it. There was a road with a wand in it, a road with an hammer and a road with a computer. No matter how much he turned, wherever he looked there were more roads. He knew that the second he stepped on a certain road, his path of magic with the others will stop there. He would still be able to cast magic of a different magic, but will never be able to improve it and create new things. Most roads were clean of dust, as if to show that many people walked on them, while the rest were filthy, as to show that they haven't been walked on for a long time. Some roads seemed new, while others looked as old as time. His previous theory that the way people divide the subjects is what make them create the path seemed wrong, as if it was like that, his roads should have been different, though he still had more paths than he should with the path of computer. Sitting in the middle of the crossroad for what felt like an hour, Harry still couldn't think of a path to choose. Did he really have to give up on most parts of magic? Looking at the paths of curses and charms that were side by side, Harry finally screamed in frustration about the thing that bothered him since first year. How can they be considered two subjects? Curses are just charms that are meant to hurt people. As he finished ranting, the world around him shook as the two paths merged to create a bigger path. That's it. Harry thought, I need to truly understand how all the paths are the same to unite them. Rituals are just to forge the body into an artifact. Transfiguration is just making an amount of particles move away from a core or join a core. AI creation is just math. Spells are just advanced math. One by one, Harry united the roads until there were only two. The first road was filthy, it was full of dust, and in it he could see footsteps of many people. At the end of it, there seemed to be a few dozen books, and even from the distance Harry somehow could tell the names of the authors of the books, Aristotle, Descartes, Plato. Harry knew this path is the path he read about, the path of the philosophers. It will be a path of knowledge and hardship, one of science, body and mind. It was a path filled with research and loneliness. It was the path he walked on for most of his life. The second road seemed to be much less dirt on it, and seemed to be filled with colors that are indescribable. In the end of that road stood paintings and statues. Zeus, Odin, Lao Tzu, Buddha. It was the path of spiritual realm, of belief and concepts instead of knowledge. It was the path of gods and immortals. It was a path Harry knew was filled with faith and people. Both of those paths could lead him to the peak of the world, make him either join the gods and immortals of old, become a god/immortal and be invincible, or become a philosopher, break the wall that the spiritual world placed on science and truly combine in with magic, changing the world forever. Harry thought about his options as he looked upward, toward the sky that was filled with stars and couldn't help but recall his childhood. Not his parents or the orphanage, but the years under the stairs. Years filled with darkness, where the stories his past life left behind were his only company. The stories that had different worlds in them. Worlds of magic and science, worlds of chakra and demons, worlds of songs and laughter. The paths in front of him were restricting, even if he would manage to unite them into one path it would still be so. But he didn't want that restriction. Magic is about freedom. Being free to laugh, dance and sing. Being free to rage, to harm, to kill. Being free to learn everything and do anything. It was the reason he chose to become a metamorphmagus, to not be limited in body. Now it's time for his mind to be unlimited. Magic is the energy of possibilities, and he won't give it up. The paths seem to collapse one on top of the other, books trapping the gods in them as stories and immortals making books into artifacts. A new path was created, where a statue of Confucius reading a book was at the end of it, as showing the path that combines the two of the previous paths. I already said I don't want it. Harry roared. I already learned I'm not perfect. That no one is. I don't care if I have to stay on the second stage forever, or if I will become like Bella, stuck between the second and the third. The vision broke and I found myself back in Swir, and his magic seemed to gain speed as it moved inside its body, and he finally understood why the third stage is called the fire stage, why he has been so right to call it the plasma stage. His body was filled with energy, making the tiredness he possessed to vanish as if non-existent. He seemed to unconsciously release a bit of his magic into the air, making him able to sense his own electromagnetic field and gravity. His mind seemed to launch in every subject he ever studied and develop ideas with a new speed. It was like his entire being was supercharged with either lightning or fire, making him able to comprehend, do and affect everything he wanted. Of course, a few seconds later the feeling subsided as his magic depleted entirely, but now he had direction to move forward and a way to test his energy. Bella and Nagini that waited outside heard a relieved laugh coming from inside of Swir. It was a laugh of a person who tasted freedom. Chapter 2:11. Nagini's POV. It was about an hour since Harry stepped into the Swir before he came out, and Nagini could instantly tell the difference. His face became with perfect proportions, his cheeks angular, and the imperfections that used to be there disappeared. His body became less buff, with the muscles becoming less pronounced, yet somehow seemed to have not lost any of his strength. Yet the thing that captured the eyes the most were his eyes. Muggles say the eyes are the windows for the soul, but the magical people know different. Eyes are the doors to the mind, not soul, and his eyes got a new color to them. Before, Harry's eyes were green, they were pretty, but nothing special really, but now they looked like emeralds, sparkling and drawing you in as you look at them. Nagini knew what the change in eye color signify, she has seen it numerous times. She has seen it in Dumbledore's sparkling blue eyes that seemed to calm you down whenever you look into them, in Grindelwald's eyes of blue and black eyes that seemed capable of understanding what you want and tempt you to agree with what he said, in Voldemort's red eyes that brought fear into your heart whenever you looked at them. Those eyes were the symbol of succeeding in becoming a fire stage magical person, and were said to reflect the ambition a person has. Harry's eyes, as she looked right into them, seemed capable of seeing right through her, making her feel a bit naked, which, as she spent most of her life in snake form, didn't bother her at all, though Bellatrix, who stood next to her, gained an embarrassed look as her cheeks became red. Congratulations. Nagini said to her friend, a word that was still hard to think about as something real, considering her previous friends forgot about her after the war was done. Thank you. He smiled and walked to her, and she could feel his body being more relaxed while also having a bit of a difficulty moving. How about we go back and play something? He said as he hugged her with joy. I could use some time to relax. Nagini's heart started beating a little faster at the unfamiliar hugging, as while Harry didn't have a problem with hugging, he has never initiated it. You seem to be happy. She noted out loud. How could I not be? He grinned. I have finally finished the project I had worked on for 4 years. He changed into a bear, changed to look like Luna and turned back to his form. And, I also passed the liquid stage of magic and can finally move to new spells and magical subjects. He lifted her up and did a little spin, making her laugh. Calm down. She smiled at him. We should return. Dobby. Harry called and the house elf appeared as he turned to give orders to Bellatrix. Bella, I need the Death Eaters to gather the blood of as many magical creatures as possible and put them in bottles, and do the same for as many magical plants as possible. The servant nodded. It will be done. With that, we both held Dobby's hands as he popped us away. Fred's POV. Winter vacation was something George and he didn't get. The time that in past years was used for having fun before Christmas was now probably the busiest time of the year in Wonder Alley, which forced them to help their employees as they were swamped. When they weren't helping, they went through the paperwork that Harry's computers couldn't do alone, closed the deal with Gary Carellson for him to open a bar in Wonder Alley and installed MTV's magical television in it that will show either the duels played in the arena right now, or the Quidditch games that are soon to be played. All in all, they were busy as hell till Christmas night. Of course, when Christmas finally arrived it changed for the worse. They considered returning to the castle through Harry's vanishing cabinet, spending time with their friends and having fun, but their father asked them to join the family for Christmas, which was done in a Potter mansion. He said their mother would like to apologize, and that he wants to have his family reconcile. They stupidly agreed. The awkwardness that filled the room Christmas night as they showed up was incredible. Their mother, who was in the middle of a conversation with Lily Potter, froze. The room, that was filled with the laughter of Ron, their brother, and his friends quietened, and only Ginny gave the two of them a small smile. "Boys! You are here." Their father's voice, who appeared from the kitchen, broke the silence as he rushed to hug them. "Why are you so excited?" George asked over their dad's shoulder as they hugged him back. "We just saw you yesterday." "Oh, I miss you every day," he said back before releasing them. Their mother finally unfroze and walked toward them. "Hey Mom," Fred said with caution. "How are you?" The caution must have been heard in his voice, as our mother ran toward the two of them, shoving Dad to the side and hugged them in one of her famous bear hugs. "I am so glad you came," she said, and by the wetness on his shirt Fred could tell she is crying. "We are glad to be here as well," Fred's twin said, and Fred nodded as she let go. "I knew you would get over this phase," she said, and both George and him froze. "You should focus on your NSFW, and your dad will work on getting his job back." "What?" George asked, both of them turning to their father. "You told us she accepted everything." "No, I said she will," their father answered. "She just need a bit more time, and with you here, it will be easier for her to get used to it." "Why would we want to go work anywhere else?" Fred asked their mother. "Our alley is the best. In fact, why would Dad want to go back to the ministry? The profits from the MTV he helped creating are about to start showing up. Why would he want to go back?" their mother exclaimed. "Because it's a respectable, safe job. Because your alley would never be able to survive for more than 2 years. And then what would we do?" "That's enough," their father shouted. "We are guests in this house, and we will act appropriately." He took a deep breath. "Now, we will have a nice Christmas together, as family, and we will have this discussion later, alone." It was then that Fred noticed Ginny, Ron and his friends were all looking at them with a bit of disappointment at how it ended inconclusively, and the Potter parents with awkwardness. Yes, this Christmas is turning to be the worst. Hopefully, the gifts tomorrow would be enough to turn it around. Chapter 212. James' POV. It was 2 a.m., the night of Christmas, and James was drinking his third glass of fire whiskey he had since the other people at the house went to bed. Since he was all alone, he finally let the glamour he casted on himself to fall apart. The changes in him weren't as pronounced as most people would expect from someone who used glamour. He wasn't fat, ugly, or has a nasty scar. His hairline did retreat a bit, but that happened when you grow older. No, the glamour didn't hide any of those things. It hid his eyes, made them look alive and happy even in truth they were dead, angry and full of guilt. The world seemed to fall apart to him. Voldemort returned, his money disappeared, and one of his sons estranged. And worse than all, he could do nothing about any of that. Sure, he was part of the Order, doing as the headmaster say as they fought in this secret war, but except for wasting his time guarding the prophecy about Marcus he hadn't actually did anything. At this point he couldn't even say anything about Harry, as in the bits of free time he has investigated him, and what he found made his heart ache. He started with the simplest of things, asking the teachers at school about the boy, and with the exception of Phileas, who spat on him in anger for abandoning Harry, and Snape, who just sneered at him, the rest all said the same thing: good grades, but average student, most of the time could barely be felt in class. For a second, it felt like an angle he could use, bond with his son by helping him improve. In the end, as he wasn't sure, he asked for Mooney's opinion, who, when James managed to reach him, told James about how he tried to do the same 2 years ago, only to fail. After that, he tried to look into his son's past and current living conditions. It took him over 3 months to find everything. Find how he is hailed as a genius in the Muggles world, how he seems to be living by himself since the age of 11, how he came to the orphanage. Finding the Dursley family and ripping Petunia's memories from her before doing the same to Vernon made James puke, twice. Memories of putting a baby in a cupboard, feeding him twice a day and changing his diaper once, making him clean by the time he is 3, Harry would have never survived without his magic. He made sure they would never have a peaceful night again by enchanting the picture of their family on the wall in their bedroom with the nightmare curse. That night he started the ritual of drinking before bed, using the liquid's burn as a way to make his sorrows disappear as he understood what he has done to his eldest. Having such an excellent mind, yet average student. Having almost no presence in a magical class. Leaving him in the care of those monsters has damaged his magic. No, he promised himself, I will stay away from Harry, watch him from afar, as I help as much as I can. His promise to himself was harder to accomplish than thought, as apparently, he has almost no money. The numbers he got from the goblins made no sense, he couldn't see where the hundreds of thousands of galleons disappeared. Which is why, he took the remaining gold he had in the bank to his house, making sure to leave enough for the payment to school the boys needed and the 100 galleons he vowed to Harry. But it was too late, and James was forced to sell the percentages the Potter family had in many stores to Versus families to regain parts of his money. He started cutting expenses, no more fancy gifts for no reason to his wife and Marcus, no more going to the bar after work with friends. It worked, the expenses of his family reached a balance with his paycheck, making him capable of staying sane. Till Lily, his wife, decided to invite the entire Weasley clan and Marcus friends for Christmas, making a dent in the already small savings they have. Finishing the fourth and last glass of fire whiskey for the night, James thought about the Weasley twins and their new and successful business he discussed about with Arthur. Maybe not everything is lost, maybe he should make a small investment in their business, maybe he can get out of the hole he seemed to be stuck at. Going to bed, James couldn't help but wonder if this is a Christmas miracle. Chapter 213. George's POV. If Christmas Eve was thought to be awkward, then Christmas morning was on a whole other level. Being woke up for presents by their younger siblings was a tradition that Ron decided to forego, as they have had fought with him more and more since Wonder Alley was founded, no, since the card dueling game was launched, with him constantly asking them for stuff as if they have so much money. News flash, they don't. Sure, business are flourishing, with the game becoming more and more popular even in France, and the alley becoming somewhere worthwhile, but most of the money was invested back into Wander Alley and its employees, creating new products and experimentations, their own, Harry's and even Luna's. The rest of the money was split into 4 parts, with them gaining 50% of it. Of course, when they tried to explain all that to their little brother at the start of the school year, all he got from that was no, and from that point forward they were in a constant argument. So no, Ron didn't wake them up for the presents. Ginny, on the other hand, did. Hearing someone knock loudly while yelling, "Presents," was indeed the perfect way to wake up in Christmas. The two of them quickly casted morning hygiene spells at each other, ending with Fred having his beard grown into the shape of a Christmas tree and him having his breath smell like mistletoe. They started a game of messing with each other's morning hygiene spells since their 17th birthday, with each day only having one thing different about them, before leaving the guest room and going downstairs. Under the tree were hills of wrapped gifts, and Marcus, Hermione, Neville and the entire Weasley family with the exception of their mother was sitting there. Bill and Charlie, who arrived the night before at an even later time than the twins, were among them, laughing and hugging one another as they unwrapped one after the other with the exception of Marcus, who was looking at the 2 largest piles of presents and seemed to notice their arrival as he turned and looked at them with anger. "Good morning," Fred said. "Don't mind us, we will just add the presents we brought into each of the piles." Opening the handbag George had on his shoulder, he quickly summoned the presents one by one as Fred distributed them into their respective piles. "Now then, which pile is ours?" George asked after he finished taking out all the presents. The fingers of everyone were pointing at the 2 biggest piles. "Awesome," Fred said, running toward the gifts, and as he touched them he was suddenly sucked into them, making them mix. "Fred!" George exclaimed and took out his wand, but before he did anything Fred's head came out of the presents and he spitted a small gift from his mouth. "Ha ha 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 ha," the laughter came from their dad. "It worked. All I needed was a little help from your partner, but I pranked you." "No way!" George exclaimed as he understood what happened. He managed to create it. Last year they joked about how awesome would it be to be able to swim in gold after doing a marathon of DuckTales, and Harry said he would try to create a charm to mimic its effect. "It's a dream come true, my twin," Fred said from inside the present pool. "Join me." George didn't need any other incentives as he jumped into the pile of gifts. "Yes, when he showed me how to cast the charm and asked I would do it on your presents, I convinced him not to tell you about it as a prank," their dad said with pride. With a little difficulty, the twins managed to get out of the presents and hugged their father. "Thank you for the prank," Fred said. It's the best gift we could have asked for. And it was. Knowing that their father did a prank on them made George's heart grow warmer. It was as if the bits of self-doubt, the ones they felt each time their parents admonished them for their pranks, disappeared just by knowing their father pranked them too, and George could tell it was the same for Fred. "You have a partner?" Neville asked from the side after they released their father from the hug. "Of course we do," George said in a nonchalant way as to deflect. "How else would we have the capital to make free cards and discs for everyone in school and open an alley?" "Really?" James asked, "Why have we never heard of them?" "Because they are silent partners," Fred said. "They invest, we create." That wasn't entirely a lie. In the joke shop part of the alley, both Harry and Luna were silent partners, just like how in the safari part that Luna works on, they are. "Who are they?" Marcus asked with his eyes narrowing, hiding in the dark. "That's not exactly a behavior of a lion." They both rolled their eyes. "That's because they aren't lions, they are humans," Fred said. Marcus scrawled, "You know what I mean." "Do we?" George asked with a hint of a smile. "Was your partner S. Gryffindor?" Marcus seemed to demand to know. "Does it matter?" George shot back. The tension in the air grew. "Of course it does." Ron jumped into the conversation. "With you-know-who back you can't 100% trust the Eagles and Puffs, they could be spies for him." "Ron, that's enough." Their eldest brother, Bill, intervened. "You are not to judge the twins if their partner is from any of the other houses. Each and every house is great and full of history. Besides," Fred said with a glare, "what do any of you care who we partner with? Neville, Hermione and Marcus are unrelated to us and shouldn't expect any answers." Hermione and Marcus bristled in anger and Neville just smiled sheepishly. "And Ron, we didn't have a fight-free conversation since the beginning of the year." George then added. "Only Dad, Bill and Charlie, all of those who works for us, has the right to know who our partner is, and out of everyone else in the room, maybe we will tell Ginny, who is the only one who doesn't seem to be as idiotic as the rest of you all." Ginny laughed at that. "Oh, please do. Lording it over the four of them will be so much fun." George exchanged a look with Fred, and both of them immediately gained a grin. "Sure. We will tell you later," Fred said, and George continued him. "Now we need to open some gifts." Chapter 2:14. Bill's POV. Seeing them twins move their attention to their gifts, Bill sighed in relief. While the twins said their dad, Charlie and him deserved to know the secret partner, they didn't know. In fact, the secret partner of the twins was the best kept secret and the biggest bet the alley workers. "Well, at least I won the bet on the house of the partner," Bill thought with a smirk, looking at Charlie's, who seemed to notice that fact with a wince. "That's what? 10 galleons. Seriously, while his dragon-living brother was smart as hell, he seemed to have been outside the country for too long if he thought their little brothers would only make a business partner with a Gryffindor. Merlin's beard. Their father woke him up from his thoughts with a yell, making everyone to turn towards him, who was looking at a book like it's one written by the founders of Hogwarts themselves. "What is it, Dad?" Ginny asked, looking up from her position near the tree and reading the book's title before making a face of disgust. Their father, seemingly not hearing the question, opened the book and started searching the index before flipping the pages as quickly as possible before stopping and starting to read. Looking at the cover, Bill and the rest of the group joined Ginny with their own look of disgust when they managed to read the title, 100 Recipes Made Out of Troll's Flash. The twins, of course, started laughing, which was when everyone noticed that the book was the present they got for their dad. Ginny couldn't help it, he started laughing, soon joined by Bill, Charlie and Neville, one of Ron's friends, with the rest of the fifth-year students looking upset. "So Dad," the twin with the Christmas tree-like beard said excitedly, "did you like the present? It took us a while to convince our partner to make you a copy, and even then, it will only last till New Year before it disappears." Bill noticed the slip-up, and immediately started to make a mental list of all the rich pure blood whose names started with Ha. "So your partner made this?" Their dad asked with understanding filling his eyes. "That makes sense, he is great with Muggle objects. Would you two get rid of the charm on the book so we could see what it is about that made Dad excited?" Charlie asked, looking at the twins, who shook their head. "It's not us who charmed the book, it's our partner. Anyone except the one who is allowed to read the words of the book will read about troll's meat, it's a fail-safe." The other twin, who smelled like a mistletoe, explained. "The book is called Explanation for Idiotic Wizards/Witches, Biology, Chemistry and Other Basic Muggle Subjects That Even Dumb Magical People Should Know Part 1, their father said. It also, as the note on the inside explained, has in page 241 an explanation about plugs and their use. His eyes shined with glee. You should read page 69, it has the best muggle pranks. The Christmas bearded twin said. Bill understood what a great gift it is, with their dad's love for muggles but no one to truly explain everything about them to him. It is probably the best gift anyone could get for him. That's not fair. Charlie seemed to complain jokingly. You are buying Dad's love, what about me? The twins' grin became even larger. I don't know, one of them said. Fred, do you think our dragon-loving brother is worth trying to buy his love? I'm not sure, dear George, maybe he should open his own present. No one wasted any time at opening the gifts the twins have to each of them. Looking at the deck of cards that was in the gift wrap, Bill gasped. Is that? He looked at the cards they gave him, all of which were tomb-based except for one humanoid card that was called Curse Breaker and had a painting of him as the monster. Congratulations Weasleys. You are a monster, in fact, you all are. Looking at his other siblings, he saw each of them held either one card or a deck in their hands, and apparently, so did Ron. Why did I only get one card when Charlie and Bill got an entire deck? His head became red in anger. Oh, shit. Fred said. Our mistake, give me the card. Ron with a winning smile faced the card to their brother who immediately pulled out his wand and burnt the card. Why did you do that for? Ron screamed. Because you are a dick. George said, and their father immediately shouted, language. You think you deserve everything? Do you know how hard people work on each new card? Bill, Charlie, please tell him. Days, even weeks sometimes, only in information gathering, no one truly knows how the cards are created. Charlie said, understanding about the amount of work they must have pulled to make the cards, and his gratefulness grew. Thank you guys. He hugged them, joined by Charlie and Ginny, with Ron, in his anger, taking the rest of his presents and going upstairs, his friends looking awkward as they run after him. Charlie's POV. After Ron and his friends left, they each returned to the gifts they got while joking and having fun till the twins both held two similarly wrapped gifts and looked at excited. It's small and box-like, another earring? Fred asked. Doesn't really matter, the effect does. George said. I think it's a broomless flying device. No way. Fred rejected the idea. He was too busy with the arithmancy to have the time to work on the needed runes to replace the broom, plus, we only proposed that idea last week. What are you talking about? Bill asked. Who's the gift from? Our partner. They said together. Of course it is. Charlie thought, their partner seemed like a generous man. Well? Ginny said. Open them. The twins didn't waste a second more, ripping the wrapping, before opening the small jewelry boxes and taking out two bracelets, with notes in their hands as well. No freaking way. That's why he wanted to check us. I feared Luna had no chance. The twins said as they put the bracelets on with glee. What is it? Charlie asked. This, my dear brother. Fred said as he pulled his shirt up with one hand to reveal his bell, which had abs quickly forming, while with the other he was quickly devouring the food the elves of the house left a while ago, with George doing the same. Is a bird's magnet. He said as he swallowed the bit of food before both of them removing the bracelet, each having a six-pack which seemed to almost grow into eight-pack. Merlin's beard. Charlie exclaimed, it created muscles. We know. The twins said. That's incredible. Bill said. Can I try? He reached to one of the bracelets before being zapped. No, you can't, bracelets seem to be made for each of us specifically. George said. Something about each body working slightly different and can cause death. Well, Bill asked, clearly thinking about Fleur, the Vela from Gringotts who he is smitten with, what are the chances you can get him to make me one? We would have to ask, but maybe. Fred said unsure. I would all love one, there is this girl, Kristen, she has the most amazing ass and dash. Come on. Ginny interrupted him. I'm right here. And that was it, they all started laughing. When they finally stopped, Ginny said, I wouldn't mind one. Hiatus, dropped.